Chapter 1. Li Shen. In the ninth year of the Jingguan era, the spring of 635 AD, within a pavilion of the imperial palace, a young child of 6 or 7 lay languidly upon a stone bench, his eyes closed in contemplation, lost in thought. Nearby stood 2 figures, one tall and one small. The taller, a young lady in the attire of a court official, appeared to be in her 20s, with delicate features. The smaller was a eunuch, around 10 years of age, with expressive brows and bright eyes that were quite endearing. The young lady glanced at the sky and softly called out, "Your Highness, Prince Shen, it is time for dinner." Prince Li Shen, the 10th son of Emperor Li Shen of the Tang Dynasty, was 7 years old this year. His mother, the esteemed consort Wei, was the foremost among the 4 imperial consorts, hailing from the distinguished Wei family of Jingzhou. "Oh," came Li Shen's response after a prolonged silence, as he slowly rose, exuding an aura of languor. Unbeknownst to those around him, beneath the innocent facade of this 6 or 7-year-old child lay the soul of a man from 1,400 years hence. Just a year prior, he had been an ordinary middle-aged man born in the 1980 Sun Remarkable, in his 30s, running a small shop and toiling daily from dawn till dusk to make ends meet. He would spend 10 hours a day in his store, engrossed in videos and novels, living a life that was little more than that of a recluse with the added title of a small business owner. He had thought he would pass his days in such mediocrity, but fate had other plans, as he met his untimely demise due to an electrical accident while changing water in a fish tank. To his astonishment, he awoke to find himself in the Tang Dynasty, transformed into the 10th son of Li Shen. While the prospect of being reborn as a prince was initially exhilarating, he found himself disheartened by the fact that this Li Shen was merely 6 years old. How awkward and sorrowful it was for a 30-something soul to inhabit the body of a mere child. Fortunately, over the past year, he had endeavored to adapt to his new identity and faintly recalled having watched a video that mentioned Li Shen would be granted a fief at the age of 8. After rising, Li Shen leisurely exited the pavilion and made his way to the side hall, the Taiji Palace's Digidian, where his mother, Consort Wei, resided. As the foremost among the 4 consorts, noble, virtuous, and dignified Consort Wei's Digidian was second only to the Empress Zhongxuan's main hall. In the early Tang Dynasty, all imperial sons and daughters who had not yet reached maturity lived alongside their mothers. Those whose mothers had passed were cared for by Empress Zhongxuan, while the rest would remain in the harem until adulthood, some being dispatched to their fiefs and others continuing to reside in Chang'an. "Greetings, Mother," Li Shen said as he entered, spotting a graceful and dignified lady in court attire kneeling on a couch. Consort Wei herself. Though she was already 37, Consort Wei retained her enchanting beauty and regal presence. It was no wonder that Li Shen had chosen to marry her, despite her being 2 years his senior and a widow. But alas, she was now his mother. Such thoughts were wholly inappropriate. "Ah, Shen, come and dine," Consort Wei replied gently. "Yes, Mother," Li Shen responded, moving to kneel upon the couch to partake in the meal. According to the customs of the Tang Dynasty, all of Li Shen's children in the harem could only refer to Empress Zhongxuan as mother or Ainyang. Addressing his biological mother as aunt, Li Shen found himself uncomfortable and opted instead for Mother Empress, a term that, in truth, did not exist during the Tang Dynasty. In private, he would use this term, but in public he still referred to her as Aunt Wei. What Li Shen found most disconcerting was the absence of tables and chairs in the Tang Dynasty. Only tatami mats were present. During meals, one would kneel upon these mats, with a small table placed before each person, reminiscent of the tiny tables found in kindergartens. Kneeling for an extended period proved to be quite uncomfortable. The Imperial Academy even categorized kneeling positions into 4 types: kneeling, cross-legged, squatting, and sitting. There were also perverse discussions regarding etiquette and decorum. In Li Shen's own understanding, these 4 types could be simplified to kneeling, sitting, cross-legged, and squatting. However, he had no choice but to adapt to local customs, which was preferable to facing reprimands. "Shen, have you completed your studies at the Imperial Academy?" Mother Empress Wei inquired as Li Shen settled down, a daily ritual of questioning. She was genuinely concerned about his education. Replying to Mother Empress, "I have completed my studies," he answered. "Shen, you must diligently pursue your studies. In the future, as you govern your fief, you should achieve something noteworthy. As a prince, it is your duty to alleviate the burdens of the court." You are already 7 years old during these years in the palace. You must study earnestly and avoid causing trouble. Mother Empress Wei continued. Yes, Mother Empress. Your son shall remember your words. Li Shen replied respectfully, although in his heart, he contemplated that his mother was unaware that in just a year's time, he would be sent to his fief. This thought brought a slight pang of reluctance, for after all, Mother Empress Wei was his biological mother, and throughout this past year, she had shown him immense affection. Although he was not the original Li Shen, blood ties run deep, and it was impossible to remain indifferent. Once a feudal prince departed for his fief, he could not return to the capital without an edict, and it was uncertain when they might reunite. The inner palace resembled a vast prison, serving only one man emperor. Many women entered the palace, yet some would go years without seeing the emperor, and some would die without ever receiving his favor. Mother Empress Wei had given birth to a son for the royal family, thereby perpetuating their bloodline. While a mother is exalted by her child, it was not common for Li Shen to visit within a month. His heart still belonged to Empress Zhang's son, and he spent most nights with her, leaving little time for the numerous other women. Thus, Li Shen understood that after his departure, Mother Empress Wei would have few to converse with. Yet, once one enters the palace, it is as if one has plunged into a deep sea, and Li Shen could not alter this fate. Unless Li Shen were to pass away, Mother Empress Wei would have no opportunity to accompany Li Shen to his fief for a tranquil life, but Li Shen was expected to live for many more years. Shinner, tomorrow is a day of rest. Just now, His Majesty sent word that we are to go boating at South Sea Pond. We shall dine at Wanyan Pavilion at noon, Mother Empress Wei suddenly announced. Mother Empress, may I inquire who else shall attend? Li Shen was aware that it could not merely be the two of them. Li Shen was not one to indulge in leisure. As a wise ruler, he diligently worked to dispel the negative repercussions of the Xuanwu Gate incident. Since ascending the throne, he hardly had the time to accompany them on a lakeside excursion. Moreover, Mother Empress Wei had not yet garnered such favor. I inquired with the eunuch who delivered the message all those above the rank of courtiers are to attend, along with various princes and princesses. It is said that the Empress arranged this, as His Majesty has been exceedingly fatigued of late. The Empress wishes for him to rest and unwind. You shall accompany me tomorrow, or shall we go ahead to enjoy ourselves first? Mother Empress Wei stated. Thus it is, I shall accompany Mother to the palace tomorrow. Having finished my meal, I shall return to my quarters. Please enjoy your meal, Mother. Li Shen set down his chopsticks and bowed respectfully. Go on. The imperial concubine, Wei, found herself perplexed by the lack of conversation with her son. Li Shen did not exhibit the lively spirit typical of children his age. Other princes, even if they appeared composed, could still be seen displaying youthful exuberance. At times, the concubine wondered if there was some inherent flaw within Li Shen, unlike her daughter, Li Mengjiang. The mother and daughter shared daily conversations, with Li Mengjiang often recounting amusing tales to alleviate her mother's boredom. Exiting the side hall, Li Shen made his way to his small courtyard. In just a year, he would be dispatched to govern a fief. The burdensome life of his previous existence lingered vividly in his memory. Having miraculously traversed time to become a prince in this life, he must honor his royal lineage and fully relish the opulence and splendor that accompanies it. What nonsense about striving to be an emperor through reincarnation. Such thoughts are utterly ridiculous. I am merely an amateur writer. If my writing is lacking, I welcome your invaluable feedback. Should you find it dull or unappealing, I sincerely apologize. However, I kindly ask that you refrain from deriding it while reading or placing unfounded accusations upon me. I am but an ignorant novice. Thank you deeply. Chapter 2. I aspire for a healthy and flourishing growth. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Shen did not retire for the night. In this era, entertainment was scarce, leading to an early bedtime. Even after a year of traversing through time, he had yet to acclimate. He summoned a maid to assist him in changing his attire and washing up, for as a prince, even one of lesser esteem, he was still attended to by dedicated servants. He had 3 maids, one named Lan Yuer, 20 years of age, who had been brought into the palace by his mother, thus considered kin. She had been assigned to care for Li Shen since his birth, essentially serving as his guardian. It is essential to recognize that the intrigues within the ancient inner court were ruthless, with little regard for the innocent. In the pursuit of power, one could resort to unspeakable acts, and there were princes who had scarcely seen the sun. The other two young maids, Dongmei and Chuanxiang, were around 10 years old and responsible for attending to Li Shen's daily needs. Women in ancient times matured early and with proper training. It was no challenge for them to care for a child of 6 or 7. Additionally, he had a young companion named Shirtu, also 10, an orphan who had followed Li Shen into the palace. Shirtu was clever and quick-witted, tasked with accompanying him in his studies, essentially serving as a playmate. For interactions among princes and princesses were limited, save for those who shared the same mother. Shirtu went to light another candle to illuminate the dark room. After washing up, Li Shen instructed Shirtu, "Please do so, my dear fellow." Shirtu hurried to obey. Kneeling at his desk, Li Shen contemplated deeply as Dongmei ground the ink. Recently, he had been pondering the path that lay ahead. Should he venture to his fief or remain in Chang'an? To live the life he desired, possessing wealth was fundamental. Money was the cornerstone of a fulfilling existence. His meager allowance could only afford him a modest lifestyle, thus remaining in Chang'an appeared to be the most prudent choice. Much like the opportunities for wealth in future metropolises such as Beijing and Shanghai, they would undoubtedly surpass those in a small county, especially since Li Shen possessed knowledge and experiences from a later era. The notion of idleness as a prince was not as simple as it seemed. Many affluent individuals in the future had failed to achieve true leisure. Idleness, in his view, encompassed the freedom to attain financial independence, enabling one to purchase whatever they desired, as well as the liberty to act without constraints of power. Thus, Li Shen concluded that he needed to focus on two primary objectives. First, to amass wealth, and second, to devise a means of capturing the attention of Li Shen in order to remain in Chang'an. In pursuit of wealth, he began writing down various concepts he could recall from his past life during his leisure moments, such as methods for manufacturing everyday items he had seen on platforms like Kuaishou and Douyin. He documented designs and techniques for easily producible conveniences that had emerged in later times. Although they may not be entirely accurate, they provided a general direction, and with sufficient manpower and resources, they could indeed be realized. Of course, he understood that the knowledge he possessed was limited to simple, commonly used items from the future. Even if one comprehended the principles behind an atomic bomb, no amount of resources in this era could bring it to fruition. Indeed, even in the future, such manufacturing details were not readily accessible on short video platforms. Therefore, Li Shen focused on recording ideas for simple, everyday items that were feasible to create. "My prince, what are you drawing today?" Shirtu inquired curiously from beside him. During this period, Li Shen frequently engaged in recording various matters. Curious, Little Stone once inquired about Li Shen's drawings, to which Li Shen consistently responded with, "Precious Little Stone, what do you desire most?" After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at any unrecorded thoughts, he lifted his gaze to ask Little Stone, "Your Highness, I simply wish to avoid hunger and be able to eat my fill each day." Little Stone replied. Being an orphan, he had entered the palace as a eunuch solely for the promise of plentiful meals. Li Shen chuckled softly and then turned to the maid, Dongmei, asking, "What say you, Dongmei?" After a moment of contemplation, Dongmei earnestly replied, "Your Highness, I wish for your continued health so that I may serve you faithfully." "Ah, you are quite the eloquent one, my dear girl," Li Shen remarked with a smile. "Your words bring me joy. My care for you has not been in vain." "Indeed, health is paramount," he said, gazing at Dongmei. As they conversed, Li Shen felt a slight numbness in his legs and rose to stretch. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He approached the bookshelf and retrieved a square iron box from the bottom shelf, secured with a large lock. Placing it on the table, he took out the key and unlocked it, revealing a thick stack of papers, filled with both writing and illustrations. These were all records Li Shen had compiled over time. After rummaging through the contents, he extracted a particular drawing. A smile crept across his face as he recalled Dongmei's words about the importance of health. "I must grow strong and healthy, avoiding any ailments," he thought, and stretched his calves once more. The drawing he held was not particularly complex. It depicted a chair and table from a future era. Previously, Li Shen seldom knelt to sit and felt no discomfort. However, since attending the Guozijian, he found the constant kneeling unbearable. He was at a crucial stage of growth, and he feared that if this continued, he would develop bow legs, which would mar his appearance. Thus, Dongmei's remark had been a timely reminder. Studying the blueprint in his hands, he noted the depiction of a grand office desk and chair, rendered from memories of his past life. The desk measured 3 meters in length, 12 meters in width, and 10 centimeters in thickness. The chair was 80 centimeters wide, with a backrest standing at 160 centimeters high, featuring a moderate curve, with dragon and phoenix carvings adorning the arms. Though Li Shen was neither skilled nor daring enough to attempt such artistry, the overall design exuded elegance and grandeur. In his previous life, acquiring even a basic set would have cost several thousand. Li Shen's dream was to craft a set from Hainan yellow rosewood, though he wondered if such materials had been offered as tribute during this time. After a moment's reflection, he picked up a pen, determined to sketch a simple desk and chair for his quarters, facilitating his reading and recording endeavors, as well as serving other practical purposes. Li Shen's bookshelf was filled with numerous tomes, including the 4 books and 5 classics, the Spring and Autumn Annals, the classic of filial piety, and various medical texts, essays, and even tales of legends. Many of these books had been collected and delivered to the palace by the Wei clan at his mother's behest. The reason for amassing such a collection was to have an excuse ready should he suddenly wish to produce something of note. Before long, Li Shen had completed several sketches. Examining them closely and finding no fault, he intended to have them made the following day to see how they would turn out. But then, it dawned on him that he had no woodworking skills nor materials at hand. Do you know where in the palace one can engage in carpentry? Given that you have been in the palace for quite some time, you should be aware. In response, I replied, the workshop is specifically responsible for the crafting of furniture for the imperial concubines. Without hesitation, I answered, as I have been in the palace for many years and am quite familiar with these matters. Oh, then let us visit the workshop tomorrow and see the results of our endeavors, Li Shen remarked. For the sake of my health and development, it is imperative that the work is completed promptly. Your Highness, it is late. You should rest early. Did not the noble consort mention that we are to visit the garden tomorrow? It would be unwise to oversleep, I reminded him, always mindful of my duties as a maid assigned by noble consort Wei to attend to Li Shen's needs, ensuring he remembers every important detail. Very well, Li Shen sighed, realizing there were no entertainment options available, and with the night drawing in, he could only retire to bed. Thus, he began counting sheep. I and the others exited his chamber, but Dongmei remained behind to extinguish the candle after Li Shen had settled in, as it was her turn to keep vigil that night. According to palace protocol, when a noble person sleeps, there must always be someone on watch, ready to serve at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Li Shen lay quietly in bed, counting sheep as he awaited the dawn. Should there be any typographical errors or narrative inconsistencies, I kindly ask for your guidance in correcting them. Given the extensive chapters, I have not amended earlier mistakes, but I will ensure the latter parts are polished. Thank you. Chapter 3. A visit to the South Sea Pool. The following morning, Li Shen was awakened early by Dongmei. After she assisted him in dressing and washing, they proceeded to the side hall for breakfast. Upon entering, Li Shen immediately heard voices. Looking up, he beheld a charming young maiden engaged in lively conversation with noble consort Wei. Upon hearing Li Shen's footsteps, she turned her gaze towards him. The girl possessed delicate features. Her hair styled in a double-looped bun, adorned in a new moon skirt layered over a rainbow skirt, with light makeup that bore a resemblance to noble consort Wei. Having met his mother and sister, Li Shen approached to pay his respects. Shinner has arrived. Come, let us dine. Shortly, Mengjiang will join us for a visit to the South Sea Pool. Noble consort Wei beckoned him. Sister is coming too? Li Shen inquired, somewhat astonished. Li Mengjiang rarely expressed a desire to partake in such formal gatherings, preferring to frolic with the daughters of noble families instead. Although she was not particularly spirited, being only 11 or 12 years old, a touch of vivacity was certainly acceptable. In public, she presented herself as well-mannered and cultured. Indeed, it is a holiday after all. Mother believes it is best for us to attend, especially since it is organized by Her Majesty, the Empress. We must avoid giving rise to gossip, Li Mengjiang affirmed. Yes, Shinner, your sister must attend. In this palace, there are many who enjoy gossiping, and even more who love to stir up trouble. There are countless who aspire to my position, so it is wise to tread carefully, noble consort Wei added. Understood, Li Shen replied, acknowledging her words. Although he had not encountered any schemes himself over the past year, he was well versed in the intrigues of palace life through novels and dramas from later times. Recognizing that the palace could rival the political arena, rife with deception and betrayal, more treacherous than the court itself, noble consort Wei, as the foremost among the 4 consorts, held significant sway, second only to Empress Changsun. The desire to eliminate his mother is rampant. Had it not been for the powerful lineage of consort Wei from the distinguished Wei clan of Jingzhou, She would not have maintained her esteemed position in the imperial harem for so many years. After dining, Consort Wei and her companions tidied up, noting that the time was nearly ripe. The trio, accompanied by several palace maids and eunuchs, set forth towards the South Sea. According to the records of the Taiji Palace, there are 3 pools in the Taiji Palace. The Eastern Sea Pool lies to the east of the Xuanwu Gate, near the Ningyun Pavilion. The Northern Sea Pool is located to the west of the Xuanwu Gate, and to the south is the Southern Sea Pool, close to the Xianqi Hall. Its waters are sourced from the Shui River, branching from the Zhangba Ditch, flowing northeast past the northern edge of Du City, winding through the eastern street of Dongfang, bending eastward, flowing north past the southwestern corner of Amlifang, and traversing through Anil, Changming, Fengyan, Shuani, Huaizhen, Chengda, Xinghua, Tongyi, and the western side of Taipingfang, before continuing north past the eastern side of the Buzingfang, southeast of the Jinwei, turning southeast to enter the imperial city, flowing north of the Taisha, eastward to the west of the Hongguang Gate, and then bending north past the eastern side of the Shangshiju, continuing north past the Jianzhuojian and the Neishi province, ultimately flowing into the palace city through the Guanyun Gate, thus forming the Southern Sea. Upon arriving at the Southern Sea Pool, they were greeted by a throng of concubines and princes and princesses already present. In ancient times, numerous customs dictated the order of appearance during such leisurely outings. Ordinary concubines would arrive early to display their respect. As Consort Wei belonged to the second tier, she could not afford to arrive too early. Naturally, the emperor and empress of the first tier would make their entrance last. Mengjiang, Shen, you may go and play. I shall take a moment to sit in the Wangyun Pavilion, Consort Wei declared before making her way towards the pavilion. Such gatherings typically did not include Li Shen, as it was customary for the concubines and the princes and princesses to mingle separately. Come, let us head over there. When we encounter others, remember to pay your respects. We must not appear impolite, Li Mengjiang instructed Li Shen. Understood, sister, replied Li Shen, who, despite not being a child, was quite aware of the etiquette required. As they strolled along the edge of the Southern Sea Pool, he greeted various siblings. Greetings to Sister 8, Sister 9, Brother 7, Sister 10, Sister 6. The procession of siblings seemed endless, many of whom had already been married off or sent to govern distant provinces. Otherwise, the gathering would have been even larger. He truly admired Li Shen for this. Isn't that the 10th prince? Why are you not studying? A sarcastic voice emerged from behind Li Shen. Turning around, he saw a youth clad in narrow-sleeved riding attire, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist. Greetings, 6th brother, Li Shen replied, acknowledging the presence of Li Yin, the 6th prince and the son of Consort Yang, grandson of Emperor Yang of Sui. Rumors circulated about his volatile temperament, yet Li Shen did not perceive it that way. He merely seemed fond of hunting and revelry, somewhat indulgent, yet such was the nature of the offspring of noble families in Chang'an. 10th brother, I thought you would not attend. You usually decline our invitations for outings, Li Yin remarked sarcastically, recalling past instances when they had sought Li Shen's company for leisure and hunting, only to be met with refusals as Li Shen claimed to be too young or insisted on completing his studies. This time, it is by the emperor's edict and organized by the empress. Would you dare not to attend? Li Shen retorted, offering a subtle comeback. I find your assertion to be quite accurate, Li Yin replied. At this moment, someone interjected nearby, and Li Shen and Li Yun turned their heads. It was none other than the 8th prince, Li Zhen. Historical accounts depict Li Zhen as a skilled archer with a passion for literature and history, possessing considerable talent. Li Shen had also seen in novels and dramas that Li Zhen was indeed a gifted individual. As Li Zhen approached, he greeted Li Yun with a bow, addressing him as 6th brother. He then remarked, I recently heard that you have ventured out hunting again. Did you stir up trouble? 8th brother, do not speak frivolously. What trouble could I possibly cause? Li Yun quickly retorted. However, I have heard that yet another censor has lodged a complaint against you, claiming that you allowed your servants to act violently and trample upon the fields. 6th brother, compensating for the damage is a trivial matter. Why make a fuss over it? In the end, Father Emperor will surely reprimand you again, Li Zhen replied. Humph, that lowly peasant demands I pay him a sum of money, threatening to report me if I refuse. Should I not teach him a lesson to uphold the dignity of the royal family? Li Yin exclaimed indignantly. Suddenly, Li Shen interjected. Does he dare to extort you in front of you, 6th brother? Not quite. It was merely a subordinate who approached for negotiation. What is my status? How could I personally engage in such matters? Li Yin declared with pride. Before Li Shen could respond, Li Shen remarked. Sixth brother. I advise you to investigate that subordinate of yours. There must be something amiss. What could possibly be wrong? Li Yin did not comprehend the implications of Li Shen's words. He is certainly deceiving you, using your name to commit misdeeds, Li Shen explained. Impossible. He has been loyal to me for many years. How could he deceive me? Li Yin was skeptical of Li Shen's assertion. Li Shen interjected. Sixth brother, consider your status. You are a prince. How could a mere commoner dare to extort the sixth prince of the Tang Dynasty? He must be either acting under orders from someone else to deliberately deceive you, or your subordinate is misleading you. I believe it is the latter. Li Yin fell into silence. He was indeed a frivolous young man with a somewhat temperamental disposition. Yet he was not foolish. Initially, he had dismissed the thought because he trusted his subordinates implicitly. However, after hearing the analyses from Li Shen and Li Shen, he began to see their arguments held merit. Li Shen was right. He was a prince. How could a lowly peasant dare to extort him? Was he not afraid that he might kill him on the spot? For a prince, taking the life of a commoner was hardly a grave sin. Compensating for a bit of damage would suffice, and the worst that could happen would be a reprimand and a tarnished reputation. Very well, I shall return and investigate. Humph. If that dog of a servant dares to deceive me, he shall see what I am capable of. Li Yin resolved to conduct a thorough inquiry. He would not serve as a scapegoat for others. At that moment, a eunuch's voice rang out, announcing, the sage arrives. Chapter 4. The Yin concubine falls into the water. Resuscitation commences with the eunuch's melodious call. A procession of individuals appeared in the distance. At the forefront were three figures, with Li Shen clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe taking center stage. Flanking him were the elegant Empress Changsun and the crown prince, Li Chengqian, dressed in light yellow attire. Following closely behind were Prince Wei, Li Tai, and Prince Jin, Li Ji, the latter carrying a young girl in his arms. Li Shen surmised that the girl must be Princess Jin Yang, Li Mingda. As far as he knew, Li Mingda was gentle, intelligent, kind-hearted, and of a mild temperament. Though she had sadly passed away at a young age, the details of her illness unknown to him, though it seemed to be asthma. Salutations to the sage, your majesty, and his royal highness. The crowd hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. Li Shen stood behind and also bowed in greeting. Fortunate that the Tang Dynasty did not adopt the kneeling customs prevalent during the era of the Manchu rulers. In the Tang Dynasty, kneeling was reserved for only a few occasions. Let us dispense with formalities. Today there are no outsiders present, so such solemnity is unnecessary. This excursion to the lake was orchestrated by the empress, who noticed the emperor's fatigue and wished for him to take a respite. Thus everyone need not feel constrained. We shall dine at Wangyun Pavilion at noon. Let it be akin to a family gathering. With that, he and Empress Changsun proceeded towards the South Sea Pond. A throng of concubines followed in their wake, while the princes and princesses did not accompany them. The concubines sought to present themselves favorably before the emperor, hoping that if Li Shen was in high spirits, he might choose to spend the night in one of their chambers. At the South Sea Pond, several pleasure boats awaited. Li Shen and Empress Changsun boarded one of the vessels, accompanied by his trusted eunuch Wang Da, the head of the guards Lian, as well as Prince Wei Li Tai, Prince Jin Li Ji, and Princess Jin Yang Li Mingda. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Li Chengqian, with his consort Su, took their seat on another boat alongside their attendants. Li Chengqian had recently wed Su, a paragon of virtue and grace, whom both Li Shen and Empress Changsun held in great esteem. On the day of their grand wedding, Li Shen hosted a lavish banquet for the ministers, which Li Shen naturally attended. The remaining concubines divided themselves among several boats, while others chose to admire the scenery from the shore. For instance, Li Shen's mother, Consort Wei, along with Consort Yang, Consort Yin, and Consort Yin, embarked on a boat towards the center of the lake with their maidservants and eunuchs. Indifferent to the festivities, Li Shen retreated to a secluded pavilion, instructing a nearby eunuch to bring him some snacks. In such gatherings, apart from the emperor, empress, favored consorts, and the crown prince, only their personal attendants were permitted. The servants of the other princes and princesses remained outside, all being palace staff arranged by the empress. The protocols established throughout dynasties were designed with utmost regard for the emperor's safety. Before long, a eunuch approached with a plate of delicacies. As it was now the spring of May, fruit was scarce, and even if available, it would not be his share. Despite his mother, Consort Wei, being the foremost among the four consorts, he had sensed over the past year that she was not particularly favored. Furthermore, in terms of treatment, He and his sister Li Mengjiang ranked among the less favored of the imperial offspring born of concubines. To this day, Li Mengjiang had not received a title as a princess, while he was dispatched to govern a fief at the tender age of 8. At times, Li Shen pondered that had it not been for his mother's towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his very existence might have been in question. In the past, the internet had seen much debate surrounding Consort Wei, particularly regarding her stature. Some claimed it was a misinterpretation by archaeologists, while others suggested it was merely a case of hearsay. There were also assertions that Li Shimen's infatuation with Consort Wei was improbable. Nevertheless, her tomb has since been excavated. It was reported that Consort Wei passed away at the age of 69. Yet archaeologists discovered her teeth intact and her height approaching 6 feet 3 inches. It is conceivable how tall she must have been in her youth. Upon first encountering Consort Wei, Li Shen found himself inclined to believe the archaeologists. It seemed his mother truly did stand nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. Moreover, he surmised that Li Shimen's affection was not one of love at first sight, but rather a mere desire for conquest, motivated by physical attraction. It should be noted that Li Shimen barely reached 5 feet 11 inches, far from the recorded height of 8 feet. Historical documents often contained embellishments, and tomb inscriptions were no exception. Upon encountering the towering beauty of Lady Wei, standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, any man would be compelled to conquer her. Her stature is unparalleled among the courtesans of all dynasties, instilling a profound sense of pride in Emperor Li Shen. Li Shen picked up a pastry, took a bite, and inwardly lamented its unpalatable taste. In this era, the pastries, while visually appealing, crumbled to dust with the slightest bite, leaving one to choke without water. Glancing at the confection in his hand, he contemplated the prospect of making his own. After living for over 30 years in his previous life, how many men are there who cannot cook? Moreover, having spent several years watching short cooking videos, he had absorbed many culinary techniques. Though he had never attempted it, he retained the basic steps. If at first he failed, he would try again, and with persistence, success would eventually follow. Brother, what occupies your thoughts? The voice of Li Mengjiang interrupted Li Shen's daydreaming. He turned to see Li Mengjiang approaching the pavilion, accompanied by a young maiden. Upon recognizing his sixth sister, he quickly stood and bowed in respect. The maiden was Li Anren, known as Princess Yuzhong. Born to a concubine who perished during childbirth, raised by Empress Changsan, she was treated as if she were her own daughter. This bond led Emperor Li Shen to harbor a unique affection for Princess Yuzhong, who was rumored to be betrothed to the legitimate son of the Minister of Revenue. Tang Shanshi, why do you appear so lost in thought, my 10th brother? Should you not be enjoying yourself? Princess Yuzhong inquired gently, replying to my sixth sister. I am contemplating the assignments left by my teacher, Li Shen replied earnestly. Seeing his serious demeanor, Princess Yuzhong couldn't help but laugh, for he was but 7 years old. I have heard that you studied diligently at the Imperial Academy, never joining the children of nobility in their pastimes. This is not advisable. While academics are indeed important, one must also take time to relax and cultivate relationships with these second-generation heirs, as they will eventually serve in court. This will benefit you when it comes time for you to govern your own fief. Li Shen gazed at Princess Yuzhong in astonishment. Not because she possessed such wisdom. Children of this era were naturally precocious, and having been raised by Empress Changsan, she was undoubtedly well informed, but rather because he was surprised that Li Anren would share such thoughts with him. The children of the palace were not as closely bonded as one might imagine. Although they were all offspring of Li Shen, there existed distinctions in proximity. Even siblings born of the same mother were not necessarily intimate. Having traversed a year in this new life, Li Shen was acutely aware of this reality. Furthermore, all children born of the palace concubines were required to address Empress Changsan as mother or mama, while referring to their biological mothers as aunt. The term Mother Empress depicted in dramas certainly did not apply to the Tang Dynasty. Li Shen would only dare to call Lady Wei Mother Empress within the confines of his own chamber, never outside its walls. Initially, Lady Wei opposed it, fearing potential scandal. But for someone like Li Shen, who had received modern education, addressing his own mother as aunt felt utterly impossible. Understanding the source of his bewilderment, Li Anren quickly explained. I share a close relationship with Mengjiang. She has mentioned that you spend your days at the Imperial Academy studying, and upon returning to the palace, you are also engrossed in your books. I am quite concerned that you will become a mere bookworm, devoid of practical experience. Oh, Li Shen realized, as clarity dawned upon him. It made sense. His rapport with Princess Yuzhong was not yet sufficiently strong. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Someone has fallen into the water. Quickly save them. Hurry, Yin Defei has fallen into the water. Quickly save her. At this moment, distant cries for help suddenly echoed, and Li Shen could vaguely discern his mother's voice among the shouts. Turning towards the source of the commotion, he spotted a figure struggling in the Nanhai pool. Approximately 30 meters from the shore, evidently unable to swim. Not far off, a boat was attempting to turn around. Even in modern times, a vessel cannot simply halt in the water at will. How much more challenging it is for a rowboat of this era, propelled by human effort, albeit at a slow pace and lacking precise control. Furthermore, the eunuchs were not trained rowers. Li Shen noticed that the drowning individual had ceased their struggle and was beginning to sink. Several eunuchs, capable in the water, had already plunged in to rescue the person. After a few arduous minutes, they finally managed to bring the victim back aboard. Once the boat reached the shore, the crowd helped the drenched figure disembark. Li Shimon's boat had also arrived at the bank, and eunuchs had already summoned the physician. An elderly doctor, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, approached to assess the situation. He instructed the bystanders to turn the victim over to expel the water, then took their pulse, checked for breath, and examined the eyelids. Li Shen, along with 2 others, had rushed over upon hearing the cries for help and was now peering through the crowd. In that instant, he recognized that the drowning individual was Yin Defei, the mother of Li Shen. Li Shimon and Empress Changsun approached as well, and the crowd parted to allow them passage. Su Taisher, what is the situation? Li Shimon inquired, stepping forward. Your Majesty, Yin Defei has been submerged for too long. The rescue came too late, and water has entered her lungs. I just took her pulse, and she shows no signs of life, nor breath, with her lips turning purple. I fear. Su Taisher hesitated, unsure how to proceed. During the Tang Dynasty, there were indeed methods for resuscitating drowning victims, such as the backflow technique and the burying in ash method, but these were predicated on the presence of vital signs. In this case, Yin Defei exhibited neither breath nor pulse. To declare her deceased would invite the emperor's wrath, for the notion of a drowning incident during a leisure outing would tarnish the emperor's reputation, sparking countless admonitions from ministers, particularly from Wei Zheng. A thought that caused Li Shimon considerable distress. Is there truly no hope left? Li Shimon inquired, grasping Su Taisher's implication yet unwilling to surrender hope. After all, a drowning during leisure would be a disgrace, especially for someone like Li Shimon, who placed great importance on reputation due to the events at Xuanwu Gate. Your Majesty, I am powerless. I fear for Yin Defei. Su Taisher responded cautiously. At that moment, Li Shen could no longer contain her emotions. She collapsed beside Yin Defei, wailing. At just 8 years of age, how could she bear the thought of her mother being declared dead? She was, after all, still a child. The onlookers, whether genuinely affected or feigning sorrow, exhibited expressions of grief. An opportunity emerged. This was the thought racing through Li Shen's mind. Father, I believe there may still be a chance to save her. Just then, an unexpected voice broke through the collective despair. The crowd turned towards the sound. It was none other than Li Shen. In private, royal children during the Tang Dynasty commonly referred to the emperor as father or I, rather than the formal father-emperor seen in dramas. Li Shen had observed the entire sequence of events and was acutely aware that with timely intervention, the drowning individual could indeed be revived. In truth, he had calculated that less than 10 minutes had elapsed since Yin Defei ceased to struggle. The golden period for rescuing a drowning victim is within 15 minutes, during which survival is highly probable. Li Shimon spoke with the imperial physician for merely a minute. Li Shen perceived this as an opportunity, a chance for Li Shimon to remember him. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to try. Experiences from later generations had taught him that opportunities are fleeting. Having resolved to save her, he knew he must act swiftly, even though he lacked absolute confidence in his ability to succeed. Shinner, do not speak recklessly. Your father is here, Lady Wei admonished, fearing Li Shimon's ire at her son's sudden interjection. At that moment, Li Shimon turned his gaze toward Li Shen, his son whom he had never closely monitored. He had only heard that Li Shen was diligent in his studies at the Imperial Academy, though he did not possess the fame of his sister, Li Mengjiang. Since Li Shen had decided to save her, he could not afford to waste time, disregarding Lady Wei's warning glare. He stepped forward and insisted, Father, if you wish to save her, we must act quickly, otherwise, it may be too late. Li Shen, the imperial physician has already declared that Yin Defei has passed. How do you propose to administer treatment? Li Shen inquired with an inscrutable expression. Father, regardless of whether she can be revived, you must at least attempt to save her with all your strength, Li Shen asserted, maintaining eye contact with Li Shen. Li Shen found some sense in this reasoning. Even if she could not be saved, it would at least reflect well on him, and he nodded in agreement. Then do try. Father, the method of treatment must be executed by you, Li Shen added. Upon hearing this, Li Shen's countenance darkened immediately. He was not versed in medicine, and being asked to perform the treatment would only lead to embarrassment. Was Li Shen suggesting that he feign an attempt at rescue? Noticing Li Shen's discontent, Li Shen wasted no time and quickly interjected, I will instruct you in the method of treatment. Time is of the essence, and regardless of its efficacy, we must try. With urgency, Li Shen explained the process of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration, demonstrating as he spoke. In truth, it was a straightforward procedure, not particularly cumbersome, but reliant on skill. Improper execution could result in breaking the sternum and puncturing the lungs. Fortunately, the imperial physician had already cleared the water, so they could now proceed with resuscitation. Initially, Li Shen dismissed the approach, but when he learned he would need to apply pressure to her chest, he comprehended why Li Shen had insisted he take action. In the entire palace, aside from his own daughter, all the women were his, and none could be touched without grave consequence. Although the Tang Dynasty was less feudal than subsequent dynasties, this consideration depended upon the identity of the woman who would dare to lay hands on the emperor's consort. Physicians were cautious even while taking pulses, let alone applying pressure to the chest. Father, hasten the rescue. Time may be running out. Whether she survives depends on her fate, Li Shen urged, aware of Li Shen's imperial nature, which favored decisive action. At that moment, he disregarded whether Li Shen's methods were valid, knowing that by personally administering treatment, his ministers would not react excessively, and the repercussions would be minimal. With this thought in mind, Li Shen promptly began to press on Yin Defei's chest, following Li Shen's instructions. Father, do not apply too much force, or you may break her bones, Li Shen cautioned, crouching beside him. I am aware, Li Shen replied without raising his head. It's time to blow. He lifted his chin slightly. Yes, pinched his nose, took a deep breath, and blew as Li Shen earnestly guided him from the side. However, he remained oblivious to the slight flush on Li Shen's face, as well as the many concubines around them, who also blushed. For such intimate actions in front of numerous witnesses were indeed quite embarrassing in ancient times. Even the seasoned Li Shen felt a tinge of shyness. Continue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he encouraged. Blow faster. They persisted for 3 to 4 minutes, yet no significant results were evident. A few mouthfuls of water were expelled, and Li Shen began to feel fatigued. Li Shen, is this method truly effective? He inquired as he continued. It should be, my lord. I read of it in an ancient text, Li Shen asserted confidently. The text claimed it was effective for drowning victims, but deep down, he too felt uncertain, as it had been quite some time with no discernible change. Li Shen remained silent, adhering to Li Shen's instructions. After approximately 5 to 6 more minutes, suddenly, Yin Defei coughed twice, expelling some water, and then gasped for air. She's awake, truly awake. Indeed, she is awake. It was astonishing. She had been without breath for a quarter of an hour, and yet returned to life. My lord, stop. Li Shen, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, urged Li Shen to cease the compressions, fearful that Li Shen might inadvertently harm Yin Defei further. Upon hearing this, Li Shen immediately halted, his face a portrait of shock. He looked down at Yin Defei and then at his own hands. He had indeed revived her. He had never anticipated such a miracle. Initially skeptical of Li Shen's method, he had been motivated by the prospect of enhancing his reputation through personal intervention. To his astonishment, it had succeeded. If this tale spread among the populace, it would proclaim that a concubine had drowned and the court physicians had failed, but the emperor, devoted to his beloved, refused to concede and personally rendered aid, reviving Yin Defei, who had been lifeless for a quarter of an hour. His renown would undoubtedly soar. Over the years, to mitigate the consequences of the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Shen had diligently worked to restore his image. If such news reached the common folk, it would likely be exaggerated. With the right guidance, tales of divine favor and celestial protection could easily emerge. My lord, since she has awakened, it would be best to leave her care to the court physicians. Yin Defei is still quite weak from her recent ordeal, and the cold water has left her vulnerable. The physicians are more adept at prescribing treatments, Li Shen quickly interjected, noticing Li Shen lost in thought. Yes, Physician Su, please come and assess Yin Defei's condition, Li Shen responded, regaining his composure and summoning Physician Su. Oh, allow me to check her pulse, Physician Su, shaken from his astonishment, felt the situation was beyond comprehension. How could this be? No herbs, no acupuncture, just a few compressions and breaths, and she lives? This is entirely outside my realm of understanding. Having begun studying herbal identification at the age of 5 and pulse diagnosis at 7, he had spent nearly 50 years accumulating knowledge. He had perused countless medical texts, especially those related to healing, ensuring he acquired every book he could find. For many years, I have meticulously compiled my insights into a substantial box of notes. However, today's events have completely upended my long-held understanding of medicine. After Su Tai took the pulse of Consort Yin, he respectfully addressed Li Shen, stating, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, Consort Yin has been revived. However, due to prolonged asphyxiation and the coldness of the pool, her body is quite frail. It is my humble opinion that she should be promptly returned to her residence to change out of her damp garments to prevent the intrusion of cold air that may lead to illness. I shall prepare several prescriptions for the prevention of colds and for her recuperation." "Very well, let it be done as Su Tai advises. Attendants, swiftly escort Consort Yin back to the palace and ensure she is well cared for," Li Shen commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty," came the prompt reply from the maidservants and eunuchs, who quickly lifted Consort Yin to return her to her quarters. Chapter 6. Rewards. Once Consort Yin was sent away, many assumed that Li Shen would lack the spirit to continue his leisurely pursuits. Contrary to expectations, he declared, "Inform the kitchen that we shall dine at Wanyan Pavilion." "As you wish, Your Majesty. I shall make the necessary arrangements," replied Wang De, who immediately took leave to organize the meal, as it was crucial for Li Shen to partake in the dining experience. In ancient times, emperors were rarely poisoned, largely due to the practice of tasting food beforehand. The security measures surrounding an emperor within the palace are beyond the imagination of modern individuals. Take, for example, today's outing on the lake. Li Shen observed several hundred guards stationed at a distance of several hundred meters. Closer in, within 100 paces of Li Shen, there were around 40 to 50 individuals vigilantly scanning their surroundings, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. Additionally, 6 or 7 armored soldiers followed closely beside Li Shen, with the captain of the guards, Lian, remaining just half a step behind, attentively monitoring the movements of those around the emperor. This level of vigilance is maintained even during leisure activities outside the palace, which is why ministers often express concerns about the burdens and expenses incurred by royal travels. After Li Shen concluded his remarks, he invited everyone to proceed to Wanyan Pavilion, which was not merely a small gazebo, but resembled a long corridor leading to an expansive pavilion. The palace maids had already prepared the seating arrangements, with a low table and cushions set up along both sides of the corridor, each designated for one individual. The seating closest to the pavilion was reserved for princes and princesses, while the further positions were allocated to the consorts according to their rank. Inside the pavilion, there were only 5 seats. At the head of the table sat Li Shen alongside Empress Changsun, with the left side accommodating Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Crown Princess Su, while the right was occupied by the 3 remaining consorts. As Consort Yin was absent, Li Shen chose a spot next to his sister, Li Mengjiang, kneeling on the mat, which drew surprised glances from several nearby princesses. As a prince, he was expected to occupy a position among the foremost ranks of royalty. In ancient times, regardless of one's favor, a prince remained a prince, representing the continuation of royal lineage and the foundation for the dynasty's enduring legacy. Before long, a procession of palace maids arrived, each carrying a food box, ensuring that the dishes remained warm. In the grand hall, eunuchs served tea and wine, catering to the numerous ladies present. Young princes, such as Li Shen, also partook in the tea, which was brewed with various ingredients tailored to individual tastes, such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and even salt. Li Shen perceived it as merely a broth. Once the dishes and wine were presented, everyone awaited the emperor, Li Shen, to dine first. As was customary, after a morning of leisure, hunger took hold, prompting Li Shen to grasp his chopsticks and savor a dish, at which point the others began to eat. In truth, Li Shen was not particularly hungry. He had not exerted himself much and had already nibbled on some snacks. However, abstaining from food would be impolite, so he leisurely picked up a piece of fish and savored it. The culinary offerings of the Tang Dynasty were undeniably exquisite in flavor, aroma, and presentation. Yet, for a modern individual like Li Shen, they fell short of expectations. The cooking methods of the Tang era largely relied on steaming, boiling, roasting, and frying, with spices being a rare commodity, akin to a form of currency. Ahem. Li Shen cleared his throat, prompting all to set down their chopsticks and sit upright, aware that he was about to speak. Today, we have enjoyed a pleasant outing on the lake. I am particularly delighted that concubine Yan has returned to life, with the greatest credit going to Prince Shen, Li Shen. Thanks to his innovative methods of rescue, concubine Yan's life was spared. As he spoke, Li Shen glanced toward the area designated for the princes, intending to continue his remarks, but noticed that Li Shen was missing from the gathering. He cast a questioning glance at Wang De, silently inquiring about Li Shen's whereabouts. Wang De quickly understood, but was equally puzzled, realizing that it was indeed unusual for Li Shen to be absent in such a setting. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance. "I'm here. I'm here." Li Shen had not anticipated that Li Shen would address him, especially since the emperor had not mentioned the matter after concubine Yan's return to the palace. Nor had he offered any words of praise. Li Shen assumed that Li Shen preferred not to discuss it, given his lack of favor. However, he was surprised when the topic arose at the banquet, causing a moment of awkwardness for both. Due to his small stature, he had no choice but to stand and call out. Upon hearing the voice, Li Shen turned to see Li Shen standing at the back of the royal seating area, just before the concubine section, gesturing eagerly. The earnestness of the child's actions was quite endearing. Suddenly, Li Shen broke into laughter, a sight that drew the attention of those around him, particularly Wang De, who had not witnessed the emperor's genuine laughter in quite some time. Even Empress Chang's son was taken aback, uncertain of the cause of his mirth. "Li Shen, what are you doing over there?" Li Shen asked, still chuckling. "Come forward and speak." "Yes, father." Li Shen hurriedly approached. "Today, you taught me the method of rescue that saved concubine Yan, earning significant merit. You should be rewarded. What do you wish for as a reward?" Li Shen inquired. "Father, saving concubine Yan was your accomplishment. I dare not claim credit. It was all thanks to your noble presence and the blessings of our illustrious ancestors of the Li Tang Dynasty. Moreover, concubine Yan is your consort, having already benefited from your divine favor, which allowed her to transform misfortune into fortune and turn calamity into safety. This realm was bestowed upon me, Li Tang, by the heavens, and my esteemed father is the true son of destiny, the rightful emperor of the great Tang, endowed with the essence of the dragon. He possesses the power to dispel all manner of afflictions and vanquish all forms of evil. The Li royal family shall wield our long spears, traverse the world, expel the barbarian hordes, and establish peace across the four corners, our iron cavalry flowing like a river, galloping across the land for millennia to come, unifying the realm." Li Shen, with utmost sincerity, lavished praise, nearly exclaiming, "As the sun rises in the east, only we shall remain undefeated, the master of the East, possessing both literary and martial virtues, enduring through the ages, uniting the rivers and lakes." Suddenly, he sensed an enveloping silence. Upon raising his gaze, he found all eyes upon him. Had his flattery been too fervent, he pondered. In truth, each person had their own thoughts. The concubines wondered how Prince Shen could utter such words to please Li Shen, believing him to be too young and likely influenced by consort Wei just moments before. The princes and princesses regarded Li Shen with newfound respect. He had typically been reticent and avoided their company. Yet today he had boldly offered such overt flattery to Li Shen, inciting a hint of jealousy. Li Shen, however, felt his blood surge with excitement at Li Shen's words. He had not expected such eloquence from one so young, elevating the simple act of saving lives to a matter of legitimacy for the Li Tang lineage. The common folk had long viewed the Li family as lacking in authenticity, particularly the aristocracy, who believed the Tang ascended to power solely due to their influence in toppling Emperor Yang of Sui. Furthermore, the Li Yuan branch was a side lineage, and the elite often refused to ally through marriage, looking down upon the royal family. Yet, Li Shen's words struck a chord deep within Li Shen, and even if they were mere flattery, he appreciated them greatly. Well spoken. This realm rightfully belongs to my Li family. To wield long spears, traverse the world, expel the barbarian hordes, and establish peace across the four corners. This is the spirit befitting my royal sons. Li Shen joyfully commanded, "Bring wine for Prince Shen." Upon hearing Li Shen address Li Shen as prince, the crowd understood his delight. To earn the emperor's favor was the aspiration, if not the luxury, of all present. Wang De presented a cup of wine to Li Shen, who noticed it was somewhat murky. Li Shen raised his cup and said, "Come, Li Shen, let us drink together." Instantly, the perception of Li Shen among the assembly ascended to a new level. To share a drink with Li Shen was a tremendous honor, a great grace. "Thank you, Father," Li Shen toasted, bowing respectfully before downing the cup. At this moment, the wine was of low alcohol content, akin to a stronger beer, with a hint of sweetness. After finishing his drink, Li Shen continued, "Regardless of the circumstances, you have rendered service, so I shall reward you with 50,000 gold pieces, 5 bolts of silk, and 3 royal garments. Wang De, ensure these are delivered to the grand auspicious hall later." "Yes, my lord, I shall personally deliver them," Wang De replied softly. "Thank you for your generous rewards, Father." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Consort Wei quickly stood to bow to Li Shen in gratitude for the rewards. Those surrounding them could not help but feel envious. From this moment on, Li Shen had entered Li Shen's line of sight. Note: everyone is a term used by those close to Li Shen. Ministers do not have the privilege to address him in such a manner. This is a term of endearment, while Empress Changsun privately refers to Li Shen as second young master. Chapter 7. Tables and chairs after the meal. Li Shen proceeded to his office, feeling that a half-day's rest sufficed. The others returned to their respective abodes. Li Shen accompanied concubine Wei and Li Mingjiang back to the grand auspicious hall. Upon entering the main chamber and taking a seat, concubine Wei remarked, "Shen, your actions today were indeed quite reckless. Where did you learn such methods? If they yield no results, do you comprehend the potential consequences?" "Mother, you speak truly. I shall not repeat such folly again. It pained me to witness concubine Yan's demise. My heart could not bear it," Li Shen replied. "Ah, Shen, I understand your compassionate nature. Yet, within this palace, one must tread with utmost caution. Everyone here vies for favor, seeking status and gain. I maintain my diligence and adhere to my duties, fearful of inciting any calamity that could jeopardize your future. I may never escape this place, but you still have the opportunity. I wish for your well-being." Concubine Wei sighed, a trace of melancholy evident in her voice. "Do not worry, mother. Once I thrive in my fief and achieve great merit, Father will surely treat you well," Li Shen reassured her, though he too felt a pang of sadness. He was soon to be dispatched to a distant fief, possibly not to see his biological mother for a decade or even several decades, a notion difficult for someone of his modern sensibilities to accept. Enough of this. We must act with prudence henceforth. Though I reside within the palace, I am aware of certain matters. The outside world is also turbulent. Your father currently faces many challenges, and numerous policies have met with opposition. I have heard from your uncle that your father has favored Prince Wei greatly in recent years. Prince Wei may harbor ambitions that should not be entertained. You must steer clear of the tumult surrounding the succession struggle. Throughout history, such contests have been drenched in blood, and few emerge unscathed. Do you understand?" Concubine Wei cautioned Li Shen. "I understand, mother. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest." Li Shen stood to respond, preparing to attend to important matters. "Very well, go ahead," Concubine Wei replied. Li Shen exited the main chamber and summoned Lan Yuer and Xiao Shitu, making his way directly to the workshop. He intended to bring to fruition the tables and chairs he had sketched the previous day. Upon arriving at the workshop, he approached the eunuch in charge and expressed his purpose, presenting the blueprints to the craftsman. After examining the designs for a moment, a craftsman inquired, "Your Highness, this appears somewhat akin to a houstool, yet with distinct differences. It should be simple enough to construct within a few hours. How many do you require?" "There are various styles. I will oversee the crafting and advise on dimensions. 1 square table, 1 large chair, 1 large round table, and 20 chairs are needed. Please assign several craftsmen to expedite the work. If there are any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult me, as I am in urgent need," Li Shen specified. "Understood. Your Highness, I shall summon the craftsman immediately," replied Zhang Wang, the head eunuch of the workshop, who was cooperative, recognizing that at this hour, everyone was idle, and fostering a good rapport with Prince Shun was beneficial. In no time, over a dozen craftsmen arrived and commenced their tasks. Li Shen instructed them to first attempt crafting a single chair, and once they became familiar with the process, he would designate several individuals to focus on the chairs. He insisted that all chairs must be identical, encompassing the same dimensions, height, width, and curvature of the backrest. At the outset, having been unfamiliar with the materials used for the chairs, a few were rendered unusable. However, I eventually succeeded in crafting one that satisfied my aesthetic sensibilities. I then instructed several artisans to replicate this design, producing a total of 19 chairs. Subsequently, Li Shen commenced discussions with the remaining craftsmen regarding the construction of tables. In truth, crafting tables was a straightforward endeavor. The smaller one was custom-made to match Li Shen's height, intended as his writing desk within his private chambers. The larger round table was designated for dining in the side hall, while the 8 immortals table and tea table were to be placed in the front hall. This explains the necessity of creating so many chairs. Following Li Shen's specifications, the labor continued until nearly dinner time, culminating in their completion. Li Shen directed the workers to polish the tables and chairs to a smooth finish, ensuring there were no splinters. He remarked, "It would be unfortunate if His Majesty were to injure himself," prompting the craftsmen to lean in closely, meticulously sanding the surfaces. Li Shen was struck by the adage that often rings true: a leader merely speaks, and the subordinates rushed to fulfill the request. Once the work was complete, Li Shen instructed Zhang Wang to summon individuals to assist in transporting the items back to the great auspicious hall. As dinner approached, few emerged from the palace, mainly maids and eunuchs, who dared not gaze too closely at Li Shen as he walked ahead, remaining oblivious to the nature of his cargo. In the palace, curiosity could lead to dire consequences, a truth well understood by all. Upon arriving at the great auspicious hall, he directed the eunuchs to place the items in the front courtyard. He then retrieved 2 strings of cash from Dong Mei and handed them to Zhang Wang, saying, "You have worked hard today. Please distribute this among everyone. Though the sum is modest, I hope you do not find it lacking." "Oh, Your Highness, how could a servant accept your money? This is simply our duty," Zhang Wang quickly protested. "Enough," Li Shen replied. "I am aware that your work in the Department of Craftsmanship is not without its challenges. You have assisted me throughout the afternoon, and it appears that dinner may not be possible for you. Consider this a token of appreciation for your efforts. My resources are limited, so do not dismiss it as insufficient." With that, he pressed the money into Zhang Wang's hands. In truth, the sum of 2 strings of cash was substantial when divided. Each person would receive several hundred won, nearly half a month's salary. In the Tang Dynasty, the remuneration for eunuchs comprised several components: salary and rewards. Salaries varied by rank, with higher-ranking officials receiving around 100 strings of cash annually, while those without rank earned only a meager sum of a few strings each year. Most artisans within the Department of Craftsmanship lacked rank. As for rewards, these were typically bestowed upon those who served the consorts and princes, often during festivals when the masters would distribute bonuses, albeit varying in amount. Those employed in the Department of Craftsmanship might not receive rewards during festive seasons, especially without a master. Furthermore, mistakes could result in financial penalties. Hence, Li Shen empathized with their plight. Zhang Wang, holding the money given by Li Shen, felt deeply moved. They were vulnerable in the Department of Craftsmanship, often overshadowed by any eunuch serving a concubine. Li Shen's compassion toward them was truly heartwarming. "We thank Your Highness." The maidservants expressed their gratitude, bowing in acknowledgement. "All right, you may return now," Li Shen instructed. "Yes, we shall take our leave. Should Your Highness require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command us," they responded before departing. The chief eunuch returned to the Department of Ceremonial Affairs with his attendants. Shirtu sought assistance in moving items, and Li Shen eagerly greeted him. Shirtu summoned the eunuchs from the palace to assist in the relocation of belongings. First, they brought in a set of child-sized office furniture for his personal quarters, placing it in front of his bookshelf. Next, a round table was set in the dining area of the side hall, accompanied by 10 chairs arranged around it. Due to time constraints, only a simple round table could be made for now. He planned to create a rotating one when time permitted. He felt that this task was best entrusted to Zhang Wang, the chief eunuch of the Department of Ceremonial Affairs, allowing him to explore the design at his leisure. As Li Shen himself was not adept at such craftsmanship, he understood the desired outcome well enough, leaving the rest to the servants to refine. One must never underestimate the wisdom of ancient peoples. Many artifacts unearthed cannot be replicated with modern techniques. Finally, in the front hall, where the favored concubine Wei received guests, the original low couches had been removed by Li Shen. A square 8 immortals table was placed at the center, flanked by 2 grand chairs. To the sides of the lower seat, 3 tea tables and 3 chairs were arranged, resembling the layout seen in television dramas of his previous life. The host would occupy the upper seat, while the guests sat below. Li Shen envisioned himself commanding, "Bring forth the tea." relishing the grandeur of the moment. Note: the tables and chairs require no further elaboration. Anyone can manage that. Chapter 8. Emperor Li Shen arrives in the Hall of Two Principles. Emperor Li Shen, having just concluded discussions with his ministers, was perusing the memorials submitted from various regions. Those that reached his hands were significant matters, areas afflicted by disasters requiring relief, reports of rebellions, and the emergence of cults. Everyone, the hour grows late. It is time for the meal, Wang De gently reminded Li Shen. I am not hungry at present. I shall eat later, Li Shen replied, contemplatively. Wang De, why is it so arduous for me to be a good emperor? Disasters plague us yearly. The Taizong party and Chang tribes rebel against the Tian. Even the officials from esteemed families oppose my edicts. Do they truly believe I lack the courage to act against them? Li Shen expressed his frustrations. Your Majesty, these old servants do not possess great understanding. However, your diligent efforts are well known among us, Wang De cautiously replied. The eunuchs were forbidden from participating in governance, a long-standing tradition. Enough of your flattery. You have been saying the same for over a decade. It lacks freshness and pales in comparison to Li Shen's insights. Li Shen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Wang De's praise had not landed favorably. Yet, when Li Shen was mentioned, Li Shen continued, Wang De, what have you discovered regarding the matter I tasked you with? Your Majesty, I have acquired information regarding Prince Shen. He began primary school at the age of 4 and this year has entered the Imperial Academy. The instructors there report that Prince Shen is diligent in his studies, intelligent, though somewhat reserved and fond of solitude. He never associates with the children of nobility in frivolous antics, preferring instead to delve into various literary works. Wang De recounted his findings. Is there anything else? What of his miraculous healing method? The Imperial Medical Bureau remains perplexed. The individual had ceased to breathe for a quarter of an hour, yet he was revived without acupuncture or medicinal aids, akin to sorcery. Some even suggest it is witchcraft. Li Shen pressed on. I have inquired further. After Prince Shen finishes his studies, he remains in the great auspicious hall. I questioned the servants there, who informed me that aside from paying respects to the favored concubine Wei and dining, he spends the remainder of his time reading within his chamber, Wang De replied. Moreover, it is said that the noble consort Wei, in her favor for Prince Shen, had the Wei family send a multitude of books into the palace. These tomes were quite diverse, encompassing a range of subjects. Wang De reported truthfully, today's events must have already spread beyond the palace. Please keep a watchful eye. Do not allow yourself to be exploited by those with ill intentions. Rest assured, he continued, I have already dispatched messages in Chang'an, all of which are favorable. We shall remain vigilant, and, should any unfavorable rumors arise, we will trace their origins at once and notify the Jinwu guards to take appropriate action. Wang De responded. Very well, proceed as you see fit. Such matters serve merely as auxiliary support and cannot be maintained for long. Let us take a stroll. I find myself somewhat famished. Shall we proceed to the Liza Hall? Someone inquired. I shall arrange that, replied the old servant. The Liza Hall was the residence of Empress Chang's son, while the Daji Hall was adjacent to it. Instead of the Liza Hall, let us visit the Daji Hall, Li Shen suggested. Indeed, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Wang De affirmed. At that moment, Li Shen was overseeing the arrangement of chairs in the front hall. Shen, what are you doing? I heard you had the couches removed. The voice of Consort Wei echoed from outside. Mother, look. Such fine furnishings. Now we need not kneel constantly, and you shall no longer suffer from leg pains. Li Shen excitedly informed the consort. Consort Wei was statuesque, with historical records stating her height to be nearly 6 feet. Initially skeptical, Li Shen became a believer upon his arrival in this era, suspecting that her stature might even exceed the recorded height. Her legs surpassed Li Shen's in length, and her tall frame made kneeling quite cumbersome. Consort Wei entered the front hall, surveying her surroundings. All the couches had been removed, replaced by chairs reminiscent of those found in the West. Mother, come. Experience this, Li Shen beckoned, guiding Consort Wei to the central, grand chair. She settled into the seat, inspecting the armrests and leaning back, exclaiming, quite nice. Indeed, it is rather comfortable. If you find the chair too cool, Mother, we can have a cushion made to place upon it, Li Shen suggested further. Where did you learn to procure such tables and chairs? Consort Wei inquired. From an ancient text, Li Shen replied. Kneeling causes discomfort, and I simply wished to avoid it, so I had someone craft these for us. He added, in ancient times, half of the Analects governed the world. Thus, my ancient text, which enlightens the world, carries its own weight. My son is wise, Consort Wei praised. Now, we should prepare for our meal. Go wash up. Just then, a eunuch was brought forth before Consort Wei and Li Shen, bowing in respect. Consort Wei, Master Wang has sent me to inform you that His Majesty is soon to arrive. Please prepare to receive the sovereign. Li Shen was momentarily taken aback. What brings Emperor Li Shen here? Wasn't it said he would send rewards? Could it be that he is delivering them personally? That would indeed be a significant honor. Yes, I understand, Consort Wei replied. Mother, is father bringing gifts? Li Shen asked, perplexed. Shenner, do you truly believe you possess the standing to warrant His Majesty's personal delivery? The rewards were dispatched before your departure, Consort Wei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Shen. I too believe I lack such influence, Li Shen replied earnestly. Moreover, it hardly seems worth the trip for merely 50 strings of cash. Initially, I thought 50,000 coins to be substantial, but later, Lan Yuer informed me that 50,000 coins equated to merely 50 strings. How miserly indeed. Observing her son respond with such earnestness, Consort Wei found herself engulfed in perplexity. All right, prepare yourselves and tidy up. Li Shen, you must also freshen up swiftly. We shall greet His Majesty at the front entrance, she urged. Li Shen promptly gathered his attendants and hurried to wash and change. At this moment, all within the great auspicious hall stood by the entrance, and before long, a procession approached. A cadre of guards entered the hall first, as Li Shen understood they were there to inspect the surroundings. As they greeted one another and acknowledged the emperor, a chorus of bows ensued upon the arrival of Li Shen. No need for formalities, he proclaimed. Consort, I shall dine with you today. It is my honor, Your Majesty, Consort Wei promptly replied. Li Shen entered the hall first, with Consort Wei closely following. Accompanied by a number of palace maids and eunuchs carrying food boxes, meals were typically prepared by the imperial kitchen, while the Department of Imperial Cuisine catered to the needs of the palace consorts. Leading Li Shen into a side chamber, both were taken aback to find that the low tables and small stools previously used were now absent. Instead, a grand round table adorned the center, encircled by a ring of stools. What is this? Li Shen inquired with curiosity. Although he could surmise its purpose, he was unfamiliar with its nomenclature. Father, this is a table, and those round stools are called chairs, intended for dining, Li Shen swiftly clarified. Oh, how novel, Li Shen exclaimed. Wang De, bring forth the dishes. He commanded. Yes, Your Majesty, Wang De responded, beckoning the maids to unveil the food boxes and present the array of dishes, originally prepared in sets. Now all were placed upon the single table. Father, please take the esteemed seat, Li Shen offered as he drew back a chair for Li Shen. Once seated, Li Shen reclined slightly. The dining chairs lacked armrests, providing a surprisingly comfortable experience. Indeed, this is quite pleasant. It is certainly more comfortable than kneeling. Come, consort, please join us for the meal, he encouraged. Consort Wei took her place on the left, while Li Shen sat to the right. As Li Shen picked up his chopsticks for the first bite, Li Shen began to eat as well, his hunger manifesting after a long afternoon of labor. Li Shen, from whence did you acquire these tables and chairs? Li Shen inquired. Father, I crafted them in the Department of Imperial Crafts, Li Shen replied. I meant to ask how you came to know of these tables and chairs, Li Shen continued. In response, Father, I discovered them in an ancient text. My aunt has been suffering from leg pain due to prolonged kneeling, which obstructs her circulation. Thus, I created these tables and chairs to alleviate her discomfort, Li Shen explained. In Li Shen's presence, he could only refer to Consort Wei as aunt. Ah, you have a filial heart, Li Shen commended. Li Shen then requested Dong, May to fetch a pair of communal chopsticks, using them to place a piece of fried meat onto Li Shen's plate. Father, do indulge in more meat. As someone who had once lived in the modern world, Li Shen cherished the camaraderie of family dining. However, in this era, meals were served separately, lacking the intimacy of shared dining. Li Shen stared at the meat on his plate, momentarily lost in thought. He had never experienced such a dining atmosphere before. His meals had always been served separately. For the first time, he had his children serve him food, which evoked a subtle sensation within Li Shen. Wang De, who stood near His Majesty, stepped forward to remind him. This is the Imperial Palace. He is my 10th son. According to protocol, unfamiliar utensils cannot be used. Thus, Wang De interjected. However, while Li Shen was savoring the warmth of familial affection, he could hardly believe that Concubine Wei would dare to poison him. Subsequently, Concubine Wei mimicked the act, using the public chopsticks to serve Li Shen. As he dined and sipped his wine, The scene was one of paternal kindness and filial piety, a harmonious tableau. Note: the children of concubines refer to their biological mothers as aunt and call the legitimate wife mother. Chapter 9. A father-son conversation after finishing their meal. Li Shen escorted Li Shimin to the main hall, allowing him and concubine Wei to take the seats of honor. He then instructed the palace maids to serve tea. While Li Shimin sipped his tea, he engaged in a light-hearted conversation with the mother and son. During this exchange, Li Shimin inquired about Li Shen's academic progress at the Guozijian, asking what he had studied and how well he understood it. Li Shen's responses were measured and respectful, neither servile nor arrogant. Li Shimin noted that his 10th son was not as restrained in his presence as his other sons, who often exhibited trepidation, masked as respect. In the prosperous era of Jingguan, the atmosphere within the palace was relatively harmonious. Li Shimin harbored no awareness of what his son might fear. There is a saying that a tiger does not eat its young, as long as his sons did not commit treason or plot against him. Even acts of murder and arson would not cost them their lives. At most, he would scold them and demote them to their fiefs. After all, during this period, nobles enjoyed certain privileges, and royal families were no exception. Unless they committed treason, even the gravest offenses would not be adjudicated by local officials, but would require the evidence and the individual to be sent to the capital. There, the emperor would convene the nobility for a deliberation, colloquially known as the 8 discussions, where matters could be debated to determine whether a conviction was necessary or if leniency could be afforded. Among his many sons, none exhibited the calmness that Li Shen displayed before him. Even his favored crown prince approached him with caution, fearful of making a misstep that could jeopardize his position. Li Tai was also exceedingly respectful, though he harbored his own ambitions. Li Ji, of the same age as Li Shen, was equally intimidated by Li Shimin, not to mention the numerous illegitimate princes and princesses. Yet here was Li Shen, at ease in his presence, exuding confidence and eloquence, prompting Li Shimin to regard him with newfound respect. What Li Shimin did not realize was that the Li Shen before him was no longer the same individual of the past. Within him resided the soul of a modern individual who had lived for over 30 years, devoid of the feudal mindset. Although he had heard tales of the royal family's ruthlessness, he instinctively treated Li Shimin as a father from a later era, engaging in casual conversation. Li Shen, have you encountered matters of state at the Guozijian? The sons of royal nobility study there, destined to serve in the court. Thus, they often analyze decisions made in the imperial court within the classroom, akin to modern political science courses, albeit focused on contemporary politics. Yes, father. We do engage in such discussions. Our instructors sometimes present national policies for us to debate, Li Shen replied. And what topics have you been discussing recently? Li Shimin inquired once more, though his questions were merely an attempt to maintain the conversation. Previously, I had not paid much attention, thus my feelings were not profound. A 7-year-old child like Li Shimin could hardly be expected to articulate much. Father, he began, lately we have been discussing the war against the Tiohan. Li Shen responded. Oh, what are your thoughts on this matter? Li Shimin, intrigued, inquired. Father, what do you think? Tiohan is not to be feared, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. They should be retreating to their homeland now. However, given their highland location, managing Tiohan will pose a challenge for our Tang Dynasty's current capabilities. It may well benefit Tubo in the future, Li Shen remarked. Having watched the television series, he recalled how Li Jing vanquished all of Tuyuhan's forces, leading to their surrender. Later, Li Shimin restored the Tuyuhan state, yet ultimately, they were unable to defeat Tubo and were absorbed by them. Li Shimin was unaware that Li Shen was from a later era. Li Jing returned victoriously, though this was not a closely guarded secret. Only a select few in the court were privy to it, and the news had yet to spread. Li Shimin was curious as to how Li Shen had knowledge of this. Did he have spies among him? Shaking his head, Li Shimin quickly dismissed the thought. Such a young Li Shen could not possess such capabilities. How do you know of Li Jing's victory? Li Shimin directly questioned. Father, the teachings I have received indicate that General Li is a master in warfare, and our Tang army is strong and robust, destined for victory, Li Shen replied, unable to admit that he had studied history. Li Shimin, interpreting this as youthful confidence in the royal lineage, assumed he believed that the Tang could conquer the world without equal. He continued to inquire, why then do you suggest that Tubo will ultimately benefit from this? Father, do you know who the current king of Tubo is? Li Shen asked. I have heard he is called Songzan Ganbu. Last year, an envoy from Tubo visited Chang'an. presenting a diplomatic letter seeking a marriage alliance with one of our princesses to foster goodwill and trade relations. I rejected their proposal, replied Li Shen. Father, I have heard that this Songzhan Ganbu is an extraordinary talent, possessing great vision. Upon his ascension, he strengthened his regime, developed agriculture, promoted irrigation, established a written language, and enacted significant laws to govern Tubo. He has created administrative and military systems that have spurred comprehensive development in politics, commerce, and military affairs. With an army of hundreds of thousands, he relentlessly expands his territory, revealing his ambitious nature. Now that our Tang has defeated all of Tuhan's forces and it has ceased to exist, such a substantial piece of land will surely pique his interest. Though he currently fears our Tang's might, it will not be long before he cannot restrain himself. Tubo will undoubtedly become a significant threat to our Tang in the future, Li Shen articulated. Li Shen listened intently, his heart tumultuous as he processed Li Shen's assertions. Much of what Li Shen said resonated with his own knowledge, yet no one in the court had considered this perspective. They regarded Tubo as a barbaric land, lacking resources. In the eyes of these literati, those who were uneducated were deemed savages. Furthermore, the high terrain of Tubo was unsuitable for crop cultivation, leading to a general underestimation, including from Li Shen himself. Otherwise, when the envoys sought a marriage alliance last year, none in the court supported the idea. However, after hearing Li Shen's reasoning, Li Shen found merit in his words, realizing that his 10th son was indeed different from what he had previously believed. Thus, Li Shen inquired, "Whom have you heard these matters from?" He was curious to learn Li Shen's perspective, though it was merely a matter of interest. Li Shen believed that this topic should be brought before the court for discussion the following day. "Father, it was during our discussions with the instructor you at the Imperial Academy," Li Shen replied. Upon hearing this, Li Shen felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped his son might possess some extraordinary insights. However, "Father, at present, our great Tang lacks the capacity to subdue the Tubo. The continuous warfare of the previous Sui dynasty has severely depleted our national strength, resulting in a significant decline in resources and population. Although under your benevolent rule, we have gradually begun to recover, the time frame has been rather brief. Our population remains insufficient, and agricultural output is limited. A nation's populace is its foundation, and restoration must be a gradual process. First and foremost, we must resolve the issue of food supply. When food is abundant, the population can flourish. A larger populace will enhance productivity, and with an increased populace, we will cultivate more talent. A greater populace will also bolster our military. At that point, will we still fear Emir Tubo?" Li Shen remarked. "Alas, how could I be unaware of what you speak? Firstly, population growth requires time. Secondly, we must address the issues surrounding our officials. Though I reside in the Tai Chi Palace, I occasionally venture into Chang'an for discreet inspections, yet I remain oblivious to the conditions in remote counties. The execution of my edicts is entirely contingent upon the capabilities of local magistrates." Li Shen reflected on his current situation, noting that most officials hailed from prominent families, effectively monopolizing the court. If these noble families were willing, they could easily prevent Li Shen's edicts from reaching beyond Chang'an. "Father, have you not already reformed the imperial examination system? In due time, this will undoubtedly yield a greater number of talented individuals serving the state." Li Shen sought to comfort Li Shen, who appeared somewhat melancholic. "Such matters are easier said than done. You are still young and lack understanding of many court affairs. Although I have reformed the examination system and established official academies nationwide, the results over the past few years have been modest." Li Shen shook his head. Li Shen, grasping the underlying sentiment in Li Shen's words, understood his father's meaning. Recent reforms had shown some effect, yet Li Shen's ultimate goal was to dismantle the noble family stranglehold over the court. This would necessitate the elevation of commoners. However, due to the inadequacies of the current system, the examination process still harbored many flaws. Most successful candidates were still scions of noble families, as the examiners were predominantly officials from these same families, leading to instances of favoritism. Chapter 10. Offering strategies as a prince of the imperial lineage. Living as a leisurely noble was his dream. Yet, Li Shen understood that achieving the ideal life he envisioned would present certain challenges. Foremost among these was the dominance of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, as well as the 8 families of Guanlong. Throughout history, the foundation of a prosperous life has invariably been wealth. Li Shen realized that a lavish lifestyle could not be sustained solely on the meager taxes from his fief and his stipend. Thus, he resolved to engage in commerce to amass wealth. One of the primary reasons for the noble family's power was their long-standing monopoly in commerce, which provided a continuous influx of riches to support their progeny. Therefore, if Li Shen wished to accumulate wealth, he must first dismantle this noble monopoly. Eventually, he would have to confront these families. Unless he chose to withdraw into his fief and remain obscure, which was not the life he desired, he had to act preemptively. Contemplating this, Li Shen addressed Li Shen. "Father, are you suggesting that the candidates for official positions are predominantly from noble families?" Li Shen paused, taken aback that Li Shen was aware of this reality. Indeed, in recent years, most candidates have been from noble families. Only a small fraction are of humble origins. Oh, many of those grading the examinations are members of esteemed families. Undoubtedly, there will be instances of malfeasance, Li Shen remarked. "I am certainly aware of that," Li Shen replied. "However, the number of participants in the imperial examinations is vast. It is impossible for me to personally grade each paper. Nor can a mere handful of officials accomplish this task. Each examination requires dozens of officials for grading, and the majority of these individuals are from noble families and prominent officials. They are interconnected and assist one another, making it exceedingly difficult for candidates from humble backgrounds to succeed." Li Shen sighed. What if the graders do not know whose papers they are reviewing?" Li Shen inquired. "How simple it is," Li Shen responded. "Just cover the candidates' names and places of origin with paper." "Indeed, that is an excellent method," Li Shen remarked. "If the graders cannot see the names, it will prevent favoritism and corruption." "Li Shen, your suggestion is truly commendable," Li Shen said, suddenly enlightened. How could he have overlooked such a straightforward solution? Li Shen intended to elaborate on the subsequent steps of the examination process, but seeing Li Shen so animated, he decided to hold off on further discussion. His own knowledge was limited, and he worried about exhausting it too quickly. Before Li Shen could finish his thoughts, Li Shen departed, a smile adorning his face. He believed that Li Shen's idea would indeed facilitate the advancement of more candidates from humble origins. He planned to discuss the specifics with key ministers, including Fang Xianling, in court the following day, as Li Shen had merely proposed one method. After bidding farewell to Li Shen and consort Wei, Li Shen returned to the hall, reflecting on how overly eager his father was. Merely disguising names would yield little benefit. "Shen'er, you should not have mentioned the idea of concealing names tonight," consort Wei cautioned. "If the noble families become aware, they will undoubtedly make things difficult for you. The 5 surnames and 7 lineages have endured for millennia, wielding influence throughout the court and society. Your actions might provoke retribution from them. Your father must exercise restraint. How much more so for you, who are in a vulnerable position." Consort Wei expressed her concerns for Li Shen. "Mother, as a prince, my fortunes are tied to the royal families. If our dynasty is strong, I will share in its glory. If weak, I too will find myself disregarded. This is the reason why my father wishes to confront the noble families," Li Shen explained, recalling how the noble clans had been decimated by Wu Zetian in the past. Shen'er, how could I not understand? But I hail from the Wei family as well and truly wish to avoid its ruin," consort Wei lamented, torn between her family and her son. "Mother, let us not dwell on uncertainties. Who can predict what the future holds? It is merely a name concealment, not a genuine threat to the noble families," Li Shen remarked, bemused by consort Wei's turmoil over what he perceived as a trivial matter. After some time conversing, mother and son each retired for the night. Upon returning to his residence, Li Shen began documenting the name concealment process discussed with Li Shen. This procedure likely originated during the Ming and Qing dynasties, frequently depicted in dramas. In his previous life, Li Shen, often bored while managing a shop, would spend his days watching television, browsing short videos, and reading novels. While he was unaware of others' habits, he had a peculiar inclination. Whenever he read a novel, he would follow the plot closely, searching for related information. For instance, if a protagonist brewed wine for profit, he would research the methods of winemaking, imagining how he would do so if he were to traverse into that world. Thus, his mind is brimming with theoretical knowledge. Of course, none of it has been put into practice. However, Li Shen firmly believes that with repeated endeavors and sufficient manpower and resources, success is inevitable. Within the Hall of Two Instruments, Emperor Li Shen sat regally, while several individuals knelt before him, including the Duke of Zhao, Changsun Wuji, Prince of Hejian, Li Shaogong, Duke of Zhong, Wei Zhong, Duke of Liang, Fang Xianling, Duke of Shen, Gao Shilian, Minister of Revenue, Tang Jian, and Duke of Yun, Zhang Liang, among others. Today, there is a matter I wish to hear your opinions on, Li Shen began. Your Majesty, we do not know what this matter is, Changsun Wuji interjected. The imperial examination has been in place for many years, yet the number of scholars emerging from humble backgrounds is scarce. If our great Tang Dynasty is to endure through the ages, we must eliminate biases and allow all citizens of Tang to participate. Only then can we select more talented individuals to serve the court. As it stands, the situation is far from ideal. The populace has begun to murmur that the imperial examinations are merely a facade, with all candidates predetermined. They accuse the court of nepotism and corruption. How shall we resolve this issue? Upon finishing, Li Shen cast a glance at the assembly. The ministers were taken aback that he would address the matter of examination fraud. In truth, how could they be unaware? It was simply a topic they chose to avoid. After all, who among them did not have relatives? Each aspired to place their kin in the court to bolster their influence. The gathered individuals could be considered members of noble families or closely related to them. Except for Li Shaogong, who belonged to the royal lineage, Changsun Wuji hailed from a prominent family, and Fang Xuanling's wife was also of noble descent. Noticing the silence among the ministers, Li Shen understood that they were motivated by self-interest, with familial interests outweighing national ones. He spoke directly, "Gentlemen, there is no need for concern. I have a proposal. I would like to know your thoughts on it." This proposal was to implement the practice of concealing names, covering the candidates' names and origins with paper, ensuring that the examiners would be unaware of the identities behind the submissions, thus preventing favoritism and corruption. After Li Shen articulated Li Shen's idea of name concealment, he observed the reactions of the ministers. They nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a commendable strategy. Your Majesty, this indeed is a brilliant plan. It will not only minimize the potential for corruption, but also restore the confidence of the citizens in the integrity of the imperial examinations, Fang Xianling remarked first. Indeed, this will bolster the confidence of scholars from humble backgrounds, encouraging more educated individuals to participate in the examinations, Changsun Wuji added. It was at this moment that Wei Zheng voiced the collective curiosity. May I inquire as to the origin of this proposal? The concept of name concealment arose during a casual conversation I had with the 10th Prince, Li Shen, after dining at the great auspicious hall yesterday. However, it requires further refinement by you esteemed gentlemen, Li Shen replied with evident pride, for the commendable strategy had originated from his own son. Prince Shen? Li Shen? Oh, it is indeed a notion from Prince Shen. I have heard he possesses remarkable intelligence and is well versed in literature. It seems the emperor has excelled in his role as a father. Fang Xianling began to flatter. This flattery was well received by Li Shen. Nonsense. It is merely the innocent musings of a young boy, hardly worthy of mention. The specifics must be deliberated by you all, he continued. From now on, the imperial examinations will adopt this method, and I shall ensure the edict is disseminated across all provinces and counties. With this, Li Shen made the final decision. As the assembly exited the Hall of Two Instruments, they exchanged glances. In truth, many wished to oppose the proposal, yet none could present a valid argument against it. To put it plainly, the conflicts among scholars revolve around who can uphold righteousness. The actions of Li Shen were intended for the benefit of all scholars. Should they oppose him, they would be subject to the scorn of the literary class. In time, the future may not portray them favorably. Alas, this Prince Shen. Changsun Wuji sighed. Indeed, Your Highness, you are wise, Wei Zheng remarked. Let us first deliberate on the specific procedures. Duke Zhao and Duke Zheng, Tang Jian interjected. This matter involves certain supplies that the Ministry of Finance must finance. Chapter 11. Impeached life for Li Shen returned to tranquility. These days were a mere routine between the Imperial Academy and the Great Auspicious Hall. During this time, several concubines friendly with Consort Wei visited him, and upon seeing his seat and its usage, they requested that he create a few sets for them. Aside from that, Li Shen enjoyed lounging and napping in the pavilion. May was a time of vibrant spring. In his past life, he had managed to shop alone and had never found time to travel. Now that he had traversed to this new world, he sought to unwind and appreciate the beauty around him. If only he were not so young. Having a beauty by his side would truly be a delightful affair. However, the morning court held a slightly different atmosphere. After concluding state affairs, Li Shen prepared to leave and inquired, "Are there any further matters to address?" "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." One individual rose to speak. He was an inspector from the censorate, bearing the surname Cui. "Proceed," Li Shen commanded. "I impeach Prince Shen, Li Shen, for his lack of ambition, for indulging in frivolous pursuits, and for forsaking ancestral traditions, Inspector Chui reported as he stepped forward. Who? Who is being impeached? Li Shen questioned, thinking he had misheard. Your Majesty, I impeach Prince Shen, Li Shen, Inspector Chui replied solemnly. Your Majesty, I too impeach Prince Shen for forgetting his roots, another inspector stood to declare. This caused quite a stir in the court, with discussions erupting as no one seemed to grasp the situation. Isn't Prince Shen merely 7 years old? What could he have done? A member of the Chui family, alongside a member of the Wang family, questioned what exactly Prince Shen had done. Li Shen himself could hardly believe his ears. Li Shen is only 7. How can he be accused of lacking ambition, indulging in frivolity, or forsaking ancestral traditions? To forget one's roots is to be unfilial, a concept greatly esteemed in antiquity. Li Shen pondered whether this was an overreaction. Inspector Chui, I am curious as to what actions Prince Shen has taken. Your Majesty, it is said that Prince Shen has been studying various subjects within the palace and has removed the traditional couches in the great auspicious hall, replacing them with tables and chairs. Is this not frivolous? Moreover, there are clear regulations regarding the use of couches in our rites. By discarding the couch, Prince Shen is discarding our ceremonial customs, replacing them with foreign practices. Historically, we have always knelt and sat on couches. Hence, I assert that he has forgotten his roots. Furthermore, he has even created several sets to give away. Your Majesty, in your quest for talented individuals for the realm, Confucianism remains the orthodox path. Prince Shen should focus on his studies to alleviate your burdens, rather than engaging in such frivolous pursuits. I implore your Majesty to issue a decree abolishing these frivolous items, allowing Prince Shen to dedicate himself wholly to learning, Inspector Chui articulated with righteous fervor. Upon hearing this, Li Shen furrowed his brow. It was not a matter of great significance. Rather, it seemed a trivial issue. As he contemplated, it dawned on him that this was a warning from the aristocracy regarding Li Shen's reputation. The essence of the matter is that Prince Shen, wholeheartedly devoted to his studies, should refrain from unnecessary trouble. This thought left Li Shen in a state of displeasure, particularly as the aristocracy had admonished Li Shen and insisted he assume the role of Chui Yushi. Was this not an overreaction? After all, Li Shen was still a child, merely indulging in playful antics. To suggest he was forgetting his ancestors seemed rather excessive. Li Shen, maintaining a stoic expression, responded, Your Majesty, I believe there is merit in what Chui Yushi has stated. Rituals must not be neglected, and the reverence for one's forebears should not be forgotten. If such disregard were to become a trend, would it not contradict the teachings of the sages? Wang Yushi interjected, Your Majesty, perhaps we should summon Prince Shen and seek clarification. Words alone bear little weight. At this moment, Feng Xianling, observing Li Shen's discomfort, stepped in to alleviate the tension, as he too regarded the matter as trivial and unworthy of such formal discussion. However, given the involvement of the aristocracy and the prince, no one dared to voice their opinions openly. Very well, Wang De, go summon Li Shen, Li Shen commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang De replied before exiting to carry out the order. At that moment, Li Shen was basking in the sun beneath the eaves of the Guozijian, enjoying the break between classes. He relished the warmth, believing it fortified his constitution and aided his growth, for he could not afford to squander his fine genetic heritage. Prince Shen, His Majesty summons you to the Taiji Hall. A eunuch rushed over, breathless with urgency. What does this mean? The Taiji Hall. Li Shen was taken aback. Yes, hurry. Do not keep His Majesty waiting. The eunuch urged. Very well, Li Shen replied, rising to his feet. He informed a classmate that he was heading to the Taiji Hall and followed the eunuch. On the way, Li Shen inquired of the eunuch, What business does His Majesty have with me? The eunuch, uncertain, remained silent. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the Taiji Hall, where Wang De promptly guided Li Shen inside. Prince Shen, pay your respects to His Majesty. Your Majesty, Li Shen bowed. Please, no need for formalities. I have summoned you today because Chui Yushi and Wang Yushi have lodged a complaint against you, alleging that you indulge in frivolous antics and forget your ancestral roots. What do you have to say for yourself? Li Shen addressed Li Shen directly and succinctly. What? Li Shen was taken aback, unable to process the information. I have been accused? What exactly have the two Yushis claimed? Prince Shen, may I inquire if you are responsible for the tables and chairs? Chui Yushi stepped forward, posing the question directly. Yes, what of it? Li Shen responded candidly. Your Highness, the established ritual dictates the use of mats. and substituting tables and chairs for them constitutes a rejection of ancestral customs, Cui Yushi elaborated. Li Shen was bewildered. Was it truly over such a trivial matter as this? Merely a table and chair? Must the emperor call upon him to clarify such a minor issue? Suddenly, Li Shen recalled something and asked, "May I inquire, esteemed sir, what is your surname?" Everyone fell silent, some surprised that Li Shen did not recognize Cui Yushi. Others taken aback by his seemingly irrelevant question, while a few, including Li Shen, discerned a deeper insight. The moment Li Shen inquired about the man's surname, Li Shen recognized the prince's cleverness. He likely surmised Cui belonged to the aristocracy. "I am Cui Renji," Cui Yushi replied. "Oh, Cui," Li Shen remarked. "I would like to ask you, Cui Yushi, whose ancestors are you referring to when you speak of ancestral customs?" "My great Tang's founding emperor, my revered grandfather, did not decree that mats must be used. We merely continue the customs of the previous dynasty. However, there are certain undesirable habits that our Tang Dynasty shall resolutely discard, a process we call casting off the old to introduce the new. This reflects the cultural characteristics unique to our Tang. By learning from history, we can ensure the everlasting legacy of the Li Tang Dynasty. Would you not agree, Inspector Cui?" Li Shen retorted, posing a question that left Inspector Cui momentarily speechless. This was never a matter of illegality. It was merely a warning to Li Shen, exaggerated from a trivial issue. Yet, he did not anticipate that Li Shen would not only clarify the situation but also counter with a question of his own. Originally, it was presumed that a 7-year-old child, no matter how clever, would be subdued by a mere fright, merely for the sake of impressing Li Shen. Faced with this unexpected turn, Inspector Cui could only muster the courage to respond, stating that it had always been thus throughout history. How could one simply alter established practices? However, the historical precedents cited by Inspector Cui were not immutable laws. Changes had indeed been made. His persistent entanglement in this matter was unbecoming. Rather than expending energy on such trivialities, he would be better served by offering more sound strategies for His Majesty and cultivating more talents. Li Shen, unwilling to engage in further futile disputes, replied, "Your Excellency, my duty as an inspector is to report observations and scrutinize the actions of officials. Is this not a means of alleviating His Majesty's concerns? And yet, Your Highness, your lack of focus on your studies, indulging in trivial amusements, is quite inappropriate." Cui Renji countered. "Ah, you are correct. If that is the case, I too should engage in worthwhile endeavors." Li Shen, now somewhat irritated, resolved to take a stand. "Since you wish to fabricate a warning from this minor issue, I shall no longer be courteous." He then turned to call out to the court outside, "Dongmei, fetch my keys and retrieve the papers from the top of the box." Li Shen took the keys from his waist and tossed them out of the hall. Li Shen and the ministers were left perplexed, unaware of whom he was addressing. After throwing the keys, Li Shen ceased to speak, and the hall fell into an unusual silence. Li Shen chose not to inquire, wishing to observe what Li Shen would do next. Chapter 12. The Great Talent of Prince Shun. After a quarter of an hour, faint footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A young girl's voice emerged. "Your Highness, the servant has retrieved them." Hearing this, Li Shen hurriedly stepped outside to take several sheets of paper from Dong Mei and return to the hall. Throughout this, Li Shen chose to overlook Li Shen's audacious actions. "Your Majesty, these are the thoughts I recorded last night regarding the reform of the imperial examination system. As I could not sleep, please take a look," Li Shen stated earnestly. A glance from Li Shen prompted Wang De to descend and deliver Li Shen's pages to him. Li Shen examined them closely, growing increasingly delighted. Was this not precisely what he desired? Li Shen had detailed the examination process, outlining the steps from the anonymization of candidates to the final decision by the chief examiner. The procedure comprised 6 distinct stages, with responsibilities clearly assigned and designated supervisors overseeing each segment. Consequently, each scroll bore the signatures of at least 6 individuals responsible for various stages. Furthermore, the names and origins of the candidates must be noted at the end of the scroll for verification. Li Shen had written meticulously, including the specific operations for each phase, such as the method of anonymization and stipulations to prevent any malfeasance by the recorders, who were forbidden from bringing writing instruments. The paper and ink color used for transcription were to be uniform, with all examinations transcribed using a vermilion red pen. For instance, during the proofreading process, the proofreaders would present the inked and red scrolls to each student for verification, ensuring that the transcription was free of errors. Upon completion of the proofreading, and once confirmed accurate, the proofreaders would affix their seals to the examination papers. It is only then that the true grading procedure would commence. Ultimately, the papers would be distributed under the supervision of the chief examiner and co-examiners through a lottery system, leaving the evaluators unaware of which candidate's paper they were grading. After a preliminary review, the evaluators would recommend their preferred papers to the co-examiner. These papers were referred to as recommended papers. The co-examiner, acting as the deputy chief examiner, would then mark a selection on the papers he favored. Those that received such a mark would be forwarded to the chief examiner, who would also indicate his approval by marking a character on the paper, thus determining the fate of the candidates. Moreover, Li Shen proposed a system for reevaluation, permitting unsuccessful candidates to review their papers. This reevaluation was instituted to prevent potential corruption from influencing candidate scores, as numerous unsuccessful candidates might have been misjudged by careless or negligent evaluators. Consequently, the examiners were required to randomly check the papers of those who did not pass, and the chief examiner was granted the authority to review recommended papers that had not been selected by the co-examiner. Additionally, a more humane provision allowed unsuccessful candidates to inspect their papers, serving as a means of supervising the evaluators. Should an excellent paper be unjustly graded poorly, any candidate who appealed would have the responsible party held accountable by the court. After reading this, Li Shen remained silent, yet his heart raced with excitement. He handed the paper to Wang De, instructing him to read it aloud. Then he stared intently at Li Shen, as if trying to peer into his thoughts. The hall was engulfed in silence, broken only by Wang De's voice, which gradually stirred unrest among the talented individuals present. After all, it was their merit that had brought them to their current positions. They understood the significance of Li Shen's proposed reforms in the civil examination system. Yet they found it difficult to accept that such ideas could emerge from the mind of a mere 7-year-old child. After a quarter of an hour, Wang De concluded his reading, and all eyes turned to Li Shen, causing him to feel quite uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Li Shen was the first to speak. Well then, having listened, what are your thoughts? Your Majesty, the matter of reforming the civil examination system is of great magnitude. Any abrupt changes could instill unrest among scholars. It requires careful deliberation. Moreover, the method outlined by Prince Shun is rather intricate, necessitating substantial manpower and resources. Should it fail, the repercussions would be detrimental, began Cui Rinji. If implemented, it would make it considerably more challenging for our aristocratic families to gain entry into official positions. Indeed, Your Majesty, the examination system should not be altered lightly. It could incite turmoil among scholars across the realm, echoed a member of the Wang family. Many officials from aristocratic families voiced their opposition in unison. Li Shen surveyed the assembly of aristocratic officials with great indignation, though his outward demeanor remained composed as he inquired, "What say you, Wei Qing?" He first addressed Wei Zheng, known for his integrity and unwavering loyalty to the Tang Dynasty, recognizing the necessity for a leader to champion the cause. "I believe this proposal is quite astute. Prince Shun is indeed a remarkable talent," Wei Zheng replied with measured respect. In the days prior, preparations had been made to obscure their names. Who could have anticipated that Prince Shun would devise such extensive reforms? "Your Majesty, with minor modifications, implementation is feasible. I believe this strategy is practical and would greatly benefit our Tang Dynasty in selecting worthy candidates," added Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng added, "Indeed, the auxiliary official, as you know, carries the courtesy name of Changsun Wuji. I believe this strategy is feasible." Changsun Wuji replied. Li Shen had read numerous novels and watched many television shows in his past life, where Changsun Wuji was often portrayed as an antagonist. However, Li Shen understood that Changsun Wuji was capable and efficient, and most importantly, he was fiercely loyal to Li Shen. What leader would not cherish such a subordinate? "I concur. I concur," came the voices of support from Fang Xianling and others. Observing the consensus among so many high-ranking officials, the other bureaucrats realized that opposing the majority would be futile, and thus they joined in the chorus of approval. In a moment, over half of those present were in favor. "Very well, let us convene the 3 provinces to refine the imperial examination system, with the other 6 ministries cooperating, striving for implementation by the spring examination." Upon dismissing the court, the crowd bowed to see His Majesty off, escorting Li Shen out of the Taiji Palace. As Li Shen stepped out of the palace, he felt the weight of someone's gaze upon him. Glancing around, he spotted Cui Rinji. Along with Inspector Wang and several other officials, all observing him. Li Shen surmised they were members of prominent families. Preferring to ignore them, he intended to return to the Guazijian, but was halted by Cui Renji's call. Prince Shen, do you understand the principle of knowing what actions are permissible and what are not? Cui Renji confronted him. At that moment, the aristocracy showed no fear of a mere county prince. I have no desire to be at odds with your esteemed clan. It is you who has provoked me. What is a trivial matter to you has become a point of contention for me. Are you attempting to intimidate me due to my youth? Li Shen responded defiantly. Prince Shen, you would do well to tread carefully, Cui Renji warned. Are you threatening me, Inspector Cui? As a prince, I must contribute to the prosperity of the Li Tang Dynasty. Must I then allow the downfall of my house, leaving me without a realm to rule? With no room for retreat, the situation had escalated. If you seek to impose minor penalties upon me, I too desire retribution. Otherwise, I would not have brought those matters to light. I hope that moving forward, we may coexist peacefully until I am granted my own fief. Li Shen stood his ground, confident that the aristocracy would not act against him over such trivialities. The risks were too great, should Li Shen become aware. He would have the perfect pretext to eliminate them all, for he wielded military power. Finishing his remarks, Li Shen turned away before Cui Renji could respond and began to head towards the palace. Just as he intended to return to the inner court, a young eunuch called out to him. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you. Following the eunuch, Li Shen arrived at the Ganlu Hall. Present within were Empress Changsun, Princess Jinyang Li Mingda, and Prince Jin Li Ji. Greetings, father. Greetings, mother. Greetings, ninth brother Li Shen. He addressed them in succession. Ah, my dear child, come sit. These are fruits from the south, rare to find at this season. Before Li Shen could speak, Empress Changsun warmly welcomed Li Shen. Thank you, mother, Li Shen replied respectfully. Sit down. I have something to discuss with you, Li Shen instructed. Yes, father, Li Shen knelt on the mat, prepared to hear what Li Shen had to say. I have inquired into your past. You have but one female official, 2 maidservants, and a eunuch by your side. Aside from them, you have no other companions. I wish to know the origin of the examination system you presented to me today, Li Shen inquired. The implication is that there are no remarkable individuals around you. Where did this knowledge come from? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shen responded, Father, I acquired this concept of the imperial examination from an ancient text. Unfortunately, I misplaced it. And it was only last night that I managed to transcribe it from memory after much contemplation. Another ancient tome? Li Shen exclaimed. I have heard that you delight in diverse literature. Even the consort has sent the Wei family to seek rare texts for the palace. While it is commendable to read extensively, it should not detract from your studies. Li Shen scoffed at Li Shen's claim of deriving knowledge from ancient books, doubting the existence of so many such works, yet he chose not to challenge him. Indeed, father, I shall not neglect my education, Li Shen promptly assured. It is essential to understand that, in the Tang Dynasty, princes began their comprehensive development at the tender age of 7, encompassing classics, poetry, etiquette, military strategy, music, painting, horsemanship, archery, dance, literature, and history. However, Li Shen deemed many of these subjects largely superfluous, viewing them as mere displays of status. Disciplines such as music, painting, dance, and literature, which were intended to refine one's character, failed to pique his interest. Li Shen, regarding today's affairs in the court, I trust you comprehend the situation. This is merely a warning from the aristocracy, yet you have unexpectedly countered with a formidable response. They will undoubtedly seek opportunities to trouble you in the future. Exercise caution. However, do not be afraid. As a prince, you are not at their mercy. Just avoid giving them leverage against you. You are still young. Proceed with prudence. Do you understand? Father, I understand. I am not afraid of them. I only attend the National Academy daily. They have no chance to seize any incriminating evidence against me. In secret, they dare not act against me, Li Shen replied calmly. Oh, how can you be certain they do not dare to deal with you covertly? While you are a prince, without concrete evidence, I cannot take action against them, Li Shen inquired with curiosity. Because of you, father, Li Shen answered. Because of me? Li Shen asked, puzzled. Because you wield military power, father. When you engage with the aristocracy, they must adhere to the rules. Should they conspire against me in the shadows, attempting to bring about my demise, it would violate the rules of the game. At that point, regardless of evidence, you would have grounds to retaliate against the aristocracy under the pretext of punishing those who threaten a prince. Your military authority is a formidable weapon. Even if the aristocracy possesses assassins, They are merely daggers in comparison. Ultimately, you would eliminate 1 or 2 families, a cost they cannot bear. Furthermore, my current standing does not permit the aristocracy to go so far as to assassinate me, Li Shen analyzed. Haha, splendid. Li Shen, you are indeed astute. I never expected you to perceive matters so clearly at such a young age. You are correct. I engage with the aristocracy in a game, and none would dare to breach the rules first. Should they choose to do so, I would eliminate 2 or 3 of their families, Li Shen remarked, reassessing his 10th son with newfound admiration. Nonetheless, it is wise to remain cautious. You have proposed a valuable strategy today. What reward do you desire? Li Shen inquired. Upon hearing this, Li Shen fell silent, contemplating what he truly lacked. It was the first time Li Shen had observed someone thoughtfully considering their wishes in his presence, further piquing his interest in Li Shen. After a moment, Li Shen raised his head and said, Father, perhaps you could bestow upon me a larger sum of money, or land, or even barren mountains. Li Shen looked at Li Shen in astonishment. Are you already planning to establish your own household at such a young age? My father, Li Shen replied, you are unaware that my last reward was withheld by my aunt. She claimed it was to be saved for building my princely residence and for expenses related to marriage and progeny. There are numerous expenses to consider. Feigning innocence, Li Shen continued, I suddenly realized that if I were to receive a fief, I would need capital to develop it. Otherwise, the taxes from the fief would take an eternity to accumulate. I have inquired with other royal offspring, and I learned that a properly managed fief leaves little after paying the imperial taxes, the salaries of officials, and the daily expenses of the princely household. If a disaster were to strike, one would need to allocate funds to aid the populace, as the subjects of the fief would ultimately be under my care. Thus, I have resolved to pursue commercial ventures within the fief, as is often depicted in novels. However, starting a business requires initial capital, which I currently lack. Enough of this pretense. I shall grant you what you seek. Tomorrow, I will have 500 guan delivered to the Dagidian, Li Shen remarked, instantly discerning Li Shen's act. Only 500 guan, Li Shen exclaimed, then immediately regretted his outburst, covering his mouth. He thought to himself that this should surely qualify as a significant reward, given that the previous 50,000 gold coins were merely copper coins, amounting to only 50 guan, though commoners hardly earned even 5 guan in a year. Was it not a bit meager to reward such a great service with only 500 guan? What? Do you find it insufficient? Li Shen retorted, incredulously. Never has anyone complained about a reward before. No, 500 guan is indeed acceptable. I shall accumulate it gradually. Li Shen hastily waved his hands in dismissal. Humph. At such a tender age, already so avaricious. How will you serve the Li Tang in the future? Li Shen scoffed. Father, every individual has their own aspirations and pursuits. Li Shen responded earnestly. Oh, I would like to hear what your aspirations are, Li Shen insisted. My ambition is to live as a carefree and leisurely prince, with boundless wealth, to take several wives, and to bear many children, thus expanding the Li family, Li Shen declared with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Li Shen nearly choked, while Empress Chang's son chuckled beside him. How absurd! With such a lack of ambition and drive, as a member of the royal family. Have you never considered serving the nation and alleviating my burdens? Li Shen exclaimed in frustration. Yet Li Shen solemnly inquired, Father, if I am not to pursue wealth, what else is there to desire? Do you genuinely wish for me to remain in the capital to serve the state? His earnest question momentarily left Li Shen speechless. Before Li Shen could respond, Li Shen addressed both him and Empress Chang's son. Father, mother, I must depart for the Guozijian this afternoon. I take my leave. Very well, go. Empress Chang's son replied gently. As Li Shen exited the Ganlu Hall en route to the Guozijian, Empress Chang's son remarked, what a fine child he is. Well-educated and poised. Lady Wei has raised him exceptionally well. Regaining his composure, Li Shen added, indeed. Guanyin, my 10th son is exceptionally intelligent and possesses great foresight. How so? Empress Chang's son inquired. Did not Li Shen say that his strategies were drawn from ancient texts? Humph, ancient texts. The methods of rescuing individuals from the South Sea remain a mystery to this very day at the Imperial Medical Department, Li Shen retorted. Having sought counsel from Li Shen on several occasions, he mentioned that these insights were drawn from ancient texts. Recently, during a meal at the Great Auspicious Hall, I found the furnishings to be remarkably comfortable. He attributed this to writings of old as well. Today, when he claims to have discovered such excellent strategies from ancient tomes, I ponder, Guanyin made. If these are truly from revered manuscripts, why have they not been employed by those who came before us? Li Shen remarked. Might it be that someone has imparted such wisdom to Shen? Empress Changsun speculated. I have instructed Wang De to investigate. Yet there appears to be no esteemed mentor in his circle. I surmise that a portion of his insights may stem from his own synthesis of various texts. Thus, I declare this son to be exceptionally astute. Moreover, did you not hear the two statements he made upon his departure? Li Shen, taking a sip of tea, continued. What of his words? Empress Changsun inquired with keen interest. He stated that if he is not avaricious for wealth, what else could he desire? This implies a singular focus on wealth without the ambition for power, thus indicating he does not aspire to claim the throne. The second remark questioned whether I truly wished for him to remain in the capital to serve the nation. He conveyed this to me, aware that I would not endorse his pursuit of the throne. Furthermore, he insinuated I was being disingenuous, that I did not genuinely wish for him to stay in Chang'an. This son is indeed remarkable. Should he one day assist Gao Ming, it would undoubtedly be akin to a tiger gaining wings. Upon the mention of her son, Empress Changsun immediately brightened. Li Chengxian is the crown prince and her offspring. Naturally, she yearns for her son's ascension to the throne to be fortified by strong allies. Why not place Li Shen by Gao Ming's side? With time, bonds will surely form, for they are brothers, she proposed. That would be futile. Li Shen is still young. The future is uncertain, and he has declared his disinterest in the throne. Thus he will not entangle himself in such matters, Li Shen replied. Indeed, Gao Ming has always been commendable, Empress Changsun softly remarked, implying that Li Chengxian is quite capable and urging Li Shen to refrain from thoughts of succession, as she has recently observed his undue favoritism towards Li Tai, which has stirred inappropriate ambitions within him. Empress Changsun has also spoken with Li Tai, advising him to remain diligent in his studies, yet the results have been less than satisfactory. As a mother, she naturally wishes to avoid discord among her children. Rest assured, I am aware of Gao Ming's commendable conduct, though he still lacks the rigor of experience, Li Shen responded. Historically, Li Chengxian has been held in high regard, having participated in governance at the age of 12 and served as regent at 14. However, he is now 16 and entering a rebellious phase, showing signs of a troubling disposition, which is why Li Shen speaks of his need for further cultivation. It has been over a month since the last impeachment, and during this time, Li Shen has remained unchanged, free from troubles, leading a life characterized by routine. If one were to consider his most significant undertaking this past month, it would be the crafting of tables and chairs for Li Shen. When Wang De delivered 500 guan to Li Shen last time, he informed him that Li Shen requested several sets of furniture for various offices, including the 2 instruments hall, the Suite du Hall, the Chengtian Hall, and even the Empress's Legislative Hall. Li Shen accepted this substantial task, spending his time between the Imperial Academy and the Department of Craftsmanship. The quality of the furniture he produced for the Emperor was unparalleled, as all pieces were tailored to Li Shen's height and preferences. When measuring the height of Emperor Li Shen, Wang De was initially called upon, but he dared not proceed. Subsequently, the head of the guards, Lian, was summoned. Yet he too knelt in deference. To measure the Emperor's height, one must stand taller than him, a transgression that could lead to severe consequences, including execution if one were to falter in this task. Ultimately, to fulfill the measurement, Li Shen reluctantly sought the assistance of the esteemed Empress Changsun, and thus the task was accomplished. The materials used were of the finest red sandalwood, as they were meant for the creation of the dragon throne, which necessitated intricate carving. Lian borrowed 2 master craftsmen from the Ministry of Works, who were dedicated solely to the intricate carvings. A considerable number of artisans were engaged, and it took a full 7 days to complete the work, primarily due to the time-consuming nature of carving the throne's backrest, which was polished to a mirror-like sheen, leaving Li Shen in awe, who claims that the ancients were incapable of producing exquisite craftsmanship. It all depends on for whom the work is created. Aside from crafting furniture for Li Shen's life was a tranquil stream. He relished the solitude, unbothered by the outside world. However, his peace was soon shattered by grave news. Emperor Li Yuan was gravely ill. The founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Li Yuan had been forced to abdicate in favor of Li Shen following the Xuanwu Gate incident and spent his twilight years at the Don Palace. In the 8th year of the Jingguan era, he suffered a stroke. As his grandson, Li Shen visited him, suspecting it was indeed a stroke. Now in peril, all royal relatives, regardless of their genuine feelings, were compelled to attend, and Li Shen was no exception. On that day, all princes and princesses accompanied Li Shen to the Dawn Palace. In the Zhaigong Hall, they beheld the once mighty Li Yuan, now a mere shadow of his former self. Li Shen stepped forward and gently called out to Li Yuan, who, with great effort, opened his eyes. Li Shen softly spoke, "Father, your son and your grandchildren have come to see you." Li Yuan turned his head to glance at his numerous descendants and then looked at Li Shen. With a slight lift of his hand, Li Shen understood and quickly grasped Li Yuan's hand, leaning closer to hear him clearly. Li Shen, positioned at the back, could not discern the specifics of their conversation but observed Li Shen nodding in response. After a while, Li Yuan closed his eyes, his hand slipping weakly from Li Shen's grasp. Li Shen slowly rose, nodding to Wang De, who comprehended the signal and announced loudly at the hall's entrance, "The Grand Emperor has passed away." Instantly, the princes and princesses knelt, crying out for their grandfather, Li Yuan, with Li Shen among them. It was evident to Li Shen that Li Shen was genuinely sorrowful. If anyone wished for Li Yuan's survival, it was undoubtedly Li Shen, who had tirelessly sought to prove that Li Yuan had erred and that he was in the right. His diligent efforts over the years were partly driven by a desire to showcase his excellence to Li Yuan. Yet now, with Li Yuan's passing, Li Shen felt an emptiness within. Meanwhile, Empress Changsun had already succumbed to inconsolable grief, for Li Yuan had held her in great affection, having personally arranged her marriage to Li Shen. The passing of the Grand Emperor entailed a multitude of intricate matters. Due to the need for the body to remain in state for an extended period, specialized personnel were required for its handling. Arrangements had to be made for the mausoleum, the setting of the mourning hall, the preparation of the body, and the ceremonial attire. As it was a national mourning, numerous foreign dignitaries were expected to send envoys to Chang'an to express their condolences. The younger generation, including Li Shen, would also be tasked with guarding the wake. Li Shen drafted an edict, bestowing upon Li Yuan the temple name Gaozu and the posthumous title of Taiwu Emperor, declaring a period of national mourning. Ambassadors from various nations entered the palace to mourn, and Li Shen was assigned to guard the spirit multiple times, extending until October. It was then that Emperor Li Shen decreed that Li Yuan be interred at Xianling, located 80 miles from Chang'an, alongside his mother, Empress Do. This lengthy process spanned 4 months, after which Li Shen finally resumed a tranquil existence. However, the death of Li Yuan profoundly affected him, not due to sorrow. For death is an inevitable aspect of life, particularly at the advanced age of 70, which in those times was considered a natural passing. Instead, Li Shen was preoccupied with thoughts of his own mortality, acutely aware that even a common cold could prove fatal in that era. He recalled that the most prevalent cause of death in ancient times was typhoid fever, a result of external pathogens infiltrating the body, essentially an infection. Due to Li Yuan's demise, Li Shen was required to observe a period of mourning lasting 3 years, though it could be no longer than 27 months. In contrast, Li Shen returned to court duties after merely 100 days. Li Shen, however, was bound to remain at home for a year, as was customary for most princes and princesses, with exceptions made for heirs apparent or those like the Prince of Wei, who could find an excuse to attend to state matters. Since contemplating the realities of life, aging, illness, and death, Li Shen had been restless, feeling somewhat small-minded and fearful of death, a notion that clung to him persistently. Thus, during his period of mourning, he devoted his days to introspection, seeking solutions. After a fortnight of contemplation, he recalled a particular scene from a Japanese drama, The Benevolent Doctor, which detailed the extraction of penicillin. Subsequently, he researched online to ascertain its feasibility. The materials depicted in the show were not particularly difficult to obtain. A nutrient solution could be made from the broth of rice flour and taro, while the mold could be sourced from stale steamed buns. Charcoal was readily accessible. The only missing component was a suitable filtration method, which could be improvised using multiple layers of fine gauze. The sole uncertainty was the concentration of the solution. The series mentioned that repeated purification could enhance the concentration, prompting Li Shen to begin his preparations. Initially, penicillin was derived from mold. Li Shen, lacking expertise, resolved to experiment according to the methods he had observed, confident that with sufficient time, success would be attainable. Thus, in the 11th month of the 9th year of the Jingguan era, Li Shen embarked on his path as a scientific innovator. During this period, apart from news of the victorious return of troops from defeating the Tian, there were no significant developments, and even Li Shen paid little attention to Li Shen, who, contentedly immersed in his experiments with various moldy substances, endured the accompanying sour odors. As the end of December approached and the new year drew near, the palace prepared for its customary banquet. Li Shen was personally summoned by Wang De, as others could not gain an audience with him. "My lord, I have finally found you. His Majesty requests your presence at the Linda Hall for the banquet. Attendees include officials of the 5th rank and above, and your participation is expected," Wang De expressed with exasperation. "Old Wang, do you think I can decline? Is it not customary during mourning to abstain from festivities?" Li Shen replied reluctantly. Since Wang De had previously brought him gifts, Li Shen had come to regard this eunuch in close proximity to Li Shimin quite favorably, appreciating his humble demeanor. Hence, he addressed him as Old Wang, which Wang De found endearing and did not oppose. Having been absent from the palace for nearly 2 months, Li Shen had produced over 100 samples of penicillin. Yet none had succeeded. It seemed that merely knowing the steps was insufficient. He pondered how characters from time travel novels could so effortlessly create penicillin. "Alas, my lord," he sighed. "This is not a mere entertainment activity. Do not speak frivolously. It is a customary acknowledgement of the minister's arduous efforts throughout the year. Please do not put me in a difficult position." Wang De promptly said, All right. Wait for me a moment while I freshen up and change my attire." With that, Li Shen proceeded towards the palace. Note, please watch the Japanese time travel drama Runi. It contains specific methods for extracting and purifying penicillin, which are quite similar to the techniques employed on the German front during World War II. The author has conducted research online, and indeed, there are academic influencers who have successfully followed these methods. However, the quantity of penicillin bacteria is somewhat limited, necessitating a fortnight to accumulate enough for a single person. The optimal culture medium is corn paste, thus it may not be feasible. Additionally, it has come to light that, in the absence of medication, the Germans extracted penicillin bacteria from the urine of wounded soldiers who had received penicillin. This method is also viable. Chapter 15. Business arrives. Li Shen accompanied Wang De to the Linda Hall, which was already filled with people. Wang De directly led Li Shen to the area designated for the princes. "10th brother, you have arrived." Upon his arrival, Li Shen approached to greet him. Li Shen had saved the life of Consort Yan, who was Li Shen's biological mother. Hence Li Shen felt immense gratitude towards him. He had visited the Deji Hall several times with gifts to express his thanks to Consort Wei for saving his mother. Li Shen was astute, aware of Li Shen's inclination for discretion and his aversion to excessive social interactions. In truth, some of these illegitimate princes shared that sentiment, fearing the troubles that could arise. Li Shen understood this, but he had also learned that Li Shen was exceptionally filial and obedient to Consort Wei, thus following in the footsteps of Li Shen's mother. Having greeted his brothers, Li Shen was disinclined to offer formal salutations to each one. Present were the Crown Prince, Jin Wang, and several others who had received titles, totaling 4 or 5 individuals. The remainder were younger than Li Shen, remaining close to their biological mothers. "Little brother, I heard from father that you arranged for those tables and chairs. When will you prepare a set for 4th brother?" Li Tai inquired. Li Shen glanced at Li Tai, thinking to himself that this little chubby fellow had gained weight again, which would later make walking a challenge. Emperor Li Shimin had even issued a decree allowing him to ride in a carriage to the palace. "4th brother, it's not that I do not wish to, but the Office of Imperial Ceremonies requires payment for their services. Currently, my finances are somewhat strained. Perhaps you could persuade father to issue a decree allowing the office to create a set for you directly?" "They have mastered the craft," Li Shen replied, choosing not to engage in further dialogue with him and instead redirecting the conversation towards Li Shimin. "What's this, little 10? Are you implying that you wish to ask 4th brother for money?" At that moment, Li Yin interjected sarcastically. Li Shen shot him a glance and suddenly smiled, saying, "6th brother, I have heard that you recently acquired a steed from the Tian. 10th brother is quite fond of it. I wonder if you could possibly gift it to me." "Little 10, you do not even enjoy hunting. What would you want with a horse? Besides, that steed cost me 80 guan," Li Yin replied begrudgingly. 6th brother is indeed asking for money now. "What a waste of our brotherhood," Li Shen sighed. The nearby Li Tai and others discerned Li Shen's underlying meaning. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Gifting and requesting are 2 distinct matters. Furthermore, Li Shen was not easily trifled with. "Little 10, 4th brother understands your financial constraints. How much would it cost to have a set made?" "4th brother can afford it," Li Tai suggested. "Indeed, little 10, I too wish to acquire a set. Just state the price," Li Shen added. At this moment, Li Yin also realized that Li Shen was subtly prodding him, feeling somewhat irritated. However, he still said, "Old Ten, just tell me the price." Li Shen pondered for a moment and addressed the assembly. "Brothers, this chair is quite ordinary. A complete set, including materials, would cost around 2 guan. If it is made of rosewood, it would require 5 guan. For oak, it should be approximately 8 guan. If it is of the same quality as that of father, made from sandalwood, the total would likely reach 30 guan. Oh, which kind is the ordinary one?" Li Shen inquired. Beige confirmed. "What I have in the palace is of standard redwood. 1 table and 4 chairs comprise a set for 5 guan. I have also placed various styles in the front hall and side chambers, altogether costing 30 guan. Li Shen thought to himself that the actual expenditure was not that much. He realized he would need to consult with Zhang Wang, the chief eunuch of the Department of Ceremonies, regarding the accounts. "That's quite a price. Old Ten, you mentioned the ordinary type, so there must be others too. Pray, elaborate," Li Tai curiously asked. "Let me enlighten you, dear brothers. There is also a mid-range option, which features some intricate carvings starting at 5 guan per set, with varying prices based on the wood used. Then there is the high-end category, where the chair backs and table surfaces are adorned with animal hides, showcasing exquisitely crafted patterns and lifelike imagery. These are wrapped in premium hides, providing a soft seating experience. In summer, one need not fear slipping due to sweat, and in winter, one need not worry about the cold. A set begins at 10 guan. Again, with prices differing based on the choice of wood. Li Shen finally found himself embodying the role of a shopkeeper from his past life, speaking eloquently and animatedly. "And what category does the type father prefers fall into?" Li Yun couldn't help but inquire. "The type favored by father is custom-made. Currently, we do not undertake such orders," Li Shen replied. The assembly immediately understood why he would not accept such requests. After all, could one replicate what the emperor possesses? That would breach the established decorum. "Old Ten, 4th brother wishes to have the high-end version. Please prepare a few sets for me." "Old Ten, I desire the mid-range option. Brothers, do not rush. Tomorrow, I shall have the chief eunuch of the Department of Ceremonies bring samples to you. At that time, you may specify your precise preferences regarding styles and wood types, if that is agreeable." Seeing that several brothers were interested in acquiring tables and chairs, Li Shen felt a surge of joy. At last, there would be some income. "His Majesty has arrived," echoed Wang De's voice. The assembly quickly returned to their seats to pay their respects to Li Shen. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Ah, no need for formalities. Please, be seated," Li Shen instructed. "Today is a festive occasion, yet we mourn the passing of our illustrious founder. I should be in mourning, but according to the rites, today is a day for feasting with the officials. I believe the late emperor would wish to see us, the sovereign and his ministers, gathered in celebration. Come, let us toast to the late emperor," he said, pouring a cup of wine onto the ground. The assembly followed suit. "This year has been one of bountiful harvests, with taxes surpassing previous years. This is all thanks to your efforts. Come, let us drink to this," Li Shen proclaimed, and he downed his cup in one go. "To the prosperity of the Tang, and to your Majesty." The officials echoed before also draining their cups. However, Li Shen observed the scene with a sense of skepticism. While the 9th year of the Jingguan era had indeed seen improvements, the populace remained relatively impoverished due to years of calamity. Many still struggled to find sufficient sustenance and had become vagrants. The population in the early Jingguan era was only 3 million households, a significant decline of 2/3 from the previous Sui dynasty. Fewer people resulted in diminished labor and decreased grain production, much of which remained in the hands of aristocrats and landlords. It was only later that Li Shen established granaries for the needy, leading to some alleviation of the situation. In his previous life, he had seen on television that Jingguan's annual tax revenue reached 30 million guan, but Li Shen now deemed that figure to be greatly exaggerated. As far as he knows, last year's taxation barely exceeded 10 million guan. It is possible that such figures could be reached during the latter part of the Tang Dynasty, but Li Shen speculated that he might not witness it. After a sumptuous meal, the atmosphere was filled with camaraderie and harmony, prompting Li Shen to marvel at the remarkable acting abilities of those present. When Li Shen departed, Li Shen was still engaged in conversation with the veteran officials of the Qin Wangfu. Rather than returning directly to the Dajidian, Li Shen headed straight to the Ciji Fang. He had not forgotten the orders given by his elder brothers in the afternoon. Upon his arrival, a young eunuch promptly went to inform Zhang Wang. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Wang emerged to greet him, saying, "The Prince of Shun has descended. If there is anything to discuss, just let me know," and I shall see His Highness." Zhang Wang subtly approached, saying, "Well, I have come today to discuss a matter with you." "Let us find a secluded place," Li Shen replied. "Such business ventures must remain undisclosed to the subordinates." Zhang Wang led Li Shen to his office, where he offered him a seat and poured a cup of tea, inquiring about any urgent matters from the Prince of Shun. Li Shen pushed the teacup aside, as he preferred not to drink boiled tea, and gestured for Zhang Wang to sit. "Director Zhang, may I inquire about your thoughts on tables and chairs?" "Tables and chairs?" Zhang Wang was taken aback, not comprehending Li Shen's intent. "Director Zhang, I shall speak plainly. I wish to collaborate with you to turn tables and chairs into a profitable venture. I will provide the creative concepts and assist in attracting business, while you oversee the craftsman's work. The profits will be divided such that I take 80%, you take 10%, and the laborers receive the remaining 10. What do you think?" Li Shen straightforwardly articulated his proposal, mindful of the impending discussions scheduled for the following day. Zhang Wang was left bewildered. The Ciji Fong was meant for producing items for the Imperial Palace, a public entity belonging to the Emperor. The audacity of the Prince of Shun to exploit the Ciji Fong for personal gain was nothing short of treasonous. Had the prince lost his senses? "Your Highness, this is utterly unacceptable. The Ciji Fong is prepared for the Imperial harem by His Majesty. How could one dare to accept private commissions for profit?" Zhang Wang was horrified. "Director Zhang, there is no need for alarm. This is not a private commission. Whenever we produce items here, we always pay for the materials. Do we not? When have you ever offered us anything for free?" Li Shen reassured him. "Your Highness, that is different. The items you create only cover material costs, but you seek to profit from it." Zhang Wang exclaimed in distress. Calm down, Director Zhang. Here, have a sip of tea. The reason I take 80% is to ensure your safety. Do you not desire a safeguard upon your departure from the palace? Life within these walls is not easy. You are nearing 40 years of age, and soon you will be released from the palace. How will you manage with nothing to your name? Can you truly rely on the meager land granted to you by the palace for a prosperous life? Consider your subordinates. Their salaries are even less than yours. When will they find their breakthrough within the Ciji Fong? Rest assured, I have pledged to protect you. I will shoulder any consequences that may arise." Li Shen continued to tempt him. Upon hearing Li Shen's words, Zhang Wang was moved. He too would soon be freed from the palace, and returning to his hometown would bring social stigma. Most eunuchs who leave the palace lead difficult lives, often dying without anyone to care for them in their old age. Contemplating this, Zhang Wang steeled his resolve and looked at Li Shen, asking earnestly, "There truly will be no repercussions? I assure you, you will undoubtedly remain unharmed." Li Shen guaranteed. "Even in the face of adversity, I shall shoulder the burden alone." Observing Zhang Wang's excitement, Li Shen promptly thumped his chest in assurance. Chapter 16. Fortunes abound. Subsequently, Li Shen shared his plans with Zhang Wang, urging him to enlist someone to render the design by nightfall, ensuring it possesses an aesthetic appeal. To facilitate this, Zhang Wang personally approached the Ministry of Works, securing the services of an artist with a remuneration of 500 won as an incentive. Li Shen subsequently calculated the costs with Zhang Wang, ultimately adhering to his pricing, which would yield a profit margin of at least 70%, primarily due to material costs. As there were no labor expenses, the craftsmen would either be engaged in work or idle, especially since he offered them a share of the profits. The following day, Li Shen remained troubled within the palace, engrossed in his pursuit of penicillin. Perhaps due to the frigid December weather, the temperature required for cultivating the bacteria was insufficient, resulting in persistent failures. He had even introduced 2 charcoal furnaces into his experimental setup, yet the desired temperature remained elusive. Eventually, he instructed his aides to procure animal pelts to insulate the apparatus, although space was limited, leading to a slight reduction in the number of samples. Today marked the moment of truth for this batch of experiments. Before Li Shen lay 30 small jars, each sealed tightly. He felt a pang of anxiety. After countless failures over the past months, he had expended a considerable amount of resources. The cost of cultivating mold was substantial, with entire baskets of buns and pancakes discarded in vain. Should the frugal Li Shen discover this extravagance, it would spell doom for him. Additionally, the jars and charcoal required significant quantities of distilled water, and the charcoal itself was costly. It was no wonder that medicinal products in later times were so exorbitantly priced. The research and development expenses were indeed exorbitant. Li Shen approached the task with the trepidation akin to opening a mystery box, filled with uncertainty. He gently lifted the lid of one jar. Failure. Another lid was opened. still unsuccessful. One after another, he continued, until only 5 remained, at which point despair began to take hold. Yet, upon opening the next lid, a spark of hope ignited within him. Success! In the sample, a sterile ring emerged. Eagerly, he opened the remaining 4 jars, revealing yet another success. It was a triumph. Ha ha ha. At last success. Li Shen laughed heartily, elated that his investment had not been in vain. Your Highness, we have achieved it, he exclaimed. How did I not perceive this sooner? Shirtu peered curiously but remained perplexed by Li Shen's seemingly extravagant consumption of resources over the past months. He had contemplated advising Li Shen against such wastefulness, but ultimately refrained. Of course, it was a success. If you had seen it coming, would we have needed to spend so much? This is a treasure, Li Shen replied joyfully. By the way, the records of the successful samples, they have all been documented, correct? Li Shen inquired further. Indeed, my lord. All the details you requested, what was added, the quantities, the duration, are meticulously recorded, replied Chuanxiang, another maid in attendance. Excellent, Chuanxiang. Continue to have others replicate the method using these 2 successful samples to ascertain if success can be consistently achieved. Bring me the original solutions contained in these jars. Li Shen commanded. While watching television, he had searched online for evidence supporting the viability of this method, yet he had not anticipated such success. Li Shen was now engulfed in a euphoric state, fully aware that his efforts had borne fruit. As long as there is sufficient wealth, it can undoubtedly be created. However, the current penicillin, also known as penicillin G, is of exceedingly low concentration. It requires further purification, a method depicted in television dramas, referred to as chromatographic separation. Unfortunately, this technique necessitates high-quality rice paper, which can be quite costly. Purifying it for half a month barely yields enough for one person. Continue to work hard, Li Shen declared resolutely. We must strive to earn money. Just as Li Shen stepped outside with 2 tightly sealed vials of the raw solution, a eunuch approached to report that Zhang Wang, the supervisor of the manufacturing department, requested an audience. Hastily, Li Shen entrusted the vials to Dong Mei, instructing him to store them in the small warehouse, where the temperature was ideal for preservation during this season. If it became any warmer, they would have to be placed in the ice cellar. Upon entering the main hall, Li Shen found Zhang Wang waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Li Shen, he approached with palpable excitement. Your Highness, we are about to strike it rich. Calm down, sit down and speak, Li Shen urged, inviting Zhang Wang to take a seat. Today, I visited the Wei, Shu, Jiang, and Yu princes. I showed them the samples, and they immediately placed orders, Zhang Wang reported. Oh, how much did they order? Li Shen inquired, his anticipation mounting. The Jiang and Shu princes requested mid-range redwood furniture, combining tables and chairs, with Jiang Wang ordering for a total of 120 guan and Shu Wang for 130 guan. The Yu prince opted for mid-range oak, amounting to 175 guan in total. The largest order came from the Wei prince, who requested a high-end set of rosewood tables and chairs totaling 265 guan. Altogether, the 4 princes' orders summed to 690 guan, with a deduction of 150 guan for materials. We have made a profit of 540 guan, Zhang Wang exclaimed joyfully. Li Shen gasped in astonishment. He had never anticipated such a windfall. The cost across different styles was relatively similar, primarily varying in the intricacy of the carvings, while the wood remained the same. At most, acquiring a piece of animal hide would hardly cost much. In this age where 5 when could buy a dough of rice, 540 guan was a staggering sum. He had not expected such wealth from these princes, initially thinking that earning a mere 100 or so guan would suffice to continue his research on penicillin. Yet, a significant opportunity had unexpectedly fallen into his lap. However, this was only the beginning. Once purchased, the furniture would last for years if maintained properly. Contemplating this, Li Shen pondered whether he should promote the products throughout the various palaces. Indeed, his sister resided in the princess's quarters. He should enlist her help in spreading the word. Observing Li Shen lost in thought, Zhang Wang remained silent, equally caught in a whirlwind of excitement. 540 guan. That would be my entire half-year's salary, he mused. Each of his subordinates could receive 1 or 2 guan, and if it continued for a year, even with monthly distributions, they could amass 5 to 600 guan. However, fear soon crept in. 5 to 600 guan. Surely the heads of the various departments possess similar amounts. Who wouldn't covet such wealth? In this deep palace, which dry well lacks its vengeful spirits. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Zhang Wang, what troubles you?" Li Shen asked, noticing Zhang Wang's distressed expression, glistening with sweat, and suspecting he might be unwell. Zhang Wang regained his composure and earnestly beseeched, "Your Highness, I am willing to surrender my entire share of the profits to you. Please do not refuse." "What has transpired, Zhang Wang?" Li Shen inquired. "I would not presume to be the kind of person who is swayed by money or betrays trust. Rest assured, though I may be young, I remain a person of my word." Li Shen hurried to offer reassurance. "No, Your Highness, I speak sincerely. The profits in this matter are substantial. If a share were to be divided, it would amount to no less than 500 or 600 guans by the end of the year, comparable to the salaries of the heads of various departments. Surely, someone would wish to replace me, and at that time, how could I ensure my own safety? Wealth indeed stirs the heart," Zhang Wang expressed with great fervor. Li Shen regarded Zhang Wang for a moment before inquiring, "You would willingly forego such a sum?" "Your Highness, if one loses their life, what use is wealth?" Zhang Wang replied without hesitation. "Very well, since you are so willing, you shall join the others in sharing that portion. I shall grant you an additional reward, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. Rest assured, I will not disclose my generosity to others. I guarantee that you will leave the palace in comfort and affluence," Li Shen declared. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wang had a sudden realization. In these times, many harbor greed. As a mere steward within the depths of the palace, devoid of power or influence, it would be exceedingly easy for someone to eliminate him. Enough. Return swiftly and procure the necessary materials. Urge the workers to hasten their efforts. Anyone who slacks shall be dismissed. Those who perform well will receive a larger share. You shall determine the distribution, but remember, it is paramount that the work is not only swift but also of the highest quality. We must not tarnish our reputation. Off you go, Li Shen instructed Zhang Wang. "Rest assured, Your Highness, no one would dare." Zhang Wang responded affirmatively, turning to depart for the Department of Production. Once Zhang Wang had left, Li Shen immersed himself in studying his method for purifying penicillin. Chapter 17. Yuan Zheng in the Tang Dynasty. The festival we know as the Spring Festival was referred to as Yuan Zheng. Households adorned their homes with colorful decorations, exuding a joyful atmosphere. In the morning, ministers would pay their respects to the emperor, sharing a meal with him before returning to their families for reunion. Li Shen feigned illness to avoid attending the banquet, as it was the day for deliveries. The orders from the princes had been fulfilled, and Li Shen spent the morning meticulously inspecting each one, fearful of any oversight. Once checked, the goods were wrapped in burlap to prevent damage. After noon, Li Shen set out to make deliveries, starting with the Prince of Wei, Li Tai, which inevitably involved a degree of subtlety. After receiving payment, he proceeded to the Prince of Shu, followed by the Prince of Jiang, and finally arrived at the residence of the Prince of Yu, where he was greeted by concubine Yenda. Li Shen personally came out to welcome him. "Why have you come in person, 10th brother? I have seen your elder brother. They are rather clumsy. I do not trust them to handle the deliveries without oversight," Li Shen thought, though he could not voice his concerns about their reliability in payment. "Oh, come in quickly," Li Shen urged, showing no suspicion as she invited Li Shen inside. "Move everything in carefully. Do not let anything get damaged. Be cautious." Li Shen directed the eunuchs as they brought in the tables and chairs. "Where should we place them, elder brother?" Li Shen inquired. "Just set them in the courtyard for now. I will have someone tidy up before moving them inside. Come, let us retire to the front hall for some refreshments." Li Shen replied. "Very well. Zhang, you may take them back for now. I have matters to attend to here," Li Shen instructed Zhang Wang. "Yes, Your Highness." Zhang Wang acknowledged and led the group away. Li Shen followed Li Shen to the front hall and sat down. Li Shen poured a cup of water for Li Shen and then asked, "10th brother, why did you not attend the banquet today? I heard you were unwell. Yet you appear quite healthy now. Surely, you are not feigning illness to avoid the festivities?" Li Shen lifted his cup, his eyelids barely fluttering as he softly remarked, "8th brother, some truths are best left unspoken." Li Shen paused in surprise before responding. "You truly are audacious. To evade the banquet, you dare deceive father?" Li Shen cast a glance at Li Shen, took another sip of water, and replied, "Who said that? I had a headache in the morning, but I feel better now." "You are quite something," Li Shen said with a hint of exasperation, then leaned closer to Li Shen and whispered, "Why do you not attend? Father will be displeased. Are you not aware that today, King Wei composed a poem? His Majesty praised it highly and bestowed many rewards." "8th brother, what does that have to do with us?" Li Shen retorted. "Cannot you see? Fourth brother has taken an interest, and father seems rather pleased. Li Shen continued in a hushed tone. Eighth brother. Fourth brother's whims do not concern us much. We are destined to leave the fief in the future, Li Shen subtly cautioned, urging him not to get involved. I understand. But even if we depart, there are distinctions. If father favors you, your fief will be prosperous, and near Chang'an too. Conversely, who does not desire a commendable fief? Furthermore, we must have allies in court to share information. Otherwise, as time passes, we risk becoming isolated. What if disaster strikes one day, and we remain oblivious? Has fourth brother sought you out? Upon hearing this, Li Shen deduced that Li Tai must have approached Li Shen. We spoke privately this morning. He did not explicitly state he wished to contend, but rather sought to draw closer to me, Li Shen candidly replied. Draw closer? Do you trust him? I certainly do not. Eighth brother, we are still young and should refrain from entangling ourselves. Father is in his prime. Who can predict what will unfold decades from now? Let us revisit this matter in a few years, Li Shen advised. Indeed, 10th brother, your words resonate with reason. We are still young, and father is in his prime. I have been hasty, Li Shen acknowledged. Well then, 8th brother, it is growing late, and I must take my leave. Heed my words, do not act hastily. I have no intention of participating. I only wish to be a second-generation royal and enjoy life, Li Shen declared as he turned to depart. Li Shen silently watched him leave, murmuring, Do you truly not desire that position? Li Shen proceeded to the Department of Governance, retrieving 210 guan to give to Zhang Wang. Of this, 150 guan was the capital investment for the department's accounts, and 60 guan represented a 10% dividend from this venture, which Li Shen rounded up. He instructed Zhang Wang to distribute the funds and to convey to the craftsmen that this was their first business endeavor, thus allowing them to savor a sweet taste of success. Future dividends would be disbursed monthly, after which Li Shen departed. Zhang Wang shared the dividends, and the craftsmen were elated. One distribution equated to a month's salary. Upon returning to the great auspicious hall, Li Shen secured the funds, awaiting the arrival of Consort Wei. Today marked the Zhenyuan festival, and it was certain that Li Shen would host a family banquet in the evening. This was an event Li Shen had to attend. As dusk approached, an eunuch arrived to announce that the banquet would be held in the Shenlong Hall and that they could proceed. Following Consort Wei, Li Shen entered the expansive Shenlong Hall, which served as a resting place for Li Shen. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback to find dozens of tables set up. Unlike the previous arrangement of individual seats, it was unclear when Li Shen had commissioned Zhang Wang to prepare such an elaborate setup. A wasteful expenditure for such a grand banquet. Li Shen pondered as he entered, and of course, Wei Guifei had gone to visit the concubines. Upon seeing Li Mengjiang, he approached her. Sister, how have you been lately? Li Shen inquired. Li Mengjiang currently resided in the princess courtyard, as all princesses were required to move there upon turning 8. This arrangement served two purposes: to maintain gender separation from the princes and to facilitate their learning of feminine arts and virtues. I am well, dear brother. You have been worrying about me. How are your studies in the palace? Li Mengjiang greeted him with concern. Studying, Li Shen replied, nodding earnestly. He recalled that in the dramas, Li Shen and Li Mengjiang had little interaction later on. After Li Shen left the fief, he did not return to Chang'an, and after Li Mengjiang married, she seldom ventured out. However, this Li Shen was a modern incarnation, unwilling to sever the bond of siblinghood, for they were blood relatives. Before long, Emperor Li Shen and Empress Changsun arrived. Li Shen had heard that after the death of Li Yuan, Empress Changsun fell into a deep sorrow and suffered a severe illness, which left her in a poor state of health. Suddenly, Li Shen recalled that Empress Changsun had indeed passed in the 10th year of the Jingguan era due to an ailment of anger. He speculated that it might be pneumonia, a dire affliction in this era. However, he possessed penicillin. Although its efficacy was uncertain, if it proved effective, should he intervene? According to Li Shen's knowledge, after Empress Changsun's passing, his mother would manage the affairs of state. Perhaps if he exerted some effort, he could secure the title of empress. The announcement of the banquet interrupted Li Shen's musings. He decided to cast aside his thoughts. Who could say whether it was pneumonia? They could address it later. Perhaps it was not pneumonia at all, and his medicine would be rendered useless. Li Shen spoke briefly, and everyone took their seats, with Li Shen naturally seated among the princes. Meanwhile, Wei Guifei joined the other 4 concubines at the same table as Li Shen, where merriment and entertainment prevailed. The palace orchestra played with great fervor, and after dining, they engaged in the New Year's vigil. The concubines and princesses returned to their quarters. leaving only the crown prince and the princes to accompany Li Shen through the vigil, while Li Shen found a quiet corner to doze off. During this time, Wang Litai was particularly lively, displaying his talents before Li Shen, eliciting hearty laughter from him. In stark contrast, the crown prince wore a troubled expression. Li Shen had long been aware that the crown prince had begun to indulge in extravagance this year, enjoying flattery and falsehoods. The capable ministers of the Eastern Palace often advised him. To Li Shen, this behavior seemed typical of a rebellious youth, defiance in the face of restrictions. Moreover, this year, Li Shen's excessive favoritism toward Li Tai, who was overweight and could even be carried in a sedan chair to the palace, incited jealousy in Li Chengxian, the rebellious child, leading him to further self-destructive behavior. Li Shen believed that Li Chengxian was superior to his brothers and had been carefully nurtured by Li Shen, yet the emperor always felt it insufficient. This oppressive form of education ultimately drove Li Chengxian to despair. Chapter 18. Bribing Li Shen after the Jingyuan period. Li Shen returned to a state of tranquility. In April, his mourning period concluded. While it was officially 3 years, for him, it was merely 5 months. Li Shen began attending classes at the Guozijian. During this time, he had purified several batches of penicillin, storing them in small jars sealed with wax and kept in a cool place. The typical shelf life of penicillin is 2 years, but Li Shen thought that it would likely expire within a year at most. Moreover, the craftsmanship has undergone improvements and is now in its preliminary maturity, significantly enhancing the success rate. It has currently progressed to the animal testing phase, specifically involving mice. Incisions are made on the mice to induce infections, followed by the application of penicillin. Furthermore, Li Shen has approached the Ministry of Industry to seek assistance in the creation of needles. However, due to the complexity of the task, there has been little progress thus far. Li Shen has issued a bounty, promising a reward of 100 guan to anyone who can successfully produce them, firmly believing that such a generous offer will yield swift results. As for the manufacture of the medicine, over the past 4 months, Li Shen has amassed over 1,000 guan, with the majority of his earnings coming from royal relatives outside the palace, including various lords residing in Chang'an, and notably the maternal uncle of the emperor, Changsun Wuji, who has placed an order exceeding 400 guan. Thus, Li Shen has managed to accumulate a modest fortune. However, after class, he began to feel an unsettling twitch in his right eyelid, prompting him to hasten back to the Dajidian to avert potential misfortune. To his surprise, upon returning, he found Wang De waiting in the front hall. Upon seeing Li Shen, Wang De greeted him with a smile, stating, "Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned you to the Ganlu Hall after your studies." Li Shen, sensing impending trouble, replied to Wang De, "Old Wang, please wait a moment. I need to put down my things and change my attire before I accompany you." "No rush, Your Highness. I shall wait here," Wang De reassured him. Li Shen hurried to his chamber, quickly freshening up and changing his clothes. He also retrieved a piece of paper from a box on his table and tucked it into his robe before hastily following Wang De to the Ganlu Hall. Inside the Ganlu Hall, Emperor Li Shen was in discussion with several high-ranking officials regarding state affairs, particularly concerning the turmoil in the Tuyuan kingdom that erupted in the 10th year of the Jingyuan era, resulting in the death of the Khan. Li Shen had dispatched Ho Junji to provide assistance, as the new Khan, Nuohibo, was still quite young and sought to request the Tang Dynasty to bestow a calendar and adopt the Tang era name. The ministers agreed to this request, and Nuohibo was conferred the title of Prince of Heiyuan, while Wudi Yebikin was appointed Khan. Once their discussions concluded, Li Shen did not allow them to depart, but rather, with a smile, inquired, "Gentlemen, among the many princes, who do you think possesses some talent?" Fang Xianling and the others exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. The seasoned ministers were quite shrewd, well aware that such inquiries should not be answered lightly, uncertain of Li Shen's true intentions. However, they also understood the importance of responding to the emperor's cultural inquiries. Therefore, Fang Xianling took the initiative to step forward and said, "Your Majesty, the crown prince has been wise since childhood, excelling in both literature and martial arts, with a noble demeanor and deep-rooted benevolence. Indeed, the crown prince is intelligent and compassionate, understanding the gravity of matters," Wei Zheng added. Following this, several ministers, including Tang Jian, Zhang Liang, and Li Shaogong, echoed their sentiments. Seeing the misunderstanding among the crowd, Li Shen chuckled, "Gentlemen, do not misconstrue my words. I am well aware of the crown prince's excellence. What I refer to as talent is more about cunning wit. You shall soon witness just how clever my son is. Oh, then which of the princes is so astute? The officials wondered, relieved by the clarification. Li Shen remarked that he would soon arrive, just as Wang De stood at the entrance. Li Shen instructed, "Let him in. Your Highness, His Majesty summons you." Wang De announced to Li Shen as he entered the Ganlu Hall, taken aback by the multitude of dignitaries present, unsure of what to say, and thus could only offer his respects to the assembly. Having encountered Yi and the esteemed gentleman, as well as His Highness, Prince Shen, who all returned the courtesy, Li Shen, seated above, addressed Li Shen, inquiring, "Pray tell, do you know the purpose of my summons?" Li Shen, feigning ignorance, replied, "I do not, Your Majesty." "Oh, then allow me to enlighten you," Li Shen said, his gaze playful. "Are you familiar with the Bureau of Craftsmanship?" Li Shen's heart sank, for he had surmised this would be the topic of discussion. Recently, aside from this matter, he had been engaged in little else, and he knew it was only a matter of time before Li Shen discovered the truth. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I am aware that the Bureau of Craftsmanship is the place where furnishings for the palace are crafted," Li Shen replied. "Oh, you are in the know. Then, do you not wish to share anything with me?" Li Shen pressed further. "Well, Li Shen stumbled over his words, feeling the weight of the many eyes upon him. He had initially intended to entice the emperor into a partnership, considering the treasury was not particularly bountiful, as Li Shen had invested much in national development. Yet, with so many ministers present, it felt inappropriate to propose such a venture outright. Since you are reluctant to speak, I shall do so on your behalf. Gentlemen, are you aware of the origins of the chairs and tables that have recently become all the rage?" Li Shen remarked with a scoff. "I am aware. They are crafted by the Bureau of Craftsmanship. My household has also placed an order for a set," Changsun Wuji interjected. "My family has done the same." Li Shaogong chimed in. "I have heard as much," others echoed, though they were not of royal blood, and thus had only recently learned of the source. They too harbored desires for their own sets. "Yet, you are unaware that behind this bureau stands Li Shen, orchestrating its affairs," Li Shen revealed. Is that truly the case? How intriguing." The assembly expressed their astonishment. Prince Shen exhibited a remarkable audacity to profit from the Bureau of Craftsmanship. No wonder the emperor deemed him cunning. "Li Shen, am I mistaken?" Li Shen inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. "Aye, it is not so much business as it is a modest earning for my labor. The designs, including the styles and patterns, were conceived by me. A child cannot toil without recompense." Li Shen defended himself, feeling quite aggrieved. "Modest? In 3 months, you have garnered over 1,500 guan." Li Shen dismissed Li Shen's grievances. "What? Such a sum? That is hardly a small amount. The prince truly excels." The ministers were once again taken aback. Yet, undeterred by his exposure, Li Shen continued to act the rogue. "Yi, it is merely a little over 1,000 guan. For you and the esteemed ministers. It is inconsequential." "Inconsequential? My treasury barely exceeds 30,000 guan," Li Shen retorted, amused by Li Shen's audacity. "Your Highness, 1,500 guan constitutes my annual salary. It would take me a year to earn such a sum," Wei Zheng interjected, delivering a timely rebuke. Li Shen was left speechless. At that moment, he could only resort to his trump card. "Yi, I have my reasons." "What reasons? Speak them aloud so I, and the gentleman, may hear," Li Shen urged. Eager to hear Li Shen's explanation, Li Shen then produced a piece of paper from his breast pocket. "Yi, my reasoning is inscribed upon this parchment. I beseech you to peruse it." Li Shen gestured for Wang De to retrieve the paper. Wang De approached, took the document from Li Shen, glanced at it, and could not help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Prince Shen's audacity was indeed remarkable. Li Shen took the paper and glanced at it, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Boldly inscribed were the words "contract for the division of tables and chairs." After a cursory examination, Li Shen grasped the essence of its contents. The contract was straightforward. Li Shen was to gratuitously transfer 30% of his shares to Li Shen's treasury, and he was willing to include his prior earnings within that 30%. After reading it, Li Shen, with a stoic expression, addressed Li Shen. "Do you realize that your actions constitute a grievous transgression? Such an offense warrants severe punishment. This rationale is insufficient." 40%, Li Shen lamented. "Do you not know that what you have acquired is not ill-gotten wealth? It is also my fault for not paying enough attention to you, allowing you to develop such a penchant for avarice," Li Shen lamented. 50%, then. "I beseech you, my lord, spare my life," Li Shen cried. For the money was indeed a matter of life and death to him. Given your circumstances, I find it understandable. Return and draft another account of the proceedings. Submit it along with the required items to Wangda. You may go, Li Shen concluded contentedly. Li Shen departed, dejected, mourning the loss of 750 guan from his fortune. Life seemed to have lost its luster. Observing Li Shen's exit, Li Shen inquired of those present, "Gentlemen, did you witness that? What are your thoughts?" "Your Majesty, Prince Shun is young and playful, yet he is indeed clever. While his actions may raise concerns, considering his youth and ignorance, they can be forgiven," Fang Xianling remarked. "Indeed, Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Shun possesses considerable intellect," Changsun Wuji added. "If you were aware of what was inscribed on that paper, you would understand why I deem him cunning," Li Shen remarked, gesturing for Wang to present the contract to them. Upon perusal, the assembly realized that Prince Shun had been engaging in bribery. "Oh, now I comprehend why he spoke of percentages," they murmured. "As the sovereign, Your Majesty should not involve himself in commercial dealings," Wei Jing advised. "Such a statement is erroneous. Minister Wei, at this moment, Prince Shun is showing filial piety towards His Majesty. How can that be considered involvement in trade?" Changsun Wuji countered. "Minister Wei, I have reigned for 9 years, and our treasury holds less than 30,000 guan. The Taiji Palace has long been in disrepair and damp. I had intended to undertake renovations, but hesitated to draw from the national coffers. Do you not think my situation is dire?" Li Shen questioned Wei Zheng. Hearing Li Shen's lament, Wei Zheng recognized that since his ascension, the emperor had indeed practiced frugality. The treasury often faced depletion, and it was Li Shen who compensated from his own treasury. Over the years, he had not spent a single copper from the national treasury, thus he could only concede. Chapter 19. Changsuan's grave illness. Fang Xianling, witnessing Wei Zheng's predicament, sought to mediate. What His Majesty states is valid. The small administrative office does not yield much annually. Let it be considered Prince Shun's indulgence, nothing of great consequence. Prince Shun is a remarkable talent, Tang Jian suddenly interjected. The assembly turned to him, and he calmly continued. Gentlemen may not be aware that while our treasury has seen continuous growth, expenditures are substantial, not to mention the salaries of officials nationwide. We must also maintain waterways and repair roads. Although the past few years have been favorable, certain regions still suffer calamities, necessitating the court to provide grain to relieve the afflicted. The annual surplus has dwindled. As pillars of the state, all of you understand the significance of wealth. As the Minister of Revenue, I can attest to this. This discourse left Wei Jing speechless. The hierarchy of societal roles has long placed scholars at the pinnacle, often looking down upon merchants. Yet, it is well understood that for a nation to thrive, it must possess wealth and resources. Now, let us turn our attention to King Shun. His recent haggling with me, marked by a grimace of discomfort, reveals his avarice. I had initially intended for him to undertake a significant task this year, but it appears he possesses a semblance of intellect, albeit one that requires guidance. Li Shen shifted the conversation. Since the painful loss of 50% of his shares, Li Shen grieved for several days, only to emerge resolute, expanding his business ventures. With Li Shen now aware of the situation and holding half the shares, his foremost consideration became the nobles and officials. Within a month, he secured orders from all the nobles, raising prices by 20%, knowing that if he failed, he would lose face in the political arena, thus ensuring a smooth process. Zhang Wang from the Ministry of Works and his colleagues were busily engaged, yet their faces bore smiles, as the more they produced, the greater their rewards. As May approached, Li Shen finally received commendable news. The artisans in the Ministry of Works had crafted the needle he requested. Eagerly, he hurried to the ministry, only to feel a twinge of disappointment upon seeing the needle. While it matched his specifications in length, its tip was thicker than he had desired, reminiscent of the coarse needles used for livestock in his previous life. Such a needle would surely inflict pain if used on a person. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that having something was preferable to nothing. He learned that the craftsman had labored for over a month to create it. Li Shen offered words of encouragement and requested 2 more, rewarding the craftsman with 50 guan. He also promised a further reward of 50 guan to any craftsman capable of producing a needle 2 sizes finer. Returning home, Li Shen fashioned a syringe from a slender bamboo tube, which proved much simpler. After affixing the needle, he tested it and found it satisfactory. For several consecutive days, he conducted injection experiments on mice, needing to ascertain whether the injections would be lethal. Following the trials, none of the mice perished, prompting him to increase the dosage. While Li Shen immersed himself in his experiments, a grave matter unfolded in the palace. Empress Changsun had fallen gravely ill. In fact, she had been suffering from a cold and fever for the past month, with persistent coughs. Although the imperial physician had prescribed a remedy that seemed to improve her condition, the illness recurred after a month, marked by relentless coughing and intermittent fevers. At this moment, Li Shen was in the Hall of Governance, inquiring about the physician's assessment. "How is her condition?" Li Shen asked, his urgency palpable. Present were a dozen senior physicians who had recently attended to the Empress. "Your Majesty, the Empress suffers from a respiratory ailment, likely caused by a febrile illness," one physician cautiously replied. "I wish to know how the Empress may recover," Li Shen pressed further. The physicians hesitated, reluctant to speak first for fear of incurring the Emperor's wrath. Sensing their trepidation, Li Shen urged them to speak freely, assuring them that he would not lay blame upon them. Finally, Physician Li Shen stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, we are at a loss. The Empress suffers from a respiratory condition that has affected her heart and lungs. Given her inherent frailty, I fear." "I fear? What do you fear?" Li Shen demanded sternly. "I fear that her time may be limited," Physician Li Shen replied, steeling himself to deliver the grim prognosis. "Is there truly no remedy?" Li Shen, filled with anxiety, inquired, "Your Majesty, how could we dare to neglect Her Majesty the Empress? We truly find ourselves powerless. It is beyond the healing capabilities of medicine." The royal physician, Li Tai, was greatly frightened, fearing that Li Shen might lash out in anger. "How much longer does the Empress have?" Li Shen asked sorrowfully, closing his eyes. "Your Majesty, our assessment indicates that it will not exceed 3 months. It would be prudent for Your Majesty to prepare," replied Li Tai. Li Shen waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. He returned alone to the Hall of Divine Dew, tears welling in his eyes, deeply saddened. In recent times, he had dedicated himself to praying for Empress Changsun, overseeing the restoration of 392 renowned temples across the realm, yet his wishes remained unfulfilled. Throughout the past month, each time he heard the Empress's relentless cough or witnessed her sleepless nights due to her affliction, his heart felt as though it were being sliced apart, longing to take her place in suffering. Wang De, issue a decree to the entire kingdom, summoning renowned physicians. Whoever can cure the Empress's ailment shall be granted nobility, rewarded with 5,000 acres of fertile land, and appointed as an official within the Imperial Medical Bureau. Li Shen was still unwilling to accept despair and prepared to gather the finest doctors from across the nation. Yes, Wang De has traveled through the 3 provinces, and a decree has been issued requiring their involvement. Li Shen had also heard of this matter in recent days and accompanied concubine Wei on a visit. The incessant cough of Empress Changsun was alarming, and it was rumored that she occasionally suffered from fevers as well, her condition worsening with each passing day. Li Shen found himself in a dilemma. Firstly, he had tested penicillin on infected wounds in mice, but its efficacy on humans remained uncertain. He had calculated the dosage for human use, but due to its low purity, the required amount was substantial, and its safety had yet to be verified. Secondly, if Empress Changsun were to pass away, his mother, concubine Wei, would undoubtedly rise as the matriarch of the harem, gaining significant power and influence, an advantageous situation for him. Yet, he was still unsure if the medicine would work. If things went awry, he would bear the brunt of the consequences. In the front hall of the great auspicious hall, Li Shen conversed with concubine Wei. She noticed a change in her son over the past few months. He no longer seemed so distant and occasionally engaged in conversation. "Mother, I wish to ask, if there were a way to save Empress Changsun, would you choose to save her?" Li Shen asked directly, given the familial bond, leaving no room for ambiguity. This question took concubine Wei by surprise. "Shen'er, did not the physicians declare that medicine is futile?" "Mother, I am speaking hypothetically. If there were a medicine with a substantial chance of success, would you be willing?" Li Shen reiterated. "If it were indeed true, I would desire to save the Empress." "Alas," concubine Wei sighed. "Mother, I possess it," Li Shen said solemnly. "You possess it? Shen'er, this is not mere jest. The physicians have deemed it impossible to cure. How could a child like you have such a miraculous remedy?" Concubine Wei expressed her disbelief. "Mother, as you know, I have been experimenting with various substances in the palace these past few months. It is indeed a form of medicine. However, its effectiveness remains uncertain, though hope is not entirely lost. I merely wish to understand whether, should it be capable of saving the Empress, you would be willing to act. If the Empress were to pass, you would naturally assume the role of the sovereign lady of the harem. Li Shen had already ensured that their surroundings were clear of onlookers, with stones guarding the entrance to prevent eavesdropping. Upon hearing this, concubine Wei fell into deep contemplation. Li Shen was right. If the empress were no longer present, she would become the principal figure in the harem, securing the emperor's trust. At this moment, Lady Wei found herself engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions. On one hand, the empress was benevolent and attentive towards her. Otherwise, as a woman in her second marriage, she would struggle to maintain her standing within the imperial harem, especially in the role of the second consort. On the other hand, she had long yearned for the position of the harem's sovereign, hoping that Emperor Li Shen would frequently visit the grand auspicious palace. After all, Lady Wei was merely 37 years old, an age still considered vibrant in later generations. After a quarter of an hour, Lady Wei raised her head and addressed Li Shen, saying, "If you are capable of healing, my dear son, I hope you can restore the empress to health. She has treated us kindly. Furthermore, even without the empress, I may not necessarily ascend to the position of the harem's matriarch, for it is only the empress who holds the emperor's affections. However, do you possess the assurance to proceed? We must avoid any missteps that could jeopardize your well-being." Lady Wei's foremost concern lay with her son. "Do not worry, mother. The chances are quite favorable. Today, I inquired about your thoughts. If you consent, I shall undertake the human trials tomorrow. Should you disapprove, I will postpone for a few months to prevent father from discovering that we possess a remedy yet fail to utilize it." Li Shen replied earnestly. "Very well, my son. Proceed with the experiment you mentioned. Saving a life is of greater merit than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. If successful, it will undoubtedly benefit your future prospects, allowing you to secure a prosperous fief. Regardless of any mistakes you may make thereafter, the empress will safeguard your life," Lady Wei advised Li Shen. Chapter 20. The human trials. Following his conversation with Lady Wei the previous day, Li Shen did not attend the Imperial Academy, but instead visited the Ministry of Justice, where the current minister was Li Daozong, a cousin of Emperor Li Shen. Li Shen approached Li Daozong directly. "Greetings, royal uncle," Li Shen began, bowing respectfully. "What brings you here, Li Shen?" Li Daozong inquired, maintaining a formal demeanor, as they were not particularly well acquainted. "Royal uncle, I seek to borrow several prisoners from the dungeons for an experiment," Li Shen stated candidly. "The dungeons are a place of great importance. Outsiders are prohibited from entering." "That is the rule," Li Daozong replied, showing little deference. "Royal uncle, I intend to test a new medicine, specifically on those who are nearing death. If the experiment succeeds, the merit will be immeasurable. Those individuals are already destined to perish. If we can save them, the ministry will lose fewer lives," Li Shen explained. After a moment of contemplation, Li Daozong decided to grant Li Shen access, recognizing his status as a prince. In this era, laws and regulations were primarily imposed on the common folk. Nobles faced no consequences for taking the lives of commoners. He personally led Li Shen into the dungeons, not out of respect, but rather to ensure that Li Shen did not cause any trouble that would reflect poorly on him. "Royal uncle, are there any prisoners here who are gravely injured or suffering from ailments that may lead to their demise?" Li Shen inquired. Li Daozong was uncertain, so he turned to the accompanying jailer. "Reply to the prince," he commanded. "There are a few such individuals. They are all serious offenders and have not been seen by a physician. A couple have died recently, and several more are likely on the brink, one of whom may be suffering from a respiratory condition, as he has been coughing incessantly," the jailer promptly responded. "Excellent," Li Shen replied, visibly satisfied. Subsequently, the jailer guided them to a few prisoners, among whom 3 bore injuries for unknown reasons, with festering wounds and slight fevers. There was another individual who had been coughing intermittently. Li Shen instructed that the 4 of them be confined together, and then directed his personal eunuch, to use white liquor to assist in cleaning the wounds of the injured. The white liquor provided by Li Shen was distilled high-proof alcohol, originally produced for sterilizing the vessels used in his penicillin creation. If distilled water could be made, naturally, high-proof alcohol could be distilled as well, albeit requiring several rounds of distillation. The pain from the alcohol cleaning the wounds caused the prisoners to writhe in agony. A few prison guards hurried to assist in restraining them, while Li Daozong observed nearby, frowning. Once the wounds were treated, Li Shen applied penicillin solution to the injuries and wrapped them in coarse cloth. Ideally, he would have preferred cotton, but he had to make do. The most crucial step was executed by Li Shen himself, administering the injection. His needles had been boiled and soaked in alcohol to prevent bacterial growth. He first conducted a skin test on the prisoners using a bamboo tube needle. Whether they were allergic was inconsequential, as they were mere prisoners. The main concern was the outcome of the skin test, which showed no signs of swelling in any of the 3 individuals. He then prepared for the injection. Li Shen administered varying dosages to the 3 prisoners, with Shurtu recording the details. Accompanying Li Shen in his studies had made him literate. The dosages were half a bamboo tube, 1 bamboo tube, and 2 bamboo tubes, each the thickness of a finger. The size and length were reminiscent of the injections from Li Shen's previous life. The sight of such a large needle instilled fear in the prisoners, for they had never encountered such instruments of torture. They cried out, claiming they had revealed everything, much to Li Shen's bemusement. Li Shen instructed the guards to have the individuals lie down and remove their trousers. Many might assume that intramuscular injections could be administered in the arm, but Li Shen recalled a conversation with a nurse who had previously given him injections. For large doses, the gluteal muscle must be used, as it is thick and relaxed, making it less likely to hit bone while having a rich supply of capillaries conducive to drug absorption. The arm, with its shallow muscle layer, poses a risk of hitting nerves and is less effective for absorption. This was Li Shen's first experience administering an injection. He endeavored to avoid going too deep, but the needle was somewhat thick. The prisoner receiving the injection cried out in distress, prompting Li Daozong to feel a sympathetic pain in his own rear. Subsequently, the coughing prisoner was treated with a swift injection of the medication. Li Shen then waited in the cell for half an hour, and upon confirming that all were still alive, he rose and exited the prison alongside Li Daozong. "Thank you, Imperial Uncle. I appreciate your assistance. Please take good care of these prisoners. Ensure they are well fed and have enough to eat. I shall return tomorrow to express my gratitude," Li Shen remarked. "There is no need for such formality. Just come by yourself tomorrow." "I will merely inform the prison chief," Li Daozong replied, knowing he would not have time to accompany Li Shen the following day. As long as he was aware that Li Shen did not intend to harm the prisoners, all would be well. The next morning, Li Shen promptly brought his men to the Ministry of Punishment's prison, where the prison chief escorted them to the cell of the prisoners from the previous day. Li Shen approached and observed for a while, confirming that they were still alive. He then inquired of the guards, "How did the 4 react yesterday?" Replying to the prince, among the 3, 1 convulsed and foamed at the mouth after the injection, but thankfully did not perish. The others are all quite normal. The coughing one seems to have coughed less last night, the guard reported. Upon hearing this, Li Shen looked at the individual indicated by the guard, noting their poor spirits and pallid complexion. He suspected that the dosage might have been too high, as people in this era did not possess any form of drug resistance. Even a small dose would have an immediate effect. On this day, Li Shen resolved to reduce the dosage for the patient and observe the effects. Following a brief inquiry, he commenced the injection experiment once more. The scene was identical, accompanied by the same cries of distress. Li Shen believed that his technique had improved significantly since the first day, yet the lamentations persisted. After administering the injection, he proceeded with the debridement process, and the cries echoed once again. For 5 consecutive days, Li Shen returned, performing the same procedures, instilling fear in the other inmates. Today marked the 7th day. The individual who had been coughing was now nearly free from the affliction, breathing with ease. The other 3, having had their dosages adjusted by Li Shen, began to see scabbing on their legs, and their fevers had long since subsided. This progress filled Li Shen with exhilaration, earning him the reverence of the guards, who regarded him as a miraculous healer capable of reviving those on the brink of death. For the sake of safety, Li Shen decided to continue for 2 more days to solidify these gains, believing that the potential harm of excess medication paled in comparison to the value of life. Within the imperial palace, Empress Changxuan's health deteriorated further. Her cough intensified, and the cough syrup prescribed by the court physicians, which had initially shown some efficacy, now proved utterly ineffective. The empress coughed throughout the night, her throat raw from the strain. For several days, Emperor Li Shen had lost interest in state affairs, delegating responsibilities to his trusted officials and the crown prince, while remaining by the empress's side. Was there truly no remedy left? At this moment, Li Shen summoned the chief physician, Li Shuai, hoping to hear even a morsel of good news, however slight. Changsun had been with him since childhood, their bond profound, akin to love in modern terms. At merely 36 years of age, how could he bear to lose her? "Your Majesty, I have returned after a month. Having perused all medical texts available, I humbly apologize for my inadequacy. Given the Empress's current state, The illness has progressed to her lungs, rendering medicinal intervention futile. I urge your majesty to prepare for the inevitable. Li Shen delicately conveyed the gravity of the situation. Disheartened, Li Shen waved his hand dismissively. After the physician bowed and withdrew, he understood the emperor's disappointment, yet felt powerless himself. Li Shen lingered in melancholy before steeling himself to re-enter the chamber. Erlang, do not trouble anyone further on my behalf, the empress said gently. You must not burden the physicians. Over the years, many officials had escaped punishment due to her benevolence. Otherwise, Wei Zheng would have long since perished. Guanyin, rest assured. I am merely inquiring when the physicians believe you shall recover. They advise you to rest. And you shall soon be well, Li Shen reassured her. Erlang, I know my own condition. I cannot accompany you any longer. In the future, you must temper your temperament and heed the counsel of your ministers. Fortunately, the court is filled with loyal and virtuous officials. The inner palace shall be entrusted to concubine Wei, whose goodness and authority ensure she does not form factions within the harem. As she coughed, Empress Changsun began to discuss her final wishes. Guanyin, do not speak. Rest well, Li Shen said, his eyes glistening with tears. Erlang, I fear the time may come when I depart. There are things I must say while I still can, the empress continued, wanting to express more. Guanyin, that will not happen. You shall be fine. Please, rest, Li Shen urged, wishing only for her comfort. Your Majesty, Prince Shun requests an audience. Wang De announced at that moment. Get out. Do you not see the empress needs to rest? Go fetch 20 rods, and tell Li Shen not to disturb the empress. Emperor Li Shen ordered, his voice laced with irritation. He was filled with pent-up emotions that demanded release. Wait a moment, let Shin'er come in, Empress Zhangsun interjected, addressing Wang De, who was about to leave. Erlang, have you forgotten my previous words? Do not misplace your anger onto others. Shin'er visits me with good intentions. Let him enter. Seeing Wang De hesitate, she turned to Li Shen, allow him to come in. Obediently, Li Shen instructed Wang De accordingly. Chapter 21. The treatment of Empress Zhangsun. Li Shen arrived at the Hall of Governance with the sole intention of treating Empress Zhangsun. He had been conducting experiments for over 20 days. The 4 patients before him had recovered, and he had arranged for the jailer to discreetly find several citizens suffering from ailments to bring to the prison. Unable to leave the palace, Li Shen relied on the jailer's assistance, rewarding him and the guards with 50 coins for their help. The jailer and guards were elated to bring in 3 individuals. Typically, after administering his medicine, most patients recovered within 7 to 8 days, with one taking 10 days. However, the delay had extended over 20 days, and his supply of medicine was dwindling. Despite daily production at home, the yield was disappointingly low. He feared Empress Zhangsun might not have much time left. Historically, she had perished in July or August, and it was now June. With only a month remaining, Li Shen dared not wait any longer. Earlier treatment would yield better results. Procrastination could render his efforts futile, so he hastened to the Hall of Governance after his studies at the Imperial Academy, bringing his supplies just as Li Shen was present. Following Wang De, Li Shen entered the Empress's chambers, finding her lying in bed, looking pallid and coughing incessantly. He deduced that she was likely suffering from pneumonia, recalling a similar experience from his previous life. I have seen father and mother, Li Shen said, bowing respectfully. What brings you here, Li Shen? If there is nothing urgent. Do not disturb the Empress's rest, Li Shen replied, his expression darkening. Cough, cough. Shin'er, do not heed your father's words. Come, sit down. Pour a cup of water for the crown prince. Empress Zhangsun disregarded Li Shen's admonition and beckoned Li Shen closer. Li Shen thought to himself, what a remarkable woman she is. No wonder she features in every Tang Dynasty drama. Her virtues are indeed commendable. Only Empress Zhangsun could manage Li Shen. Otherwise, why would he act so foolishly after her passing, his temperament so altered? Father, mother, I have come at the behest of my aunt to inquire about your condition. Unaware of what the physician has said, Li Shen remarked. Who are you here to assist? The Empress will soon recover. Return at once. Li Shen's face darkened further, anger evident in his tone. He suspected Li Shen had come to check on Empress Zhangsun's demise, thinking her death was imminent. In his current state of mind, all seemed bleak to Li Shen. Erlang, do not be angry. Shin'er is still a child, Empress Zhangsun interjected. She understood that after her death, Li Shen would require the care of Consort Wei, and the palace needed her management. Shin'er, return and inform Consort Wei that I hope she will look after His Majesty well in the future. As the palace cannot afford disorder while His Majesty is preoccupied with state affairs, Empress Zhongsun advised Li Shen. Noticing the misunderstanding between Li Shimin and Empress Zhongsun, Li Shen decided to be more forthright. Father, mother, my intention is to attempt to treat my mother, should the royal physician prove ineffective. I possess a certain remedy that may hold promise. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin abruptly stood, grasping Li Shen's arm, and inquired, My son, 20 days ago, I ventured to the prison of the Ministry of Justice and successfully treated 4 individuals, all of whom recovered. One of them exhibited symptoms remarkably similar to my mother's. Additionally, I summoned 3 commoners from outside, whose ailments closely resembled hers, and they too have been restored to health. I had intended to continue my experiments, but upon hearing from my aunt that my mother's condition has deteriorated, I felt compelled to come at once. If the royal physician has a solution, I shall refrain from proceeding. However, if he does not, I wish to attempt it. Surely it is preferable to remain idle and wait for despair. Li Shen initially contemplated retorting with a notion of waiting for death, but swallowed his words instead. Li Shimin, deep in thought, suddenly asked, What compels you to concoct medicine? Li Shen, regarding Li Shimin earnestly, replied, Because my aunt implores me to save Empress Zhongsun. Lady Wei, the favored consort, desires you to rescue the Empress? Li Shimin queried, astonished. Indeed, my aunt has told me that the Empress is virtuous and benevolent, and has shown kindness towards us. She expressed a wish that if there were a way to save the Empress, it would be wonderful. I replied that I could attempt it, and thus my aunt urged me to proceed, Li Shen elucidated. Very well, Wang De, summon Li Xiaowei, Li Shimin commanded decisively. He was not a vacillating emperor. He understood that opportunities must be seized, for who knows what success may lie ahead, especially since the royal physician had exhausted all options. Produce your medicine. Let me behold it, Li Shimin declared, his countenance visibly brightening with resolve. Li Shen unfastened his box, revealing a small wax-sealed jar containing the medicinal liquid, alongside a bamboo tube, a syringe, and a small vial of alcohol. He lifted the jar and said, Father, this jar contains the medicinal solution. But we must first conduct a skin test to observe any adverse reactions from my mother. Should there be any, the remedy would be rendered useless. Forcing its use would be tantamount to administering poison. His greatest fear was that Empress Zhongsun might suffer an allergic reaction to penicillin. As he spoke, Li Shen extracted a syringe, drew a small amount of the solution, and injected it into the skin of Empress Zhongsun's wrist, causing her to wince in pain, tears welling in her eyes. As they awaited the outcome, Wang De entered with the royal physician, Li Xiaowei. Li Shimin addressed Li Xiaowei, saying, Royal physician, Prince Shen claims to possess a remedy for the Empress. I ask you to stand by to prevent any unforeseen mishap. Your Majesty, the Empress's illness. Li Xiaowei hesitated before continuing. It is ill-advised to administer untested medicine. Furthermore, Prince Shen is but a child, lacking in medical knowledge. I beseech you to reconsider. His implication was clear. If they were unable to treat her, it was unlikely that Li Shen could succeed. Li Shen remained silent, awaiting Li Shimin's verdict. After a moment, Li Shimin declared, Do you possess any alternative? If not, let Li Shen make his attempt. Though Li Xiaowei wished to voice further objections, he ultimately remained silent. Recognizing that they had exhausted all options for the Empress's treatment, Li Shen, no longer hesitating, observed the site of the skin test and noted the absence of swelling or redness. He swiftly drew the bamboo needle into the jar, extracting an adequate dose of the medicine. However, he hesitated, realizing he had neglected to inform Li Shimin that the injection needed to be administered intramuscularly in the buttocks. What a lapse! Why had he not trained Lan Yuer for such situations? After all, the patients he had treated previously had all been male. Noticing Li Shen's indecision, Li Shimin inquired, What troubles you? Li Shen hesitated for a moment before saying, It truly requires injection into the gluteal region for the medication to take effect. You see, as soon as Li Shen spoke, Li Shimin understood the implication. He would need to lower his trousers. After all, who could gaze upon the Empress's posterior? Perhaps we should wait a few more days. I could train Lan Yuer, and she would manage just fine. Observing Li Shimin's reluctance, Li Shen continued, My child, I am your mother, and you are still quite young. There is nothing inappropriate about this. Moreover, you are saving your mother. At this moment, Empress Zhongsun interjected, aware that Li Shimin feared the repercussions on her reputation. Very well, your mother is correct. You may proceed with the treatment, Li Shimin remarked. Emphasizing that his mother was not merely a stranger, Yet he was concerned about what might happen if Empress Changsun could not wait a few days. Oh, that is acceptable. In truth, it need not be a complete procedure. Merely pushing down a little would suffice. Mother, please lie down, and you all may leave. Just one maidservant will do. Li Shen instructed the gathered individuals. Li Shen protested vehemently, exclaiming, "You cannot expect me to leave." There is no need for you to exit, Li Shen retorted, having momentarily forgotten about Li Shen, as such views were not unfamiliar to wives. Once everyone had exited, a palace maid slowly lowered the empress's sleeping attire until Li Shen signaled it was sufficient. Mother, it will be quite painful, bear with it. If it becomes unbearable, you may cry out, Li Shen advised the empress in advance. Upon receiving a nod from Empress Changsun, he first sanitized the area with thick, alcohol-soaked cloth, then skillfully injected the medication into the muscle. Ultimately, he gradually administered the drug. The needle was indeed thick, causing considerable discomfort. Empress Changsun gasped and quickly bit down on the bedding to stifle her cries. Moments later, Li Shen withdrew the needle and pressed the alcohol-soaked cloth against the injection site. He instructed the nearby maidservant, "Apply pressure until it stops bleeding, then we may dress her again," and began to tidy his instruments. "Is that all there is to it?" Li Shen asked, utterly bewildered by the proceedings. "Indeed, 2 injections are required daily, 1 in the morning and 1 at night. Recovery will take approximately 7 to 8 days, Li Shen summarized, based on his experience that lower concentration with daily injections yielded better results, provided there was no overdosage. After ensuring there was nothing further for him to do, Li Shen took his leave from Li Shen, informing him that he would return the next morning for the second injection, and then he went back to the Deji Hall. Note: significant injections do indeed necessitate placement in the gluteal region. Smaller volumes can be administered in the arms due to the thicker muscle layer, larger surface area, and abundance of capillaries that facilitate absorption. This can be verified through research. Chapter 22. Truly recovered. Li Shuwei lingered in the Li Zheng Hall for half an hour. Not detecting any immediate danger to Empress Changsun, he departed. Shortly thereafter, the attending maidservants noted that the Empress's breathing had improved, her cough was less severe, and she had even managed to sleep for a while. In recent days, Empress Changsun had scarcely rested. The following day, after breakfast, Li Shen arrived first at the Li Zheng Hall, accompanied by the female official Lan Yue. Having heard the maidservant's reports indicating the medication was taking effect, he said little, immediately instructing Lan Yue to observe and learn the previous day's procedure while administering another injection to the Empress. He then asked Lan Yue to take the supplies back while he proceeded to the Guozijian. After the court session, Emperor Li Shen came to visit and found Empress Changsun peacefully asleep, only occasionally coughing. His spirits lifted at the realization that Li Shen's medicine was proving effective. The Empress was on the mend. Not wishing to disturb her, he returned to the Ganlu Hall to attend to matters of state. Thus, 5 days passed. Empress Changsun's coughing had significantly decreased, and she was able to consume some food. Starting from the 5th day, the injections were entrusted to Lan Yue. As it was not a suitable task for him, Li Shen merely came by daily to check on the Empress's condition. After 3 more days, the Empress was nearly recovered. Emperor Li Shen summoned all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Office to take the Empress's pulse individually. Empress Changsun remarked that Li Shen was making a grand fuss over nothing. After the examinations, the physicians were left in awe, exclaiming it to be a miracle, especially those who had previously treated the Empress, who were incredulous, attributing her recovery to divine protection and auspicious fortune. Li Shen declared that there was no longer a need for his medicine, but as the Empress had just emerged from a severe illness, she remained weak. He advised the physicians to prescribe some restorative tonics. Upon hearing this, the physicians exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their dismay. A child had cured what they could not, and now they were instructed to merely attend to minor matters. Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts, for Li Shen had indeed healed the Empress. They hurried back to the Imperial Medical Office to prepare medicine for her. Mother is truly well? At this moment in the Eastern Palace, Li Chengxian looked at Li Ji and Li Mingda, disbelief etched across his face. In the days when Empress Changsun was gravely ill, he had inquired with the physicians, receiving the same grim report as Li Shen. Upon returning, he felt a mix of sorrow and anger, sorrow that the Empress's days were numbered, and anger at the ineptitude of the palace physicians. Later, upon hearing that Li Shen had administered medicine to the Empress, he held little hope. Subsequently, due to the Empress's need for rest, Li Shen forbade his siblings from visiting her. Who could have imagined that today Li Ji and Li Mingdao would come to inform him of her recovery? The joy was so overwhelming that Li Chengqian could scarcely believe it. Indeed, brother, I, along with Zizi, have visited her. We heard father and the physicians declare that mother has recovered, and they are to provide her with restorative care, Li Ji exclaimed with delight. Yes, yes, chimed in the young Li Mingda, nodding like a little adult. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Li Chengqian expressed his elation. Let us go see mother. Brother. Father said mother is sleeping and requested we join him for dinner tonight. Li Ji reminded the overly excited Li Chengqian. Ah, yes, yes. We mustn't disturb mother. Li Chengqian promptly replied. It is no wonder that Li Chengqian was so overwhelmed with joy. If anyone had received the most affection from Empress Changsun, it was undoubtedly him. From childhood, while Li Shen was preoccupied with warfare and state affairs, it was the Empress who tenderly cared for him. Whenever he made mistakes, she would shield him from the Emperor's wrath, acting as a bridge between father and son. After the Empress fell gravely ill, Li Chengqian had wept alone on several nights. For he was but 17. Now that the Empress was safe, how could he not rejoice? Before long, all of Chang'an was aware that Empress Changsuan's grave illness had been cured by Prince Li Shen. The first to learn of the news were those in the imperial harem, followed by the court, and finally, the citizens of Chang'an. Whispers spread that Li Shen possessed extraordinary powers. Some claimed he was a celestial being descended to earth, while others suggested he had borrowed life from Empress Changsun. There were even tales of Li Shen wielding a magical bamboo tube designed to siphon human blood, with reports of individuals sent to the Ministry of Justice who never returned. The rumors were as diverse as they were bizarre. On this day of the Grand Court Assembly, all officials ranked 5th grade and above were summoned. Li Shen was initially not included, but due to Emperor Li Shen's desire to confer rewards upon him, he was granted special permission to await at the side. Today, Li Shen appeared radiant, his face adorned with a constant smile. The recovery of Empress Changsun had lifted the clouds of worry from his heart. The court proceedings held little significance today. It is often said that a nation's affairs are numerous, yet in truth, most matters are handled by local officials in accordance with national policies, with the outcomes reported in successive memorials to higher authorities. Routine matters could be managed by the likes of Fang Xianling and the 3 ministries, requiring only a summary report to Li Shen. Only significant issues warranted his direct attention, lest he be overwhelmed. Once the important matters were addressed, Li Shen addressed his ministers, saying, Esteemed officials, I trust you are all aware of the Empress's illness. The Imperial Medical Department, though diligent, found themselves powerless. I was consumed by sorrow for a time, neglecting state affairs, relying upon you, the pillars of the nation, to share my burdens. For this, I reflect upon myself. Li Shen, in high spirits, sincerely acknowledged his shortcomings. Your Majesty speaks too humbly. The Empress is the mother of the nation, and having known you since childhood, she has steadfastly supported you. It is only natural for you to be concerned in such dire times. This reflects your benevolence, spoke Changsun Wuji, who was particularly pleased now that his sister had recovered, securing his own position. Indeed, we should share in your Majesty's concerns, echoed Fang Xianling, and the ministers collectively agreed, praising the Emperor's compassion and loyalty. Even Wei Zheng, who was rarely inclined to flatter, offered kind words. Li Shen, gratified by their responses, continued. You may have also heard that it was Prince Shun Li Shen who cured the Empress. The imperial physicians, despite their collective efforts, were at a loss as they witnessed her decline, and I longed to take her place. Thus, I decreed throughout the realm, whoever could restore her health would be rewarded with titles, lands, and gold. Today, I shall confer honors upon Prince Shun Li Shen. Li Shen stepped forward, his heart racing with excitement at the promise of wealth and land. Li Shen had intended to extol his virtues, but upon seeing Li Shen's eager demeanor, his eyes shining and hands anxiously rubbing together, he swallowed his praise. He nodded to Wang De, who understood the signal and began to read from the imperial edict. Prince Shun Li Shen, possessing wisdom since childhood, exhibiting kindness, filial piety, and righteousness. I hereby bestow upon Prince Shun Li Shen the title of Duke of Ji, granting him the princely rank, with 5,000 acres of fertile land, a substantial fief of 500 households, and 5,000 pieces of gold, along with 500 bolts of silk. The reward was indeed lavish, especially as it elevated him to the status of a prince. Previously, although Li Shen held the title of a king, he had only enjoyed the privileges of a county prince. The distinction between a prince and a county prince is considerable, and the tangible grant of 500 households was a rare honor in these times, where most titles were merely nominal, with the court providing only corresponding stipends. The fief was specifically designated for a certain nobleman's labor. Li Shen understood it to be akin to personal property. The fief merely required the head of the household to pay taxes, exempting them from the burdens of state taxes and labor. Thus, many were eager to become fief holders. In the early Tang Dynasty, although the princely income was equivalent to 10,000 households in fief, it was largely nominal. The actual fief for princes ranged from 800 to 1,200 households. Li Shen's 500 households of actual fief were not included in the princely income. Hence the notion of a generous reward. Chapter 23. The aristocracy's obstruction. Li Shen was momentarily stunned by the sudden bounty of rewards, arable land, riches, and an actual fief of 500 households. His heart soared with exclamations of newfound wealth. Just as he reveled in ecstatic joy, a voice interrupted him. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Shun is a second-generation royal, has not yet been granted a fief, and is still underage. Bestowing upon him the title of prince would contravene propriety. I implore your Majesty to retract the decree." The speaker was the censor Cui Renji. Upon hearing this, the other ministers fell silent, aware that this was the aristocracy's attempt to undermine Li Shen. Some watched the unfolding situation with detachment, while others relished the turmoil. A multitude of censors joined in agreement, while Li Shen silently observed them, his anger simmering within. The queen's recovery should have been a cause for celebration, yet Cui Renji's interjection soured the mood. According to the established etiquette, Li Shen indeed could not be conferred the title of prince, not at least at this moment, as he was a second-generation royal. Unless Li Shen passed away and a new emperor ascended to the throne, only then could Li Shen be recognized as a first-generation royal eligible for such a title. However, Li Shen had accomplished a significant feat by healing Empress Changsun, and this was a royal matter. Generally, ministers would refrain from countering such matters. At this moment, Li Shen could not intervene directly, so he turned to the two senior ministers, Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling, and inquired, "What is your opinion, Minister Fang?" Fang Xianling, being astute, understood Li Shen's intent. After organizing his thoughts, he replied, "I believe Censor Cui's assertion is misguided. There are always exceptions to the rules. The Prince of Shun's healing of the Empress is an extraordinary achievement, and moreover, the rewards for the reforms in the imperial examination have yet to be conferred. This alone suffices for the title of prince. Furthermore, the Prince of Shun is already a duke, with his fief in Xiangzhou, and he will eventually be granted a princely title. This is merely a matter of time and does not violate propriety. While the healing of the Empress is commendable, the Prince of Shun, as her son, is merely fulfilling his familial duty. His involvement in state affairs concerning the imperial examination reforms is a responsibility befitting his position as a duke. Thus, it cannot be deemed a merit worthy of reward. Your Majesty has already honored him with land and wealth, which cannot be deemed a breach of promise. The customs of propriety must be upheld, Cui Renji countered. Upon hearing that the healing of the Empress was not considered a significant contribution, Changsun Wuji could not remain passive. In both sentiment and reason, healing Empress Changsun must indeed be regarded as a monumental achievement. On a personal level, she was his sister, and from a political perspective, he needed to strengthen his ties with Li Shen through her. If healing the Empress were trivialized, it would imply a lower status for his sister, which was unacceptable. He needed to assert her high standing for his own benefit. Thus, Changsun Wuji stepped forward resolutely, declaring, "This is utterly absurd. The Empress is the mother of the nation, embodying grace and virtue. When the Empress fell gravely ill, even the imperial physicians were at a loss, including those from your esteemed Cui family. Yet, His Highness the Prince of Shun exhibited remarkable skill in restoring her health, and you seek to diminish his merit with mere reasoning. If your family's physicians could not perform such a miracle, why do you not hold them to the same standard? Is it possible that the esteemed physician of the Cui family has acted with malice?" The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere grew tense. The remarks from the Duke of Zhao were exceedingly harsh, implying a deliberate delay in the Empress's treatment, akin to a plot to murder her. Such an accusation could lead to the annihilation of 9 clans. Duke of Zhao, cease your unfounded claims. How could the Cui family dare to commit such an atrocity? Numerous physicians were summoned for her diagnosis. Cui Renji, trembling with anger, felt that the Duke of Zhao was aiming to bring ruin upon his family with such a grave accusation. That is a heavy burden to bear. Enough, Fuji. I trust that the Chui family would not engage in such treasonous acts. Li Shen interjected to assuage the tension as he sensed the situation nearing a critical point. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust, Chui Renji replied respectfully. However, saving the Empress is indeed a significant achievement, and as this concerns the royal family, it is best not to discuss it further in court. Li Shen concluded decisively. Li Shen observed that the matter had reached a resolution and promptly stepped forward to express his gratitude, eagerly accepting the imperial edict. The title of prince held little allure for him. It was an inevitable fate. As a man of modern sensibilities, he understood the profound importance of wealth. Thus, he harbored a strong fixation on money. With the situation appearing settled, Li Shen declared the court adjourned. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Li Shen encountered Chui Renji accompanied by several officials from the Chui family, which stirred feelings of dissatisfaction within him. He resolved to teach them a lesson. Your Highness, Prince Ji, he heard someone call. Turning around, he saw Changsun Wuji, and he humbly returned the greeting. I pay my respects to you, uncle. Changsun Wuji, the Empress's brother and the maternal uncle to all of Li Shen's children, commanded respect. Given Changsun Wuji's current status and influence, many princes and princesses sought to align themselves with him. Please, do not mention it. I must thank you for saving the Empress. I should have expressed my gratitude sooner. But my position in the harem has limited my opportunities. I hope you do not hold this against me. Changsun Wuji expressed his appreciation to Li Shen. Li Shen noted that in many novels, Changsun Wuji was often portrayed as a villain. However, he believed that if Changsun Wuji were truly ruthless, Li Shen would not have relied on him so heavily. Changsun Wuji was merely a bit power-hungry, possessing a diplomatic nature and remarkable capabilities, both martial and literary. And he remained steadfastly loyal to the royal family. Uncle, please do not say that. It is my duty as her son to care for my mother. I am also grateful for your candidness in the court today, Li Shen responded. Prince Ji, my words today were simply the truth. However, you must exercise caution in the future. The influence of the aristocracy is substantial. Chui Renji is merely a pawn sent by the aristocratic families to cause trouble. A significant portion of the court consists of aristocratic offspring, Changsun Wuji advised. Thank you for your counsel, uncle. Rest assured, I will be cautious. I promise to repay your kindness for your straightforwardness today, Li Shen replied with a respectful gesture. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two parted ways. Li Shen chose not to attend the Imperial Academy, instead heading directly to the great auspicious hall with the Imperial Edict in hand. In truth, his visit to the Academy was merely a means to pass time. He had little interest in the scholarly pursuits. Upon returning to the great auspicious hall, he found Consort Wei waiting for him, excited to learn of her son's recent accolades. Li Shen presented the Imperial Edict to her, and upon reading it, Consort Wei was overjoyed. Today is a day of great celebration. Everyone shall be rewarded. 300 coins for the servants, 500 for the overseers. And each of you shall receive 1 coin, she announced to her attendants. Thank you, Consort Wei. Thank you, Prince Ji. The palace maids and eunuchs rejoiced at the generous rewards. Wei Guifei urged Li Shen to take a seat, and he proceeded to recount the events of the court that day. Upon mentioning the Chui family's obstruction of his son's title of prince, Wei Guifei was incensed and exclaimed to Li Shen, "How outrageous! They dare to hinder my son's ascension. Fear not, my dear Shen, for I shall compose a letter to your uncle tomorrow, inquiring whether he is aware of this matter or if it is solely the Chui family that targets my son." Wei Guifei referred to her uncle as the head of the Wei family, her maternal uncle's brother. Mother, please, I shall handle it myself. I am still young. Let us take our time. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Do not fret. Li Shen quickly consoled Wei Guifei, noticing her agitation. Very well. You are still young. Avoid direct confrontation with the noble families and exercise caution. News travels swiftly, and soon the entire harem learned of Li Shen being granted the title of prince. Young princes enjoy the status of a duke, but only upon reaching adulthood and assuming their territories can they be elevated to the rank of a prince. Except for the offspring of Empress Zhongsun, such as Prince Wei Li Tai and Prince Jin Li Ji, who also hold the title of prince. This illustrates the special regard Li Shen received from Li Shen. Consequently, the concubines of the harem flocked to the Deji Hall to extend their congratulations, each personally attended to by Wei Guifei in gratitude. However, Li Shen chose to abstain from such social engagements, retreating to his study to ponder how to retaliate against the Chui family. Sure too. Go and inquire about the Chui family's businesses and their primary sources of income, instructed Li Shen, handing Shitu 2 coins. Spend what is necessary, but ensure the information is accurate. To devise a counter-strategy, Li Shen recognized that he would not find opportunities within the court. His only advantage lay in the advanced thinking of modernity, while the Chui family belonged to the aristocracy. Their business dealings were likely no secret, thus should be easily investigated, allowing for the formulation of subsequent plans. Li Shen felt that remaining in the palace was increasingly inconvenient, and, being outnumbered, he ought to seek additional allies. The court was predominantly filled with officials from noble families, with only a handful of veterans from the Qin Wangfu remaining loyal to Li Shen and free from entanglements with the aristocracy. Therefore, selecting partners for collaboration would not be difficult, primarily involving those few military generals and officials. In Chapter 24, Li Shen contemplated leaving the palace. It was now July of the 10th year of the Jingguan era, and he had just turned 8, with 8 more years until adulthood. History dictated that he should have been dispatched to Xiangzhou this year, yet Li Shen made no mention of it, nor did Li Shen dare to inquire. He perceived that hope was dwindling, and thus would remain in the palace for another 6 years. The thought of such confinement was maddening. He resolved to seek a way to move outside the palace, even if he could not leave entirely. While deep in thought, a maid arrived to announce that Li Shen and Empress Zhongsun had come, urging Li Shen to hasten to greet them. Upon entering the main hall, he observed Empress Zhongsun animatedly conversing with Wei Guifei, while Li Shen sat at the head, sipping tea. Li Shen quickly approached and bowed, addressing them. Greetings, father and mother. Oh, Shenner has arrived. I have come this time specifically to express my gratitude to you. I must sincerely thank you, for without you, I may not have been here. Empress Zhongsun exclaimed with warmth, delighted to see Li Shen. Perhaps it was due to his earlier act of saving her that she now held a sincere fondness for him. He appeared increasingly charming in her eyes. Your Majesty, please do not stand on ceremony. It is my duty as your son to tend to the Empress. Moreover, it is said that the Empress is favored by fate. Even without my assistance, she would surely turn misfortune into fortune, Wei Guifei humbly remarked. Wei Guifei, I believe it is best if we no longer refer to each other by our titles. From this moment on, let us address one another as sisters. My health is not well, and I shall rely on your support to manage the vast affairs of the harem. Together, we shall alleviate the burdens faced by Erlang. The Empress Zhongsun said to Wei Guifei, then turned to Li Shen and inquired, You may let Guanyin maid be in charge of the harem affairs. Li Shen tacitly agreed. Since discovering that it was Wei Guifei who had summoned Li Shen to aid Empress Zhongsun, their perception of her character has greatly improved. They recognized Wei Guifei's magnanimity and virtuous nature. Li Shen's attitude towards this statuesque beauty also underwent a notable transformation. Thank you, sister, for your kindness. Wei Guifei expressed her gratitude to Empress Zhongsun. Although she was older than the Empress, her status as a wife overshadowed that of a concubine, who traditionally held little power. It was said that in certain dynasties, concubines could be used to entertain guests or even gifted to others. Such esteem from Empress Zhongsun, along with a share of authority, surely brought her joy. In truth, which woman in the harem does not aspire to wield power? Li Shen, from where do your medicinal supplies originate? Do not tell me it is yet another ancient tome? Li Shen turned to Li Shen and asked. Li Shen awkwardly scratched his head. Do you believe me if I say it truly is an ancient book? Li Shen stared at Li Shen, incredulous. Do you think me easily deceived? The Imperial Medical Department has requested some of your concoctions, and you are to impart the properties of these remedies. The physicians believe that such miraculous medicine will save countless lives. I hope you will contribute. Li Shen chuckled inwardly. What were these people thinking? He was no savior of the world. Such treasures must remain in his possession, as he hoped to profit from them in the future. He knew without doubt that it was the family physicians who had proposed this. These leeches were merely draining the state and its people. The preparation of this medicine requires numerous intricate processes and takes half a month to produce a single dosage for one individual. Moreover, it is difficult to preserve. The efficacy diminishes swiftly, necessitating destruction and remaking once expired. Thus, the production costs are exorbitant. The funds bestowed upon me by my father and the earnings from the Imperial Workshop have all gone into this endeavor, allowing me to create only 10 doses. Previously, I experimented with 7 doses and reserved 1 for my mother. Now, I possess only 2, both for emergency use. Although I am still in the process of production, the expenses remain high. I intend to reserve 10 doses and cease production thereafter. Such costly medicine is beyond the means of common folk. Would the physicians be willing to personally treat the people in need? This medicine is not a panacea. It cannot cure all ailments. And some individuals have shown severe adverse reactions. If misused, it could prove fatal. Therefore, I believe it prudent to develop methods to increase production before proceeding further. Li Shen spoke, half in jest. Oh, how much would one dose require in terms of grain? Li Shen inquired. In response, my father, Li Shen continued. The production of this medicine does not guarantee success. Achieving one successful dose from 20 samples is commendable. Moreover, it requires further refinement. One must produce 50 successful samples to yield a single dosage for one person, which means preparing 1,000 samples to produce just one dose under optimal conditions. If things do not go smoothly, then 1,000 portions will be rendered futile. Thus, each portion must be worth at least 100 guan, Li Shen deceitfully asserted. Regardless, it is indeed exorbitant. The common folk cannot afford 100 guan. Then let it be, Li Shen replied with disappointment. Do not worry, my son. I am diligently working on improvements. There will surely come a day when even ordinary citizens can benefit from it, Li Shen remarked. Shenner, although your father has already bestowed upon you a reward, your mother has yet to do so. What would you like? Your mother will grant it to you, inquired Empress Chang's son. Mother, I wish to leave the palace. I have not stepped outside since my arrival, Li Shen expressed, recalling the need for vengeance, which necessitated actions beyond the palace walls. No, you are still young. Wait a few more years, Li Shen firmly rejected. Father, how can I procure materials for the improvement of the elixir if I do not leave the palace? This is for the sake of the common people. Li Shen argued passionately. What common people? The purchasing can be entrusted to those responsible for procurement. Li Shen remained unmoved. When may I leave the palace, then? Li Shen inquired. Upon reaching adulthood, Li Shen answered. Is that so? 6 more years? I might as well seek refuge elsewhere, Li Shen mumbled. Very well. You may leave the palace twice a month with your guards, but you must return by evening, Li Shen said, noticing Li Shen's dejection. Thank you, father. Li Shen exclaimed joyfully. Father, there is another matter I ought to mention, though it may be inappropriate. However, it concerns my mother's health, and I cannot remain silent. Li Shen hesitated. Speak. Then, Li Shen urged. Father, although mother has recovered, she is still in the early stages of recuperation, and her vitality cannot be restored merely through medicine. She must engage in regular exercise to maintain her health. Most importantly, having borne you 7 children, her physical condition as a woman is delicate. I hope you will cherish her and refrain from her bearing more children, for otherwise, it may cost her life. Li Shen spoke candidly. Li Shen felt quite awkward upon hearing Li Shen's words, while Empress Chang's son appeared slightly bashful, and concubine Wei was utterly astonished. Such a young lad speaking so boldly about matters of intimacy. Cough. Rest assured, I shall be mindful. Li Shen awkwardly cleared his throat. After some further conversation, Li Shen and Empress Chang's son took their leave, while Li Shen returned to prepare for his outing the following day. On the morrow, Li Shen, accompanied by his maidens Lan Yu, Dong Mei, Chun Xiang, and the eunuch Shi, along with 2 guards dispatched by Li Shen, ventured out of the palace. Today, Li Shen had no specific plans. He merely wished to explore. Having traversed 2 years in this realm, he had yet to behold the legendary Chang'an, where the music and dance of the Jingguan era flourished. His heart brimmed with excitement. Prior to his departure, he had researched that the most bustling areas of Chang'an were the East and West markets. The East market was a haven for nobility, abundant with luxury and high-end goods, while the West market catered to the common folk, featuring merchants from the Silk Road. Li Shen's destination today was the East market. Yesterday, little Shi had gathered information regarding the Chui family, who primarily dealt in salt, tea, wine, silk, and porcelain. Today, Li Shen intended to visit the Chui family's tavern. Salt was strictly regulated and could not be sold indiscriminately. He had yet to study tea leaves thoroughly, knowing only that roasting tea had not been experimentally tested. He lacked sources for silk. Yet he knew that wine was readily available and reportedly one of the primary sources of income for the Chui family. Li Shen prepared to discover the quality of the Chui family's wine. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. The East Market was not far from the palace, where dignitaries and nobility occasionally resided. The tranquility of the city here is indeed unparalleled. As I proceeded forward, I noticed a gathering of people ahead, amidst which the sounds of commotion could be faintly discerned. Li Shen, intrigued, pondered who would dare to create a disturbance in the East Market. Such audacity must be backed by significant influence. He instructed his guards to part the crowd and venture in to witness the spectacle. Upon closer inspection, I beheld 5 or 6 ordinary-looking men sprawled upon the ground. Nearby, a robust individual stood defiantly against a group of 5 or 6 men clad in the uniforms of the Jinwu Guard, their blades unsheathed. This imposing figure, towering over 2 meters, exuded an aura of strength. With broad ears, a straight nose, and a square jaw, his red lips and white teeth were striking. Li Shen's curiosity piqued. Who was this man daring to confront the Jinwu Guard? His attire suggested he hailed not from a wealthy family. At that moment, a sergeant wielding a large blade bellowed, "You scoundrel! Assaulting someone in broad daylight, and still daring to resist arrest. Do you not realize we are the Jinwu Guard? Opposing us could lead to your immediate execution. I advise you to surrender and accompany us back to the Jingzhou Prefecture, where you may receive leniency." The man's eyes revealed a flicker of fear. Despite his remarkable martial prowess, he trembled at the thought of confronting the authorities. Such is the nature of feudal society, where most can face the battlefield without trepidation, fiercely protecting their families against beasts, yet quail before local officials. This is a consequence of the ingrained educational philosophies of feudalism. In the face of foreign invasions, the common folk fought valiantly, yet when local officials were confronted, they often capitulated. The man, filled with defiance, addressed the sergeant, "General, these individuals are exceedingly oppressive. I merely sought to earn a living in the East Market, intending to return to my hometown in Hudou. Yet these ruffians claim I am ignorant of the rules here, demanding half of my earnings as tribute. Should I refuse, they threaten to teach me a lesson. Had I not possessed some skill, I would have been severely harmed by now. I implore you to see the truth." "Enough of your excuses," the sergeant retorted. "This is merely your word against theirs. The East Market is a place for dignitaries. Surely, one cannot expect to encounter the thuggery you describe." He then turned to the fallen men and inquired, "Did you hear his claims? Are they true?" "My lord, he speaks nonsense." "Do not heed his wild words," they protested, each voicing their denial. "You see, their testimonies cannot outweigh that of a single individual. Come with us to the county office." The sergeant then addressed the man, "General, though I, Li, may be down on my luck, I am of noble descent and would never utter falsehoods. The truth or falsehood will be determined at the magistrate's office. Now, let us proceed. Do not compel us to resort to force. Though you possess some ability, you will not escape the confines of this city." With that, he advanced to place the man in restraints. Li? Could he be Shui Rengue? Li Shen recalled the legendary tales of Shui Rengue, recognizing that Li had indeed fallen from grace, entering the military only after the age of 30 to showcase his talents. Observing the scene for a moment longer, Li Shen discerned that the individuals on the ground were not virtuous men, their groans were mere pretense. He surmised they were likely local thugs monopolizing labor in the East Market, extorting tribute from others. When Li refused to pay, they sought to retaliate, prompting their appeal to the Jinwu Guard. Li Shen even suspected collusion between the Jinwu Guard and these ruffians, though he remained indifferent to such intrigues. What he currently concerns himself with is whether this man is indeed Shui Rengue. Even if he is not, his imposing stature and a hint of martial prowess would still provide a sense of security as a bodyguard. Thus, without waiting for them to take away Li, he shouted a command to halt. The Jinwu Guard turned to look at Li Shen. They were unfamiliar with him, but Li Shen's lavish attire, accompanied by maidens and guards, marked him as a person of high status in the Eastern Market. Consequently, they courteously inquired, "Might we ask what business this esteemed gentleman has?" Li Shen, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, quietly spoke to Shirtu beside him, handing over the token for Shirtu to manage the situation. He then turned and departed with his attendants, heading straight for the Chui family's tavern. Li Shen's actions left Wu Zhang momentarily bewildered, pondering the peculiar circumstances. He called out and then departed, but soon realized it was not as he had imagined, for an 11 or 12-year-old boy remained behind. Shirtu approached Wu Zhang's side, remaining silent while discreetly revealing Li Shen's token. Wu Zhang, upon seeing the token inscribed with the grand character for Ji, was about to speak when Shirtu hastily interjected. "Do not utter a word," he continued. "Might we inquire what instructions Lord Ji has?" Wu Zhang lowered his voice and asked. "The prince has stated that regardless of any misdeeds you may have, he only desires Li. He will not concern himself with other matters." Shirtu also spoke in hushed tones, and Wu Zhang instantly grasped Li Shen's intent. They need not worry about the dealings with the local ruffians. They simply had to release Shui Li. Yes, I shall obey the prince's command. I hope the young master can convey to the prince that this is all a misunderstanding. Wu Zhang promptly said to Shi Tu, secretly slipping him a handful of coins. However, Shi Tu did not accept them, fully aware of the propriety regarding whose money could be accepted. He replied to Wu Zhang, there is no need for such gestures. Merely releasing the man is sufficient, as the prince has stated that he only desires the person, and nothing more. Seeing that Shi Tu would not accept, Wu Zhang did not press the matter further. Understanding that the Prince Ji had taken an interest in Shui Li and would not hold him accountable afterward, he instructed his subordinates to release the man promptly. Once Shui Li was freed, he stretched his limbs and approached Shi Tu, performing a deep bow in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your rescue. May I ask your honorable name? The one who saved you is our lord, Shi Tu replied, gesturing to Wu Zhang, and added, come, my lord wishes to meet you. With that, he clasped his hands in respect to Wu Zhang and led Shui Li directly to the Cui family's tavern. At that moment, Li Shen was seated in a private room on the second floor of the Cui family's tavern, known as the Yunlai Tavern, signifying a steady influx of guests. After a short wait, Shi Tu arrived with Shui Li and entered the room. I bow before His Highness, Prince Ji, and thank you for your timely assistance, Shui Li expressed. On the way, he inquired about Li Shen's identity. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, have a seat. May I ask where you hail from and how you came to be in this place? Li Shen inquired of Shui Li. Your Highness, I am Shui Li, styled Ringgui. From Xiaocuan, Longmen County, Jiangzhou, Hedong Road. Due to my family's impoverished circumstances, I sought to come to Chang'an in search of a brighter future, hoping to achieve wealth sufficient to support my family. However, upon arriving in Chang'an, I found no avenues open to me. My funds have now been depleted, and I plan to earn some money to return to my old home in Hedong. Alas, the thought of my wife suffering at home fills my heart with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Li Shen's heart leapt with joy. Indeed, it was the valiant Shui Ringgui, renowned for his exploits. Memories from childhood tales flooded his mind, and he felt a surge of happiness. He commanded, Shi Tu, go and have them bring forth the finest dishes and the best wine. Yes, your Highness, Shi Tu replied, and swiftly departed to fulfill the request. Shui Langjun, may I inquire about your future plans? Li Shen asked, testing the waters. To be frank, your Highness, I intend to venture to the West Market in search of fortune, hoping to find some work to earn a living and return to my hometown in Hedong to continue farming. My wife awaits me at home. Shui Ringgui replied with a hint of resignation. During his visit to Chang'an, he had approached several military households, only to be dismissed by the stewards. Although he had contemplated joining the army, thoughts of his wife at home compelled him to choose the path of agriculture instead. Shui Langjun, with your exceptional martial skills, it seems a waste to return to farming. Your talents would be more than sufficient for a position as a general, Li Shen praised further. Your Highness may call me Ringgui. While I aspire to serve in the military, there are currently no conflicts to engage in, and thus no opportunity for merit. I can only wait, and with my wife alone at home, I am truly unable to rest easy, Shui Ringgui replied. Ringgui, I must confess, I hold your talents in high regard. Would you consider serving under me? Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly recommend you for military service, Li Shen declared without reservation. Shui Ringgui was elated. Though he had not heard of the esteemed Ji Wang, serving a prince was undoubtedly superior to merely being a soldier. While military service offered the chance for glory and advancement, survival was the primary concern amidst the chaos of battle. Thousands would charge into the fray, and even the mightiest could fall. Thus, upon hearing Li Shen's intentions to enlist him, Shui Ringgui quickly knelt, performing the customary gesture of loyalty. Grateful for your Highness's recognition, I pledge to serve you faithfully for a lifetime, through fire and water, loyal to Ji Wang, Shui Ringgui declared, bowing deeply. Very well, please rise and take a seat. Let us dine, Li Shen said, assisting him to his feet. Before long, the table was laden with food and wine. Li Shen encouraged everyone to sit together for the meal. Initially reluctant, the guests eventually complied under Li Shen's insistence. Note: historical records indicate that Shui Ringui's family fell into decline, leading to financial hardship. To improve their fortunes, they even considered relocating their ancestral graves. Eventually, it was his wife who urged him to enlist, and he joined the army at the age of 30. Chapter 26. The wine business. Li Shen's primary purpose for this visit was to assess the quality of the wine from the Cui family's tavern. He had recently heard from a servant that Shui's wine was distributed across the country, even reaching merchants from the western regions who sought to trade. The Chui family's business was indeed considerable. The most renowned wine from the Chui family was called divine drunkenness, suggesting that even deities would succumb to its inebriating effects. Li Shen opened a jar of divine drunkenness, the aroma wafting forth as he poured it into a bowl, its hue slightly yellow. Rice wines typically appear murky and yellowish. Yet divine drunkenness was only subtly tinted, revealing its superior quality. Unfamiliar with the nuances of wine, Li Shen turned to Shui Ringui and said, "Ringui, please sample this divine drunkenness." Shui Ringui raised the bowl to his lips, savoring the taste before replying, "Your Highness, this divine drunkenness is indeed remarkable, rich in flavor. During my work in the East Market, I often heard tales of the potency of the wine from Yunlai Tavern. Having tasted it today, I can see why it commands such a high price. It is truly worth every coin." Encouraged by Shui Ringui's commendation, Li Shen took a small sip himself. He smacked his lips, assessing the drink. The alcohol content was moderate, perhaps in the low 20s. In his past life, Li Shen frequently dined out with friends. Though his tolerance for alcohol was average, he had encountered spirits with a minimum strength of 32 degrees, far more potent than this divine drunkenness. In his previous life, Li Shen lacked the refined palate for wine tasting, yet he possessed the ability to discern the alcohol content of various spirits. He had tasted beverages of 32, 42, 50, and 60 degrees, even indulging secretly in a friend's father's collection of 70-degree liquor, which left him quite tipsy after just a small cup. After savoring the wine, Li Shen inquired of Shirtu, "What is the price of this wine per jar?" "My lord, this jar of wine costs 2 guan, Shirtu replied. 2 guan. Is it truly so expensive?" Li Shen exclaimed, astonished by the high price of liquor in the Tang Dynasty, which contradicted the portrayals he had seen in dramas. "My lord, this is Shunxian Zue, the finest wine. Even the palace comes here to procure it, typically reserved for the nobility," Wan Yuer explained. "If it is favored only by the high-ranking officials, how much could they possibly sell in a year?" Li Shen pondered. "How many pounds does this jar contain?" "My lord, this jar holds a small dough, approximately 4 pounds, Shirtu responded. "What are the prices for other wines?" Li Shen asked. At this moment, Shui Ringui interjected, "My lord, the wine consumed by the common folk ranges from 150 won per dough to 300 won, with the most expensive at 500 won per dough." "Indeed. My lord, even in this Yunlai Tavern, aside from this exquisite Shunxian Zue, there is also Xianren Zue, priced at 1 guan per jar, which is equivalent to 1 dough. There are also options at 500 won, Shirtu added. Li Shen understood that the dough mentioned here differed from the dough used for purchasing rice, as the Tang Dynasty had both large and small doughs. The large dough contained approximately 12 jin, while the small dough was around 4 jin. The common practice was to buy rice by the large dough and wine by the small dough, thus a jar of wine was roughly equivalent to a small dough. This is why Li Bai often referenced consuming 1 or 2 doughs in his poetry. The people of the Tang Dynasty drank lower alcohol fermented beverages, such as rice wine, yellow wine, and fruit wine, making it customary for friends and family to drink in such quantities, akin to the modern consumption of beer. It seemed that this Shunxian Zue, with its alcohol content exceeding 20 degrees, was indeed a fine wine, while the commoners typically consumed drinks with an alcohol content of around 10 degrees. Li Shen considered the potential for this business, pondering the method of execution. He would need to ensure that the Chui family would not resort to underhanded tactics, necessitating the formation of alliances. Additionally, he must establish a workshop, ensuring that it was not situated within the palace, while implementing stringent confidentiality measures and finding a trustworthy individual to oversee operations. Shui Ringui, being a military general, was not suitable for this venture, as he lacked the acumen for commerce. It would be a waste of talent to involve him in trade. The establishment of a workshop required careful consideration of location, labor, management, and partnerships, for business was no simple endeavor. After the meal, as the group exited the tavern, Li Shen contemplated a pressing matter: how to arrange for Shui Ringui. Bringing him back to the palace was out of the question. He needed to first secure accommodations for Ringui. Moreover, he had a wife back in his hometown, whom he would surely want to bring to join him. Only then could Ringui focus on assisting Li Shen without any distractions. "Ringui, I am currently residing in the palace, without a manor outside. I wish to arrange a place for you. What do you think?" Li Shen queried. "My lord, I plan to return to my hometown in Hudong first, to see my wife and assure her of my bright future under your patronage. So she need not worry and can live well at home, Ringgui replied. Why not bring your wife to Chang'an as well? I possess 2 villages of estate in the southern part of the city and 5,000 acres of arable land. I can allocate 100 acres to you as your estate. I will also purchase a residence for you in the city, so you may live together with your wife. Furthermore, I shall grant you a monthly stipend of 1 guan, Li Shen proposed. When I eventually leave the palace to reside on my own, you shall serve as my guard. I will ensure you receive a generous stipend. What do you think? Li Shen is determined to support this future general well. However, Your Highness, this is inappropriate. Although I currently serve under Your Highness, I have not yet undertaken any duties on your behalf. Such lavish kindness is beyond my capacity to bear. Shui Ringgui listened as Li Shen offered him a house, land, and a monthly allowance. He dares to toil for only 300 to 500 won a month. Enough. Do not speak further. Simply follow my arrangements. How much money does Shirtu have for leaving the palace? After making his decision, Li Shen inquired. Your Highness, I brought 20 guan with me when I left the palace. I just spent 5 guan. Shirtu replied. What? 5 guan for a meal? Is the Yunlai Tavern a den of thieves? Li Shen could hardly believe it. 5,000 won. All gone for 1 meal. Is the era of Jingguan so exorbitant? Your Highness, you ordered the best dishes the tavern had to offer and even requested a jar of divine intoxication. The maidservant Chuanxiang reminded him. Humph, that is far too expensive. I shall not return here again. A den of thieves indeed, Li Shen muttered defiantly. After some contemplation, Li Shen suddenly recalled his intention from the previous day to partner with Changsun Wuji in business. The Zhao State Duke's residence is nearby. Perhaps he could borrow some funds and discuss potential collaboration. However, he certainly could not approach the Duke directly. As a prince, how could he court the favor of a nobleman and a high-ranking court official? Such a taboo is not something Li Shen would entertain. He had already devised a compromise. Let us go to the Zhao State Duke's residence, Li Shen commanded with a wave of his hand. The group proceeded directly to the Duke's estate. The Zhao State Duke's residence is not far from the imperial city, encompassing over 20 acres. Typically, noble estates range from 5 to 50 acres, depending on the availability of land in the district and the size of the household. In Chang'an, a district spans between 600 to 800 acres. Hence, nobility do not reside in clusters, as space is limited for constructing large estates. At most, 2 or 3 families might share proximity, such as Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin, while Wei Qigong's estate is situated in a separate district. Upon arriving at the Zhao State Duke's residence, Li Shen instructed Shirtu to present his token. Usually, one would bring a formal invitation, but today, Li Shen was unprepared and instead used the royal token. Furthermore, he did not intend to seek an audience with the Duke, but rather with Princess Changle. Princess Changle is Li Shen's half-sister, so visiting her would raise no objections. The gatekeeper promptly entered to report. Princess Li Lizzie, married to Chang Sun Chong, resides in the Duke's estate. Had it been Princess Shang, she would have lived in the princess's palace. Chang Sun Chong is the only man to have what a daughter of Li Shimen, highlighting Li Shimen's trust and esteem for Chang Sun Wuji. Li Lizzie was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the steward's announcement. She had met Li Shen a few times, but they had never exchanged words. When she married several years ago, Li Shen was but 5 years old. Though puzzled as to why Li Shen would seek her out, she understood the necessity of receiving him, for he is now a prince and had once saved her mother. Chapter 27. Collaboration. Li Shen did not wait long before the main gate swung open. As a prince, he was entitled to this privilege. Commoners could only enter through the side gates. Li Lizzie emerged to welcome him, accompanied by her maidservants. Greetings, elder sister. You need not have come to greet me. A simple announcement would suffice for my entrance, Li Shen said with a bow. Although Li Lizzie is the 5th daughter of Li Shimen, she is the legitimate firstborn, thus holding the title of princess. The 10th brother, you are now a prince. One must not neglect propriety. Li Lizzie spoke to Li Shen in the courtyard of the eldest sister. Eldest sister, may I borrow 100 guan for the time being? Li Shen said somewhat bashfully. It would indeed be embarrassing for a dignified prince to come to others to borrow money. Seeing Li Shen's shy demeanor, Li Lizzie chuckled and instructed. Bring me 100 guan. 100 guan is a considerable sum for an ordinary person, yet for Li Lizzie, it is but a trifle. Her dowry was so substantial that even Wei Zheng would offer cautious advice against exceeding customary etiquette. She possessed thousands of acres of fertile land and a fief that yielded 3,000 in actual revenue, while the crown prince's fief only amounted to 2,000. For a prince like Li Shen, the maximum was typically around 1,200, with 800 being quite common. Thus, 100 guan was not a significant amount for Li Lizzie. In a year, her income from land and her royal stipend could exceed 5,000 guan. It is worth noting that during the Jingguan period, grain prices were merely 5 to 6 won per do. Soon, several servants brought forth a few cloth bags and placed them before Li Shen, all filled with copper coins. The Kaiyuan Tongbao weighed 2 zhu and 4 qian, with 10 when equating to 1 liang, and 1,000 when weighing 6 jin and 4 liang. This 100 guan amounted to over 600 jin, making Li Shen grimace. During this time, silver was not yet popular, but gold was in vogue. 1 liang of gold could be exchanged for roughly 10 guan. Although most people would not engage in such exchanges, Li Shen turned to Shui Ringgui, silently asking if he could manage the weight. Shui Ringgui was equally bewildered. He had never seen so much money and could not possibly carry it. Understanding this, Li Shen scratched his head and said to Li Lizzie, eldest sister, "Might you lend me a cart as well?" Li Lizzie found his confusion amusing and then turned to the steward, instructing, "Bring the cart we purchased." Once the cart arrived, the servants helped load the money onto it. Li Shen addressed Shui Ringgui, saying, "Ringgui, take the money and go to the Western market to buy a residence. Keep the remaining funds for yourself. There is no rush to return the cart. Drive the cart back home to fetch your wife, as the journey to Hedong is long, and she should not have to walk. Once you settle in, the remaining funds should suffice for your living expenses. Afterward, when I leave the palace, I will take you to Huangzhuang to divide the land. If you encounter any trouble, simply declare that you are a princess guard. Though they may not know me, they will not dare to trouble you. Go now." Shui Ringgui knelt on one knee before Li Shen, affirming, "Your Highness, rest assured. I will swiftly bring my wife back and will express my gratitude for your kindness." "Very well, rise," Li Shen replied, helping Shui Ringgui to his feet. He then turned to Li Lizzie and added, "I must trouble you to lend a steward as well. I do not have anyone knowledgeable about the market conditions in the Western market. It is essential to have an experienced person accompany Ringgui to ensure he is not deceived. All right, you have received the money and borrowed the cart. It won't hurt to lend a person as well. Son, you shall accompany this gentleman," Li Lizzie said, somewhat exasperated with her overly familiar brother. "Remember to purchase a larger and better property. Do not hesitate to spend. Xiao Shi, you will go along." Li Shen instructed, "If anyone dares to swindle, show them your token." Residential properties in the Western market of about 2 mu should roughly cost around 100 guan. Though if one encounters someone eager to sell, it could be around 70 to 80 guan. Li Shen had sure to accompany Ringgui to help him remember the location so that in the future, no one would dare to deceive the steward of the Zhaoguogong residence. Li Shen observed as several individuals departed with a horse-drawn carriage before turning to Li Lizzie and saying, "Elder sister, let us step inside and converse. The heat of this day has left me parched." With that, he strode into the dwelling, and Li Lizzie, remaining silent, followed suit. Upon their arrival in Li Lizzie's courtyard, they entered the front hall and took their seats. The furnishings of the Zhaoguogong residence had now been replaced with those that Li Shen occupied. Eschewing tea, a maidservant poured him a glass of water. "Elder sister, I have come today for 2 reasons. It has been quite some time since I last saw you, and I thought it opportune to visit after my recent departure from the palace. Furthermore, I have matters to discuss with you," Li Shen remarked as he took a sip of water. Li Lizzie understood that the first point was merely a polite gesture, yet she inquired, "Might I inquire what it is that you seek?" "To be candid, elder sister, I am contemplating entering the liquor trade and require a partner," Li Shen replied. "Brother, if you wish to collaborate, you ought to seek our father, Zhao Guogong, or your brother-in-law, Chang Sunchong. Such matters are beyond my purview," Li Lizzie responded, perplexed. "No, elder sister, I am seeking to partner with you personally, independent of Zhao Guogong and the prince consort," Li Shen clarified, glancing around cautiously. Understanding his implication, Li Lizzie waved her hand, signaling for all but her attendant to exit. "Very well, let us proceed," she acquiesced. "Elder sister, are you aware that when I was conferred the title of prince, the Chui family opposed my elevation? It would be unworthy of a gentleman not to avenge such wrongs. I lack the power to confront them within the court at this moment, yet I cannot allow this transgression to go unaddressed. I have heard that the Chui family's liquor business is a significant source of income. Thus I intend to develop a new wine that will rival theirs. I came across the recipe in an ancient text. It is tenfold superior to their divine intoxication, being both more potent and fragrant," Li Shen explained to Li Lizzie. "Then why do you propose a partnership with me?" Lizzie inquired. Li Shen cast a glance at Linger before responding. Elder sister, collaborating with you is tantamount to partnering with Zhao Guogong. However, the profits would accrue to you. Should you bear a son in the future, he could inherit the title of Guogong. But what if you have 2 children? Would you not wish to amass some wealth for my future nephews? Your annual salary is but 5,000 guan, and your lands and fiefdom cannot be passed down. If you were to have a daughter, she would not inherit the title. Do you not wish to accumulate a more substantial dowry? How much can the Guogong residents provide in terms of dowry? It is wiser to rely on oneself than to depend on others. My intention is to secure a future for your children. The wealth belongs to the Li family, not the Changsun family. Li Shen endeavored to instill modern feminist ideals in Lizzie, almost broaching the subject of divorce, but refraining from doing so. Noticing her contemplation, he pressed on. Elder sister, I recognize your virtuous nature and gentle disposition, your aversion to power struggles and profit-seeking. You have been wed to the prince consort for many years, and I understand your reluctance to have him reside in the princess's palace for fear of gossip. However, the palace is maintained by many servants. Moreover, with the retinue you brought, I estimate that your annual surplus is quite modest. As I am aware, Changsun Chong frequently indulges in revelry with other noble youths, which must also be costing you dearly. The monthly allowance from the Zhao Guogong residence, combined with his salary, scarcely suffices for his excursions to the painting houses. As Li Shen began to drink water, he allowed Lizzie a moment to ponder. A quarter of an hour later, Lizzie lifted her head and inquired, What my brother said is indeed correct. What must I do? Li Shen, perceiving her agreement, responded directly, Sister, all that is required is your financial contribution. If you invest 500 guan, I shall consider it as a 10% stake. Do not dismiss it as a trifling amount. Within a year, the investment will yield returns. 500 guan. Lizzie exclaimed in astonishment. That is no small sum, and for merely a 10% share. However, she quickly resolved to acquiesce, acknowledging that Li Shen had saved her mother, and whether profitable or not, it would serve as her gratitude towards him. Very well, 500 guan it shall be, Lizzie consented. Then, sister, please prepare the funds, and I shall arrange for someone to come and collect them tomorrow. The rest I will handle myself. Li Shen wasted no time. After exchanging a few more words, Li Shen took his leave. The afternoon had already progressed, and he had numerous matters to attend to. Chapter 28. Seeking a steward upon exiting the Duke of Zhao's residence, Li Shen found Shurtu awaiting him. He conveyed that Shui Ringui had acquired a Tumu property for 80 guan and was preparing to return to their home in Hedong. Anticipating a journey of over 10 days due to the poor condition of the roads, under better circumstances, the round trip might only take 5 days. Having passed midday, Li Shen realized he would soon need to return to the palace, prompting him to abandon his initial plans to visit his estate. He contemplated the situation, recognizing that his frequent absences would leave the factory unattended, particularly concerning the brewing operations. Distillation is not inherently complex, and anyone with determination could easily replicate it. His absence from the estate would make it challenging to prevent theft. After some reflection, Li Shen changed his mind and resolved to purchase a storefront in the Eastern Market, one that included a residence at the back. This would allow him to start modestly with a shop in front and a workshop in the rear. Once he had sufficient manpower, he could then arrange for the construction of a factory at the estate, addressing it when he eventually left the palace. He determined to expedite his departure from the palace. With a firm decision in mind, Li Shen led his companions to the East Market's pawnshop, articulating his requirements. The proprietor of a substantial enterprise personally attended to him. After pondering Li Shen's request for a moment, he remarked, It is quite serendipitous, for just a few days ago, a property became available in the East Market. Its location is excellent, and the price is reasonable. It features 2 stories of storefronts in front and a residential area of 1.5 mu behind, situated centrally in the East Market. How fortuitous. What is the asking price? Li Shen inquired. In the East Market, every inch is precious, unlike the West Market, where a 2 mu property with a street-facing storefront is approximately 200 guan. Here, the price is at least double. Sir, it is merely 400 guan. The proprietor replied. Such a low price? It cannot be true. Li Shen expressed his astonishment. According to your description, it should be worth at least 600 or 700 guan. Rest assured, my lord, I would not deceive you. The owner of this property is my fellow townsman, with whom I have had dealings. Unfortunately, he has incurred the ire of some in Chang'an, leading to his business's downfall. He intended to sell the house and return home to evade danger. However, Upon learning of the property's desirability, he received threats disallowing its purchase. Many potential buyers have been deterred by this individual, fearing retribution. My compatriot, unwilling to sell at a low price to him, has opted to let it go at a reduced rate, yet until now, it remains unsold, the proprietor explained candidly. Oh, do you know the nature of the offense he committed? Li Shen inquired as the second son of the Du family. Du He, the steward, spoke in a hushed tone. Oh, it is he, Li Shen remarked, recognizing Du He, the younger son of Du Ruhui, the illustrious statesman. Regrettably, Du Ruhui had passed away a few years prior, leaving his eldest son, Du Go, to inherit the family legacy, albeit without an official title, merely holding the title of duke. The remnants of Du Ruhui's influence lingered, granting them a semblance of respect. However, Du He was a frivolous young man, serving under the crown prince. Please summon the landlord. I wish to acquire this residence. Li Shen instructed the steward, who promptly complied and departed to find the individual. After a brief interval, the steward returned, accompanied by a man in his 40s. My lord, this is the landlord, Wang Hongfu, the steward introduced. Ah, Master Wang, please take a seat. Rest assured, I intend to purchase your residence. Let us converse, Li Shen said, gesturing for Wang to sit. May I inquire what business you previously engaged in? My lord, I was involved in the trade of textiles and silks, Wang Hongfu replied. I have heard that you have incurred the displeasure of the Du family. Would you be so kind as to elaborate? Li Shen continued. Alas, my lord, I have been in this trade for over a decade. I began as a traveling merchant and eventually secured a storefront in the East Market, expanding my business significantly. Initially, my enterprise thrived, which was indeed a cause for celebration. However, my troubles began when I offended the Du family during a silk acquisition. For many years, I sourced materials from Hunan, where numerous merchants operate. The Du family, situated in Hebei, inexplicably ventured into Hunan this year, offering prices that were unreasonably low, deterring the locals from selling. The common folk, who had long traded with us, were inclined to sell to us instead. Consequently, the Du family dispatched emissaries to instruct us merchants to adhere to their pricing. Yet, given our long-standing relationships with these people, we could not bear to see them suffer. Thus, we clandestinely purchased materials at fair prices. Shortly thereafter, county officials seized our workshop, alleging that our goods were substandard and non-compliant with regulations. My shop became plagued by local ruffians, and inspections from the authorities became commonplace. As a result, customer traffic dwindled to the point where I could no longer pay my employees. I recognized the Du family's hand in this, and, feeling powerless, resolved to sell my residence and return to my hometown. However, a manager from the Du family approached me, offering 50 guan for my property. When I refused to sell, they threatened that anyone who dared to purchase my residence would face their wrath. Ultimately, despite repeatedly lowering my asking price, I was unable to sell, Wang Hongfu recounted, detailing his tribulations with the Du family. Li Shen regarded Wang Hongfu thoughtfully. His willingness to stand up for the common folk suggested a commendable character. With over a decade of experience in trade, he seemed a fitting candidate for the role of steward. Thus, Li Shen proposed, What are your future plans, Master Wang? Oh, what plans could I possibly have? Merely to take my money back to Hunan and become a modest landowner, biding my time to avoid further calamity, Wang Hongfu sighed. Upon hearing this, Li Shen replied, Master Wang, I have a proposal that I hope you might consider. What proposal might that be, my lord? Wang Hongfu inquired. I intend to engage in trade, but find myself in need of a steward. Should you be willing to assist me, I shall purchase this residence and provide you with an annual salary of 100 guan. What say you? Certainly, since I have the audacity to purchase your residence. I harbor no fear of the Du family and shall ensure your safety. Li Shen's proposal was indeed enticing to Wang Hongfu, as the terms he offered were exceptionally generous, 100 guan a year, a sum beyond what any steward could hope to earn. Despite Li Shen's youthful appearance, his demeanor suggested he was no ordinary individual, accompanied as he was by maidservants and guards, which should guarantee the safety of his entire family. However, he remained uncertain whether the Du family would pursue him should he return to his hometown. It seemed wiser to find a patron, potentially leading to future prosperity. Consequently, Wang Hongfu bowed deeply to Li Shen, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed master. From now on, whatever you command, I shall endeavor to fulfill with utmost dedication. Very well, Li Shen replied. With this arrangement, you need not worry about the Du family. Tomorrow, I shall send you 500 guan, 400 for your residence and 100 as this year's wages. Prepare the deed of the house for the transfer at the county office. With that, Li Shen rose and suggested they inspect the property. Wang Hongfu led him to his residence, which was quite spacious, featuring 2 stories and a prime location. No wonder the Du family had taken an interest. Had the Du family intended to purchase at a fair price, the opportunity would not have fallen to Li Shen. Li Shen then examined the expansive backyard, nearly 2 acres, with multiple buildings and sufficiently high walls to deter intruders. Currently, Wang Hongfu's family resided there, but this would not suffice for long, as it was destined to become a workshop, and living there would be too noisy. Satisfied with the property, Li Shen informed Wang Hongfu that he could begin preparations for the move, as he would return the following day with the funds. Master, what of the Du family? Wang Hongfu expressed his concerns. Rest assured, Li Shen replied, I shall send word to Du He. He will not dare to approach us again. Master, the Du family wields considerable influence in the Jingzhou prefecture. They rarely extend such courtesies. Wang Hongfu remained apprehensive, aware of the entrenched power of the Wei and Du families. Fear not. I have a reliable contact. I will seek him out immediately, Li Shen assured him, then turned to Shi Tu and the others, saying, Let us visit my elder brother. Your Highness, the Crown Prince may not have returned to the Eastern Palace yet, Shi Tu cautioned. That is of no concern. I shall convey the message to my sister-in-law as well. It is not a matter of great importance, Li Shen replied, proceeding towards the palace with his companions. Upon hearing the sensitive terms exchanged moments prior, Wang Hongfu was taken aback. His master was, after all, a young prince. The individual he intended to consult regarding this matter was none other than His Highness the Crown Prince. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, I am saved, and hurried back to the residence, startling the servants, who speculated whether Wang Hongfu had lost his senses. Chapter 29. Preparation. Li Shen and his companions arrived at the Eastern Palace, only to find that Li Chengqian had yet to return. Thus, Li Shen sought out the Crown Princess, Su Shi. While others might have hesitated, Li Shen, being merely an 8-year-old boy of the same age as Li Ji, had no such qualms. As a younger brother of Li Chengqian, his visit to his sister-in-law would incite no scandal. Upon greeting Su Shi, he performed a respectful bow. Oh, the 10th brother has come, she acknowledged warmly. Your elder brother has expressed his desire to enter the palace to thank you for saving our mother, but he has been too busy to find the time. He mentioned that he would like to invite you to dine at the Eastern Palace in the near future. Su Shi respectfully conveyed, Sister-in-law, please inform my elder brother not to be so distant. We are all kin, and there is no need for concern. I have a request for my elder brother. Li Shen responded directly. Oh, what is it? Su Shi inquired. I would trouble you to relay to him to intercede with Du He on behalf of our family. Inform him that I have purchased Wang Hongfu's residence. Wang Hongfu has also joined my ranks. I implore Du He to show mercy and spare Wang Hongfu and his family. Li Shen continued, without hesitation, to recount the details of how Wang Hongfu had offended the Du family and how Du He had retaliated, as well as the matter of acquiring the property at a low price. Upon hearing this, Su Shi was incensed. This is outrageous and lawless. You need not worry. I will discuss this matter with your elder brother. This Du He is excessively reckless. If news of this spreads, others will think he is abusing your brother's influence. Very well, sister-in-law, I shall take my leave. It is getting late, and I must return to the palace. Otherwise, my father may not allow me to leave. Li Shen bade farewell. Indeed, rest assured, your elder brother will handle this matter. As a prince, you need not fear a man of no rank, Su Shi assured him. With that, Li Shen departed the East Palace and returned to the palace. In the evening, upon his return, Li Chengqian was attended to by Su Shi, who assisted him with his attire and cleansing. She then informed him, today, Prince Ji visited. Prince Ji? Ah, you mean the 10th brother. What brings him here? Li Chengqian, still adjusting to the new title of Prince Ji, queried. Su Shi recounted Li Shen's concerns, and upon hearing the details, Li Chengqian's expression darkened. Du He was affiliated with the Crown Prince's residence. If this matter reached the attention of the censors, it would certainly lead to another impeachment. In the past year, Wei Wang Li Tai had garnered considerable support, particularly from noble officials, and had frequently faced impeachment, even for trivial matters. He was already overwhelmed with difficulties. Now, with Du He complicating matters further, how could he not be incensed? He commanded his attendants to summon Du He. Shortly thereafter, Du He arrived, and Li Chengqian wasted no time, addressing him directly. The residence of Wang Hongfu in the East Market has been acquired by Prince Ji. Wang Hongfu is now under his protection. Let this matter rest. You should count yourself fortunate that the 10th brother approached me regarding this. He is now someone who can speak before the emperor. If he were to mention this before his majesty, you can imagine the consequences. Let this matter be settled. Do not trouble him further. I warn you, the 10th brother is not to be trifled with. Do not underestimate him. Despite being only 8 years old, he has dared to bribe the emperor directly, and he succeeded, something I would never have imagined. So, do not provoke him any further. You may leave. He, initially reluctant, was left astounded by the prince's revelation, bribing the emperor, and successfully at that. After departing, he exhibited a look of discontent. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Guogong mansion, in the front hall of Li Lizi's courtyard, she was in the company of Changsun Wuji and Changsun Chong. Upon returning home, Changsun Wuji learned that Prince Ji had visited Li Lizi, prompting him to inquire about the matter. He had not anticipated that Li Lizi would report to him. After all, she was a princess and Li Shen a prince, both siblings sharing the same father. How could a princess report to a duke? Thus, he came to inquire personally. Li Lizi did not withhold any information. The 10th brother came to me with the intention of partnering in the liquor business. I have agreed to invest, taking a mere 10% as my share without being involved in the operations. Why did he approach you for business? Shouldn't he have sought out Yi or myself? Long Sun Chong inquired. Li Lizi cast him a glance, as she was also quite displeased with Long Sun Chong's lack of ambition. He spent his days idling away with the debauched sons of nobility from Chang'an. He is my brother, Li Lizi replied coolly. And so what? Long Sun Chong failed to grasp her meaning. However, Long Sun Wuji, being a scholar, understood perfectly well that Li Lizi was implying that Li Shen, her brother, did not know him, Long Sun Chong. He interjected, Chonger, do not speak foolishly. That is the Prince of Ji, a royal title. It is through cooperation with Yi that this is possible. Long Sun Chong was quite displeased with the partnership between Li Shen and Li Lizi. Wasn't this merely another opportunity for Li Lizi to profit? Many are already whispering behind his back that he lives off the fortune of Princess Chong Lo. Furthermore, the company he keeps is merely due to the princess's influence, which makes him feel utterly humiliated, especially since he is the one who married the princess. Li Lizi remained silent, regarding Long Sun Chong as if he were a fool. Long Sun Wuji, frustrated at his son's lack of understanding, admonished him, you must engage more in governance and cease mingling with those wastrels. The Prince of Ji is the emperor's son. I am a duke, a significant minister in court. Is it not common sense? Even an 8-year-old would understand this. You are driving me to despair. But Lizzie is my wife. And Yi is your daughter-in-law. Aren't we collaborating with the Duke Zhao? Long Sun Chong asked ineffectively. Long Sun Wuji was nearly beside himself with exasperation. How could he not comprehend this after holding an official post for so long? You wretched child, did you not hear what Lizzie just said? The Prince of Ji is her brother. The emperor would be pleased to see siblings engaging in business together. He sighed. From tomorrow onward, you are forbidden to leave the palace after court. Otherwise, you will face punishment. Then, he gently addressed Li Lizi, saying, Lizzie, please guide Chonger more diligently. Do not give him any money to spend, lest he continue to squander his days with such folk, devoid of any sense of purpose. After Li Shen returned to the palace, he proceeded to the Bureau of Production. Having previously worked with distillation equipment for penicillin, he found the task at hand considerably less challenging, albeit on a much larger scale than before. He instructed them to complete the work within 2 days and forbade them from mentioning it to anyone else. If anyone inquired, they were to claim it was equipment for extracting penicillin. Anyone who divulged this secret would face Li Shen's wrath. He promised them that once they were allowed to leave the palace, he would arrange for them to continue their labor and even allocate fertile land to them. Their livelihood would be assured, for Li Shen was no gentleman. Modern people are fond of wealth. The following day, Li Shen instructed Shirtu to take 100 guan out of the palace to find Wang Hongfu, as well as to procure the 500 guan that had been intended for Li Lizi's investment. He also made sure to remind Shirtu of the tasks at hand, even writing them down to prevent forgetfulness. The main points were straightforward. First, deliver the money to Wang Hongfu for him to find a house and relocate. Second, prepare the residence for the equipment. Third, acquire spent grains and food supplies to create brewing tools. The remaining matters shall be discussed when Li Shen delivers the distillation equipment. As for the workers, Li Shen intends to recruit individuals from his own estate, as it is safer to rely on familiar faces in these times. Li Shen's fief necessitates household registration. Should one flee, they would lose their registered status, forcing them to take their entire family into the mountains. Otherwise, entry into the county town would be impossible. Thus, Li Shen deems his fief to be a safer option. Chapter 30. The commencement of brewing 3 days later. After a thorough series of inspections by the palace guards, Li Shen exited the palace, heading directly to the eastern market. Upon arrival, he transported the equipment into the back courtyard for safekeeping. He then took Shirtu and the guards outside the city to survey his estate. Li Shen's fields lie to the south of the city, where his estate is also located. The 500 acres bestowed upon him by Emperor Li Shen were formerly royal lands, managed by eunuchs who collected the harvests but seldom oversaw the operations. Now granted to Li Shen, he must appoint individuals to manage them, though he is unable to leave the palace. This is his first visit to the two estates, referred to as the Great Imperial Estate and the Small Imperial Estate, named so due to their royal origins, a designation Li Shen has no intention of altering. The Great Imperial Estate consists of 300 households, while the Small Imperial Estate comprises 200. In reality, the number is greater, but the records only reflect these households. Upon arriving at the Great Imperial Estate, Li Shen summoned the most esteemed individuals from the area. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, over 50 years of age, approached, accompanied by several residents from the estate. "Your Highness, the Duke of G?" the elder inquired. "Indeed, this is His Highness, the Duke of G," Shirtu proclaimed loudly. The residents of the estate knelt in homage to Li Shen, acknowledging him as their lord. From this moment forth, they would belong to Li Shen. Upon his establishment of governance, they would become subjects of the Duke's household, their fortunes and fates intertwined with his. Moreover, there exists a significant advantage to holding a fief. Being his own kin, in times of disaster, they are exempt from taxes, and the lord is obliged to provide them with provisions to weather the hardships, preventing them from becoming displaced. "Rise, all of you. What is your name?" Li Shen inquired. "Your Highness, I am but a humble man named Zhang, without a formal name. I have been called Zhang De all my life," the elderly man replied. "Zhang De, I will not be able to frequently leave the palace. Henceforth, you shall oversee the affairs of both the great and small imperial estates. For the small imperial estate, select a village chief. You shall assume the role of village chief for the great imperial estate. Should any matters arise, I will ensure you are informed, and you shall be responsible for their execution. This year, the harvest remains under royal jurisdiction. You are to continue as before. Next year, you will cultivate your own lands. As for my 5,000 acres of fertile land, arrange for each family to receive 10 acres. There will be no rent charged for this 10 acres, and I will purchase the grain at a premium. You may devise the specifics of the allocation." Li Shen succinctly outlined the management of his 5,000 acres. Admittedly, it seemed insufficient. Merely 10 acres per household would not suffice. He considered that once he acquired wealth, he ought to purchase additional land. "Thank you for your graciousness." "Your Highness," Zhang De expressed his gratitude hastily. 10 acres exempt from rent during this period would yield over 2,000 pounds of grain, a substantial fortune. Now, to the matter at hand. The purpose of my visit today is to recruit several craftsmen to work in my workshop. They must be robust, resilient, and, most importantly, discreet. The affairs of the workshop must remain confidential. Since you are all part of my fief, I place my trust in you. The daily wage is 15 won, with potential for increases upon satisfactory performance, and 3 meals will be provided. Work hours will span 5 shifts daily. Please inquire if anyone is interested." Upon hearing the news, old Zhang felt a surge of optimism. The head of the household still cared for their kin. A monthly stipend of 450 won amounted to 5 guan a year, a sum that far exceeded the meager 2 guan they could earn from a year of farming. Additionally, meals were provided 3 times a day, allowing them to save on one person's food expenses for the month. Thus, he hurried back to the village to gather all the able-bodied men and select those who met Li Shen's criteria. However, as soon as old Zhang finished speaking, the young men immediately surrounded him, each eager to participate. Eventually, Li Shen, unable to manage the commotion, called out, "Stop! Everyone, please calm down." Upon hearing his voice, the crowd fell silent, turning their attention to him. Standing atop a large stone, Li Shen addressed the assembly, stating, "I require only 10 men this time, but there will be many more opportunities in the future, so do not be anxious." Li Han then shouted, "Listen closely. Those whose fathers or grandfathers fought alongside His Majesty and fell in battle, step forward." Almost instantly, 3 young men in their 20s emerged. Old Zhang confirmed to Li Shen, "Your Highness, these three indeed lost their fathers in service to the throne. Their household registrations are duly recorded, and thus, His Majesty has taken them in at the royal estate." Li Shen nodded, acknowledging. "The accomplishments of your fathers have not been forgotten by His Majesty or by the Tang Dynasty. You three are accepted." Li Shen then inquired, "Who among you has a father or grandfather who was injured while serving His Majesty and subsequently retired?" This time, 8 stepped forward. Old Zhang verified again, "Your Highness, this is correct. They are all descendants of those who were wounded in battle. Their fathers bear disabilities." "Very well, I shall take all 8 of you. Remember, His Majesty has not forgotten you, nor has the nation overlooked its loyal servants. You should be grateful to your fathers. Prepare your belongings and accompany me back to work. For now, you will reside in the city until the workshop is constructed here, at which point you may relocate. You will receive 2 days of rest each month." Li Shen concluded before returning to his carriage. Given the considerable distance to the southern city, it was evident he had traveled by carriage. Some were elated, while others were disheartened. The selected individuals rejoiced, whereas those left behind felt disappointment. Li Shen instructed old Zhang to inform the villagers that this was merely the beginning, and many more opportunities would arise. Half an hour later, 11 men, bearing their bedding, followed behind Li Shen's carriage toward Chang'an. Throughout the afternoon, Li Shen busied himself with arranging their installation of equipment and instructing them on the distillation process. Using the purchased lees, they distilled a batch. And as the liquid filled the wooden barrel below, the crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. "Is this wine? It looks like water." "Indeed, it resembles water," they exclaimed. "Nonsense. Can you not smell the fragrance of the wine?" A lively discussion ensued. Li Shen had small bowls brought forth, distributing one to each person for a taste. "Cough, cough. This wine is quite potent. Indeed, it packs a punch. Yet, it is remarkably pure." Li Shen took a sip himself. It was around 50 degrees. However, given that the lees had been sourced from various distilleries, the flavor was average, though certainly superior to that from the Cui family. Li Shen intended to market this as a standard offering. Due to the diverse nature of the lees acquired by Wang Hongfu, he instructed Wang Fugue to seal the wine produced from these lees as low-end, while the grain wine from the workshop, after fermentation and double distillation, would be considered mid to high-end, packaged in exquisite jars. In a fortnight, August will arrive, coinciding perfectly with the Mid-Autumn Festival. In contemplating gifts, Li Shen was inspired with an idea. He instructed his aides to procure several wine jars, specifically 2 of both ordinary and exquisite varieties. While some may question the elegance of wine jars, they are, in fact, adorned with intricate patterns, painstakingly etched during the firing process. After observing them for a while, Li Shen clarified any points of confusion and subsequently directed Wang Hongfu to commence purchasing grains for brewing, ensuring a variety of rice was acquired, with excess to be stored. Given the affordability of grains, once satisfied that there were no further matters requiring his attention, he returned to the palace, intending to assemble a collection of gift boxes. It is customary for officials and affluent merchants to exchange presents during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and as a man of the future, Li Shen was acutely aware of the societal norms surrounding gift-giving. Wine, as a cultural artifact with millennia of heritage, stood as the premier choice. After all, wine culture is deeply entrenched in our nation. Note, there is a distillery near my home where I frequently procure loose spirits. The distillers mentioned that the initial distillation yields an alcohol content exceeding 50 degrees. Their distillation process involves a second round, which effectively eliminates the harshness, acidity, and raw grain flavors, resulting in a smoother drink. Furthermore, it is crucial to remove the heads and tails during the second distillation, repurposing them for subsequent batches. Chapter 31. Preparations for opening. Upon returning to the palace, Li Shen proceeded to the craft bureau, enlisting the artisan's assistance in designing 2 types of gift boxes. The first, a simple engraving coupled with a name, and the second, a more intricate design utilizing premium materials. The latter box alone was estimated to cost around 600 to 700 coins, lined with red silk. Although yellow would typically convey sophistication, Li Shen refrained from using it, as only the emperor and the crown prince were entitled to such luxury at this time. The wine jars needed to be securely placed within the boxes to prevent breakage. After 2 days of research and design, Li Shen ultimately selected 2 models. Each box could accommodate 2 jars. The lower-end version was crafted from ordinary wood, wrapped in basic hemp cloth, with a glossy finish featuring the inscription Chang'an Old Cellar and a depiction of individuals enjoying wine. This box cost approximately 20 coins, which Li Shen purchased for 30 coins from the craft bureau. The high-end version was a redwood box, adorned with red silk. The self-brewed spirits, subjected to double distillation, boasted an alcohol content ranging between 50 to 60 degrees. Li Shen aptly named this creation Fortune Abounds, symbolizing prosperity. The box featured a vivid illustration of immortals partaking in wine. Its cost was 700 coins, which Li Shen acquired at the standard price. He also commissioned several boxes made from rosewood for his personal gifting purposes. Once the designs were finalized, he urged the craftsman to expedite production within 10 days. He required 500 ordinary boxes, 100 redwood boxes, and an initial batch of 10 rosewood boxes. In the Ganlu Hall, Emperor Li Shen sat, flanked by 2 guards, all of whom had accompanied Li Shen from the palace. Did Prince Ji truly make such statements? Li Shen inquired. The 2 guards had just reported the entirety of Li Shen's activities upon leaving the palace, a customary practice. As the entire city of Chang'an was under Li Shen's watchful eye, particularly concerning the princes. Your Majesty, Prince Ji indeed made those remarks and has returned with 11 individuals, each receiving a monthly wage of 450 coins, inclusive of 3 meals a day, with at least 1 meal featuring meat. This was specifically instructed by Prince Ji to Wang Hongfu. The guard reported, excellent. If Prince Ji leaves the palace, you will continue to follow him. You may go, Li Shen replied. Once the guard had departed, Li Shen fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether Li Shen was genuine or merely putting on an act for him. Wangda, do you think Li Shen is merely performing for my benefit? Wangda quietly responded, in my humble opinion, His Highness Prince Ji does not appear to be acting. Despite his youth, I can discern his virtuous nature. You may not be aware, but within the inner palace, Prince Ji is exceedingly amiable towards his servants, devoid of any airs of a royal. You old servant, you hold Li Shen in rather high regard. Have you perhaps received some favors from him? Li Shen chuckled. Well, Your Majesty, you are well aware of the favors I receive. Each time Prince Ji bestows gifts upon me, it is done quite publicly, leaving me at a loss as to how to respond. Wangda spoke without fear. Indeed, this Li Shen is rather brazen in his bribery. By the way, has this month's dividend been disbursed? Li Shen inquired helplessly. Yes, it has arrived, over 1,600 guan. In total, it has amounted to more than 5,000 guan in recent months. You say Prince Ji earns quite impressively, Wangda remarked. This will not persist indefinitely. There must be imitations arising among the populace, Li Shen analyzed. Prince Ji has already discussed solutions with the head of the Bureau of Craftsmanship. He instructed that the Bureau should only produce high-quality goods, avoiding competition with private workshops. All furnishings crafted by the Bureau are inscribed with the words produced by the Bureau. Moreover, to ensure that private workshops can profit, Prince Ji has raised prices by 50%, reasoning that those who can afford to spend 100 guan would not mind an additional 50. Many nobles claim that Prince Ji is a mercenary businessman, solely driven by profit, Wangda reported to Li Shen. My 10th son is indeed avaricious. They are not entirely wrong. However, Li Shen is correct in asserting that one should not compete with the common folk for profits, and he has executed this well. As for those nobles and wealthy merchants, a touch of shrewdness is not amiss. Li Shen laughed heartily. By early August, the Bureau of Craftsmanship had completed Li Shen's order. Li Shen came to collect the boxes and provide payment, instructing the Bureau to continue production, 1,500 ordinary boxes and an additional 500 high-quality ones. As the number of buyers in Chang'an would be limited, Li Shen had already informed Zhang Wang to adopt an assembly line model, with several individuals responsible for distinct processes, thus ensuring rapid production of several hundred boxes daily. After a thorough inspection of the boxes, Li Shen exited the palace, heading directly to the East Market. He designated this establishment as the Boutique Pavilion, signifying that only exquisite items would be found within. Upon arriving at the rear courtyard of the Boutique Pavilion, Wang Hongfu stepped forward to greet him. My lord, the wine has been bottled and sealed with clay. We have 700 regular jars, and 200 of our own distillation, which are still in production, Wang Hongfu reported. Has the procurement of the wine dregs been conducted according to my instructions, ensuring they are not mixed together? How is the grain procurement proceeding? Li Shen inquired. In response, my lord, the wine dregs have been stored separately as per your request. The distilled spirits indeed possess a superior flavor. I have established contact with several merchants who will procure grain from distant locations for us. Recently, our extensive grain acquisitions have caused prices to surge by 30%. Will this have any repercussions for the prince? Wang Hongfu inquired with lingering concern. What impact could it possibly have? A surplus of grain harms the farmers. Currently, the price of millet stands at 5 per dough. Who among the common folk would still wish to till the land? I fervently hope that rice prices double. This would incentivize the populace to cultivate more land, resulting in an increase in both grain and population. A larger population necessitates expenditures for sustenance, thus enabling us to profit, understand? Therefore, do not fear spending money. Li Shen has long perceived flaws within the current system. Li Shen constantly aims to ensure that the common people are well fed, deliberately maintaining grain prices at unreasonably low levels without considering the broader needs of the populace. Mere sustenance is insufficient when there are other expenses to consider. Li Shen instructed Wang Hongfu to prepare the boxes and also requested the specially crafted rice wine. Rice commands a higher price than millet due to its scarcity in this region, imported from Jiangnan, with a dough of rice priced around 10 won. Presently, Li Shen lacks sufficient rice, hence he can only produce a limited quantity for gifting. Once more rice is transported from Jiangnan or Hunan, he will craft premium wines. Li Shen understands that rarity begets value. The strategy of hunger marketing is a commonly employed tactic in later times. He and Wang Hongfu inspected the arrangements at the boutique, identifying areas that required modification to ensure a seamless opening tomorrow. Wang Hongfu confidently assured that there would be no oversights. How is the training of the maidens selling wine progressing? The prices must be firmly memorized. We cannot afford discrepancies in the numbers. This is a grave taboo. Do you understand? Li Shen emphasized. I shall not be present tomorrow. Although many are aware of my dealings, it is inconvenient for me to appear publicly. Wang Hongfu replied. Rest assured, everything is arranged perfectly. Though I will not be there, I will have sure to come discreetly. You may discuss any matters with him, Li Shen added. After a brief exchange, Li Shen took 10 boxes of intricately crafted redwood wine back to the palace. It was still before noon, and court was not yet adjourned. Li Shen resolved to seize this opportunity to present gifts and promote his wares. He had procured exquisite porcelain goblets, essentially wine cups, in a set of 40. Upon entering the palace gates, a minor incident occurred. The guards insisted on inspecting the wine jars. Li Shen promptly informed them that these were premium wines intended for His Majesty. Are you certain you wish to open them? The guards ultimately sought permission from their commander, who was equally indecisive and finally consulted Li, aware that Li Shen was launching a winery and would likely be delivering the first batch of wine to the emperor. Li nodded in agreement. Li Shen proceeded directly to the Taiji Hall. Just as he had anticipated, court was still in session, and Wang De awaited him at the steps. Old Wang, has the meeting concluded? Li Shen greeted Wang De, holding a jar of wine. It should be wrapping up shortly. Wang De replied. Oh, then I shall wait here. Here, enjoy this fine wine, Li Shen said, presenting the jar. Just like in the carriage. There is nowhere to procure anything outside now. You must hasten to find someone to return it. Do not let anyone see it, Li Shen whispered to Wang De. Wang De wore an expression of helplessness. The area was surrounded by guards, and there were at least a dozen eunuchs present. In such a public setting, to suggest not allowing anyone to notice was rather absurd. Nevertheless, Wang De took the wine jar, as it was not his first encounter with such a situation. He trusted that Li Shen would not deceive him. It must be fine wine, otherwise, it would not be presented to the emperor. He summoned a young eunuch to deliver the wine jar back to his quarters, cautioning him to be careful not to break it. Afterward, he engaged in casual chatter with Li Shen. Chapter 32. Imperial Jade Liquid Wine, 180 a cup. As Li Shen prepared to conclude court, he noticed Li Shen peering in cautiously at the entrance. He called out, Li Shen, what are you up to lurking there? If you have business, come in and speak. Upon hearing Li Shen's summons, Li Shen hurried into the grand hall. The ministers paused upon seeing Li Shen enter, eager to discern his purpose. After saluting, Li Shen addressed Li Shen. Father, with the mid-autumn festival approaching, I have come to present you with a gift. Oh, why not deliver it to the rear palace? Li Shen inquired. Father, the items were just retrieved from outside the palace and have been brought directly to you, Li Shen replied. What exactly is it? Li Shen asked, noting that the ministers had yet to depart and suggesting they partake in the evaluation as well. Indeed, Li Shen responded. Bring it forth. Li Shen gestured to the attendants behind him. Little stone, spring fragrance, winter plum, and blue jade each entered carrying a purple sandalwood box, standing beside Li Shen. Li Shen took one of the boxes and presented it to Li Shen, saying, "Father, my mid-autumn gift for you is a fine wine I chanced upon, which I have named Jingguan Brew, Imperial Jade Liquid Wine." Wang stepped forward to receive the box, and after inspecting it, he placed it before Li Shen. The lid bore 2 rows of characters, Jingguan Brew above, and Imperial Jade Liquid Wine below, accompanied by vividly engraved images of celestial beings enjoying wine. Inside the box, red silk wrapped 2 jars of wine. Li Shen retrieved 1 jar, and Wang assisted in removing the seal. Upon opening it, an aromatic fragrance wafted forth, reaching even the ministers in the front row. Li Shen instructed Wang to fetch wine cups and poured a glass, discovering it was as clear as water. Had it not been for the fragrance, Li Shen might have doubted it was wine. He raised the cup, preparing to taste. "Everyone, I am just being greedy. Allow me to sample it first," Wang said. This was customary and demonstrated Wang's loyalty. "That is acceptable. The Prince of Ji is but a child," Li Shen remarked, implying that such a young boy would not resort to poisoning. Li Shen took a sip, and instantly, a wave of alcohol surged to his head. Unprepared and unwilling to appear foolish, he stifled a cough, causing his face to redden. Onlookers were alarmed, fearing he had been poisoned. Wang rushed forward, concerned. "Everyone, is everything all right?" The ministers also appeared anxious. At that moment, Li Shen regained his composure, exclaiming, "What a splendid wine! Truly exceptional." The wine was pure and transparent, with a robust flavor. Its taste was rich and nuanced, leaving a profound aftertaste. It was indeed worthy of being called the Imperial Jade Liquid. The ministers, seeing that Li Shen was unharmed, began to extol Li Shen for providing such an exquisite gift. Everyone felt that even if the wine was gifted by your son, such lavish praise was unnecessary. They had all tasted fine wines before, even the tribute wines from the imperial palace. Observing the skeptical expressions on the faces of those present, Li Shen declared, "Since it is indeed good wine, let us partake together. Bring forth the wine cups." "I have the cups," Li Shen promptly replied, and soon had a set of exquisite porcelain wine cups brought forth for distribution. Li Shen was momentarily taken aback. With Li Shen having prepared the wine cups, it seemed there was another purpose behind today's gift. Wang De, holding a wine jar, began to fill the cups of the ministers one by one, and soon the hall was suffused with the rich aroma of the wine. Li Shen raised his cup and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, let us drink together." The ministers expressed their gratitude and downed their cups in one go. Li Shen, however, had not warned them that the wine was quite potent. Instantly, coughs erupted throughout the court, and they cast reproachful glances at Li Shen. Nevertheless, the wine was indeed exquisite, crystal clear and devoid of any impurities. Afterward, Li Shen insisted that each person take another cup. This time, they savored it, and indeed, as Li Shen had said, the aftertaste was profound. "Father, this gift is quite commendable, is it not?" Li Shen prepared to promote his endeavor. "Indeed, it is splendid. I am quite fond of it." "From where does this wine originate?" Li Shen inquired, fully engaged, aware that Li Shen had established his own winery. "I discovered it at a place called the Boutique Pavilion in the Eastern Market. There were only 10 boxes of this fine wine, which I purchased for the purpose of gifting during the festival. However, I heard they plan to open for business tomorrow, selling both low and high-end wine gift boxes, perfect for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Even the low-end wine is significantly superior to what is typically available on the market. I understand, however, that supplies are limited, as such fine wines are difficult to produce," Li Shen responded. Upon hearing this, many were inclined to visit the following day to procure gifts, particularly those of lower rank among the officials. "Your Highness, may I inquire about the value of this wine?" suddenly asked Fang Xianling. The Minister of Finance wondered aloud about the worth of the palace's exquisite liquor. Li Shen retorted, "I believe such a fine wine should be valued at 10,000 coins. Fang smiled. 10,000 coins is merely equivalent to 100 guan. Haha, Minister Fang. I can only inform you that this palace liquor is 180 coins per cup," Li Shen chuckled. 180 per cup? Is that 181 or 180 guan? Surely, it is 181. How could it possibly be 180 guan? Just that one cup cost 181. We each just consumed 361. Your Highness, then what is the price for this box containing 2 jars of wine? Inquired Tang Jian. Not to hide anything from you, Minister Tang. A box of wine costs 50 guan, Li Shen replied. In truth, the cost was less than 2 guan, but scarcity made it valuable. In the past, The West deceived us out of silver using glass." As he finished speaking, the court gasped in unison. 50 guan for 2 jars of wine was not unattainable. Yet few would be willing to part with such an amount. The finest wines in Chang'an cost only 2 guan. Many hesitated, let alone at 50 guan. Li Shen was equally astonished. Li Shen certainly does not hesitate to spend, he mused, while Wang De beside him was taken aback as well. The jar of wine gifted to him by Li Shen was valued at 25 guan, enough to purchase 4 to 5 mu of land. Soon, the crowd began to praise Li Shen for his filial piety and his kindness towards Li Shen, which brought a smile to the emperor's face. Amidst the minister's accolades, Li Shen took another box and approached Changsun Wuji, saying, "Please ask my uncle to deliver this box of wine to my elder sister. Inform her that my father does not permit me to leave the palace to present it in person, and urge her not to take offense." Upon hearing this, Li Shen felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, understanding that Li Shen's words were laden with implications. Yet, he remained unmoved, merely observing. "I convey my gratitude to His Highness, Prince Ji," Longsun Wui stated, taking the box with a grin. Ultimately, it would be he who would indulge in the wine. For Li Lizzie abstained from such libations. This box was worth 50 guan. Li Shen then approached Li Chengqian, offering him another box. "Brother, take this one back with you. Father forbids my departure from the palace, so I cannot deliver it to your residence myself. Upon your return, steep it with quality ginseng and deer antler, seal it, and open it after a month. A small cup daily will be beneficial for your health. Drink less alcohol henceforth, dear brother." Li Chengqian accepted it with a smile. Aware that Li Shen yearned for freedom from the palace, yet was restrained by Li Shen, thus subtly provoking him. Li Shen also presented a box to Li Tai, reiterating the same sentiments and rationale, causing Li Shen to feel embarrassed in front of his ministers. "Very well, if there are no further matters, we shall dismiss court," Li Shen stated, keen to avoid further encounters with Li Shen, feeling humiliated. As the crowd exited the Taiji Hall, they noticed a carriage below, laden with 5 or 6 boxes, remnants of Li Shen's gifts. "Your Highness, might I inquire whether you could sell an additional box to this old minister?" Duke Zhang Liang of Yun approached. "I sincerely apologize, Duke Zhang, but I intend to present all 10 boxes as gifts. I shall ensure to bring you one next time," Li Shen replied, just as he spotted Li Daozong and Li Shaogong and called out, "Uncle, uncle, wait." Li Shaogong and Li Daozong halted, gazing at Li Shen with curiosity. "Esteemed uncles, with the Mid-Autumn Festival upon us, I have prepared a token for you," Li Shen declared. As cousins of the royal family, Li Daozong and Li Shaogong, being Li Shen's brothers, also received special consideration, particularly since Li Daozong had previously assisted Li Shen. He approached the carriage and handed a gift box to each. "Dear uncles, please procure some medicinal herbs for invigorating blood circulation to steep in the wine. After some time, consume a cup daily to heal any internal injuries. You have endured much hardship in battle alongside father," Li Shen sincerely expressed. "Prince Ji is thoughtful. This is the duty of a scion of the royal family," Li Shaogong replied. "Indeed, Prince Ji, this is all for our Li Dynasty," added Li Daozong. Both men were deeply moved by Li Shen's respectful gestures, and the surrounding courtiers greatly admired his actions. In ancient times, filial piety was paramount, and Li Shen's actions garnered him considerable favor among the officials. Chapter 33. A grand sale. Upon returning to the palace from the Taiji Hall, Li Shen bestowed the remaining 4 gift boxes upon Consort Wei for her own gifting purposes. Learning that her son had gifted a box worth 50 guan in court that day, Consort Wei was astonished. Over the past year, her son had increasingly excelled in his endeavors. Now, her treasury boasted over 10,000 guan, the wealth amassed through Li Shen's earnings and rewards. Aside from the empress's controlled inner treasury, she was the wealthiest in the palace. Furthermore, with the empress delegating many responsibilities to her, she now wielded both wealth and influence. All thanks to her son. The following day, Wang Hongfu opened the doors early. At the entrance, according to Li Shen's instructions, the sides of the grand door were adorned with an array of flower baskets, and the threshold was laid with thick burlap dyed a vibrant red, creating an atmosphere of joyous celebration. Flanking the entrance stood 2 welcoming maidens, while Wang Hongfu also positioned himself at the doorway. Strands of red fabric cascaded down from the 2nd floor, rendering the entire street remarkably conspicuous. Around the hour of Chun, approximately 8 a.m., a horse-drawn carriage arrived from afar and halted at the entrance. A woman alighted from the carriage, assisted by her maid, and they proceeded into the boutique pavilion. Welcome. The maidens bowed, startling the lady. Wang Hongfu approached her with a warm demeanor. Please do not be alarmed, madam. This is merely a customary welcoming ceremony at our humble establishment, he explained. I have heard that you sell exquisite wines, the lady inquired softly. She was Mrs. Zheng Yuan, the wife of the director of rites, who had come at her husband's behest to purchase some gift boxes. Her husband held a lower fifth-rank position, and they hoped for a promotion this year, thus necessitating the presentation of gifts to their superiors. Indeed, madam, although the prices are rather steep, we have only 100 boxes of the finest quality, each priced at 10 guan, Wang Hongfu replied. 10 guan? How exorbitant! Mrs. Zheng exclaimed in surprise. However, madam, we also offer more affordable, ordinary gift boxes priced at merely 5 guan each, containing 2 jars of wine. Moreover, this wine surpasses the famed divine drunkenness from the Cui family, yet is offered at the same price. Which option would you prefer? Wang Hongfu inquired with a smile as they entered the grand hall. The maid placed both types of gift boxes on the counter and opened the lids for display. After a moment's contemplation, Mrs. Zheng decisively stated, I will take 2 of the premium boxes, one for the Minister of Rites and one for the Vice Minister. For my husband's career, a mere 20 guan is a trifling sum. Their family also possessed other enterprises. Otherwise, her husband's modest salary as a lower fifth-rank official would hardly suffice for their expenses, given the large estate and numerous servants. Very well, madam. Please take care, Wang Hongfu cheerfully instructed as he summoned a male attendant to assist her. A dedicated staff member was assigned to carry her purchases. Wang Hongfu respectfully bid farewell to Mrs. Zheng, delighted by the transaction, when yet another carriage arrived at the entrance. Recognizing it as belonging to another noble family, he warmly approached. Thus, throughout the morning, carriages arrived one after another, or in small groups, bringing not only the families of officials, but also merchants. The merchants, with their keen sense of opportunity, inquired about the bustling activity and quickly deduced that this was a lucrative venture. They envisioned the potential for profit, knowing that if these goods reached various regions, the prices would undoubtedly double, especially for those merchants who came to Chang'an for trade or supplies. They prepared to purchase several boxes to sell back home at a marked-up price, each box promising a handsome profit of several guan. They were not concerned about demand. After all, these were gifts meant for Chang'an's elite. Most of the merchants were traveling traders, capitalizing on the price differences between locales, and thus, they opted for the ordinary gift boxes, purchasing 2 or 3 each. However, the sheer volume of customers turned the store into a bustling sea of humanity. Wang Hongfu promptly arranged for his workers to don the attendant's attire and maintain order, ensuring that the officials' family members, many of whom were women, were not inadvertently disturbed. As noon approached, the activity continued unabated. 500 boxes of ordinary gift sets and 100 boxes of premium gift sets were sold out in an instant. However, the demand from customers remained high. Wang Hongfu stood atop a stool behind the counter and called out, Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. Both types of gift sets have been completely sold out. What? I've been waiting in line for half an hour, exclaimed one customer. Indeed, if they are sold out, please restock quickly. Another chimed in. Yes, my lord is still waiting to send gifts. The crowd began to urge Wang Hongfu to replenish the stock. Ladies and gentlemen, I must reiterate that we are out of stock today. Our wine undergoes numerous processes, which limits our production capacity. Perhaps another batch will arrive tomorrow. If you wish to purchase, please come early, Wang Hongfu explained. Once the customers departed, Wang Hongfu instructed his assistant to close the doors and ascended to the second floor. Entering a private room, Shirtu was seated by the window, observing the departing crowd. Shirtu, please return and inform the prince that we require a substantial quantity of gift sets. We have 3 large barrels of our self-brewed wine that are now fully fermented, and from now on, we will have 2 barrels ready every day. Once the prince completes the construction of the factory, we will no longer be limited to such small quantities, Wang Hongfu conveyed to Shirtu. Yes, Manager Wang. I will relay the message about the gift sets to the prince. However, the prince has also indicated that once production increases, the price of wine will not remain so high. He hopes that the people of the Tang Dynasty can enjoy good wine. For now, the prince wishes to earn some money from the noble class. If there is nothing else, I will return to report, Shirtu replied. I shall escort you back, Shirtu, Wang Hongfu said, mindful not to offend this young eunuch, who was known to be the prince's childhood companion and most trusted aide. After returning to the palace, Shirtu recounted the day's events in detail to Li Shen and mentioned the request for gift sets from manager Wang. Li Shen instructed Shirtu to visit the production office and direct them to set aside all other tasks to focus entirely on the production of gift sets. The entire production office, comprising over 100 workers, was to work diligently throughout the afternoon and into the evening, aiming to produce 1,000 ordinary gift sets and 200 premium sets without difficulty. In truth, the production of gift sets was not overly complex. Li Shen had not accounted for the merchant's demand, which could be said to have been overlooked. Therefore, he had not prepared a sufficient quantity of gift sets. The current stock of wine would barely suffice, but given the anticipated high demand, Li Shen did not intend to sell at all. Rarity increases value. Selling too quickly diminishes worth. The goal was to wait until September, allowing for an increase in the sale of ordinary wine. This would gradually impact the Cui family, as his ordinary wine was superior to their divine intoxication. Eventually, this would certainly challenge the Cui family's standing. The next day, Shirtu transported over a dozen carts of gift sets to the East Market. Upon arriving at the boutique pavilion, Wang Hongfu awaited eagerly, and the staff assisted in unloading the carts. Shirtu pulled Wang Hongfu aside and whispered, "Manager Wang, the prince has given his orders. Henceforth, we shall sell 500 boxes of ordinary sets and 100 boxes of premium sets daily. Moreover, we should prioritize selling to merchants, particularly those from afar." The prince noted that it is already the 4th day of the month. Merchants traveling long distances are eager to return home for family reunions. We must consider our customers' needs. Do you grasp the prince's intentions? Shirtu said with significant undertones. Upon hearing this, Wang Hongfu pondered and discerned Li Shen's meaning. Firstly, the merchants would be purchasing to transport back home in time for the Mid-Autumn Festival, thus enabling them to secure favorable prices. In Chang'an, the nobleman is not in a hurry, while the merchants still have many days ahead on the road. Li Shen, concerned that the distant merchants might grow impatient and depart for home prematurely, recognizes the potential losses. The prince's insight is commendable, and Li Shen takes it to heart. However, if the intention is to facilitate the merchants in transporting goods back to various locales sooner, why impose restrictions on quantity? Wang Hongfu inquired. The prince articulated that rarity enhances value, and abundance diminishes worth. Moreover, he predicts that the current fervor will not last long. Once the officials have made their purchases, the demand will wane. The remnants will be sought after by a few prominent families. The prince decreed that the gift boxes would be sold until the 14th of August, at which point he would return to issue further instructions. Chapter 34. Borrowing carriages to transport wealth. On the 14th of August, Li Shen arrived at the boutique pavilion, initially intending to conduct sales until that day. However, sales had dwindled significantly over the past 2 days, prompting Li Shen to close the establishment for the day. In the rear courtyard, he inspected the winemaking progress. The factory had been constructed, occupying 2 acres of land, and there was still space available for a small facility. After the inspection, Li Shen joined Wang Hongfu in the storeroom. The storeroom's entrance, originally a heavy wooden door, had been reinforced with an additional iron gate, as peace was not yet firmly established in this era. Within the storeroom, coins were piled high. "My lord, we have sold for a total of 9 days. Yet the latter days saw diminished sales. In total, we sold 3,840 ordinary gift boxes, amounting to 19,200 guan. While the high-end gift boxes performed admirably, several affluent merchants from Jiangnan and Luoyang have ordered 300 boxes, assuring me that they will not be sold within Chang'an. Hence, I consented to ship them back to their locales in advance. In total, we sold 1,136 high-end gift boxes, totaling 11,360 guan. In all, we sold 30,560 jars. The cost of ordinary gift boxes hovers around 1 guan, while the high-end boxes, due to the pricier materials of silk and packaging, amount to 2 guan. The cost of the wine itself is not high, given the affordability of grain. The primary expenses stem from labor and packaging. The total cost sums to 6,112 guan, yielding a profit of 24,448 guan. Li Shen was momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume of wealth before him, truly reminiscent of a mountain of copper coins, and he felt exhilarated. Approaching the mound of coins, which were laid upon the floor, he had instructed his workers to lay down 2 layers of wooden planks. However, the elation soon faded. With over 24,000 guan, weighing more than 150,000 jin, the question arose, how would he transport it all back? A single carriage could handle only 7 or 800 jin for long-distance transport, and even the nearest market to the palace would accommodate at most 1,000 jin, necessitating more than 150 carriages. Where would Li Shen procure such a multitude of carriages? Once again, he was reminded of the complications surrounding ancient copper coinage. Master Wang, how can we transport this wealth back to the palace? It is certainly unsafe to leave all this money in your possession, Li Shen queried. My lord, transporting such a vast sum requires over 100 carriages. Even the largest carriage service in Chang'an does not possess that many available vehicles. Their carriages are all currently engaged in transport unless. Wang Hongfu hesitated upon hearing this. Unless, Li Shen inquired, the prince can dispatch vehicles from the palace. Every year, as winter approaches, the palace sends out at least 200 carts for procurement, making several trips. Surely, there are that many vehicles in the palace. Wang Hongfu replied, Vehicles from the palace? I truly did not know. Li Shen, equally unaware of the number of carts in the palace, turned to Lan Yue and asked, Yue, are there really so many vehicles in the palace? Indeed, there are. Not only in the palace, but when you combine all the ox carts and horse carts from the 30 divisions of the 6 ministries, there are nearly 2,000 in total, especially from the Ministry of Revenue. Otherwise, how would the tax revenues from the eastern and western markets be transported to the national treasury? Lan Yue answered, That is true. The monthly tax revenues from the eastern and western markets surely exceed his earnings. Without vehicles, how could they be transported back to the treasury? Nevertheless, Li Shen felt that the palace's vehicles would be more convenient. The drivers are eunuchs, and it would be inconvenient for the Ministry of Revenue to enter the inner palace. Li Shen decided to return to the palace after completing his tasks to procure a cart. With the festival approaching tomorrow, he planned to grant the workers a holiday. He felt uneasy about leaving the money unguarded, so he promptly instructed Wang Hongfu to gather everyone in the courtyard. Standing atop a chair so that all could see him, Li Shen addressed the workers. I have called you all here today not for any grave matter, but to announce a few things. First, our business over the past 9 days has been remarkably successful, and this is all due to your efforts. Let us applaud your hard work. Li Shen initiated the applause. During this era, applause was not yet a common practice, but when the master did it, the servants followed suit. Secondly, tomorrow marks the Mid-Autumn Festival. As your employer, I would like to distribute some festive benefits. Each of you will receive 1 sheng of rice, 1 pound of meat, and a monetary reward of 1 guan. Manager Wang will receive 30 guan. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to applaud spontaneously. Thank you, master, they expressed in unison. The 8 female attendants from the boutique pavilion and 4 errand boys, along with 11 from Dahuang village, collectively received less than 70 guan. Li Shen did not intend to be stingy, but he had witnessed the consequences of generosity in his previous life, where small favors could lead to significant expectations. After his speech, Li Shen instructed manager Wang to purchase rice and meat. Realizing he could not carry the weight himself, he hurried back to inform his family to come and assist, knowing that 1 sheng of rice weighed over 120 pounds, which the female attendants could not manage. Meanwhile, Li Shen returned to the palace, preparing to borrow a cart. Upon returning to the palace, he was uncertain whom to approach for a loan. Thus, he decided to seek out Wang De, the chief steward of the inner palace, who would undoubtedly know where to borrow. Li Shen encountered Wang De at the entrance of the Hall of 2 Instruments, where Li Shimin was engaged in discussions with court officials. Old Wang, I have a question for you. Who should I approach in the inner palace to borrow a cart? Li Shen directly inquired. Doesn't the Department of Cart Management have dozens of carts? Wang De replied, puzzled. I need to transport a few items and will require 160 carts. Just tell me whom to ask, Li Shen urged, anxious. 160 carts? What are you planning to transport, my lord? Wang De asked curiously. That is not for you to question. I merely wish to transport some belongings. Just guide me on where I can borrow them, Li Shen responded. In that case, let me accompany you to the kitchen supervisory office. If you go alone, it might not be easy to borrow them. That is the rule, Wang De replied. Li Shen had previously sent him gifts without expecting anything in return, so it was only natural for him to assist when help was needed. Thus, Wang De accompanied Li Shen to the imperial kitchen, where they borrowed 160 ox carts along with the eunuchs to drive them. Li Shen, with his grand procession, made his way directly to the East Market. The merchants at the East Market believed that someone from the palace had come to procure goods, as the carts were parked beside the boutique pavilion, taking turns entering the back alley. Li Shen then organized the eunuchs and laborers to assist in loading the carts, which were surrounded by wooden boards, allowing for direct loading. Once a cart was filled, it would exit and wait. This bustling activity continued for over 2 hours before completion. With a total sales amount of 30,560 coins, Li Shen managed to load 29,000 coins, which included over 6,000 coins that he himself had invested, of course, to be recouped. He retained just over 1,000 coins as working capital, deeming it unsafe to keep even that amount within the palace. Even with this sum, Li Shen instructed Wang Hongfu to find 2 individuals to stand guard, offering a bonus for overtime during the Mid-Autumn Festival. One shouldn't underestimate 1,000 coins. In the time of the Jingguan era, when a measure equivalent to 12 pounds, was priced at 5 won, 1,000 coins represented a substantial fortune. Li Shen also arranged for 1,000 coins to be delivered to the Duke of Zhao's residence for Princess Chonglu, while he returned the remaining amount to the palace. Chapter 35. An abundance of wealth. Li Shen, with over 100 carts, made a grand entrance towards the imperial palace. Upon reaching the palace gates, the guards conducted their routine inspection. When they beheld the procession of more than 160 carts filled with copper coins, the commander of the guards was left dumbfounded. He had served at the palace for a decade, having earned the trust of Li Shen since the first year of the Jingguan era, and was responsible for its security. Never before had he witnessed anyone transporting money into the palace. Even when Li Shen transported swords and weapons, it did not astonish him as much. Ultimately, after a thorough examination, the guards allowed Li Shen's convoy to enter the inner palace. There was no basis to deny entry, although such a situation had never arisen before. Transporting money was not akin to carrying dangerous weapons. The extensive convoy traversed the inner palace, drawing attention during the day. When the procession halted at the entrance of the grand auspicious hall, the concubines from various palaces came to witness the spectacle. Even Empress Chong's son approached, as she, being the matriarch of the inner palace, had to inquire about any matters therein. Upon receiving news from the eunuchs that Prince Ji had returned with a convoy, concubine Wei also came to investigate, spotting Li Shen standing at the entrance, as Empress Chong's son approached from a distance. "Shenner, what are you up to? Why such a commotion? What is being transported in those carts?" Concubine Wei quickly inquired of her son, fearing he might have erred. At that moment, Empress Chong's son, accompanied by her attendants, approached. Everyone paid their respects to her. The empress then smiled and asked Li Shen, "What treasures have you brought this time?" Whenever Li Shen procured something of value, he would always present her with a share. Recently, concubine Wei had gifted her a box of fine wine, which she had heard was worth 50 coins. In response to his mother's question, Li Shen replied, "I have merely brought back some worldly possessions." He pondered, "Isn't wealth merely a transient possession?" "Oh, what worldly possessions?" Empress Chong's son inquired with increased curiosity. "Mother, you shall see once they unload the carts," Li Shen answered. He then turned to the steward attending the carts and commanded, "Unload everything into the storeroom, and once a cart is emptied, return to the imperial kitchen. I will instruct Manager Wang to send you your rewards tonight." As the unloading commenced, Li Shen raised his hand and issued a command, prompting the first ox cart to unveil its cover. The eunuchs began to retrieve the coins, each permitted to take only 10 guan, weighing over 60 pounds. Fortunately, these eunuchs, accustomed to labor, were in good physical condition. Li Shen then instructed the steward eunuch by consort Wei's side to open the storeroom and tally the amount. Observers watched in awe as the eunuchs carried heaps of copper coins into the grand fortune hall, with dozens making repeated trips, unloading one cart after another. The concubines and palace maids watching from the sidelines were captivated. Although they were also concubines residing in the palace, their stipends were relatively meager. Apart from the occasional rewards for favor, even Empress Chongsun appeared somewhat dazzled. She managed the imperial treasury, which had dwindled to just over 40,000 guan due to Li Shen's frugality, often using treasury funds to support state affairs. This amount had only increased by 5,000 guan due to Li Shen's recent distributions. Consort Wei was bewildered. After half an hour of unloading over 30 carts, there were still many more to come. Where could her son have amassed such a fortune? Could it be through illicit means? She pondered, struggling to conceive of any illegal activity that could yield such a sum in just a few days. Had he robbed the treasury? At this point, those in the know had gathered, having heard that Prince Ji had returned with over 100 carts of money. Li Mengjiang, having come from the princess's quarters to witness the commotion, observed Li Shen directing the operations. As she glanced at the gleaming eyes of those around her, a swell of pride surged within her. This was her brother. In this era, the strength of a woman's family was paramount. With such a capable brother, she could hold her head high when marrying into another family, knowing they would not dare to mistreat her. This thought was particularly poignant for Li Mengjiang, an uncherished princess. Spotting Li Mengjiang amidst the crowd, Li Shen eagerly waved her over, calling out, "Sister, sister, come quickly." As she approached, he inquired, "Sister, is there something you need?" "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival," Li Shen continued. "Aren't you planning to venture outside the palace for festivities? Of course, you will need money for that. I shall have Shirtu bring you 1,000 guan shortly. Buy whatever you desire when you go out." Shirtu, where are you?" Li Shen began searching for his personal eunuch. In the Tang Dynasty, regulations on women leaving the palace were not particularly stringent. On festive occasions like the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was acceptable for a princess to venture out with servants and guards. Due to her lack of favor, Li Mengjiang often felt insecure, modest, and frugal. Even when Consort Wei bestowed gifts upon her, she seldom indulged. Li Shen suspected that she might not even purchase anything during her outing. It troubled him to see his sister harbor such self-doubt. Li Shimon's disfavor towards him did not extend to her, and he had no intention of marrying her off prematurely. She must find a partner of her own choosing. "Sister, there's no need for that. I don't require anything for my outing," Li Mengjiang replied, touched. Just as Li Shen was about to respond further, Shirtu rushed in, addressing him, "My lord, what shall we do if the storeroom cannot accommodate any more?" The Grand Fortune Hall, managed by Consort Wei, lacked adequate storage. They had initially repurposed a small room for the modest salaries of her and Li Shen. With over 50 carts of money already returned, there was no more space to store it all. Li Shen could hardly fathom the magnitude of the national treasury, capable of accommodating millions of coins each year. The 6 departments possessed warehouses spacious enough to hold hundreds of thousands of coins, which must indeed be quite vast. Onlookers were equally astonished, pondering the exorbitant value that could not possibly fit within a single room. Yet, Li Shen turned to Li Mengjiang and said, "Sister, look, the warehouse is overflowing. Please hurry and help me spend some of it." Upon hearing this, not only the bystanders, but even Consort Wei and Li Mengjiang felt that his words were somewhat boastful. The other concubines nearby could scarcely suppress their eye rolls, finding the Duke of Ji rather ostentatious. Before Li Mengjiang could respond, Li Shen turned to Shirtu and instructed, "Shirtu, take 5 carts of copper coins to my sister's courtyard at the princess's palace." Shirtu nodded and promptly directed 5 ox-drawn carts to the princess's residence. The accompanying princesses gazed on with envy, exclaiming, "Sister 12, your brother is truly generous. You have not been wronged in your affection for him." The Dongyang princess chimed in, Indeed, Sister 12, your brother is quite capable. He has given you 1,000 coins. You could purchase ample fabric, jewelry, and cosmetics. Remember that exquisite painting you admired? You thought 10 coins too steep. Now, with this wealth, you can acquire it." Jinan princess added, and though Li Mengjiang remained silent, her heart brimmed with delight, knowing her brother was worth every ounce of affection. By this time, Li Shen had asked Consort Wei to find a larger residence, and after 2 hours, the move was complete. The crowd had long since dispersed. Empress Changsun entered the hall to chat with Consort Wei. When Li Shen finished his tasks and entered the grand hall, Consort Wei inquired, "Shen'er, where did you acquire all this wealth?" "Aunt, it is all from my business endeavors. I partnered with my elder sister, Lizzie, and this time, I have already sent the profits to her," Li Shen replied. "Oh, you are in partnership with Princess Changle? I find it hard to believe that she would engage in such frivolity," Consort Wei remarked. "Indeed, Aunt, I speak the truth. Lizzie mentioned it to me just days ago, 500 coins for a stake. It seems she has made quite a fortune this time." Empress Changsun laughed. Suddenly, an eunuch announced the arrival of the emperor outside. In the meantime, Emperor Li Shen was reviewing memorials when a guard commander approached and whispered something in Li An's ear before departing. Li An's expression shifted, yet he remained silent. "What is amiss, Li An?" Li Shen observed, noticing Li An's unease. "Your Majesty, the commander in charge of guarding the inner palace just reported that the Duke of Ji has returned," Li An responded. "Well, he has returned. What is there to report?" Li Shen said nonchalantly. "Not only has the Duke returned, but he also brought back 160 ox carts," the commander continued. Li An hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the quantity of wealth. "What is loaded in those carts?" Li Shen inquired curiously. "Coins," Li An replied. "Coins? Are you saying the Duke of Ji has brought back 160 carts of copper coins?" Li Shen's voice rose in astonishment. "Yes, Your Majesty." The imperial guards meticulously inspected each cart before allowing them into the palace. They are all copper coins, several tens of thousands in total, Li stated. Tens of thousands. Li Shen exclaimed, his surprise evident. He had seen wealth before, but for an 8-year-old to return to the palace with such a sum defied reason. Old servant Wang De has entered, the attendant announced. Wang De, Li just mentioned that Li Shen returned with 160 carts of money. Do you have any insight into this matter? Li Shen questioned. Li Shen inquired of Wang De. At noon, the Prince of Ji borrowed 160 ox carts. He mentioned he needed to transport some extraneous possessions. Wang De replied, extraneous possessions? Is wealth merely extraneous? Li Shen recalled a statement from Laozi. Indeed, I have just visited, and it is confirmed that it consists entirely of money. The treasury at the Dajidian cannot accommodate it all, so he has procured a larger residence for storage. Furthermore, the Prince of Ji has sent 5 large carts of copper coins to the 12 princesses at their palace. Just now, his personal eunuch, Shirtu, delivered 200 guan to me, instructing me to distribute 1 guan to each of the eunuchs driving the carts. I was just on my way to dispense the rewards. Wang De unabashedly remarked on the matter of Li Shen distributing money, 1 guan each, totaling 200 guan. Li Shen is quite generous, given the court's pressing financial needs. Why does he not contribute to the treasury? He scoffed, and there are still 40 guan remaining. Li Shen retorted angrily, indeed, there are still 40 guan in my possession. If anyone desires them, I shall retrieve them. Wang De, unperturbed, responded, am I to accept such trifling sums? It is evident that these are rewards bestowed upon you by that ungrateful son of yours, Wang De, and you have accepted Li Shen's money. Li Shen gazed at Wang De and stated, these are rewards from the Prince of Ji, intended for me to save. I plan to purchase a grand residence outside, so that in my old age, I may have funds to secure care. Wang De, feigning pity, remarked, ah, what a charade. After all these years of service, do you think I would allow you to grow old without someone to attend to you? Li Shen coldly huffed, I know you are concerned for me, but I do not wish to burden your majesty. Wang De sincerely replied, enough of this. Let us proceed to the Dajidian. Li Shen rose, having received word that Empress Changsun and Consort Wei were coming to greet him. Upon returning to the main hall, Li Shen took his seat at the head. As a maidservant presented tea, Li Shen sat at the end, attempting to be inconspicuous. Observing this, Li Shen remarked, no need to play the invisible man. I am not here to demand money from you. The Empress and Consort Wei shared a knowing smile at Li Shen's behavior. This Li Shen truly adores wealth. Li Shen continued, pray tell, how much have you managed to swindle this time? Li Shen protested, Your Majesty, what do you mean by swindle? This is merely earned honest money. Honest money? Li Shen countered. Do you believe I am unaware of your costs? Noticing Li Shen's evasive tactics, he pressed on. Do not measure a product's value by its cost. In the marketplace, no item's worth is directly linked to its production expenses. Li Shen, sensing a challenge, inquired, oh, then what should the value of a product be correlated with? Li Shen was intrigued to hear his response. After some contemplation, Li Shen articulated, let us discuss the basics of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. First, let us consider clothing. Pray tell, how much is your dragon robe worth? Caution yourself, my son. Li Shen's mother, Consort Wei, interjected, alarmed at her son's audacity. No worries, I wish to see what this lad has to say, Li Shen replied nonchalantly. Father, if we were to calculate the cost of this dragon robe, it would not even reach 100 guan. Do you believe it? Li Shen exclaimed incredulously. Not even 100 guan. Impossible. Wang De, how much is this dragon robe worth? Li Shen skeptically asked Wang De. Your Majesty, this dragon robe is valued at 1,100 guan, Wang De asserted, as the head of the inner palace, overseeing the crafting of garments for the emperor. Your garment's worth lies in its gold and silver threads. The remainder consists merely of silk. High-quality silk is valued at 20 to 30 guan per bolt. However, if it is intended for the emperor's attire, the price skyrockets tenfold. The gold and silver threads are indeed finite, amounting to merely a few dozen guan. Ultimately, the craftsmanship is what elevates the garment. Its cost may be around 100 guan, yet the quoted price would be in the thousands. On a day when the emperor finds himself in need of funds, I could sell this robe for 1,000,000 guan, believe it or not. For it once adorned the emperor. This is its true worth, a treasure of the ages. During the Tang Dynasty, the antiquities trade was not yet flourishing. Many artifacts from previous dynasties have endured for 1 to 2 centuries, but they are regarded as mere household items. Only those items of millennia-old provenance attract attention. Enough of this nonsense, said Shen. Must you have the Emperor sell dragon robes? Wang De, echoing Li Shen, asserted that this was indeed true. Upon hearing that silk prices had surged tenfold, Li Shen grew agitated. Naturally, only the finest can enter the palace, and thus they command a higher price, Wang De whispered. Realizing the truth in Wang De's words, Li Shen was incensed, feeling he had been taken for a fool, with palace funds at stake. Father, there is no need for anger. Our royal family must purchase the finest to reflect our nobility and distinction. We must also pay the highest price, Li Shen interjected. The common folk are unaware that items of 100 guan differ fundamentally from those of 1,000 guan. In my view, the true value of this dragon robe lies in its craftsmanship and intricate embroidery. The artisan skills are unparalleled. Even with ordinary fabric, their creations would be worth tenfold. Li Shen reassured, His Highness, Prince Ji, speaks wisely. This garment required over 30 painters, tirelessly refining it for 3 months, alongside more than 300 embroiderers who painstakingly crafted each stitch over 2 months. Wang De concurred with Li Shen, adding, Indeed, Father, this is the essence of value. If this were an ordinary garment, I could still fetch at least 500 guan. For the Emperor's dragon robe, I would estimate its worth at 10,000 guan. Upon hearing Li Shen's words, Li Shen finally calmed down. Continue. Then, he encouraged. They turned their conversation to matters of sustenance, noting that food is cultivated by the common people. Aside from land rents and taxes, the costs are minimal. One could sell it for 5 won per dough or 10 won per dough. In years of disaster, when yields diminish, prices rise, yet the costs remain unchanged. Li Shen elaborated on the agricultural practices of the time, mentioning that seeds and other essentials were retained for personal use, and chemical fertilizers were unnecessary. Farmers relied on nature's whims, thus depending on manual labor. As for housing, the prices varied significantly between the eastern and western markets. Father, this illustrates the principle of value, Li Shen explained. The dynamics of supply and demand dictate that when supply is abundant and demand is low, prices drop, whereas scarcity elevates them. Rarity enhances value. He succinctly imparted a rudimentary understanding of economic principles that would later become commonplace. Yet, as a prince, engaging in trade was deemed a demeaning pursuit. Do you also subscribe to the societal hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants? Li Shen retorted. Such distinctions have persisted throughout history. Merchants are indeed regarded as of lower status, Li Shen replied. Stone, step outside and keep watch, Li Shen instructed. Noticing Li Shen's demeanor, Li Shen understood that he had something confidential to discuss. He glanced at Wang De, who promptly signaled for the attending palace maids and eunuchs to depart. While Li moved to the doorway, Li Shen addressed Li Shen, Speak freely, no one shall know. Ah, father. The terms scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants originally referred to military officers, farmers, craftsmen, and merchants, excluding scholars. This classification was initially established for the sake of national administration, devoid of any notions of superiority or inferiority. However, as Confucianism ascended, scholars sought to elevate their status by transforming shi into "Are you sure?", thus paving their path into the bureaucracy. Our family, the Li clan, is of royal lineage. This realm belongs to us. All within these classifications are subjects of the Li family. In the eyes of the emperor, there ought to be no distinctions of nobility or lowliness. Whoever contributes to the enduring legacy of the Li Tang Dynasty is indeed esteemed within our ranks. Scholars have mythologized the status of Confucianism to enhance their own standing. The teachings of Confucius merely impart the principles of human conduct. Yet, scholars have morphed into instruments of power and wealth. Aristocratic families monopolize the court due to their limited education. Scarcity renders them valuable. Therefore, let us democratize knowledge, enabling every commoner to read and learn. Confucianism shuns other philosophies, akin to how religions dismiss one another. We royal figures need not delve into the complexities of Confucian thought. Understanding the essence of humanity and duty suffices. Do the uneducated masses not comprehend filial piety or etiquette? As for Li Shen, I shall refrain from further comment, for his breadth of knowledge is modest, primarily acquired from contemporary media, despite his years of formal education. However, he lacks a deeper understanding. Li Shen fell into contemplation. He grasped the essence of Li Shen's insights, yet he too was shaped by Confucian ideals, as were generations past, leading to a habitual mindset. He never anticipated Li Shen's profound comprehension. Indeed, we are royalty. The Tang Dynasty is ours, and its people belong to us. To the emperor, they are all subjects. Wei Guifei looked at Li Shen with concern, bewildered by her son's uncharacteristic remarks that could offend scholars. If only your elder brother could share your perspective. Recently, the censors have persistently criticized the crown prince, and your brother has indeed been rather reckless, indulging in extravagances. I have appointed senior officials to guide him, yet the results have been minimal. He spends his days in frivolity at the prince's residence. If he possessed your insights, my worries would be alleviated. Li Shen then considered Li Chengqian. The course of history had not shifted due to the survival of Empress Chang's son. Li Chengqian had still transformed. Li Shen favored Wang Wei, who now surrounded himself with a cadre of aristocratic officials, gradually emerging as a rival to Li Chengqian. Although the elder statesmen still supported Li Chengqian, they kept their distance, wary of inciting suspicion from Li Shen. Father, at this age, your expectations for my brother are quite lofty. He is in the throes of youth, a rebellious phase. After all, we must not push too hard, Li Shen explained. He is merely 17. He is the crown prince. If his standards are not high, how shall he inherit my empire? Li Shen retorted with a cold scoff. Father, I have heard that my brother once had a mentor named Li Gang, Li Shen inquired. Li Gang was a distinguished scholar of the previous dynasty. I appointed him to instruct the crown prince as a testament to my regard for him, Li Shen replied. Are you certain this reflects your regard? Consider who else he has taught and the fates they met, Li Shen remarked with a hint of amusement. Li Shen, upon deeper reflection, was taken aback. The former crown prince Yang Yong of the Sui dynasty was ultimately deposed, while Prince Li Jianxing also fell into disrepute, succumbing to slander and meeting his demise at the hands of Li Shen. Such ill omens abound. This time, it is indeed the crown prince. Although Li Gang has passed away, the crown prince has also strayed from the righteous path. O father, my elder brother is truly a good person. His actions stem from your excessive favoritism towards the fourth brother. You have nurtured him for over a decade. He began attending court at the tender age of 8 and was capable of acting as regent by 14, managing state affairs with remarkable efficiency. Yet, father still finds it insufficient and seeks to further temper his resolve, thus eroding his confidence. After all, he is merely 17, lacking the life and death experiences and battlefield trials you faced in your youth. O father, you are still in your prime, while my elder brother is but a boy. There is no need for such urgency. It is easy for you to say. I have arranged for numerous esteemed scholars and influential ministers to instruct the crown prince, with the sole intention of grooming him into a wise ruler. Do you think I do not value him? Li Shen retorted, O father, my elder brother is destined to become an emperor. Confucius is revered as a sage, yet he never ascended to the throne. The ministers in court all harbor their own ambitions. Who among them is not self-serving? They may instruct my elder brother, but does he aspire to be a great scholar or a high minister? The way of the emperor can only be comprehended by emperors themselves. Throughout history, which enlightened ruler has not had an enlightened father? Constant guidance and emulation. Tell me, which wise ruler has emerged from the teachings of mere scholars? The way of the emperor is passed down through lived experience. Li Shen, with his prior knowledge, pondered that the education of the crown prince was indeed flawed. One cannot expect a group of individuals who have never ruled to teach someone how to be an emperor. Such a notion is ludicrous. Li Shen began to reflect deeply on Li Shen's words. The crown prince now surrounded himself with various talents, yet he was inconsistent in his demeanor. He understood that the crown prince's current pursuit of indulgence was a silent protest against his favoritism towards Li Tai. However, without enduring trials, how could the crown prince navigate the complexities of a court filled with cunning individuals? Sai, you raise some valid points. Yet if Gao Ming were to become emperor without a resilient mindset, how could he withstand the pressures of the throne? Being an emperor is no easy task. Li Shen lamented. O father, being a second-generation prince is the easiest path, as long as you establish the foundational principles of the Tang Dynasty. My elder brother can follow suit. The most challenging times await the later generations. If you can build a strong and prosperous Tang with a well-fed populace, even if someone were to contemplate rebellion, the people would not follow suit. If our Tang can ensure education for all, fair compensation for labor, medical care for the sick, support for the elderly, and housing for the needy, our nation will flourish, and the Li dynasty shall endure for generations. Li Shen's insights were indeed limited. Yet he felt compelled to express the policies of his past life. Education for all, fair compensation for labor, medical care for the sick, support for the elderly, and housing for the needy, well articulated. In this manner, the populace would never turn against the Li dynasty. Li Shen, I never anticipated that you, at such a tender age, could possess such profound insights. Pray tell, how might we guide the crown prince towards the right path? Li Shen exclaimed with enthusiasm, astonished by the quality of Li Shen's thoughts. Chapter 38. A brotherly conversation. O father, only an emperor can cultivate an emperor. Let the ministers withdraw. You are still so young. Why the haste in nurturing a successor? As long as my elder brother comprehends the current political landscape of the nation. When reviewing memorials, it suffices for my elder brother to provide his opinions. Should those opinions be flawed, so be it. Errors can be rectified through rigorous refinement. Ultimately, it is up to my brother to pursue whatever he wishes. With the passage of time, he will naturally acquire a sense of steadiness. It would also be meaningful for him to have more children. Li Shen possesses some understanding of the tumultuous nature of youth. So long as one does not stray down a misguided path, maturity will inevitably come with the years. With your insightful perspective, perhaps you should counsel your elder brother. He might indeed heed your advice, interjected Empress Changsun. Mother, that is not appropriate. How can a younger brother be tasked with guiding an elder? Li Shen firmly declined, lacking any inclination to assist in child-rearing. I concur with the Empress. The company surrounding Gao Ming is questionable. They should assist him, yet they are unable to steer him back to a virtuous path. You should engage with Gao Ming. Perhaps you can help him find his way, suggested Li Shen. This is not a simple matter. Li Shen suddenly recalled the people of the imperial estate and their land. He had heard from the villagers that there were coal deposits in the mountains behind their estate, which hindered their attempts at cultivation, as the surrounding soil was poor and yielded little. However, Li Shen felt a keen interest and looked directly at Li Shen, rubbing his hands together, indicating that while the task was challenging, it was not insurmountable if it came with benefits. Li Shen, perceiving Li Shen's demeanor, was puzzled. When had he, as an emperor, encountered someone who demanded benefits for undertaking a task? Yet Wang De, understanding the nuances of human relations, whispered to Li Shen, prompting a sudden realization. So you dare to negotiate with me? Li Shen exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Father, an emperor must not starve his soldiers. My time is exceedingly valuable, generating tens of thousands of coins every quarter hour, Li Shen replied. Come, let me hear what this starving soldier desires, Li Shen retorted, amused. Father, I want the mountains south of the city. I will not take it for free. I will pay. Name your price, Li Shen stated without preamble. The mountains south of the city? The ones behind the imperial estate. That land yields poor crops and only harbors a bit of coal, which is not particularly useful. What do you intend to do with those mountains? Li Shen questioned, perplexed. Father, I have inquired thoroughly. That mountain belongs to the imperial family and is valued at 3,000 guan. Sell it to me, and I will assist you in resolving the situation with my elder brother, Li Shen proposed. 5,000 guan. Plus addressing the matter concerning Gao Ming, Li Shen countered, raising the price. Father, are you engaging in price gouging? You expect me to pay 5,000 guan for a barren mountain? That is unacceptable. Father, I previously mentioned the laws of supply and demand. I may forego the purchase of the mountain. This task is indeed difficult. In negotiations, one must seize the other party's needs, Li Shen replied. How dare you threaten me? Li Shen shouted. Father, please do not be angry. My desire for the barren mountain is connected to my elder brother. You will understand in due time. Li Shen quickly softened his stance upon seeing Li Shen's anger. Very well. When will you seek out Gao Ming? Li Shen acquiesced, although he did not care much for the money. He merely wished to engage in a sparring match with Li Shen. Better sooner than later. Tomorrow evening would be ideal, as it coincides with the Mid-Autumn Festival dinner. Li Shen contemplated. Agreed, tomorrow evening then. I hope you can make a difference. Otherwise, the censors will continue to criticize the crown prince, leading to a most undignified situation. Li Shen urged. Father, even if my brother corrects his ways, the censors will still find cause to criticize. They are perpetually eager to etch their names into the annals of history, Li Shen remarked with a hint of resignation. The simplest method to secure a place in history is to impeach the crown prince. Rest assured, when I am in a better mood someday, I shall ascend to the court and berate them on behalf of my elder brother. Li Shen smiled and said. Li Shen pondered. Indeed, these officials, driven by their desire for fame, dare to do anything, even to impeach him without a second thought. On the 15th day of the 8th month, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, celebrations in the Tang Dynasty were far more vibrant than those in later times. The common folk rejoiced, singing and dancing with joy. The palace was adorned with festive lights and decorations. As evening approached, a banquet was prepared by the North Sea, accompanied by the performances of court musicians and the graceful dances of the courtesans. On this day, smiles adorned every face. As the banquet commenced, Li Shen took his seat, followed by the others. He raised his cup in a toast, and everyone drank heartily. The drink, of course, was the exquisite palace wine crafted by Li Shen. Following this, Li Shen posed a question, and the guests began to compose poetry and verses. Li Shen did not participate, nor did he provide any financial incentives. The most animated among them was Prince Li Tai. Yet, to speak candidly, in matters of literature, Li Shen acknowledged that Li Tai was indeed formidable. Various princes and princesses also showcased their talents, creating an atmosphere of harmony and joy. As the evening drew to a close, Li Shen glanced at Li Shen, signaling that it was time to attend to business. Thus, Li Shen raised his cup and approached Li Changqian. Elder brother, allow me to toast you with this cup. Little brother, you offer water to toast your elder brother with wine. You are quite shrewd, Li Changqian replied with a laugh. Haha, elder brother. I am still young and should not indulge in alcohol, Li Shen retorted with hearty laughter. Though you are young, you may possess great endurance. I have heard that you have amassed several thousand guan in the rear palace, Li Changqian remarked. Elder brother, your information is indeed well informed. It is merely small change. But here, with so many people and such noise, let us speak by the lakeside pavilion, Li Shen suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Changqian sensed that Li Shen had something important to discuss, and thus he followed him to a secluded pavilion. You have something to say, little brother, Li Changqian prompted. Elder brother, I have heard that they have frequently impeached you for your indulgences, Li Shen inquired directly. Li Changqian did not respond, his expression revealing his discomfort. Elder brother, do not misunderstand me. I merely wish to understand what life of indulgence truly entails. Perhaps you could take me along, Li Shen suggested. Humph, speak plainly, Li Changqian retorted. Irritated. Elder brother, they do not comprehend. In truth, I know you have somewhat given up on yourself because our father has positioned you as an adversary, correct? Thus, your despondency stems from the belief that he does not desire you to be the crown prince. Rather, he is wary of you, Li Shen inquired. What is wrong with me? Why has our father begun to support the fourth brother? Li Changqian lamented. I have always performed admirably. Elder brother, I am aware of your excellence. However, our father is the emperor. At your age, he was already on the battlefield, vanquishing foes. He has traversed the land, establishing the empire through valor. His resolve is unwavering, his character strong and decisive, and he is unflappable in his dealings. He makes for a commendable emperor, yet not a nurturing father. He wishes for you to emulate him. However, how could that be possible? Can we truly expect you to lead the charge on the front lines? Thus, Li Shen articulated his stance in favor of Li Changqian, who gazed at him in astonishment. This younger brother stood up for him, even declaring that their father was mistaken. Our father erred in placing such lofty expectations upon you. This is something I can understand. Even common fathers wish for their sons to surpass them. He sought to sharpen you against the fourth brother, yet he nearly broke your spirit in the process. Li Shendao. Chapter 39. Almost advising the crown prince to abdicate, is father really testing the fourth brother? It doesn't seem so to me. The rewards and favors father bestows upon the fourth brother far exceed what I, as the crown prince, receive, Li Changqian expressed with skepticism. My dear brother, you are indeed lost in your own perspective. Father has nurtured you for a decade now. How could he simply abandon you? Have you considered that after nurturing the fourth brother for 10 years, he might also be set aside? Who else has been trained for a decade? Father is extremely busy. Where would he find the luxury of 10 years? Furthermore, if you wish for your son to inherit the throne, would you raise him with strict discipline or indulge him daily? Li Shen countered. Upon reflection, Li Changqian recognized the validity of his brother's reasoning. Li Shen was nearing 40, and in another decade, he would be approaching 50. Time was indeed a scarce commodity. Additionally, Li Shen's final words rang with truth. He would surely be stringent in raising his own son, not allowing him the liberty to act at will. My brother, I believe you should actually express gratitude towards the fourth brother, Li Shen stated. Gratitude for the fourth brother? Why? Li Changqian queried, perplexed. My brother, you are simply too old. Moreover, you have been performing admirably. Father is only 37 now. Consider if you continue to dominate for another 5 or 10 years. When you reach your prime, father will still be in his 40s. At that point, will you remain as the crown prince, or will you compel father to abdicate? Might he fear that you would lose patience? Li Shen's remarks were audacious, yet they struck Li Chengqian as if struck by lightning. Indeed, he was too old. History was replete with instances of emperors deposing their princes, and some princes even revolted out of impatience. Did you conceive all this, 10th brother? Li Chengqian inquired. My brother, it's not difficult to discern. You are simply blinded by your current position. What should I do regarding the 10th brother? He asked. First and foremost, you must amend your bad habits and dismiss all the singers and musicians from the Eastern Palace. Of course, we should still enjoy ourselves. We are young men, full of vigor. We must act decisively and not be overly cautious, dragging our feet in fear. One must not squander their youth and timidity. Do not concern yourself with the 4th brother or others. Do not betray your own potential. If you fancy a girl, bring her home as a concubine. If you love horses, ride them freely. As long as you act with integrity, that is what matters. You have strayed from your path, dear brother. Be mindful of those around you. Frankly, from what I gather, you have few capable aides by your side. Being a bit extravagant is not a concern. What is essential is that you are aware of your actions and whether they are right or wrong. If you wish, assist father in managing state affairs. He is exhausted. As the eldest son, it is your duty to lend a hand, even if he is not an emperor, but merely a farmer. At this juncture, you should contribute more to the fields. Eventually, those fields will belong to you. Moreover, dear brother, I genuinely wish to ask, do you truly aspire to be emperor? Li Shen fixed his gaze upon Li Chengqian. Of course I do. Who wouldn't want to be emperor? Li Chengqian replied. I do not wish for that. What is so appealing about being emperor? Pray, enlighten me, Li Shen urged. The world is mine. Power, wealth, Li Chengqian exclaimed with fervor. My brother, you are mistaken. I believe being an emperor is the least desirable profession. Let us consider power. Ask father if, at his current standing, he can do as he pleases. Can he truly wield power freely? Do you believe that? At this moment, father declared in the court that the deposed crown prince and the ascension of Prince Wei were both unattainable. Whether you believe it or not, Li Shen scoffed. Insisting it was impossible. Why was it unfeasible? Li Chengqian was skeptical, for the high officials would vehemently oppose it. If there was widespread dissent, the matter could not be accomplished, and it might even tarnish their reputations. The court was a battleground, a realm of conflict where various factions vied for their interests. The emperor merely represented the Li family. Believe it or not, father would declare tomorrow at the morning court that the Tai Chi Palace, having fallen into disrepair, needed renovations. This task would be beyond his capabilities. However, if the funds came from the imperial treasury, the ministers would not object as fervently. Yet, the censors would emerge, accusing him of profligacy and misrule. Therefore, my elder brother, the emperor's power is indeed limited. Li Chengqian fell into silence, recognizing the truth in Li Shen's words. Many of Li Shimon's ideas had not been realized. Now, let us discuss wealth, for it is a precious commodity. A nation cannot thrive without agriculture. It cannot prosper without commerce. The treasury's funds do not belong to the emperor. He survives on that meager amount. This is evident in father's frugality. Hence, even as emperor, one possesses no riches. Furthermore, you only perceive the glorious facade of the emperor, neglecting the sacrifices entailed in such a role. Father rises at the break of dawn and is occupied until late into the night, sometimes not retiring until the midnight hour. My brother, could you endure this for decades? Moreover, the palace resembles a prison. The emperor is confined within its walls, occasionally venturing out, but always followed by throngs, facing opposition from the ministers. You, as the crown prince, may still roam with companions, yet in the future, you will be confined to the palace, which serves merely as a gilded cage. The only place where authority holds sway is within the palace. The realm belongs to the emperor, yet few have truly seen him or know what he looks like. To be an emperor means possessing limited power, devoid of wealth. One rises early and toils late, forfeiting freedom. The common folk know only the local officials. They remain oblivious to the emperor's visage. A lifetime is spent laboring like an ox, yet the desires remain unfulfilled. They cannot compete with the whims of the powerful. My brother, have you truly contemplated what it means to be an emperor? Li Shen posed a profound question to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian felt a deep sense of confusion, sensing that Li Shen was both right and wrong, though he could not pinpoint the flaw in his reasoning. Is such an emperor truly what he desires? If it is as Li Shen described, then it is far from his envisioned ruler. After a long pause, Li Chengqian looked up, bewildered, and asked Li Shen why father still aspired to be emperor. Because father desires a world where the common people are well-fed and clothed, free from the ravages of war. Because father wishes for a better life for the populace. Because father hopes to transform this world. Then why do you wish to become emperor? Li Shen's words lingered, leaving Li Chengqian to ponder alone. He exited the pavilion, gazing up at the full moon, softly murmuring, "What kind of life do I wish to lead in this grand Tang?" In the darkened corner, 3 figures stood, having listened to the dialogue between Li Shen and Li Chengqian. Suddenly, one spoke. "Wangda, do you think that during tomorrow's morning court, if I declare that I wish to repair the Daming Palace, it will meet the opposition Li Shen predicted? Your Majesty, I believe not. The ministers hold great affection for you. Enough of your reassurances. Li Shen is correct. The court is indeed a place of strife. All are seeking personal gain for their own factions, yet I aspire to represent not only the Li family, but also the common people of this realm." Chapter 40. Once again under fire, Li Chengqian has undergone a transformation, as perceived by everyone around him. Over the past 6 months, the once indulgent crown prince dismissed all the musicians and singers he had summoned on the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. All the horses were sent to the crown prince's stable, nurtured according to military standards, leaving the officials of the crown prince's residence utterly astonished. Even the crown princess was perplexed by Li Chengqian's behavior. Each day during the morning court, Li Chengqian dutifully attended, yet unlike before, he no longer sought to showcase himself before Li Shen. Instead, he observed quietly, absorbing how Li Shen deliberated with the officials, understanding the reasoning behind each decision. Even when Li Tai was unusually active, Li Chengqian remained unmoved. Occasionally, he would commend Li Tai's South ideas during court sessions, a gesture that deeply gratified the elder statesman, nearly bringing them to tears. The prodigal son of the crown prince had returned, and the prospects for the Tang Dynasty grew hopeful. Even when censors from the aristocratic faction criticized him for trivial matters, he willingly accepted blame, rendering Li Tai's faction powerless against him. Li Chengqian, devoid of desires, now exhibited an unyielding resolve. Li Shen was equally pleased with this change in his son. Occasionally, during significant discussions in the 2 instruments hall, he included Li Chengqian, who heeded Li Shen's counsel, to learn about governance when necessary and to enjoy leisure when possible. He often rode horses and played ball in the stables, feeling a renewed sense of joy. The crown prince's transformation contributed to a more stable court, alleviating many of Li Shen's concerns. He recalled Li Shen's words about paving a smooth path for the crown prince, ensuring a seamless transition to the throne. 3 months passed, and it was now November. Today marked a grand court assembly, where matters concerning the nation were discussed, much like any ordinary session. As the assembly neared its conclusion, Censor Cui Renji stood forth. "Your Majesty, I hereby accuse Duke Ji, Li Shen, of hoarding grain, causing a 30% spike in the price of food in Chang'an. His actions are maliciously inflating prices through illegal commerce, competing with the populace for resources. The rise in grain prices has left the common people in a state of alarm. I urge your Majesty to impose severe punishment upon Duke Ji and close his workshops, delivering justice to the people of Chang'an." "I second this," asserted the censor. Duke Ji's extensive grain accumulation constitutes a dangerous form of speculation. If this continues, it may incite civil unrest. Several officials from the aristocratic faction joined in, demanding stringent punishment for Li Shen. Wangda, summoned Duke Ji, commanded Li Shen. In a short while, Li Shen arrived, already aware of the situation. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, he had instructed the boutique pavilion to acquire grain on a grand scale, both for brewing wine and to deliberately elevate grain prices. With an abundance of grain, he saw no issue. Aged grain could also be used for brewing, and reserves could serve as a safeguard against external threats. While excavating coal on the back mountain of the Grand Royal Manor, he had simultaneously dug a cave to store 5,000 guans of grain, purchased at 5 won, now worth 7 won per dough. This amounted to a total of 800,000 doughs, or over 80,000 dan of grain. Meanwhile, the winery had been established adjacent to the Grand Royal Manor, employing over 100 workers from both the Grand and Lesser Royal Manors for the brewing process. The rear yard of the boutique pavilion was primarily tasked with the production of high-end wines. The boutique pavilion offers both ordinary and premium beverages, with the former priced at 2 guan per jar, comparable to the price of Cui family's renowned divine drunkenness. The premium offerings are priced at 5 guan per jar, and within a fortnight, they became immensely popular in the market. Numerous restaurants began sourcing from the boutique pavilion, with the procurement price for ordinary varieties set at 1 guan and 500 won, while the premium varieties cost 4 guan. Merchants eagerly purchased these products in bulk to sell across the nation. This surge significantly impacted the Chui family's liquor business, compelling them to lower their prices. The boutique pavilion, in turn, trailed closely behind, ensuring that their ordinary offerings remained aligned with the Chui family's pricing. Over the course of 2 months, the Chui family's liquor sales plummeted drastically, and their once thriving enterprise faced severe challenges. They recognized this as a retaliatory move by Li Shen. However, how could a mere prince intimidate a prominent family? This led to today's court session where accusations were made. Upon meeting the emperor, Li Shen inquired, "Your Majesty, you summoned me for what purpose?" The emperor responded, "Chui the censor and numerous court officials have accused you of hoarding grain and competing with the populace for profits. Do you have anything to say?" Li Shen retorted, "Why is it always you, Chui the censor, who brings accusations against me? Why do you keep your gaze fixed upon me?" He feigned innocence, garnering sympathy from many. Chui Renji replied, "As a censor, it is my duty to report any irregularities and supervise the officials." "Indeed, Chui the censor, if that is the case. Let us discuss this matter. What crime am I being accused of?" Li Shen inquired, exuding confidence. Chui Renji pressed, "Did you not engage in extensive grain purchases, causing a twofold increase in prices in Chang'an and its surrounding areas, thereby inciting panic among the populace?" Li Shen acknowledged the accusation, much to Chui Renji's surprise, who had anticipated Li Shen to concoct an excuse. "Your Majesty, the prince has admitted to the charge of hoarding grain," Chui Renji reported to Emperor Li Shen. "When did I ever admit to hoarding grain?" Li Shen asked, perplexed. "Did you not just acknowledge your extensive grain acquisitions?" Chui Renji countered. "Acquiring grain equates to hoarding?" Li Shen queried defiantly. "You stockpile grain, awaiting a price surge to sell it. Does that not constitute hoarding?" Chui Renji asserted. "Who told you I intend to sell the grain? Can it not be consumed?" Li Shen quipped. "Do not attempt to evade responsibility, Your Highness. You have procured 70 to 80,000 dan of grain, sufficient to feed 10,000 people for a year. Are you suggesting that you are sustaining 10,000 individuals?" Chui Renji rebutted. "Perhaps you are unaware, but I possess 500 households of land, nearly 2,000 individuals. I am their benefactor. I must prepare provisions to safeguard against famine. If the harvest fails, there would be nothing to reap for a year. Unlike you, I cannot disregard my tenants. I must provide for them. I have learned the importance of benevolence from the teachings. I have merely prepared 3 years' worth of disaster grain. Furthermore, I plan to procure even more next year, as the villages near my estate are struggling. In years of calamity, they would have to beg in the streets. The academy has taught me to be benevolent. I must prepare for them. I cannot treat those who cultivate my lands as you do." Li Shen chastised Chui Renji, seamlessly weaving his defense while exposing the flaws in Chui's accusations. Prince Ji Wang's son is indeed worthy of instruction. With knowledge applied to practice, Kongingda, the esteemed head of the Guozijian, praised Li Shen, declaring him a distinguished student of the institution. Li Shen offered a respectful bow to Kongingda, and then inquired of Chui Renji, "Esteemed censor, are you satisfied with my reasoning?" Chui Renji, aware that Li Shen was speaking nonsense, given that at least half of his grain was diverted for brewing, understood the significant impact the premium liquor business had on the Chui family's interests. However, with Kongingda himself endorsing Li Shen's righteousness, to disagree would imply that Li Shen's moral stance was flawed, thereby casting him as one devoid of virtue. Thus, he found himself at an impasse. On the stage, Li Shen nodded slightly. Although Li Shen's claims were fabricated, they were articulated with reason and evidence, further entrenching the notion of righteousness, rendering any counterargument untenable. Such is the common stratagem employed by scholars. To refute is to abandon virtue. Nearby, Li Chengqian's eyes sparkled with admiration for his younger brother's eloquence, recognizing yet another clever tactic. Chapter 41. "You support me. I support you at this juncture," Censor Wang interjected. "Your Highness, as a prince of the royal lineage, does your engagement in commerce not contend with the interests of the common people?" Li Shen chuckled lightly. "Pray tell, Censor Wang, how exactly am I competing with the populace for profit, and which common people do you refer to? What do they represent?" The business of selling wine by Prince Ji has rendered the taverns of Chang'an unable to profit. Is this not a competition against the common folk? Wang retorted with measured composure. Li Shen countered. Is it not the Chui family that dominates the tavern trade in Chang'an? Are they the common people you speak of? Wang was taken aback by Li Shen's forthrightness. Indeed, the Chui family is but one among many. And I presume your family engages in commerce as well, does it not? Are you not similarly competing for profit? My family does not engage in trade. As a censor, how could I descend to such mercantile pursuits, akin to the lowly merchants? Wang denied vehemently. Oh, uncle, do you know the extent of the property your family possesses? How many servants do you employ? Li Shen, unfamiliar with Wang's background, turned to Changsun Wuji for insight. In recent months, over 10,000 guan have been sent to the Duke of Zhao's household, averaging 3,000 guan monthly. One cannot reap rewards without contributing effort. As far as I am aware, the estate spans 5 mu, with approximately 50 servants in attendance, Changsun Wuji replied with a smile, unperturbed by Wang's presence. Censor Wang, considering such a sizable estate and multitude of servants, how do you sustain your expenses on merely your monthly stipend? This does not even account for the expenditures of your wives and concubines. Have you engaged in embezzlement? Such baseless accusations. My estate was a family grant, and all expenses are borne by my kin, Wang retorted, flustered. These officials are sustained by their families. Ah, how fortunate. I was under the impression that Censor Wang was engaging in corruption. If that is not the case, then let it be. Let it be? You cannot simply dismiss this. You are implicating me. Wang was left speechless. Prince Ji, our discussion pertains to your dealings and competition with the common people. I do not compete with the populace. Li Shen asserted firmly. Your commercial endeavors at the Eastern market, operating the premium pavilion to sell liquor, is precisely the competition we speak of, Wang declared unabashedly. Censor Wang, do not misrepresent the facts. The premium pavilion is not my establishment. If your family can thrive, so too can I, Li Shen mused, finding the situation absurd. It is widely acknowledged that the boutique pavilion was established in partnership with Princess Changlu, with substantial sums of money funneled into the palace each month. Over the course of 3 months, this could amount to over 100,000 taels, with even Princess Changlu receiving a share exceeding 10,000. How can you claim it was not your venture? Witnessing Li Shen's adamant denial, the anger of Inspector Wang is palpable. Perhaps you are unaware, but the manager of the boutique pavilion is Wang Hongfu. Initially, he offended the Du family and intended to return to his hometown when fate led me to encounter him. Recognizing his plight, with an elderly parent and young children to feed, I remembered the teachings of Kong Jizi from the Imperial Academy, which emphasized benevolence and righteousness. Thus, I approached the Crown Prince, urging him to mediate with Du He, thereby absolving Wang Hongfu of his transgressions. Grateful for my intervention, Wang Hongfu expressed his desire to repay me monthly. At first, I was resolute, for I am a prince of the Tang Dynasty, and performing good deeds should not require recompense. However, Wang Hongfu, equally principled, insisted on compensating me, compelling me to accept a modest sum to placate his feelings. This, I suppose, could be seen as saving his life. As for your claims of dividends, they are utterly unfounded. My sister and I share a close bond, having grown up together. Although she resides in the Duke of Zhao's residence, she must still manage the daily expenses of the princess's household. Often, her monthly stipend is insufficient, leading to financial strain. Despite this, she has refrained from troubling our father and mother about her situation to spare them worry. My sister exemplifies filial piety. As her family, how could I stand idly by while she endures such hardship? Thus, I send her some financial support each month to improve her living conditions. Is it not reasonable for me to assist my sister in this manner? Li Shen's eloquent defense left Inspector Wang speechless, knowing well that Li Shen's fabrications lacked evidence. Your Majesty, what Lord Ji has stated is indeed true. I am ashamed that my monthly stipend must sustain the operations of the entire Duke of Zhao's estate, leaving me unable to alleviate the burdens of Li Ji. My son, in his youth, has squandered much of Li Ji's savings over the years. It pains me deeply, and thus, this month I have confined him to our home for proper guidance. Thankfully, Lord Ji and Li Ji share a deep bond, and he generously provides financial aid each month. I am truly embarrassed. Changsun Wuji was profoundly distressed, on the verge of tears, observing his dramatic display. Li Shen mused on the audacity and performance skills of these old rogues. Their acting was indeed heartfelt, yet utterly shameless. Uncle, do not be so disheartened. Our father understands your predicament. This too shall pass. Li Shen stepped forward to comfort Changsun Wuji. Li Shimin watched this display from a non-blood relative with bemusement, while Inspector Wang stood in shock, not anticipating Chang's son Wu Ji's involvement. He was on an entirely different level. Very well, since this has proven to be a misunderstanding, let us put this matter to rest. Is there anything else? Li Shen concluded. Father, I have something to propose. I believe that if royal relatives could become self-sufficient, even engaging in trade, it would significantly alleviate the burdens on the Tang Dynasty. The funds allocated to royal family members each year could be redirected towards pressing state matters. While not every royal may find success in commerce, it is certainly better than the alternative, which would tarnish the dignity of the royal family. Many royals live in conditions worse than those of Inspector Wang. Wang Yushi was filled with frustration, pondering the irrelevance of the matter to him. Let us discuss this further at another time, he stated dismissively, before taking his leave along with the others from the Grand Hall. Your argument just now was truly commendable. Uncle, the nephew expressed with admiration. Oh, it was nothing. Ji Wang also displayed remarkable integrity, neither servile nor arrogant, came the modest reply. Cui Renji and the other officials from noble families glared at the pair, irritated by their shameless mutual flattery. In the Ganlu Hall, Li Chengqian stood beside Li Shen, who sipped tea while perusing memorials. Suddenly, he remarked, Gao Ming, having witnessed today's proceedings, what is your perspective on the handling of the 10th brother? I have observed it all, the son replied. Indeed, the 10th brother is sharp-witted. You must learn from him and not fear their accusations. This is a valuable exercise for honing your adaptability. Take note of what Li Shen articulated today. The entire court is aware that he is merely fabricating nonsense. Yet the censors remain powerless. In this court, sometimes an impeachment requires no evidence, only a justification. As long as your reasoning is sound and aligns with the greater good, you prevail. If they seek evidence against Li Shen, they can easily find it, but he too will seek evidence against them. In such a case, if you engage in commerce, so shall they. How can they accuse me of profiting at the expense of the people? This is the nature of the court, where everyone knows the unspoken truths yet refrains from voicing them. Additionally, one must be adept at drawing allies into the fray. Look at today's Guozijian and observe the performance of your uncle, that old scoundrel. Gao Ming, you should learn how to debate with the censors. Losing is inconsequential, do you understand? Li Shen instructed Li Chengqian, who was particularly apprehensive about impeachment. Now, however, his father encouraged him to engage more vigorously with the censors, leaving him anxious about his ability to meet these expectations. Chapter 42. The ambitions of Prince Wei. As the saying goes, little child, do not be greedy. Once the Laba festival is past, the new year is near. Over a month had elapsed since Li Shen's impeachment, and the festive atmosphere of the Zhenyuan festival enveloped Chang'an. Preparations for the festival were underway within the palace, while Li Shen leisurely enjoyed the snow scene from the Daji Hall. The business at the Jingpin Pavilion had stabilized, with all affairs managed by Wang Hongfu. Both the Jingpin Pavilion and the Dawangzhuang Winery had appointed stewards, with Wang Hongfu overseeing the overall coordination. Occasionally, he would inspect the Dawangzhuang, where hundreds of workers were employed, each earning 500 won monthly along with bonuses. Unable to leave the palace, Li Shen had arranged for Wang Hongfu to reward each worker with a string of coins, 100 pounds of rice, and 5 pounds of meat for the Zhenyuan festival, doubling the rewards for the managers. He also instructed Wang Hongfu to distribute grain from the granary, sending 100 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of meat, exclusively from pastoral cattle and sheep, to each household in the Dawangzhuang and Xiaowangzhuang, forbidding the slaughter of plow oxen. Li Shen felt that the meat provisions were insufficient and resolved to rear some livestock himself the following year. As Li Shen contemplated whether all matters had been adequately arranged, Shui Ringgui had remained stationed at the Jingpin Pavilion since his return. The wealth stored in the pavilion made Li Shen, ever the cautious one, uneasy. He instructed Shui Ringgui to select 20 young and strong individuals from both the large and small Huangzhuang to train and guard in shifts. Meanwhile, the festival gift boxes from the pavilion had been selling remarkably well for over 10 days, as merchants from afar had placed numerous orders. Consequently, Li Shen had tasked Wang Hongfu with finding local workshops to fulfill the backlog of orders that the CG Fong could not complete. The increase in folk craftsmanship is noteworthy. Li Shen anticipates that the sales of gift boxes for the upcoming Zhongyuan festival will yield him a profit of 100,000 guan, filling his heart with delight. This afternoon, the children of Li Shen gather in the palace for a grand banquet, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Shen, having exchanged a few pleasantries with the crown prince, retreats to a corner, reluctant to engage with the youthful crowd, as he possesses the soul of a man in his 30s. At this moment, Li Lizzie and Chang Sun Chong arrive. Li Lizzie has truly become the fortune bringer of the Zhao Guogong residence. Although the wealth is hers, she occasionally lends it for emergencies. Over the past 6 months, Li Lizzie has distributed more than 20,000 guan in dividends, a considerable sum. Especially given that the entire Zhao Guogong residence earns only over 200,000 guan annually. Elder sister, brother-in-law, Li Shen begins, I must thank you. For this year you have allowed my sister to enjoy a prosperous time. With joy, Li Lizzie responds, Elder brother, there is no need for such gratitude. You have contributed as well. Elder sister, I know you intentionally allowed me to profit. Otherwise, exchanging 500 guan for 20,000 in dividends is something anyone could manage. I appreciate your kindness. Indeed, Your Highness, Chang Sun Chong interjects. Lizzie has expressed her desire to thank you in person, knowing you have deliberately facilitated her success. I also wish to extend my gratitude on her behalf. Brother-in-law, there is no need to be so formal. As a younger brother, it is my duty to care for my elder sister. I have also heard of your affairs, and I hope you will treat her well, for if not, I, as her brother-in-law, will not let you off easily. My sister is dear to our family, as long as she is satisfied. You may seek support from my elder brother to enter the Crown Princess residence, or for me to join the Yulin Guard. Earning 10,000 guan a year should not be an issue. I hope you can achieve great things. Li Shen harbors a disdain for Chang Sun Chong's reliance on others, yet remains unperturbed. Rest assured, Your Highness, over the past few months, I have turned over a new leaf, and my father intends for me to assist the Crown Prince. Chang Sun Chong shows no concern regarding Li Shen's stance, as it is common for younger brothers to harbor inexplicable animosity towards their brothers-in-law, even in ancient times. After a brief conversation, Li Lizzie and Chang Sun Chong excuse themselves to greet others. At that moment, Prince Wei, Li Tai, approaches with warmth. Younger brother, why aren't you mingling with them? I am uninterested in their discussions, Li Shen replies. Why hasn't he the fourth brother joined us? The fourth brother seeks you to discuss a matter, Li Tai states. Oh, what does the fourth brother wish to discuss? To be candid, I wish to propose a business partnership. We are brothers, and of course, I would think of you in good fortune, Li Tai says amiably. Oh, and what business does the fourth brother have in mind? What investment is required? And what would the annual income be? Li Shen responds dismissively. The fourth brother wishes to partner with you in the liquor business. Your current workshop is still too small. I will finance the construction of a large distillery outside the city, and we will sell our products nationwide, splitting the profits evenly without requiring any investment from you. See how generous your fourth brother is? Li Tai smiles. That is indeed generous, but what specific plans do you have? Where will we find personnel? And who will manage the operations? What must I contribute? Li Shen's expression darkens, sensing he is being treated as a fool. You won't need to contribute anything. I will handle everything. When the time comes, you will only need to collect your dividends. Li Tai remained oblivious to Li Shen's displeased expression and continued speaking. Oh, I estimate that my fourth brother will grant me a considerable sum this year. Surely, it will be no less than 200,000 guan. Old 10, you need not worry about anything. Just a year will yield you this amount. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Fourth brother, I have already made a profit of 200,000 guan in just the first half of this year. Our partnership ought to be worth that much. Why would I collaborate with you otherwise? You've made a profit of 200,000 guan in half a year? Li Tai was taken aback. The families had informed him of only 100,000 guan, and there would still be a portion to share with Li Lizzie. Fourth brother, you wouldn't have approached me without conducting any investigation, hoping to swindle my money, would you? Li Shen replied with disdain. Old 10, how could that be? My brother would never engage in such actions. How does 300,000 guan per year sound? Li Tai raised the price. His 4 younger brothers harbored little ambition. Their current scale sufficed. I prefer not to expand further. Let's wait for another opportunity to collaborate next time, Li Shen declined. Old 10, my fourth brother genuinely wishes to partner with you. We are brothers. Shouldn't we share in the wealth together? You are able to work with eldest sister. And my fourth brother is sincere. Or do you hold him in contempt? Li Tai remained undeterred. Because eldest sister lacks the support of the Chui family. Fourth brother, there are things I would rather not disclose, but since we have reached this point, I shall be direct. Do you think my youth makes me an easy target? Or does the family assume I am a fool? Do you think I cannot see through your intentions? You seek my collaboration because the Chui family desires the brewing formula, correct? In the end, the Chui family will still reign supreme. Can you guarantee me a profit of 300,000? Do you truly consider me a fool? Your rivalry with eldest brother is your affair. You pursue your interests while I pursue mine. You are aware that I am at odds with the family, especially the Chui family. And yet, you assist outsiders in deceiving me of my skills while pretending we are brothers. Inform the family not to provoke me, including you. Fourth brother. Otherwise, you will come to regret it. Li Shen, incensed, raised his voice slightly, attracting the attention of those nearby. Humph, old 10. My fourth brother kindly sought your collaboration to help you earn a fortune, yet you remain ungrateful. As fellow clansmen, you refuse to give your brother even a modicum of respect. You think yourself quite capable now. Noticing the onlookers, Li Tai purposefully raised his voice to cast aspersions upon Li Shen. In the distance, Li Shimin also took note of the tension between them, observing quietly without intervening. Remember not to provoke me. Do not think that just because the family supports you now, you hold some superiority. Cross me, and you shall regret it. Li Shen's anger was palpable. It was evident he believed himself to have achieved success, becoming arrogant and disdainful of his siblings. Chapter 43. Cross me, and you will send money to the Crown Prince. Haha. I am eager to see how you will make us regret it. Do you truly believe that winning twice makes you invincible? Li Tai sneered. Very well. Let this serve as a lesson to you and the family. Stone, stone. Li Shen commanded fiercely. Your Highness, here, here. Stone rushed over from a distance. Now, go to the Bureau of Ceremonies and borrow a carriage. Retrieve the warehouse keys from my aunt and bring 5,000 guan to the Eastern Palace. If we cannot transport it all today, we shall continue tomorrow. Hurry. We will work until the palace gates close. With a grand gesture, Li Shen instructed. Loudly, he shouted at the stone, causing the entire crowd to take a sharp breath. Indeed, Li Shen was extravagantly wealthy. To undermine Li Tai's influence, he bestowed upon the crown prince a generous sum of 50,000 guan. How magnanimous of Li Shen's brother. Was it not clear why he would offer money to the crown prince? Of course, it was to bolster the crown prince's power. 50,000 guan could accomplish a great deal. The crowd erupted in discussion, leaving Li Changqian, present at the scene, utterly bewildered. 50,000 guan. In all his years as crown prince, he had never encountered such a sum. Li Shimin was notoriously stringent with the crown prince, even in the imperial palace, let alone the eastern palace. The crown prince could not engage in commerce. Otherwise, he would surely face impeachment from the literati and censors. Thus, while Li Changqian did not live in abject poverty, he could hardly be described as affluent. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, remarking on Li Shen's audacity. Li Tai had the backing of noble families, securing support from numerous officials. However, the crown prince lacked funds. The only supporters of the crown prince were the veteran ministers, who were loyal primarily because Li Changqian was the legitimate heir, fearing the recurrence of incidents like the Xuanwu Gate incident. Li Shen's gift of 50,000 guan, if wisely utilized, could solidify Li Changqian's position. Meanwhile, Li Tai's countenance darkened. The support he had received from the noble families over time did not amount to 50,000 guan, much of it sourced from his own enterprises. Li Shimin had generously rewarded him in recent years, or he would not have been able to sustain his expenses. Yet now, Li Shen was presenting 50,000 guan to the crown prince. Just imagine the alliances that could be forged, the number of talented individuals that could be recruited. So many possibilities. This audacious Li Shen was certainly unconventional. 50,000 guan, just like that, Li Tai seethed. Brother, you need not do this. Li Changqian replied as he regained his composure. It's quite all right, brother. This matter does not concern you. Take the money. You can do what needs to be done. I believe there are many things you have been unable to accomplish due to a lack of funds. Now, pursue your endeavors with confidence. Li Tai glared at Li Shen with a ferocious intensity, as though he wished to devour him. In response, Li Shen met his gaze with a challenging look, as if to say, come on, let us injure each other. The surrounding individuals sensed the tension and fell silent. At that moment, Li Shimin interjected. Enough of this silent standoff. As a younger brother, it is only natural to assist an elder brother in financial straits. Furthermore, the Eastern Palace indeed lacks wealth. There are insufficient funds even for its repairs. Now, my 10th brother, the money you receive should be put to good use. Repair the Eastern Palace. You are no longer a child. It is time for the Li family to prosper. We cannot allow my grandson to suffer. Do you understand? Yes, father. I thank my elder brother for this kindness, Li Changqian acknowledged, accepting the funds, for he was truly in need. He was undoubtedly the most impoverished crown prince in the Tang Dynasty. We are brothers. Expressing gratitude would be superfluous. You are right, father. The priority is to ensure I produce a nephew, Li Shen jested. The atmosphere soon became remarkably cheerful, save for Li Tai, who experienced the most disheartening Jingyuan festival since his birth. After a hasty dinner, he departed, while the other princes approached Li Shen, eager to cultivate a rapport with him, all wishing to partake in his favor. They are all in a state of despair, burdened by their association with Li Shen as their father. It would indeed be a rarity for a son to possess wealth under such circumstances. As the Tang Dynasty progressed into its mid and later periods, the princes received an annual stipend of 10,000. After the banquet concluded, the vigil for the new year commenced. Li Shen, as was his custom, found a corner to sit in, while Li Chengxian was absent from the palace this year. Li Shimin specially authorized Wang Di to gather the palace carriages to transport money to the East Palace, where the Yulin guards increased their personnel by 2 to ensure safety and assist in the transfer of funds. Li Chengxian had returned to oversee matters with the crown princess. Li Shen, what are you doing here? Come, speak with me, the emperor beckoned. With Li Chengxian absent and Li Tai also gone, no one dared to engage him in conversation. All stood timidly, even Li Ji. What is it, father? I am here to listen to whatever you wish to express. Why did you send Gao Ming such a large sum of money today? Li Shimin inquired. Li Shen recounted the events regarding Li Tai's intention to invest, without embellishment. Fourth brother believes that he has the support of the aristocracy, thus he sees an opportunity. I perceive he may be getting a bit carried away. Carried away, indeed. That is an apt description. He is somewhat deluded. The aristocracy truly infiltrates every realm. If you were an ordinary citizen, unless you offered them something of value, your downfall would be inevitable. Father, you have always sought to contend with the aristocracy. An eldest brother is well aware that as long as they persist, trouble will follow. Yet, why does fourth brother fail to understand this? The support of the aristocracy cannot secure his succession, Li Shen expressed, puzzled. Ah, you are indeed astute, but still young and understandably naive regarding court politics. The workings of the court predominantly rely on officials. Currently, most of the minor officials are scions of the aristocracy, and they hold considerable influence within the court. If the aristocratic officials oppose something, even if decreed, it will not be executed effectively. Should they rally enough support for Li Tai, their power will be formidable. Although the elder statesmen support the crown prince, their backing is merely nominal. They will not engage in the fray, for they are all dukes, reliant on whoever ascends the throne. Thus, they will remain neutral and uninvolved. If the aristocracy manages to seize incriminating evidence against Gao Ming and disseminate it among the populace, over time, the crown prince's reputation will deteriorate. When they propose to depose the crown prince, the elder statesman will not strongly oppose it, and even I will find myself powerless, Li Shimin lamented. Therefore, it is imperative to first address the aristocracy, Li Shen asserted. Such a task is easier said than done. The saying about 1,000 years of aristocracy and 100 years of dynasty is not a mere platitude. They have endured for millennia. Their influence pervasive throughout the court and society. They are not easily subdued. Li Shimin shared his concerns. Historically, it was during Wu Zetian's reign that the aristocracy was mercilessly purged, leaving rivers of blood. Yet, during my rule, I have not succeeded in this regard. Indeed, their power primarily stems from politics and commerce. We must devise ways to educate more people, Li Shen contemplated, stroking his chin. It is easy to speak of, but challenging to implement. I have established official schools across the nation, yet the results remain minimal. Truly gifted individuals are few and far between. Li Shimin, filled with anxiety, remarked, if this continues, when shall we be able to contend with the aristocracy? Such matters cannot be discussed with Zhongsun Wuji or the others. Even if there were a way, they would not reveal it to Li Shimin. They are, in fact, a minor aristocracy, somewhat connected to the noble families. Chapter 44. The price of rice. Father, we must first address the issue of sustenance. How can we encourage the common people to cultivate more land? Li Shen remarked to Li Shimin, the people are already farming. How can they cultivate more? Li Shimin was perplexed. Father, only when there is profit to be made will more people be inclined to farm. Currently, the price of rice is merely 5 won per do. I have purchased extensively, and it has only risen to 7 won. After deducting heavy taxes, a mu of land yields merely 100 won if sold at retail. 100 mu brings in just 1 guan. What can 1 guan accomplish? This is after selling all the staple food. If they save food for the year, the remaining grain barely suffices for a family of 3. In households with larger populations, even filling their stomachs is a challenge. I have heard from the people of the imperial estate that some families in the neighboring villages lack even a decent set of clothing. They patch up a single outfit. Father, low rice prices harm the farmers. Many are reluctant to cultivate land and expand. Li Shen expressed his concerns. Do you not realize that high rice prices harm the people? With the current rice prices, everyone can afford to buy rice. How could they possibly be hungry? Li Shen was skeptical. This price of rice is set by me. Father, do you know who buys the rice? The true farmers retain their grain for sustenance. Why would they purchase rice? Are the common people expected to sell their rice at a low price and then buy it back at a high price? Those who buy rice are people with other occupations. A laborer earns around 300 won each month, enough to purchase 60 dough of rice. Artisans in the workshops earn a few hundred won. The rest are merchants, noble families, and aristocrats. Do they truly care whether the price of rice is 5 won or 10? The crux of the matter is that the common people cannot exchange rice for what they desire, such as textiles. Therefore, we must elevate the price of rice to encourage more cultivation. As the price of rice rises, the wages of laborers and artisans will inevitably increase. Otherwise, who will work for you? When farmers thrive, eating their fill and dressing warmly, they will be inclined to have children, leading to population growth. However, even if rice prices rise, they cannot soar excessively. If, as you suggest, life improves, Li Shen inquired further. Certainly, this hinges on the development of commerce. A nation without agriculture is unstable, and one without trade is impoverished. Promoting commerce will attract astute commoners to engage in small businesses. As these individuals prosper, they will naturally have children or send their offspring to school. Merchants who establish workshops will need to hire commoners. Beyond farming, the people will gain additional income. A worker in the workshop earns enough in a year to support his family. Thus, their cultivated land becomes surplus. With surplus income, families will send their children to school. In the hearts of the common people, education remains the pathway to success. Wherever conditions are favorable, we shall establish schools. In 10 or 20 years hence, the number of educated individuals will swell immensely. Moreover, our tuition fees will remain low. As long as they cover the academy's daily expenses and the teachers' salaries, it will suffice. Thus, the common people will not face substantial burdens. If there are still shortfalls, the court can contribute a little more. Li Shen articulated these thoughts after much contemplation. Drawing inspiration from the influences of the future, he too questioned how characters in novels, upon traversing time, immediately possess remarkable intelligence and knowledge of intricate schemes and political affairs. You indeed speak with reason. However, the implementation proves to be quite challenging. The ministers of the court would never consent to raise the price of rice. As you mentioned, their families are numerous, and an increase in rice prices would require them to expend double the amount. Sighing, Li Shen remarked, there is no need for haste. Patience is key. The powerful families cannot be eradicated overnight. Moreover, they would acquiesce. With an elevation in rice prices, their profits would also swell. They hoard substantial amounts of grain each year. Li Shen reassured Li Shen, you possess a remarkable understanding of court affairs. Why not consider participating in court discussions in the future? Though you are young, you are a prince, and once the new year passes, you will be 9 years old. Princes are permitted to attend court. Please, father, do not say that. I was merely speaking whimsically. My ambitions do not lie in that direction, Li Shen protested. The early morning court sessions, starting at 5 or 6 o'clock, did not appeal to him. He much preferred a leisurely life. What then are your aspirations? Li Shen inquired. Intrigued. My aspirations? To sleep until I awaken naturally, to count money until my hands cramp, Li Shen replied nonchalantly. Such impertinence, devoid of ambition, Li Shen exclaimed, exasperated by Li Shen's words. Father, I truly do not wish to engage in court affairs. It is far too exhausting. It suffices to have my elder brother in the court. If I were to excel, it would only pressure my brother, and if I faltered, I would bear the burden myself. What is the point of that? It would be far better to live as a carefree prince, enjoying life, while simultaneously contributing to the treasury with increased tax revenue. What joy is there in that? Li Shen's thoughts were thus uncomplicated. He did not possess the temperament for governance. Failing at it could lead to dire consequences. Very well, you are still young. We shall revisit this matter in a few years, Li Shen conceded. Thus, the new year passed, and individuals returned to their respective homes. As winter faded into spring, Li Shen's life resumed its tranquil routine. He cherished the bi-monthly opportunities to leave the palace, finding it impossible to compete with Li Shen. Currently, the only profitable venture for Li Shen was his liquor business. thanks to his connection with the Cui family. The prices of ordinary liquor had plummeted to a mere 1 guan. Ironically, this decline had increased demand, as merchants from various regions traveled to Chang'an to sell their goods, often procuring a batch of liquor for their return, yielding Li Shen over 20,000 guan in profits each month. Additionally, Li Shen's coal mining operations continued unabated, yet there were no sales, resulting in a mountain of stockpiled coal. Numerous miners were perplexed as to why their employer insisted on extracting such an abundance of seemingly useless coal. Li Shen instructed Wang Hongfu to continue purchasing lands rich in coal, limestone, and clay, regardless of their agricultural viability, as these lands were inexpensive. Notably, the areas surrounding the South Mountain coal mines were barren, and Li Shen directed Wang Hongfu to acquire all available land in Chang'an. He also sought to purchase fertile fields surrounding the imperial estates, offering generous prices for any willing sellers. The imperial estate encompassed 500 households, each with 100 acres, totaling 50,000 acres. Wang Hongfu had already acquired 20,000 acres, most of which belonged to the court, distributed according to the population of each household. Thus, Li Shen peacefully and steadily navigated through 5 months. During this time, the court continued along its historical path, with Li Tai actively vying for the throne. Meanwhile, Li Shen successfully reduced the price of grain to 10 won per do. Li Shen's notion was that, akin to later generations, the price should be 2 won per pound, which amounts to 22 won per do. However, this was not a goal that could be accomplished in the short term. The tranquility of Li Shen was disrupted by the marriage of Princess Nanping. Emperor Li Shimin arranged for Princess Nanping to wed Wang Jingji, the son of the Minister of Rights, Wang Gui. Li Shen held a low opinion of Wang Gui, who historically leveraged the rights for personal gain, espousing principles that served only his interests while neglecting the welfare of the common people. Li Shen perceived Wang Gui as a man striving for reputation, advocating for the release of the wives of treasonous ministers and suggesting that courtiers need not bow to princes, claiming such practices were inconsistent with propriety. Many lauded him. Yet those voices belonged to the bureaucratic elite, benefiting from his machinations while contributing nothing to the populace. Some even compared him to Wei Zheng and Fang Xianling. But Li Shen found such comparisons absurd. His willingness to divulge secrets of the imperial court revealed his character. Had it not been for Wei Zheng and others who vigorously supported him, he would likely still be relegated to a distant post. In Chapter 45, Defending Royal Status. Had it been a routine matter, Li Shen would have abstained from the princess's wedding, merely sending lavish gifts. Yet, having watched a television drama depicting Princess Nanping's marriage to Wang Gui's son, he recalled Wang Gui proclaiming, "The emperor is wise, and his actions adhere to propriety. My acceptance of the princess's homage is not for personal glory, but to exemplify the virtues of the court." He and his wife sat regally, compelling the princess to perform the customary bow. Consequently, upon marrying, the princess would be required to observe the rights of a wife, should her in-laws still be alive. If Li Shen were an ordinary man, he might have acquiesced to this practice. However, as a royal prince, he found such notions distasteful, having attained a higher status. He had no desire to regress. Moreover, even in future generations, true equality remains unattainable. What era has been devoid of social hierarchy? Historically, no princess has ever been required to bow in marriage, and Wang Gui's eloquence was merely a fade to showcase his own prowess, exclaiming, "Even the princess kneels before me." Thus, Li Shen resolved to prevent this occurrence. Otherwise, officials would cease to regard the royal family with the reverence it deserved. In the early Tang Dynasty, weddings were typically conducted in the late afternoon, a practice that shifted to morning in later periods. Li Shen prepared to accompany the wedding procession, unwilling to allow Wang Gui to undermine his royal status, particularly as Li Tai, that foolish individual, had already bowed to Wang Gui in an act of apprenticeship. Li Shen believed that permitting Wang Gui to teach Li Tai was already a sign of respect, given the number of learned scholars in the court. Humanity has always been selfish, and this has been true throughout history. If one were an ordinary person, one might advocate for equality and question the privileges of others. Yet, if one belonged to the ranks of wealthy merchants, officials, or celebrities, such sentiments would likely vanish. Thus, while most of us critique privileged individuals upon witnessing them in media, Li Shen, in his previous life, was an ordinary man, devoid of lofty ideals. In this present day, having finally transcended to a position of prominence, Li Shen finds it utterly unacceptable that some wish to reduce him to an ordinary existence. Li Shen is closely associated with Li Mengjiang, who enjoys a strong rapport with Princess Nanping, hence her attendance at the wedding. Currently, Li Mengjiang's stature within the royal court is undoubtedly on the rise, propelled by Li Shen's wealth and his connections with both Emperor Taizong and the Crown Prince. Occasionally, when Li Shen ventures beyond the palace walls, he returns bearing an abundance of delectable treats for Li Mengjiang, who graciously shares them with her companions. Thus, the princess holds Li Mengjiang in high regard, and she is acutely aware of her fortunate status as a sister. In the future, when she weds, she is unlikely to face any undue hardship. Moreover, Li Shen has pledged on multiple occasions to accumulate a dowry for Li Mengjiang, filling her heart with joy. As the auspicious hour arrives, the newlyweds pay homage to heaven and earth, and as anticipated by Li Shen, Wang Gui begins to stir trouble. The procession is led by Prince Li Shaogong of Hejin. Wang Gui, reluctant to adhere to the customs of bowing to the royal in-laws, insists that the princess must kneel before her parents-in-law as commoners do. Li Shaogong, as a member of the imperial family, interjects, stating that the princess, being of royal lineage, holds a noble status. Bowing to officials would undermine the principles of ruler and subject, inviting ridicule upon the Tang Dynasty from foreign nations. Wang Gui retorts that the Tang is a nation of propriety, and if commoners understand these customs, why should the court deviate from them? Does he not fear the mockery of outsiders? With the current enlightened ruler, if the princess were to commence bowing to her in-laws, would it not further exemplify the virtues of the Tang? Wang Gui's eloquence leaves the assembly momentarily speechless, compelling Li Shen to intervene. Minister Wang, your assertions are misguided. The princess is a sovereign, while you are but a subject. Yet you seek to equate the two. Are you suggesting that the Li family is unworthy of ruling? Furthermore, I do not perceive the act of a ruler bowing to a subject as virtuous. It contravenes fundamental principles and reflects a lack of decorum from the subject. A ruler is a ruler, and a subject is a subject. Should our royal family be made a laughingstock among foreign lands? Historically, there has never been a precedent for rulers bowing to subjects. Is it not concerning that the Minister of Rights, in his esteemed position, fails to grasp this basic decorum? Or does he seek to elevate his own status by undermining the royal authority, aspiring to attain the reputation of one who defies imperial power? Li Shen's incisive words strike at the very essence of the matter, leaving Wang Gui momentarily speechless. However, Li Shen is not inclined to relinquish his stance. Minister Wang, as the esteemed Minister of Rights, do you truly lack understanding of the protocols between ruler and subject? Throughout history, from the Qin dynasty to the present, have you ever witnessed a ruler kneeling before the populace? You seek to enhance your own reputation while fabricating numerous excuses. If you wish to emulate commoners, why do you not also mimic their tax obligations? Have you forgotten that you enjoy privileges far above those of the common people? You, who claim to be learned, must surely understand. A ruler employs courtesy toward subjects, while subjects display loyalty to their ruler. You initially advised against the king not bowing, yet encouraged Prince Wei to perform the rites of a disciple. Now, you expect the princess to kneel before you as a subordinate, repeatedly undermining our royal stature. Is this your notion of loyalty to the ruler? Or do you believe that my esteemed father, as ruler, has not treated you with sufficient regard? Are you motivated by ulterior motives in your attempts to weaken imperial authority? Every word uttered by Li Shen cuts deeply, each phrase a dagger aimed at Wang Gui's very being. Wang Gui perceives that the Duke of Ji is intent on his demise. Should these accusations be substantiated, it could lead to his family's ruin. Your Highness, Duke of Ji, I assure you, that is not my intention. I am loyal to the Tang, devoted to His Majesty, and unwaveringly faithful to the throne. The minister felt that if the common practice of bowing to one's parents-in-law were to be emulated, the common folk would inevitably look to the royal family as the exemplar. Since ancient times, filial piety has governed the realm. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. To emulate the populace and set an example for them is prudent. Very well, I shall present this matter to the court tomorrow, advocating for the nobles to mirror the common people in the payment of taxes, thereby abolishing the tax exemptions enjoyed by the gentry. This would serve as a model for the people, and I shall instruct my father to commend the minister for his righteous stance. The royal uncle may continue. Today, our royal family shall serve as a paragon. Li Shen retreated into the crowd after speaking. Wang Gui was quite alarmed. If this matter were truly raised in the court, all the nobles and aristocrats would surely harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Within 3 days, he would likely be impeached from his position. Should Li Shen acquiesce to this proposal, his family might meet an untimely and obscure demise. These powerful families would not entertain reason. This would jeopardize one's livelihood. Li Shaogong nodded at Li Shen, indicating his disapproval. He then resolutely declared, "The princess has yet to bow to the ancestral hall." "Hold on, Lord Hejin," the old minister interjected. "I believe what Prince Ji has stated is correct. The sovereign is sovereign, and the minister is minister. It was my error in judgment. Since ancient times, there has been a distinction between ruler and subject, and we ought not to align ourselves with the common populace in this regard. Let us forego this particular ritual." Wang Gui, covered in sweat, expressed his increasing trepidation. The thought of enforcing such a measure, thus offending Li Shen, was daunting. But even more frightening was the prospect of antagonizing the noble clans, who could very well desecrate his ancestral tomb. In that case, let us proceed with the traditional vows to heaven and earth, the husband and wife bowing to one another. Li Shaogong felt that time was slipping away. He did not wish to delay further, and thus completed all necessary rites before escorting the bride to her chamber. The guests began to take their seats, with both families accompanying them. As a prince, Li Shen sat at the head of the table alongside Li Shaogong, while Li Mingjiang and her sisters were naturally attended by the womenfolk. After reviewing the comments, I shall clarify. According to historical records, Wang Gui ultimately succeeded in his endeavor. Upon learning of Wang Gui's intentions, Li Shen decreed that henceforth, when the princess descended, she would bow to her parents-in-law. Furthermore, it is documented that Wei Wang bowed to Wang Gui as his teacher, and the proposal of not bowing to the sovereign was also initiated by him, which was successfully implemented. This can be verified on Baidu. The author has not fabricated this. Li Shen consented. Chapter 46. Li Shen is wealthy. Li Shaogong privately praised Li Shen on several occasions, acknowledging that Li Shen acted rightly in preserving the dignity and status of the royal family. As a prince himself, he certainly did not wish for his peer to lose value. Soon, food and drinks were served, and Li Shaogong exchanged a few pleasantries before the guests began to partake. Although Li Shen was a prince and Li Shaogong merely a duke, the latter's seniority commanded respect, and he was held in high regard by Li Shen. The title of royal uncle was not given lightly. Wang Gui raised his cup towards Li Shen and said, "Your Highness, I must apologize for my previous remarks. I hope you will overlook my past indiscretions. I am utterly loyal to His Majesty." Wang Gui felt a sense of trepidation towards Li Shen. Though the young prince was small in stature, his heart was fierce, and he could easily bring ruin upon Wang Gui's family. Wang Gui himself was indifferent to his own fate, but he was mindful of his many children. In ancient times, people were particularly devoted to lineage, desiring prosperous families that would bring glory to their ancestors. Li Shen's insistence on ensuring that he remains without heirs is quite intolerable. Minister Wang's words were rather heavy. It was merely a philosophical discourse between him and Minister Wang. "From now on, we shall be kin, and my father trusts in Minister Wang's loyalty to the throne and love for the nation." Indeed, it was solely a discussion of ideas. "I raise a cup in respect to you, Lord Ji Wang." Hearing Li Shen speak in such a manner, Wang Gui's heart was somewhat relieved. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Jingji returned in formal attire to commence the toasts, with Li Shen being the second to receive such honors. "I express my gratitude to Lord Wang for gracing this banquet with your presence. I toast to you," Wang Jingji remarked. In truth, Wang Jingji differs from his father. While he possesses knowledge, he lacks decisiveness and exceptional talent. It is only fitting that we honor the occasion of my sister's wedding. As her brother, I offer you a few words of counsel. My sister has grown up within the palace and may be somewhat pampered. As her husband, I hope you can exhibit patience and indulge her at times. However, rest assured, my sister has learned the virtues of womanhood during her years in the princess's court. I hope that the two of you will support each other and enjoy a harmonious union for many years to come. I shall speak to my father about securing a position for you at the Crown Prince's residence, allowing you to assist your elder brother and pave the way for a promising future. Furthermore, I am aware that my father did not provide my sister with a substantial dowry, and as her brother, I cannot arrive empty-handed today. Shirtu, bring it all in," Li Shen commanded, turning to Shirtu. Shortly, a group of individuals arrived at the main entrance, carrying boxes into the courtyard. 4 men lifted each box, placing them down before departing. The boxes were arranged neatly, totaling 50 in number. The guests emerged from the hall to witness the spectacle. Shirtu then instructed his subordinates to open all the boxes, and in an instant, astonishment swept through the crowd. Each of the 50 boxes contained money, with each box holding 100 guan, amounting to over 600 pounds. Truly, the Ji Wang is exceedingly wealthy, presenting a sum of 5,000 guan. Li Shen had indeed contemplated this. In the future, every princess's wedding would be accompanied by a gift of 5,000 guan. The stingy Li Shen shows favoritism, favoring the daughters of Empress Chang's son, showering them with houses, land, and extravagant dowries, while other women are treated as if they were not his own. They receive neither land nor wealth, and their stipends are meager. Despite this, Li Shen holds the princesses in high regard, valuing familial bonds dearly. Your Highness Ji Wang. This is perplexing for Wang Kuei. He does not possess the wealth of a duke. This is my gift to my sister on her wedding day, and I hope she finds happiness in her future. It is but a small token of my regard, Li Shen replied. A small token? The Ji Wang is rather ostentatious. Some murmured, Your Highness, this gift is far too generous. It cannot be accepted, Wang Jingji insisted, repeatedly gesturing to decline. This is for my sister, please accept it. Do not mistreat her, understand? Both my elder brother and I will be watching over you, Li Shen stated firmly. Wang Jingji comprehended Li Shen's intention and continued to express his reluctance. After the banquet concluded, Li Shen did not return to the palace with Li Xiaogong to report. Instead, he accompanied Li Mingjiang and a number of maidservants and eunuchs to the eastern market. Shen'er, why have you brought me here? His sister inquired. Sister, I wish to show you something magnificent, Li Shen replied mysteriously. Upon entering the boutique pavilion, Wang Hongfu greeted them. Welcome, my lord. Please, rest upstairs. I shall retrieve the box that I had you set aside. Li Shen, speaking with the group, ascended to the second floor and entered the parlor. Wang Hongfu entered, carrying a metal box, which he placed upon the table. Li Shen took it, opened it, and retrieved several sheets of paper, laying them before Li Mingjiang. Sister, please inscribe your name here, he urged, pointing at the documents. Li Mingjiang, perplexed, asked, What is this? The property deed, replied Li Shen. For the 6 storefronts in the East Market. He smiled at her. Why do you give me the property deed? She questioned. Sister, we are blood siblings. We both know that father does not hold us, the illegitimate children, in high regard. When you marry, I fear your dowry will be no more than 3,000 guan. Just like third sister. In contrast, eldest sister, Li Lizzie, received a dowry so substantial that Wei Zheng petitioned against its excess. It likely exceeds 30,000 guan. Humph. What does it matter if father does not provide? I shall prepare for you 10 storefronts in the East Market. 6 have already been purchased. The remaining ones are too small and thus not acquired, but I have instructed Wang Hongfu to keep watch. You still have several years before your marriage. We shall procure the finest silks and utensils, amounting to 100,000 guan. Furthermore, after your wedding, the liquor business will yield 3 layers of profit for you. I cannot allow you to marry like third sister. I desire your wedding to be splendid. Li Shen was profoundly affected by the upcoming marriage of Princess Nanping, and his discontent with their father, Li Shimin, grew. Even if he could not ensure complete equality, the disparity was stark, as if they were not even related. Brother. Li Mingjiang wept, embracing Li Shen, for who does not yearn for their father's affection? Yet, the royal family operates thus. She had already resigned herself to the worst fate of being married off to a foreign land. But now, things had changed. She had a capable brother. Enough, enough. Do not cry. My clothes are quite expensive, Li Shen remarked. Li Mingjiang playfully smacked him, halting her tears. All right, sister, please sign quickly. Do not refuse. This is all I can offer you. Apart from money, I possess nothing. Li Shen feigned helplessness, eliciting an eye roll from Li Mingjiang, who then, without further hesitation, signed the deed. All right, old Wang, put it away. Sister, let us keep this matter confidential. Envy can be a dreadful thing. We shall amass our wealth quietly. Brother, you are truly kind to me, Li Mingjiang said, stroking Li Shen's head. Of course, we share the same mother, he replied, shaking his head to evade her touch. In truth, Li Shen had yet to share another ambition, one not yet realized. He intended to secure a princess title for Li Mingjiang. He could not wait until her marriage. She would wed at 18, and years remained. Why should she not be conferred the title of princess? The princess of Jinyang was granted hers at birth, and they were not mere foundlings. The challenge was significant, indeed, but it required an opportunity. Subsequently, Li Shen listened to Wang Hongfu's business report, which revealed no significant developments. He instructed Wang Hongfu to register the land deeds with the authorities and advised him to hold on for a few years until Li Shen could return from the palace. Ultimately, he escorted Li Mingjiang and the others back to the palace. Chapter 47. The Locust Plague within the borders. The marriage of Princess Nanping was not originally a major news item. The court officials were well aware of it. However, the wedding ceremony at the residence of Wang Gui became sensational news. Wang Gui demanded that the princess kneel before her parents-in-law, and Li Shaogong found himself unable to refute this request, articulated with such propriety. Yet, no one anticipated that a mere child from the Ji family would render him speechless, even leading him to offer a toast and apologize. The political implications of this matter were substantial, compelling the attention of all officials. Should Wang Gui succeed in this endeavor, the royal family would have diminished in stature, thus narrowing the gap between themselves and the civil and military officials. This explains the fervent efforts of scholars to elevate Confucianism. All parties stand to benefit. However, the endeavor has faltered, and Li Shen has explicitly pointed it out. Future undertakings will undoubtedly be more challenging. The Ganlu Hall had already received a report from Lian, indicating that Li Shimin was deep in thought. Lian's report was verbatim, with meticulous documentation. Thus, Li Shimin pondered the implications of Li Shen's words. Today, Li Chengxian was also studying in Ganlu Hall and was taken aback upon hearing Lian's report. He was astonished that Li Shen had left the Minister of Rites speechless regarding the propriety and even compelled him to apologize. "Master, what is your perspective on this matter?" Li Shimin inquired, eager to assess Li Chengxian's understanding. My 10th brother possesses remarkable talents and audacity." Boldly chastising a minister in public, Li Chengxian responded. "Indeed, we must examine the essence of the situation," Li Shimin remarked. Li Shen's actions aim to uphold the dignity and status of the royal family. "I have erred. In the past, I believed I should be approachable, allowing my subjects to perceive me as amiable and respectful of virtuous ministers. Yet, I had not realized that Li Shen was correct. As royalty, we must retain the position befitting our status. A sovereign is a sovereign, and a subject is a subject. I can afford you the respect you deserve, but you must also remain loyal to me and consider my interests in all matters. Wang Gui has indeed overstepped. Does he truly wish to stand on equal footing with me? Li Shen's warning is valid. If this precedent is set, the royal family will gradually lose its authority in the eyes of the courtiers. They will continue to find various justifications to undermine our prestige. Alas, why had I not contemplated this sooner? If this continues, will our family retain any dignity or status? What distinguishes us from the common people? I nearly jeopardized the legacy of my descendants." Li Shimin reflected on Li Shen's words, grappling with his understanding. Unbeknownst to him, Li Shen's intentions were to preserve the nobility of his princely status. How perceptive my 10th brother is, daring to speak so openly in public. I find myself lacking. Li Chengxian mused, lamenting his own shortcomings. "Do not underestimate yourself," Li Shimin advised. "While Li Shen is indeed greedy and lacks ambition, I have urged him to attend court on multiple occasions, only to be met with excuses of his youth and ignorance. Upon inquiring with concubine Wei, I learned that Li Shen prefers to sleep in until late morning. It seems he avoids court simply to escape early rising. This lazy scoundrel. I had envisioned him assisting you in your future reign, but that may prove to be a challenge." Li Chengxian chuckled at this revelation, acknowledging his 10th brother's unique talents. His approach to problem-solving diverged from the ordinary, often cutting through complexities with simplicity and efficacy, albeit accompanied by a tendency towards laziness and avarice, aspiring to a mercantile path. Enough of this wayward child. Today, we have received urgent news from the borders. 7 of the 27 provinces have been struck by a widespread locust plague, which has resulted in significant crop failures or reductions. The affected areas are expanding, particularly in Huazhou, Tongzhou, Fangzhou, and Danzhou. The situation is exceptionally dire. Moreover, Huazhou and Tongzhou are in close proximity to Jingzhou Prefecture and Chang'an, which may soon face calamity as well. What do you believe should be done? Li Shimin inquired of Li Chengxian. Throughout history, natural disasters have been a significant factor in the decimation of populations. Locust plagues are also a form of natural calamity. Each time disaster strikes, rumors circulate that local officials or the emperor have acted immorally. I believe, first and foremost, we must stabilize the hearts of the people before addressing the calamity. Subsequently, we should issue decrees to exempt the heavily affected states and counties from taxes and distribute grain. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chengxian responded, Indeed, a prudent approach. However, you seem to have overlooked the necessity of preventing unscrupulous individuals from inciting rebellion amidst the chaos. Li Shen then instructed Li Changqian on how to manage the disaster, noting that specific actions would need to be discussed in court the following day. Early the next morning, Li Shen was awakened by Shida's clamor. Li Shen's countenance reflected his displeasure. Sure too, unless there is something of great importance, go and tend to the latrines. Your Highness, I have just heard that the inner territories have been struck by a locust plague affecting several states. It is said to be spreading rapidly and may soon reach us. Our imperial estate spans tens of thousands of acres. We must prepare in advance. We have enough grain to sustain the estate's inhabitants for several years. What? A locust plague affecting multiple states? Li Shen's demeanor shifted instantly. The opportunity for Princess Li Mengjiang has arrived. I was just lamenting the lack of prospects. Quickly, let us hasten to the Taiji Hall. At this hour, court had yet to adjourn, and he needed to wash and don his royal attire in preparation for the audience. By the way, sure to, once you leave the palace, have Wang Hongfu procure as much grain as possible. Collaborate with the merchants who deal in wine and arrange for transportation at our expense. However, inform them that if they attempt to raise prices during this crisis, our subsequent sales of liquor will be doubled. Have Wang Hongfu establish a roster of reliable partners for future limited supplies. Off you go. Having conveyed his instructions, Li Shen hurried towards the Taiji Hall. Meanwhile, the court officials were deliberating strategies. The Minister of Revenue, Tang Jian, was reporting to Li Shen, Your Majesty, 7 states have been afflicted by this disaster, with numerous counties rendered barren. Over 100,000 households have been affected, and we estimate a need for 300,000 strings of cash and grain. However, the locust plague continues to spread, and the ultimate toll remains uncertain. We must prioritize the management of this locust disaster. The Ministry of Revenue is currently at a critical juncture, with only around 600,000 strings in the national treasury, of which 300,000 are earmarked for the Ministry of War. Should we delay disbursement to the military until the disaster has passed? That is not feasible. We have already delayed military pay for 3 months, leading to a decline in troop morale. If war were to break out, how could they be expected to fight? The Minister of War, Ho Junji, would not tolerate this, and soon, all the garrisons would deem him incompetent for failing to issue military pay. Indeed, we cannot default on the soldiers' pay. Is there an alternative? Li Shen inquired. Your Majesty, the treasury can only support so much, and if the locust disaster escalates, 300,000 will be woefully inadequate, Tang Jian replied. Fang Qing, do you have any solutions? Li Shen then questioned Fang Xianling. Your Majesty, at this juncture, we must address the spreading locust plague. The populace believes this calamity to be divine retribution, hence they are reluctant to capture them. The court should issue a decree encouraging the people to catch and bury the locusts. It remains uncertain how many commoners are capable of replicating the methods employed during the Tang Dynasty for capturing locusts, which primarily involved drying and burying them. Alas, the management of locust plagues proves to be an arduous endeavor, leading to the unfortunate demise of many due to hunger. An edict has been issued. Should anyone dare to embezzle the funds allocated for disaster relief, regardless of the amount, they shall be executed without mercy, and all their properties shall be confiscated. Even Li Shen finds himself at a loss. At that moment, Wang Du approached and whispered something into Li Shen's ear. Li Shen then raised his gaze towards the entrance of the hall and uttered, "Let him enter." Chapter 48. Purchasing a princess title. The courtiers exchanged puzzled glances towards the door, wondering whom Li Shen had summoned. Soon after, Li Shen walked in, leaving the ministers in bewilderment as to his purpose. Ah, you are here. Do you have business? Li Shen inquired. Indeed, I have come to make a donation. Li Shen replied directly. A donation? Li Shen echoed, perplexed. Yes, a charitable contribution. I have heard that numerous counties within the borders are suffering from locust plagues, leading to a significant decline in grain production. My sister, Li Mengjiang, possesses a kind heart and cannot bear to see the common people suffer. Upon learning of this calamity, she was utterly heartbroken and wishes to take action on behalf of the populace. However, as a woman, it is inconvenient for her to attend court. Hence she has sent me in her stead. In the name of Her Highness, the 12th daughter of the Emperor of the Tang, Li Mengjiang, I hereby donate 100,000 guans in gold and 50,000 dan of grain to the disaster-stricken citizens. Furthermore, my sister shall pray for the affected people for 3 days at the princess's palace, hoping they may overcome this hardship. Li Shen intentionally raised his voice. As Li Shen finished, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. No one anticipated such a substantial sum to be offered. Everyone understood that the entirety of this donation came from Li Shen alone, for Li Mengjiang could not possibly possess such wealth. Even Li Shimin was taken aback. In this era, charitable donations were not as customary as they would become in later times. It was rare for anyone to contribute significantly, with wealthy individuals considered benevolent merely for funding a bridge or a road. The sudden generosity displayed by Li Shen left many confounded regarding his true intentions. Prince Ji's righteousness is undeniable. Indeed, Prince Ji embodies benevolence. Rescuing the people from peril, various courtiers lauded Li Shen's noble act. Good sirs, you seem to misunderstand. This donation is unrelated to me. It is my sister Li Mengjiang's contribution. While I may possess a semblance of benevolence, as you are aware, I have a penchant for wealth. Therefore, this donation does not pertain to me, Li Shen clarified. Princess Mengjiang's virtue is commendable, Chang's son Wuji remarked, beginning to grasp Li Shen's intentions. Indeed, the princess's nobility is praiseworthy, Fang Xianling added, though he hesitated, unsure what title to bestow upon Li Mengjiang, given her lack of an official designation. Subsequently, the courtiers rose to extol Li Mengjiang's compassion and righteousness. Additionally, I must emphasize that the Ministry of Revenue needs to provide a detailed account of how the donated funds will be utilized. I do not wish for this wealth to find its way into private pockets. I demand to know its destination. I shall also dispatch individuals to conduct undercover investigations. Should anyone misuse my sister's contribution, they shall face dire consequences, Li Shen asserted. Such a considerable sum. How can a detailed account be managed? Tang Jin remarked, visibly troubled. If this cannot be accomplished, the Ministry of Revenue's annual collection will be rife with discrepancies. Li Shen's remark caused Tang Jin's expression to shift. This was an implicit challenge to Tang Jin. I shall not concern myself with other matters. However, my sister's funds must be accounted for. I will ensure that a thorough investigation is conducted. The Ministry of Revenue simply needs to inform local officials that I am a man fond of wealth, Li Shen concluded, refraining from further criticism of the ministry but indicating a need for caution among local authorities. Mengjiang's intentions were indeed commendable. Li Shimin somewhat understood Li Shen's intentions. Your Majesty, the 12th princess possesses a kind heart, aiding the weak and supporting the downtrodden. Her benevolence is indeed a fortune for the Tang Dynasty and for your Majesty. Fang Xianling comprehended Li Shen's meaning and discerned that Li Shimin also grasped it. Fortunately, he granted Li Shen a personal favor and provided Li Shimin with a way out. What the Minister Fang said was indeed correct. Wang De proposed an edict, stating that my 12th daughter, Li Mengjiang, has been wise since childhood, virtuous and kind-hearted, embodying the grace of a noble lady. During times of national peril, she generously offered assistance to alleviate my burdens. She is thus deserving of the title of Princess of Linchuan, with an endowment of 3,000 households, an official title of 300, and a reward of 10 bolts of silk and 2 coral ornaments, along with 3 garments for the princess. Once Wang De completed the writing, Li Shimin reviewed it and affixed the imperial seal, instructing the 3 provinces to retain a copy for their records and to announce it nationwide. Since Li Shimin spoke directly on the matter, there was no need for the 3 provinces to offer their opinions. Li Shen hurriedly expressed gratitude on behalf of Li Mengjiang. Naturally, in the afternoon, an eunuch would convey the decree. However, Li Shen couldn't help but think that this father was rather stingy, offering merely this little reward. The salary adhered to the established norms, yet he felt a sense of contentment, as at least there was a title conferred. The monetary aspect was of little consequence. The ministers, on the other hand, were utterly astonished. It was only then that they realized that Li Shen had contributed such a sum merely to secure a princess title for Li Mengjiang. Truly, the wealthy Prince Ji was quite extravagant. Many could not comprehend why Li Shen would invest so heavily for Li Mengjiang and what benefits he derived from it. In an era where patriarchy reigned supreme, they found it difficult to understand Li Shen's actions. Li Shimin was aware that Li Shen harbored some resentment towards him for not conferring a title upon his sister sooner. Thus, he sought to alleviate this by purchasing a princess title. This placed Li Shimin in an awkward position, as it seemed he would need to treat his sister better in order to dispel Li Shen's grievances. Over time, Li Shimin had observed that Li Shen placed great importance on familial bonds, being particularly close to his other siblings, offering financial support and assistance when needed, especially to his biological mother, concubine Wei, and Li Mengjiang. While Li Shen did not mind a lack of warmth from Li Shimin, He could not tolerate any mistreatment towards concubine Wei and Li Mengjiang. The wealth Li Shen earned was securely in concubine Wei's hands, several times greater than the imperial treasury. Due to past circumstances, Li Shimin had not been particularly close to Li Shen, which made it difficult for him to invest in the liquor business. However, his visits to the Dajidian had noticeably increased, partly due to the poor health of Empress Changsun, who could not endure fatigue, and partly to improve their relationship. Once Li Shen had concluded his business, he prepared to depart, only to have Li Shimin inquire of him, Prince Ji. The ministers were just discussing how to manage the disaster. What are your thoughts? The ministers were perplexed as to why Li Shimin would consult a 9-year-old child. They found it absurd that such a simple matter required deliberation. Distributing grain for disaster relief, employing labor instead of charity, reducing taxes, and capturing locusts, Li Shen replied nonchalantly. It's easy to say, they retorted, but these ministers have already expressed similar sentiments. You tell us how to employ labor instead of charity and how to capture locusts. Hearing Li Shen echo their thoughts, Li Shimin felt a tinge of disappointment. Very well, then I shall elaborate. There is no need to discuss the grain distribution, but I will mention one point: how to distribute the grain. The elderly, children, the sick, and the disabled should be registered and receive their share. The able-bodied young men should not receive grain, but should work in exchange for it, whether digging canals, repairing roads, or fortifying city walls. In short, they should work, and for their labor, they should be compensated with grain, and generously at that, without being miserly. Li Shen paused momentarily and inquired, "Do you all understand?" The ministers nodded in agreement. I shall not dwell on the tax reductions. Let us discuss the capture of locusts. I am aware that the populace is reluctant to engage in this task. Some even fear it, believing it to be a divine calamity that would incur heavenly retribution. Is that not so? He asked again. Indeed, Your Highness, replied Prince Ji. The outcomes following each edict have been less than satisfactory, and local officials find themselves at a loss, remarked Feng Xianling. Humph, there is no endeavor that cannot be accomplished with sufficient funds. If it remains unachieved, it is merely a matter of inadequate resources. When the 3 departments issue an edict, kindly add that the boutique pavilion will dispatch personnel to various counties to procure locusts at 2 when per pound. Should the populace deliver them to Chang'an, the boutique pavilion will purchase them at 5 when per pound. Shortly, I shall draft a method for preparation and storage to distribute along with this. As for the locust plague, let us eradicate it entirely. In due time, the citizens will perceive this calamity as less severe than it truly is. Li Shen scoffed. What difficulty lies herein? The reluctance of our people stems from insufficient incentives. In later generations, anything edible is deemed a protected species. Li Qingjin succinctly summarized Li Shen's approach with 4 words, simple and blunt. The ministers were taken aback. Could it truly be executed in such a manner? It was conceivable that, as Li Shen suggested, the populace would regard this locust plague as minor, all for the sake of profit. Prince Ji remained as straightforward as ever, addressing matters with an uncomplicated and forthright approach. They presumed Li Shen was merely injecting funds into the initiative, unaware that in his previous life, this rural lad had consumed locusts roasted and fried, a veritable source of protein. Chapter 49. The Flavor Pavilion. Many readers have expressed concerns regarding the toxicity of locusts post-plague, questioning their edibility. I am not particularly versed in this subject, but I take such matters seriously. Therefore, I invested in a research paper. It indicates that, following a locust infestation, their bodies secrete a compound called phenylacetonitrile, which swiftly converts into hydrogen cyanide. While hydrogen cyanide is indeed toxic, its concentration in locusts is minimal. I consulted a lecturer from a biological university, who explained that although locusts can be toxic, the hydrogen cyanide content is unlikely to be lethal. Furthermore, when subjected to high-temperature cooking methods such as frying, they become consumable, as hydrogen cyanide decomposes above 65 degrees Celsius. While the taste may not be optimal, one could question the efficacy of utilizing consumption as a means to address the locust plague without concern for toxicity. As an aside, I have been challenged regarding my academic qualifications, with some asserting that I learned these principles in middle school chemistry, though I possess no recollection of such teachings, leading me to suspect deception. Upon returning from court, Li Shen departed the palace at noon. He arrived at the boutique pavilion and conveyed his thoughts from the court to Wang Hongfu. Wang Hongfu, perplexed, replied, Your Highness, where shall we store these upon procurement? Primarily, where shall they be buried? Bury them? Why would we bury such a valuable resource? That is sheer wastefulness. I'll be the one buried. Your Highness, without burial. How shall we manage them? Eat them. Eat them. Wang Hongfu exclaimed, his mouth agape. Are these insects even edible? Look at you, so inexperienced. Go to the royal estate and enlist help. Procure locusts from the afflicted regions at 2 per pound. Inform them that if the farmers reside far from the county, they should wash them clean with fresh water, remove the wings, and brine them lightly for preservation. For such efforts, we can offer an additional one. Upon their return, we will handle the processing ourselves. The adjacent restaurant, recently acquired, is to be renovated and prepared for its grand opening. I shall return to the palace shortly to request 2 chefs from His Majesty, while the staff will be sourced from the imperial estate. We require both men and, if unavailable, diligent women will suffice. The establishment, named Flavored Pavilion, must commence operations within 3 days. Time is of the essence. Li Shen, having conveyed his intentions, urged Wang Hongfu to expedite the preparations. Wang Hongfu, not daring to delay Li Shen's affairs, hastened to the imperial estate. Meanwhile, Li Shen proceeded to the palace, heading straight for the Hall of Glorious Reign. Upon reporting, Wang De permitted Li Shen to enter and greet His Majesty. "Ah, what brings you here?" Li Shen inquired, aware that Li Shen had just departed the palace. "Your Majesty, are there any senior imperial chefs in the imperial kitchen who are set to leave the palace?" "I require 2, Li Shen stated directly. "What need have you for imperial chefs? Do you intend to open a restaurant outside?" Li Shen, knowing Li Shen well, recognized his pursuit of profit. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I plan to establish a flavored pavilion in 3 days, but I lack chefs." "Are you not reducing the number of palace staff this year?" Li Shen reminded him. "Indeed, I am." "Wang De, do we have any chefs departing?" Li Shen asked, considering that if Li Shen were to take them, it could provide a means of livelihood for those leaving. "There are 5 chefs in the imperial kitchen, each around 50 years of age, who require release due to physical constraints this year," Wang De, the chief steward of the harem, responded. He had the authority to decide who would leave and who would stay. "Then I shall take them all. Make the necessary arrangements. In 3 days, I shall escort them out, and I will discuss their wages with them," Li Shen declared, surprised to find there were 5 available rather than just 2. Wang De would handle the arrangements. "Li Shen, I understand your intentions for the court, having personally financed the acquisition of locusts. However, it is prudent to consider your resources. Your funds must be dwindling, no?" Li Shen assessed. Li Shen had perhaps less than 100,000 coins remaining, with food supplies around 50,000 dan. The remainder had been spent purchasing land or donating to Li Mengjiang. "Fear not, Your Majesty. I still possess some funds, and the winery continues to produce. Perhaps I shall earn a profit," Li Shen reassured him. "Oh, what do you intend to do with the locusts acquired?" Li Shen inquired, intrigued. "I mentioned I would open a flavored pavilion," Li Shen replied. "A flavored pavilion? You plan to consume the locusts?" Li Shen nearly gasped in astonishment. "Indeed, locusts are highly nutritious. They can strengthen the spleen and stomach, alleviate coughs, and enhance overall vitality. Regular consumption can fortify one's health," Li Shen elaborated, sensing Li Shen's skepticism. "Is this wisdom derived from one of your ancient texts? No one has ever consumed locusts historically. Are they truly edible?" Li Shen questioned again, referring to the elusive ancient tome from which Li Shen drew his knowledge. "They are indeed edible and quite delicious. Furthermore, consider this. Your Majesty, if we consume what is deemed a heavenly calamity, do you not think it might quell the rumors regarding misgovernance?" Li Shen proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shen mused, "Can they truly be eaten?" "Absolutely, and they are delightful." "Very well. Let us host a locust feast before the Zhuke Gate, inviting all civil and military officials to partake. Let the citizens of Chang'an gather to witness this event." Presently, there is a palpable sense of panic among the populace, who are desperately hoarding grain. I fear this may lead to a famine. The Ministry of Revenue has already begun transporting provisions from the granaries to Chang'an. If the people were to comprehend that these locusts are not the ferocious beasts they imagine, it would surely calm their spirits. You should make the necessary preparations. In 3 days, a locust feast will be held. Li Shen is an astute and capable emperor. Upon hearing Li Shen's words, he discerned how to maximize the benefits. How could the influence of a mere tavern like Li Shen's rival that of the court? Thus, I shall prepare the ingredients. Tomorrow, I will instruct those 5 individuals on the culinary techniques. Shortly, I will dispatch Wang Hongfu to procure some supplies with great urgency. The nearest disaster-stricken area, Zhongzhou, can be reached by horseback in less than half a day. Time is of the essence. However, Capturing the locusts poses a challenge. They must be tasked with crafting nets. Li Shen carried little with him, following Wang De to the imperial kitchen. In the Tang Dynasty, spices could be used as currency, sold by the tael. The royal palace possessed a limited supply of spices. After a prolonged search, Li Shen ultimately found cumin, also known as aniseed, while pepper was abundantly available. He instructed his men to grind the cumin and pepper into powder for a more rapid infusion of flavor, as well as to economize. Regrettably, there were no chili peppers. Fortunately, all other necessary ingredients were at hand. On the following midday, Wang Hongfu delivered a cartload of locusts, freshly captured overnight. They were still alive. Li Shen had them transported back to the imperial kitchen, where he extracted a portion for experimentation. Having dined on locusts in his past life, he was familiar with the preparation methods, though this was his first time executing them himself. Li Shen planned to prepare the locusts in 4 distinct styles: cold-tossed, charcoal-grilled, stir-fried, and deep-fried. With limited ingredients at his disposal, he spent the afternoon directing 5 royal chefs in their culinary experiments, primarily focusing on mastering the cooking times. The royal chefs, upon absorbing Li Shen's theoretical insights, began to innovate. By nightfall, they had ultimately succeeded. In truth, it was a simple task. I shall share the steps of the culinary process, and with ample ingredients, success is assured through experimentation, especially for royal chefs. By the morning of the 3rd day, the citizens of Chang'an had already learned the news. His Majesty, along with civil and military officials, planned to host a locust feast in front of the Zhuge Gate. Eating locusts was an unprecedented endeavor. No one had ever considered such a thing, nor dared to partake in it. How could one consume a calamity sent from heaven? Thus, the populace was eager to witness the event. The area in front of the Zhuge Gate had been transformed into a grand plaza, now surrounded by the Feather Forest Guard. With swords drawn, the city walls were lined with archers, providing an impenetrable defense. Seats had been arranged, and all officials in the capital, including their aides, were required to attend. Those of the 6th rank or higher from Chang'an were summoned. Beside the city walls, a temporary pavilion had been erected for the royal chefs to prepare the dishes. At this moment, Li Shen was engaged in final preparations. Several water tanks had begun to be cleaned, and the locusts had been marinated in advance. Furthermore, these locusts had not consumed anything for the past 2 days, rendering them quite clean. Before long, Li Shen emerged, accompanied by over 100 civil and military officials. Once seated, the officials took their places according to rank. Wang De approached Li Shen and inquired whether the preparations were complete and if they could commence. Chapter 50. The Locust Feast. Is it time to begin? Will there be no remarks preceding the feast? Traditionally, does not the host offer some words before dining? Remarks before the feast? Wang De found himself somewhat perplexed. Before the banquet commenced, he was advised to articulate the purpose of the gathering, followed by words to uplift the spirits of the populace. Li Shen clarified, I shall consult His Majesty. Shortly thereafter, Li Shen approached. Li Shen, regarding the pre-banquet address, what should I convey? Simply elucidate the rationale for hosting this locust banquet, Li Shen suggested, and encourage the people not to fear. Assure them that the court possesses effective measures to address the situation, thereby demonstrating the government as sincerity. Li Shen understood that, unlike in his previous life, the emperor and officials of this era lacked the oratory prowess to speak for hours on end. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shen nodded in agreement and turned to address the gathered citizens, proclaiming, Esteemed citizens, today I have convened this locust banquet in response to the locust plague ravaging our lands. Many have regarded this as a calamity sent by the heavens. However, my 10th son, Prince Li Shen, has informed me that this is not divine retribution, but rather a consequence of climatic conditions favorable to locust proliferation. To demonstrate that this is not an act of nature, I shall lead my ministers in consuming these locusts today. Recently, I have received reports that the people of Chang'an are hoarding grain out of panic. I wish to assure you that these locusts are not the monstrous threat you perceive. The court is fully prepared to face any eventual escalation of this disaster, even if the situation were to worsen significantly. The granaries of our great Tang shall sustain the afflicted until the bountiful harvest of next year. Furthermore, the court shall alleviate tax burdens. Citizens, you may rest assured. You have me and the court to rely upon. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Applause was not customary in such gatherings. Though many citizens were stirred by Li Shen's words, they were at a loss for how to express their emotions. Upon Li Shen's proclamation to commence the banquet, Li Shen began directing the imperial chefs to spring into action. The previous day, Wang Hongfu had delivered a cartload of locusts sufficient for the occasion. Li Shen instructed them to prepare various dishes for the people to sample. Half an hour later, palace maids emerged, bearing large platters of food. Each table was adorned with 4 sizable dishes and a jar of wine. The officials, upon seeing locusts before them, felt a pang of trepidation. They had never before encountered such fare, and the sight was unsettling, though the martial officials fared slightly better. Exchanging bewildered glances. Let us first try this cold dish. It is crisp and delectable, Li Shen declared as he picked up his chopsticks and took the first bite. Initially, it was meant for Wang to taste, but Li Shen felt that if he did not partake, the others would hesitate. Thus, he set an example for Li Shen. As he chewed, the sound resonated, causing the court officials to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Li Shen sampled the roasted, stir-fried, and deep-fried varieties in succession, all the while wearing an expression of delight. Upon witnessing the locusts served, Li Shen experienced a moment of regret. He had entrusted this task to Li Shen without fully grasping the visual impact it would have. However, retreat was not an option at this juncture. Resolutely, he picked up a locust and, with a sense of duty, placed it in his mouth. To his surprise, after just a few chews, he found it indeed as Li Shen had described, crisp and flavorful. Unconsciously, he reached for another. Delicious. I particularly enjoy this stir-fried version, Li Shen praised after sampling each dish. Observing their emperor partake, the officials felt compelled to follow suit. Especially the lower-ranking officials, eager to make an impression before Li Shen, were undeterred by the thought of locusts. They would brave even poison if it meant gaining a favorable reputation. In an instant, the court was animated. Chopsticks clattering as everyone joined in, the sound of crunching filling the air. Before long, Fang Xianling exclaimed that it was indeed delicious, accompanied by a fine wine. It was truly exquisite. Yes, it is delightful. It surpasses the aroma of meat, the officials praised in unison. Li Shen also indulged in eating and drinking merrily. In front of the Zhuke gate, the atmosphere was lively as everyone relished the locusts, exchanging cups with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the common folk watched, their mouths watering. Is it really that delicious? It can't be an act, can it? It certainly doesn't appear so, especially since His Majesty is enjoying it so much. It must be truly delectable. Li Shen observed that there were still plenty left, so he instructed attendants to carry large bowls towards the gathered citizens. Dear villagers, His Majesty has declared that such a delicious treat should be shared with the people. Come and try it. If it is delicious, say so, and if not, express that as well. His Majesty will not hold Li Shen accountable, he assured, as the palace maids approached the crowd. Upon seeing the bowl brimming with locusts, fear gripped the onlookers, and none dared to step forward. Here, you two, eat one, Li Shen urged the guard stationed nearby to sample the dish for the villagers. The 2 guards, though frightened, complied due to the royal command. Bracing themselves, they each took a locust, placed it in their mouths, and began to chew. Quite tasty. I'll have another. All right, your turn now. Wait a couple of days, and I will send you 2 carts full, Li Shen promised the 2 guards. A brave villager stepped forward, took a locust, and suddenly, his eyes lit up as he grabbed a handful. Delicious, delicious. Li Shen quickly instructed the maids to retrieve the bowl, aware that these locusts were a source of protein. The villagers seldom consumed meat, so these locusts would surely be a treat. With one person leading the way, the villagers began to eagerly partake, each saying, this is truly delightful. I want more. So tasty, so delicious. Please give us more. The excitement spread, and in no time, the locusts were entirely consumed. Li Shen handed the last handful to a small girl, noticing her pale and emaciated appearance, a clear sign of malnutrition. All right, that's all. If we want more, we must go to the disaster area to catch them. I will pay 5 won per gene. These can be considered as meat, and they are quite nourishing. In truth, Li Shen did not expect to profit significantly from the locusts. He merely wanted to ensure the common folk could gather them swiftly before the queen laid her eggs. 5 won per gene? Really? Can they be considered meat? Is this for real? 5 won per gene? You must be joking. Selling them to those officials will yield a much higher price. Upon hearing about Li Shen's offer, many villagers prepared to visit the nearest disaster area. Catching 100 gene in a day would amount to 500 won, translating to a fortune of 15 guan in a month. At this moment, the officials had nearly finished their meal, and they appeared to still be craving more. Esteemed colleagues, tomorrow at the East Market, a restaurant called the Flavor Pavilion will be opening, and I have heard they will also serve locust feasts. If you have not had your fill, I recommend visiting the Flavor Pavilion. Regular consumption of locusts is said to enhance digestion, clear the lungs, relieve coughs, and promote overall health, Li Shen began to advertise. Though he refrained from mentioning his own business, the officials, well aware of Li Shen's venture, readily agreed to patronize it when they had the time. Chapter 51. The locust industry in Xiaolin village of Dongzhou. The crops had been utterly devastated by the locust plague, and Lin Erniu's fields were no exception. Today marked the day when the government distributed grain. Lin Erniu made his way to the village entrance to collect his rations. The allocation was intended to cover a month's worth of sustenance. Previously, officials had come to recruit laborers for canal digging, offering a daily wage of 1 dough of rice. However, with an elderly mother, for young children, and a frail wife to care for, he bore the burden alone. The grain provided by the authorities barely sufficed for their 2 daily meals. At this moment, the village entrance was crowded with people, and the village head was maintaining order. Unlike usual, the officials did not disperse after distributing the grain. Instead, one of them produced a notice and began to read it aloud. Lin Erniu, who had never received an education, struggled to comprehend the words, yet he grasped the part about capturing locusts for a reward, 2 when per gene, and 3 when if they were pickled. He understood that delivering them to Chang'an would yield 5 won. The villagers began to murmur, questioning whether capturing locusts, deemed a calamity from the heavens, was indeed feasible. Would they incur punishment for this? Indeed, if they truly received 2 when per gene, where would they sell them? They were merely half a day's journey from Chang'an. Could it be true that they would fetch 5 when per gene there? Silence, silence. What calamity from the heavens! Just a few days ago, His Majesty hosted a locust feast before the gates of the imperial city with the officials of Chang'an. The emperor and the nobles dined on locusts, and His Majesty remarked upon their deliciousness. The citizens of Chang'an were fortunate enough to sample them and declared them delightful. The esteemed Prince Ji even claimed that consuming locusts could strengthen the body and nourish the stomach. Thus, the consumption of locusts has become fashionable in Chang'an. The current procurement is being handled by the Chang'an Flavor Pavilion, reportedly paying no less than 500 won per platter. Some, enhanced with spices, could fetch even higher prices. The prince mentioned that if the common folk dared to eat them, they could prepare them themselves, boil with a sprinkle of salt, or roast them. They can serve as a substitute for meat, albeit not as savory as the spiced variety. For those wishing to sell, designated collection points exist in the county, with daily shipments dispatched to Chang'an. The young clerk elucidated the details to the villagers. Lin Erniu returned home, burdened with grain, and relayed the clerk's words to his mother and wife. Aunt Lin responded, "Erniu, the government would not deceive us in this matter. Soon, you should take those 4 children to the fields to catch locusts. What calamity, what divine punishment! We cannot afford to be idle when survival is at stake. We must seize this opportunity. We cannot afford to miss out on collecting them, lest they cease to accept them. Capturing locusts by hand is impractical. I will assist your wife in fashioning several nets from old clothing. You and the children shall go and gather them. We will learn the truth tomorrow when we sell them in the county." "Very well, I shall heed Mother's advice. She is right. With so many mouths to feed, we must devise a plan. The children are suffering too much." Lin Erniu agreed with Aunt Lin's words, feeling a pang of distress upon seeing the youngest 2 children still bare-bottomed. Thus, armed with the 4 nets crafted by his mother and wife, Lin Erniu led his 4 children to the fields to capture locusts. What is a locust plague? Most people in future generations will never encounter it. The fields were teeming with locusts voraciously devouring the crops. It is no exaggeration to say that one could crush dozens with a single step. No special skill was required. With one sweep of the net, they would catch nearly half a basket. By midday, they had filled 2 large baskets. Their home lacked more baskets, as plastic bags were non-existent at that time. Only baskets woven from vines were available. After Lin Erniu returned home with the children, he meticulously followed the officials' instructions to cleanse and salt the locusts, discarding their wings. He estimated there to be over 100 gene. The next morning, he set off to the county town with 2 baskets of locusts in a handcart. Upon arriving at the town gate, he noticed a long line of people waiting with baskets. To prevent chaos due to the crowd, locusts were collected right at the entrance. Several horse-drawn carts awaited, each filled cart dispatched as soon as it was loaded. When it was Lin Erniu's turn, the buyer inspected the contents and, upon discovering they were salted, promptly allocated them to a separate cart. He received a total of 136 gene for 408 won. Lin Erniu could hardly believe his eyes as he held the money. It had taken just half a day to earn over 400 won. He hurried home to ask his mother and wife to weave more baskets. Countless individuals like Lin Ernie reaped similar rewards. To his astonishment, there were indeed buyers willing to purchase locusts, and they paid in cash. The trend of locust catching quickly captivated the region. Many nearby counties, untouched by disaster, saw citizens flocking to catch locusts. Conflicts arose over territory, keeping the officials exceedingly busy. On one occasion, a clash between two villages necessitated the intervention of local troops to restore order. In the eastern market of Chang'an, the newly opened specialty restaurant attracted a steady stream of patrons. Li Shen's locust banquet was priced high and adorned with exquisite spices. However, the daily influx of locusts was overwhelming. Li Shen decided to sell the locusts at a purchasing price of 2 to 3 won, with transportation costs bringing the total to about 5 won. He sold them for 8 won per jean, earning a profit of 3 won per jean, while also providing cooking instructions at the entrance. Unfortunately, the common folk lacked access to spices and could only use salt, significantly diminishing the flavor. Nonetheless, the high protein content rendered them a worthy substitute for meat, resulting in daily high demand from the populace. At times, they barely had enough to sell. Given that Chang'an boasted 400,000 to 500,000 households, over 1 million people, along with Li Shen establishing sales points in Chang'an County and Wanyan County, the affordable prices made locusts a popular meat alternative. Consequently, hundreds of thousands of jean were insufficient to meet demand. Moreover, merchants in Chang'an, after sampling the locust dishes at the restaurant, began purchasing fried locusts to consume on the road or to share with their families. Inspired by Li Shen, numerous eateries specializing in locust delicacies emerged in Chang'an County and Wanyan County. In the disaster-stricken areas, the situation was even more pronounced, with several establishments in every county. The cooking methods were hardly secretive. The addition of suitable spices sufficed. Many shops even innovated various ways to prepare locusts. Thus, the demand for locusts surged, while Li Shen's purchasing diminished, primarily due to many individuals raising the buying prices, much to his delight. This trend ensured that the citizens of the disaster-stricken areas not only avoided hardship, but could also earn a modest profit. Thus, a grand and fervent human endeavor against the locust plague unfolded under Li Shen's influence. Intelligent individuals have always existed throughout the ages. Many merchants recognized the emerging opportunities, and numerous citizens saw the potential as well. Those with flatbed carts began acquiring locusts from villagers for 2 won, then transporting several hundred jean over half a day's journey to Chang'an for sale to restaurants offering higher purchasing prices. Each jean could yield several won more. Selling a cartload could net them 600 to 700 won, all for minimal effort. Many lives transformed as a result, evolving into modestly prosperous households. Today, no one speaks of locusts as a divine calamity. Instead, everyone busies themselves with catching locusts, elderly, women, and children alike. Everything that moves has become involved. The locust industry has recently captivated the region. Chapter 52. Why not establish a school? Within the Wei royal residence, today Li Tai hosted several officials from prominent families. Chui Renji represented the Chui family, and locust dishes were present on the dining table. Li Tai took a bite of locust and sipped his wine. Addressing the guests, "My 10th brother, aside from other merits, his ability to generate profit is truly commendable. He has transformed calamity into gold. Once regarded as a natural disaster that instilled fear in the populace, look now, the locusts can be a source of profit. This has saved the court a substantial amount in resources. Li Shen has also profited immensely, as have many who followed suit. Your Highness speaks wisely. The Duke of Ji possesses notable acumen in commerce. If Your Highness can cultivate an alliance with him, it will undoubtedly serve as a significant boon for your future endeavors," remarked Li Tai's chief strategist, Du Chuk. I see it merely as a trifling matter. Li Shen is driven by greed and will never amount to anything significant. With the support of my esteemed family, there is no cause for concern regarding our success. Moreover, there are already rifts between Li Shen and my family, making collaboration impossible, Chui Renji declared, asserting the stance of the Chui family. "Inspector Chui, there is no need for such an exaggerated response. My 10th brother merely encroached upon your family's beverage business. Should he choose to assist me, I would gladly allow him to share his expertise with you. However, I doubt he will be inclined to help, given his close ties with the Crown Prince," Li Tai reassured Chui Renji. "Your Highness, the Duke of Ji is not particularly close to the Crown Prince. Initially, he was infuriated due to our attempts to procure his techniques, which led him to send 50,000 taels to the Crown Prince. Since then, there have been no reports of interactions between them. Furthermore, it is said that the Duke has expressed a desire to live as a leisurely noble, avoiding involvement in these affairs. Wei Ting, who also held an official position in the Wei royal residence, noted he had heard from concubine Wei about the emperor's intention to send Li Shen to the Eastern Palace, which Li Shen had rejected. The Duke's examination reform already poses a threat to our families. His foray into business will undoubtedly lead to conflicts with us. I suspect his current inactivity is due to his confinement within the palace, but he is preparing. He has nearly acquired the southern region of Chang'an, including the surrounding mountains. He must have plans in motion. However, since he cannot remain outside the palace for extended periods, he has not yet acted, Wang Wei analyzed. Brother Wang is correct. The Duke will inevitably clash with our families in the future. Yet, for now, he is ensconced in the palace, and we cannot grasp any leverage against him. Thus, we must allow him a moment's peace. However, any attempts to win him over are utterly futile, Cui Renji concurred. Let us set aside the matter of the Duke for the time being, as it holds little bearing on our affairs. He may eventually be granted a fief. Our priority now is to solidify the position of His Highness, the Wei Prince. The Crown Prince's status is now firmly established, and his temperament has transformed. Despite our frequent admonitions, they are merely trifles and do not threaten him. The Crown Prince is also recruiting numerous talented scholars from humble backgrounds into the Chongwen Academy. These individuals will undoubtedly become instruments of his power in the future. Wei Ting, being a member of the Wei family, owed his position to concubine Wei. As Li Shen was his distant nephew, he naturally did not wish for these individuals to undermine him. The rise of Li Shen would have no impact on the Wei family. Rather, it could serve as an advantage. September. As the calamity of locusts has subsided, the common folk have resumed their daily lives, with some venturing into the countryside to catch them. In a day, they may only gather a few pounds, and the business surrounding locusts has largely come to a halt. The prices of locust dishes at the specialty restaurants have doubled, a testament to the law of scarcity. Li Shen finds his stock rather limited. Over the past month, he has compiled a book featuring all the Chinese delicacies that linger in his memory, primarily focusing on their preparation and taste. While he is uncertain about specific ingredients, he is well aware of the essential components. In his previous life, Li Shen was already in his 30s, having traversed the southern and northern regions and established himself as a modest entrepreneur. Thus, he has encountered a wealth of culinary experiences. Additionally, with the plethora of short videos available daily, showcasing cooking techniques and experimental tips, Li Shen considers his clear recollection of his past life to be a fortunate boon since his transmigration. There are many memories that he should have forgotten, but still remain vivid. Li Shen has shared several recipes with the chefs, encouraging them to experiment freely with ingredients without concern for waste. After more than a month of exploration, the chefs have largely met his expectations. Today, with a sense of leisure, Li Shen rode in a carriage to the grand village, which has transformed remarkably. The villagers now sport rosy complexions and cheerful demeanors, bowing respectfully upon his arrival. Li Shen is a benevolent master, and their current prosperity is a direct result of his goodwill. For the 20 acres of land they cultivate, Li Shen only demands a fifth of the yield. Historically, when they farmed for the royal family, the share was an eighth, and they are relieved of taxes and annual labor obligations. In contrast to the laborious work that offered no wages and required them to provide their own sustenance, the arrangement with Li Shen is significantly more favorable. During festivals, he generously distributes rice and meat to the village, has established workshops, and has created numerous coal mining jobs which utilize a great deal of labor, offering 500 coins a month along with meals. He has become the envy of neighboring villages, with many families eager to marry their daughters into the grand estate. This year alone, several families have wed daughters from other villages, and Li Shen has sent monetary gifts to each household as a congratulatory gesture. Thus, he holds immense significance in their lives, and they are profoundly grateful. However, this goodwill is not without its implications, should Li Shen ever leave the palace. The guards of the royal residence will primarily be selected from among the tenants of his estate, who would diligently safeguard him. If Li Shen were to perish, the estate would be reclaimed, extinguishing their good fortune and subjecting future generations to hardship. As Li Shen walked through the village, he noticed the roads had been improved, constructed from stones transported from the coal mines, crushed and laid down with sand to fill the gaps. Observing the villagers' happiness filled him with pride. Yet he felt the earthen houses were inadequate and believed they ought to be replaced with sturdier structures. He contemplated the feasibility of producing bricks and even simple cement, understanding the basic principles involved. With his financial means, he was determined that if one attempt failed, he would try again, and if 10 attempts failed, he would persist until he succeeded. Lost in thought, a group of children raced past him, almost colliding with him, provoking the ire of nearby adults. Li Shen turned to look at the group of children and pondered for a moment before speaking. "This is not acceptable." "What do you mean, Your Highness?" asked Shi. "I mean these children should be studying," Li Shen replied. "But it's too expensive for the prince to go to the city for education. And there are no elementary schools in the village," Wang Hongfu interjected. "If there isn't one, then let us build one," Li Shen stated. Chapter 53. The first encounter with Wu Mei. Li Shen's words left Wang Hongfu momentarily speechless. "As for building one, old Wang, seek out a few willing teachers. I shall provide 2 a month. If they are willing to settle in the royal estate, I can also build them houses. I will even offer them a raise if they teach well. Now, let us first visit the village chief, Zhangde." Li Shen intended to enlist the chief's help in constructing the school. "A school for elementary education?" Zhangde exclaimed, clearly surprised. "This prince truly thinks of everything. First, let us construct a few large rooms for the village children to study. I will handle the teachers and the books. You, village chief, find a suitable location that is close to both villages for the schoolhouse. Manager Wang will be responsible for purchasing materials, and you will organize the villagers to build the house. It must be completed within a month. If we can fire bricks by next year, we will construct a larger one. Your Highness, what about fees? If we charge too much, the villagers may not afford it," Zhangde said cautiously. "We will not charge any fees," Li Shen replied. "Thank you for your immense kindness, Your Highness. You are truly benevolent towards us," Zhangde said, bowing in gratitude. "In these times, who among the common folk can afford an education? Enough. Inform the villagers that education can change their fates. In the future, when I establish my court, I will prioritize those from the village who can read and write. They have lived their lives in such a manner, but the children still have a chance. They must seize this opportunity to bring honor to their ancestors." Li Shen was concerned that the villagers might not participate. "You are right, Your Highness. Education can transform destinies. We cannot allow the children to toil in the fields like us. Rest assured, if any family fails to send their children, I shall deal with them." Zhangde wholeheartedly agreed with Li Shen. "Good. Shortly, you should go to Shaohuangzhuang and deliver the message. Tell everyone that hard times will pass, and as long as we work together, our lives will improve." Li Shen, a university graduate from a rural background, understood well the transformative power of knowledge. Even though he had not achieved great success, it was certainly easier than farming, and he knew that education could alter one's destiny. Li Shen departed, yet he instilled hope in both the small and large Huangzhuang. The ancients valued the legacy they left for their descendants immensely, and for the common people, education was a monumental blessing. The villagers were even preparing to erect a longevity tablet for Li Shen. Upon returning to the palace, Li Shen began contemplating future developments. He was disinterested in court politics, but he understood that to avoid being manipulated, one must possess strength. Wealth is a form of power. Imperialist conglomerates can influence a nation's political direction, relying on their immense wealth. While he might not achieve such power, as a prince, he possessed unique advantages. Historically, it seemed Li Shen had been exiled and died of illness under Wu Zetian's reign. He wished to alter the course of history, enabling Li Chengqian to ascend the throne, as he was a person of integrity. With occasional assistance, Li Chengqian would not resort to betrayal, allowing Li Shen to comfortably exist as a leisurely prince. Yet, he knew conflicts with the aristocracy would inevitably arise in the future. They stand as obstacles before Li Shen's pursuit of a fulfilling life. However, in his current state of vulnerability, he must proceed with caution. As the son of Prince Li Shen, even the aristocracy can only confront him openly, resorting at most to some schemes and machinations. For now, his life remains secure, as they would dare not assassinate a prince. Such an act would not only provoke Li Shen's wrath, but would also incite the ire of all nobles, as it would be a blatant affront to their rights and dignity. Yet, whether they might attempt an assassination in the future remains uncertain. Presently, their tactics are limited to mere slanders, but Li Shen is unperturbed by such threats. As winter set in, Li Shen grew disinclined to leave the palace. The frigid weather compelled him to send his aide, Shi, outside occasionally to gather reports from Wang Hongfu, who had been tasked with the establishment of a school. Wang had also recruited several down-and-out scholars to instruct the children in reading and writing, with a significant investment in books and paper. The expenses incurred over the past 2 months had exceeded those of constructing the school itself, explaining the scarcity of scholars. Li Shen concluded that the development of papermaking was imperative. Papermaking, one of the 4 great inventions, is a fundamental skill for any time traveler. Li Shen had only viewed videos on the process, involving materials such as reeds, wheat straw, and wood. After shredding these materials, they are treated with caustic soda, lime, and wood ash. The modern papermaking process is comprised of stages including cooking, washing, pulping, and forming sheets. However, having never attempted it himself, Li Shen was uncertain of his potential success. He resolved to experiment in the royal estate come spring, instructing Wang Hongfu to procure straw. While he personally managed the lime quarry and the simpler components like caustic soda and filtered water mixed with quicklime, knowledge gleaned from his secondary education. Nevertheless, the cold would necessitate patience until the arrival of warmer weather. Recently, Li Shen had visited the palace in Luoyang, and Li Shen learned that he was returning shortly. Li Chengxian was acting as regent, having been entrusted with the management of daily affairs, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk. Li Shen, having endured a similar existence in his previous life, would now reject even the notion of becoming emperor. However, one matter piqued Li Shen's interest. Upon his visit to Luoyang, Li Shen had summoned the beautiful 14-year-old daughter of the warrior Wei, intending to bestow upon her the title of a noble consort. This girl would later become Wu Zetian. Li Shen found his father's actions repugnant, reminiscent of raising a child bride. He realized he could not permit such behavior to continue. Primarily driven by his desire to alter his fate, he recalled that in history, Li Shen met his demise while in exile for opposing Wu Zetian. He vowed to prevent her from ascending to the role of empress, distancing himself from both the emperor and the crown prince. Determined to take action, Li Shen, accompanied by palace maids and eunuchs, made his way to the Ganlu Hall. As he strolled through the garden, he encountered a throng of lovely maidens. Among them stood a tall, curvaceous woman with striking features and an enchanting smile, unlike any beauty he had ever witnessed in both of his lives. Many misconceptions surround the Tang Dynasty, with people erroneously believing that plumpness was ideal. Yet, Li Shen understood that true beauty in the Tang era was characterized by a well-proportioned figure, and the attire of women was far more revealing than in other dynasties. Li Shen beckoned a eunuch to inquire about the identity of the captivating woman he had spotted. "Who is that lady? I don't recall seeing her in the palace before." "Your Highness, that is a newly arrived lady of good family, surnamed Wu. His Majesty has conferred upon her the title of 5th-rank noble consort, bestowing the name Wu Mei." The eunuch replied, instantly adopting a respectful demeanor upon recognizing Li Shen's presence. "Ah," Li Shen responded. "Did you serve under father?" The inquiry from Li Shen implies whether he has been favored by Emperor Li Shen. If he has indeed received such favor, it would be undesirable for him to pursue further, as it may lead to the possibility of bearing a dragon's seed. Upon returning to the prince, he has yet to do so, as his Majesty has been preoccupied with state affairs since returning to the palace. The eunuchs are aware of Li Shen's intentions. After listening to them, Li Shen disregards the eunuchs and proceeds directly to the Ganlu Hall. He must hurry over. It is no wonder that Wu Meinyang captivated both Li Shen and Li Ji. Her allure is simply irresistible. Who among ordinary men could withstand such charm? What if she were to entice Li Chengxian in the future? He must not be allowed to approach the court. At this juncture, Wu Mei is still relatively inexperienced. Though she possesses innate intelligence and exceptional strategy, she is yet to be tainted by ambition within the vast palace, making her easier to educate. Chapter 54. Acquiring a talented lady. Upon arriving at the Ganlu Hall, Li Shen instructed the gatekeeper to report his presence, and soon Wang De emerged to allow him entry. Inside, he found Li Shen engaged in conversation with Li Chengxian. "Ah, the one so busy with wealth, what brings you here today?" Li Shen jested. Over the past few months, he had urged Li Shen to attend court several times, all of which Li Shen had declined under the pretense of being occupied. "Father, as you say, I simply miss you. I have come to pay my respects. Besides, you mentioned that I would become a prince. I must earn some wealth for myself. Relying solely on my meager stipend would surely lead to starvation. It has been half a year since I last collected my salary, and I have nearly been penalized out of it." Li Shen hastily responded, for each time he erred, his stipend was withheld. "Humph, do you still care for such trifling sums? The Jingyuan festival is fast approaching. I hear your gift box packaging has already commenced, and this time it has undergone a redesign with an added tier. This year, you could earn at least 2 to 300,000 guan. What do you intend to do with such a fortune? Li Shen was well aware of Li Shen's endeavors. Li Shen had decided to commence sales a month in advance, having heard of the preparations. Of course, it serves a purpose. When I expressed my desire to visit the fief, you forbade me. When I wished to leave the palace, you also denied me. I am about to turn 10. Last year, my fief suffered a severe drought, yielding me no profit. And I spent 100,000 guan on disaster relief, not to mention the exemption from this year's taxes. I still owe taxes to the court. The court is aware of the drought in my fief, yet still demands tribute. In total, it amounts to over 100,000 guan. Is the court truly so lacking in compassion for the people? Upon mentioning this matter, he grew agitated and sought out Tang Jian for an explanation. But Tang Jian remained unyielding, merely stating that this was in accordance with the law. Li Shen found amusement in Li Shen's vexation. The refusal to exempt taxes was his decree. Seeing Li Shen profit so handsomely from wine, he could not help but feel envious, albeit he could only extract a portion. Li Shen could still manage a few thousand guan. Enough. The court has its own regulations. Now, speak of your purpose for coming here, lest I forget the matter at hand. Father, as I passed through the rear garden, I beheld a most beautiful woman. It is said she has just entered the palace as a talented lady. I wish to request her from you, Li Shen stated, gazing earnestly at Li Shen. Oh, are you referring to the daughter of Duke Ying, Wu Shixian? Indeed, I found her exceedingly appealing. I wish to have this Wu talented lady, and I implore you, Father, to bestow her upon me. In this era, women are regarded as mere appendages, often gifted as tokens to influential and deserving subjects. You have done so before with your talented ladies, gifting them to esteemed figures like Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong, among others. You possess remarkable insight, having discerned matters upon your arrival at the palace. However, at merely 10 years of age, what purpose does it serve to desire a mere talent? Besides, I harbor a profound fondness for Wu Mei. I am prepared to offer 10,000 guan. Li Shen, how have you come to resemble a merchant of the streets? Do you believe that all matters can be resolved with money? Li Shen exclaimed in anger. 30,000 guan. Li Shen raised the bid once more. It appears these years have led you to adopt some undesirable habits. Your extravagant demeanor suggests that money is not the solution to every problem. It is time for you to be rigorously disciplined. Li Shen's fury intensified. 50,000 guan. Beyond this, I can offer no more. Li Shen revealed his limit. We are father and son. Is it not a father's duty to fulfill his son's desires? Do not persist in resolving matters with money. Such behavior is misguided. Wangda, arrange for Wu Mei to be sent to the grand auspicious hall to serve Prince Ji. Furthermore, ensure that the funds are delivered to the treasury, for it is only right for a son to honor his father. Li Shen stated solemnly. Why do you not compel your other brothers to honor you with 50,000 guan? Li Shen retorted with a smirk. The eldest brother, despite selling everything he possesses, would struggle to gather 50,000 guan. I cannot match your level of filial piety. Upon witnessing Li Shen's dismissive glance, Li Chengqian immediately interjected. What a jest! Aside from selling the Eastern Palace, where could he procure 50,000 guan? His funds are derived from the treasury. Which of your brothers possesses wealth as you do? I cannot fathom what use you have for such a sum at your tender age. How much profit does your wine business yield annually? Li Shen's tone was laced with envy and regret. Li Shen recognized that Li Shen was coveting his wine profits. He deemed it prudent to clarify matters forthwith, lest Li Shen continue to harbor expectations. Father, I understand your desire for my wine dividends, yet I cannot provide them at present. Firstly, I am in need of funds myself, lacking other ventures. In the future, I aspire to build a royal residence, and I would prefer not to reside in the palace's royal quarters. Secondly, this serves as a strategy against the aristocracy to deter their influence over me. How could I, your father, be concerned about your finances? However, your method of countering the aristocracy piques my interest, Li Shen admitted, somewhat embarrassed by Li Shen's perceptiveness. They are currently rallying around the fourth brother. I have had minor grievances with the aristocracy regarding the imperial examination, compounded by the recent acquisition of the Chui family's wine business. They will undoubtedly incite the fourth brother against me. The last incident serves as a prime example. They sought to entice me through him to reveal the winemaking methods. My financial gifts to the elder brother were also intended to signal to the fourth brother to refrain from provoking me. The aristocracy is aware that both you and the elder brother wish to eliminate their influence. Thus, they aim to position the fourth brother for advancement, which would benefit their own interests. Should they continue to target me, I shall consistently provide financial support to the elder brother, causing them distress in turn. They remain wary of this dynamic, which is why the atmosphere is currently tranquil. However, the future remains uncertain. Therefore, I must hasten to amass wealth that commands their respect. Li Shen articulated his thoughts, while Li Chengqian gazed at him in astonishment. Li Shen's strategic approach to navigate the political landscape has undoubtedly ensnared both Li Tai and the aristocracy. If they wish to contest the throne, then I shall furnish their adversary with resources. Let the aristocracy strive to match the efforts of the Prince of Wei. Li Shen could never have imagined such a mutually destructive strategy, and for him, there exist only benefits, devoid of drawbacks. Upon hearing Li Shen's words, Li Shimin expressed his agreement. Lacking power within the court, Li Shen could hardly contend with the aristocratic families and must devise alternative means, such as considering the enemy of my enemy as my friend. The intellect of this 10th son truly astonished him. Li Shimin is renowned as a sagacious ruler, held in high esteem by history for his ability to heed the counsel of his ministers and comprehend the underlying principles, thereby mastering his own desires. In this moment, Li Shen boldly requested a talented woman from him. While Li Shimin was quite fond of her, she was merely one woman. Given that it was rare for Li Shen to voice such a request, it was only fitting to grant it. Thus, without hesitation, he bestowed Wu Mei upon Li Shen, not merely as a transaction, but as a gift. Chapter 55. Persuading Wu Mei. Shortly after Li Shen returned to the great auspicious hall, Wangde delivered Wu Mei to him. As Wu Mei approached, visibly apprehensive, Li Shen found himself entranced. She was undeniably beautiful, exuding an alluring charm. Li Shen realized that this was the essence of seduction. He had often heard tales of enchanting beauty, but had never truly grasped their meaning until now. Beauty may have its limits, yet allure knows no bounds. It was no surprise that King Zhou had been so beguiled by Su Daji, indulging in excess. Now, at merely 14, Wu Mei was already captivating. One could only imagine her allure as she matured. It was no wonder that later, Li Ji, in his timidity, would depose the empress for her sake. Do not be afraid, he reassured her. Old Wang has likely informed you that I requested you from my father. Please, do not harbor resentment toward me for what you perceive as a hindrance to your future. In this harem, many women possess beauty akin to yours, yet few are favored. Many have never even laid eyes on my father. You may have heard of the Yeding Palace, a place where those who have gone years without favor reside. Even if you were to gain the emperor's affection, it would be unlikely for you to rise in prominence. The harem comprises 1 empress, for consorts, 9 concubines, 9 beauties, 9 talented women, 27 treasures, 27 palace maidens, and 27 maidens of selection. Even as a talented woman, you would still be subordinate to 31 consorts and an empress. My mother, the foremost of the consorts, sees the emperor rarely, as he spends a significant portion of his time in the Hall of Governance. Consider for a moment the chances you may have. Fearing Wu Mei would resent him, Li Shen endeavored to clarify her situation. Historically, Wu Mei held little status during the Jingguan period. She listened intently, contemplating his words. Indeed, as Li Shen articulated, rising within the palace is exceedingly challenging, especially now that Li Shimin has been emperor for so long, rendering the harem nearly full. Observing her deep in thought, Li Shen continued, Wu Mei, I have heard you are exceptionally clever from a young age. You should comprehend the intricacies of this situation. I wonder if you have heard any rumors about me during your time in the palace. Though I am still youthful, I have already attained the status of a prince. In comparison to other illegitimate sons, I hold a certain standing before my father, and I share a cordial relationship with the crown prince. When my elder brother ascends the throne, my position will remain secure. Accompanying me shall not bring you disgrace. I cannot promise you the title of princess, as that is to be decided by the emperor in consultation with the court officials, but I can guarantee you the role of a concubine in the royal residence, provided your loyalty to me is sincere. I assure you, the splendor and wealth I can offer will far surpass what you experience in this imperial palace, where one is akin to a caged bird, trapped within its confines. Li Shen articulated his thoughts, aware that the current Wu Mei was merely intelligent without having yet been tempered by the harsh realities of society, lacking the fervent ambition and ruthless heart that often accompany such experiences. Furthermore, it is unlikely that you will ever ascend to a higher rank. With 4 consorts and 9 concubines, there are currently 13 princes, the eldest of whom are already princes in their own right. The emperor is akin to a prized piece of meat, coveted by all. Do you think these princes will allow you to usurp their mother's position? My mother is the foremost among the 4 consorts. To ensure that my father spends more time with my mother each month, I have pledged 50% of my profits to the imperial treasury, which now amounts to nearly 10,000 guan. I have gifted my elder brother, the crown prince, 50,000 guan, particularly in light of the recent locust plague. I donated 100,000 guan and 50,000 pickles of grain, all to earn my father's esteem towards my grand hall. Moreover, it was only after I offered 50,000 guan that my father consented to my request for you. Currently, my mother's standing in the harem is second only to that of the empress, and I shall not permit anyone to threaten her position. Wu Mei, you are astute and should recognize that my words are not mere threats. The harem is a place that devours its inhabitants. Li Shen felt he had conveyed enough for now, leaving the rest for Wu Mei to ponder. Wu Mei was taken aback, her mouth agape, realizing that Li Shen had spent 50,000 guan on her behalf. In truth, Wu Mei was quite clever and had already grasped the implications of his words. Moreover, in recent days, she had gained some understanding of the affairs within the harem. Many of the maidens in the Yeding Palace had entered the palace years prior, ultimately relegated to menial tasks, awaiting the day the emperor might show them mercy and allow them to leave for a respectable family. She did not wish for such a fate. Aligning herself with Li Shen to become a concubine of a prince was far more desirable than being a mere talent. Furthermore, Li Shen was destined to become a powerful prince. Having come to this realization, Wu Mei slowly knelt in reverence. She understood the prince's intentions and was willing to serve him faithfully henceforth, hoping for his affection in return. Rest assured, Li Shen replied, you shall soon discover a world unlike any other by my side, a life far more exhilarating than languishing in this deep palace. There will be no need for treachery or suspicion. You will live freely and joyously. Seeing Wu Mei's agreement, Li Shen was filled with joy as he helped her to her feet. People of this era still held to their promises, especially women. For now, stay by my side. I plan to leave the palace next year. Should we venture to the fief, you shall accompany me, though I suspect my father may not permit it. He will likely establish a royal residence in Chang'an, and I do not wish to open an official court, as that would bring forth numerous responsibilities, which are not my desire as a leisurely prince. I simply wish to enjoy life, indulge in good food and drink, partake in amusements, and pursue my own interests. At that time, I shall take you to traverse the vast expanse of the Tang Dynasty, exploring the diverse customs and cultures of its regions. How delightful it would be! Li Shen, increasingly exhilarated by the thought, inadvertently inspired Wu Meinyang, who began to envision a scene where Li Shen escorted her around the world. Suddenly, Li Shen recalled that Wu Meinyang had family. She had a mother, an elder sister, and a younger sister. In the dramas, it was depicted that after the demise of Wu Shihua, his 2 half-brothers treated them poorly and even cast them out of their home. Wu Meinyang's sister, Wu Shen, was already married to Helan Engshi, a military officer from Yuzhou. Meanwhile, her mother was living in Luoyang with her 6-year-old sister. Now that Wu Meinyang had entered the palace, only her mother and younger sister remained outside. Thus, Li Shen inquired of Wu Meinyang, I have heard that your mother and sister are outside the palace. How do they fare now? Upon hearing Li Shen mention her mother and sister, Wu Meinyang's mood instantly dampened. Ever since they were expelled from the Wu family, the 3 of them relied solely on each other, surviving on her mother's labor in washing and mending clothes. Wu Meinyang had hoped that entering the palace would bring wealth and honor, but things had not unfolded as she had imagined. Now, even reaching out to her mother was impossible. Understanding the gravity of Wu Meinyang's expression, Li Shen reassured her. Since you are now mine, I shall certainly alleviate your concerns. Tomorrow, I will have sure to leave the palace to inform Wang Hongfu to purchase a residence in the East Market, hire a few servants, and send someone to Luoyang to bring your mother and sister here to settle comfortably. You need not worry any longer, and I shall provide them with 5 guan of allowance each month. Your Highness, that is unnecessary, as I receive a salary. It suffices for me to ask Brother Shirtu to assist me in leaving the palace. I am immensely grateful for your help in accommodating my mother and sister. However, if you provide them with monthly funds, others might speculate about me, saying I am sending money to my family before even marrying you. Wu Meinyang resolutely replied to Li Shen. Li Shen, having listened to Wu Meinyang, did not press further. Very well. I shall provide you with 5 guan monthly for their expenses, and I will increase it once you leave the palace. When I receive my salary each month, my mother will give it to you. By the way, those four are my trusted confidants. They are aware of all my affairs. This is Shirtu, my companion and clever aide. The two are Chuanxiang and Dongmei, my personal maids. And this is Lan Yuer, my mother's confidant, who has cared for me since childhood and is now also under my service. You may ask her anything you do not understand. Lan Yuer has been in the palace for a long time and is quite knowledgeable. They are all loyal to me. Although I have promised to make you a secondary consort in the future, they are not like the other servants, so you must get along well with them. Lan Yuer, please inform my mother that I shall add 5 guan to Wu Meinyang's allowance each month. From now on, I shall call you Meinyang. Thank you for the bestowed name, Your Highness, Wu Meinyang gently replied, causing Li Shen to feel a delightful shiver. Unbeknownst to all, the tender leaves were delicately crafted, and the spring breeze of February was as sharp as scissors. Time swiftly passed from the first month to the second, and the court continued to operate along the historical trajectory. Li Shen also maintained his life of earning a living. This year, he generated over 300,000 guan in wealth, making even Li Shen envious. Fortunately, Li Shen was adept at managing relationships. He presented Li Shen with a gift of 100,000 guan for the imperial treasury, fearing the jealousy of Li Shen might threaten his very life. In recent days, Li Shen had been experiencing an incessant itchiness in his hair and on his skin. He enlisted the help of Chun Mei, who discovered several small insects on his scalp. Upon closer inspection, Li Shen identified them as lice. For someone born in the 1980s, lice were a familiar memory, though many children of later generations had never encountered them. This revelation unsettled Li Shen. Dealing with such pests was no trivial matter. While a comb could remove them, it would not eradicate the problem completely, as they would soon multiply. Thus, he pondered a solution. After an afternoon of contemplation, he recalled a remedy, sulfur soap. Essentially, sulfur soap is a fragrant soap infused with sulfur, which possesses insecticidal properties and is particularly effective against mites and lice. The process of making soap is quite simple, a fact taught in middle school chemistry classes. In contemporary times, numerous bloggers have shared videos on crafting homemade soap. The ingredients needed are basic: lard, alkali, and water. For those desiring a pleasant scent, fragrance can be added. To create sulfur soap, one simply incorporates a small amount of sulfur into the mixture. Additional coarse salt and quicklime can also be included. Without hesitation, Li Shen instructed Shirtu to gather the necessary materials. He set up a large pot in his courtyard. In no time, Shirtu had assembled everything required. They rendered the lard, used plant ash to produce lye, and once the lard cooled, mixed in the lye, followed by a modest amount of sulfur. The mixture was then poured into a wooden mold to solidify. After an hour, they cut the hardened soap into equal pieces and placed them in a cool area to dry for 3 days. Li Shen also distilled some fragrant essence from the powder of concubine whey, crafting aromatic soap, as sulfur soap should not be used for extended periods. Additionally, he prepared some sulfur soap with added coarse salt and quicklime for laundering clothes and bedding. As Li Shen surveyed the array of soaps in his courtyard, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. After all, making soap is a fundamental operation often depicted in time travel novels. Many avid readers of such novels are likely to be intrigued by the creation of various items and seek methods to replicate them, and Li Shen was no exception. 3 days swiftly passed. Upon checking the soap's solidification, he found them nearly complete. Eagerly, he instructed others to prepare for bathing and asked Shirtu to replace all the bedding in his room with fresh linens. When Li Shen lathered the sulfur soap, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Having been away from modern society for so long, he finally experienced a semblance of it once more. He thoroughly cleansed his entire body, including his hair, with the sulfur soap and donned fresh attire, feeling utterly rejuvenated. Next came a significant transformation for the servants in Li Shen's courtyard. He distributed a bar of sulfur soap and a bar of fragrant soap to each individual, instructing them to use the sulfur soap twice a week and the fragrant soap daily for washing. Given the low production cost, it served as a generous benefit. He also directed the servants to soak and wash all clothing and bedding with the sulfur soap, allowing them to dry in the sun. After issuing these commands, Li Shen ventured to concubine Wei's courtyard, bearing several boxes of assorted soaps. "Mother, I have brought you some delightful treasures," he announced. "Oh, what wonderful creations have you concocted this time?" Concubine Wei inquired with a smile. "You always delight in presenting something novel. Mother, behold, this is sulfur soap for lice removal." The palace's dampness makes it prone to lice infestations. Use this to wash your hair, and the itchiness will cease. Apply it once or twice every 7 days. This is fragrant soap for washing your face and hands, and it can be used for bathing as well, leaving you smelling delightful. Lastly, this one is for laundry and bedding. Soon, Mother Empress, please arrange for everyone in the great auspicious hall to receive a piece of sulfur soap and a bar of fragrant soap. All clothing and bedding should be replaced and thoroughly soaked in this sulfur soap for cleansing. I suspect we may not have enough, as there are still some being prepared in my courtyard. Within 3 or 4 days, a new batch will be ready. Li Shen will explain its usage to Consort Wei, as it is indeed an excellent product. Recently, my dear mother has been experiencing frequent itchiness, but there seems to be no remedy. Daily bathing has yielded little relief. However, this time, we are fortunate. Do not forget that your father will also send some. Consort Wei instructed Li Shen to reassure the Empress that more will be sent with the next batch. Naturally, we must first utilize the good product ourselves. Li Shen is certainly not one to flatter others. Consort Wei feels quite helpless regarding this son. If it were any other prince, they would have rushed to present such fine items to Li Shen immediately for recognition. Yet, Li Shen seems to do it out of obligation. All right, you may attend to your business now. My mother wishes to bathe. Consort Wei eagerly anticipates using the fragrant soap. Li Shen reluctantly returned to his own courtyard, pondering how to market the soap. The production cost of the soap is quite low, and if sold at a high price, it would undoubtedly yield profit. However, the number of potential buyers is limited. If sold cheaply, Li Shen currently lacks sufficient quantity to meet demand. Alas, he must wait until a workshop is established outside the palace to sell it affordably. Li Shen feels quite helpless. This product is simple to make. If he remains outside, there is a risk that others may steal the technique. He must venture beyond the palace walls. He is already 10 years old this year. Surely, he is ready. There are designated residences for princes who have not yet left the palace, reminiscent of future royal estates. Before marriage, princes typically reside together, though some favored by the emperor, like those in their teenage years, may still stay in the palace. Historically, was it not Li Ji himself? Chapter 57. The fragrant soap's popularity in the evening. Li Shen visited the great auspicious hall. It had been some time since his last visit. This individual is rather peculiar. Sometimes, if one harbors disdain for another, everything they do seems irksome. Yet, upon observing with a calm demeanor, the perspective shifts entirely. Li Shen had seldom visited the great auspicious hall in the past, but as his perception of Li Shen evolved, he found himself drawn to the hall. He discovered that Consort Wei was indeed beautiful, still captivating in her 30s, especially with her tall stature of nearly 6 feet, which Li Shen greatly admired. As the Empress's health was poor, he began to frequently spend the night at the great auspicious hall. Today, as usual, upon arriving at the great auspicious hall, Consort Wei anticipated that Li Shen, having dealt with state affairs late into the evening, might be hungry. Therefore, she had arranged for a kitchen within the hall, a symbol of status. Only the Empress's governing hall and Consort Wei's great auspicious hall in the entire harem are permitted to operate such kitchens. The chefs in the great auspicious hall have trained at renowned culinary establishments. Moreover, whenever Li Shen has a sudden craving, he would request them to experiment with various dishes. Thus, Li Shen greatly enjoys dining at the great auspicious hall. The scene remained the same, as did the established protocols, with a group of guards and eunuchs accompanying him. Li Shen was aware of Li Shen's arrival and merely approached to offer his respects before retreating, as it was already quite late. Li Shen said nothing, and as Li Shen reached the entrance, he noticed Wang De waving at him. Does the prince seek anything from this old servant? Old Wang, a splendid item indeed. Use it discreetly. Even my father does not possess it presently. This is for washing hair and body. Use it once or twice a week, and the itchiness will cease post-wash. This was Li Shen beginning to elucidate the various uses of the soaps to Wang De. Wang De has become impervious to Prince Li Shen's attempts to bribe the grand eunuch beside the emperor. Did you not notice how Li Shen merely glanced at him, showing no interest? Lian, standing nearby, also turned his head away, while the others feigned ignorance, filled with envy. However, Lian felt no envy. He was more concerned that Li Shen might offer him gifts. The distinction between a personal guard and a personal eunuch is significant, and Li Shen was aware that gifting Li would be taboo. In the dining hall, Li Shen perceived that today, the favored Consort Wei exuded an unusual fragrance, mistakenly attributing it to her use of scented powder. After the meal, Consort Wei attended to Li Shen's bath, allowing him to relax in the warm water. alleviating the fatigue of the day. As she entered clad in a light garment, Li Shen, intrigued, inquired, "My beloved consort, why do you smell so delightful? Your hair appears more lustrous than usual." She replied, "I used this sulfur soap for my hair and followed with this fragrant soap for my body. This was just delivered by Shen'er today. He mentioned that another batch will be ready in 3 days, and he will send it to everyone then." Consort Wei held a tray containing 2 types of soap, which Li Shen examined, finding their scent quite pleasant. It seems that Li Shen has a knack for creating fine products. He is destined for further prosperity. After a thorough bathing session administered by Consort Wei, Li Shen felt utterly rejuvenated. Lying in bed, inhaling her fragrance, his thoughts wandered, leading to unspoken pleasures. The boutique pavilion was notably different that day. Instead of the usual liquor display, several small wooden boxes adorned the counter, and a basin of water rested at the front. Wang Hongfu arrived early, initially intending to promote the new offerings, but Li Shen advised against it, suggesting they sell slowly due to limited production. Soon, several merchants arrived. Hu Fei, a cloth merchant from Jiangnan, had just sold his recent shipment and planned to procure some liquor to take back to Jiangnan. He, along with fellow merchants from Jiangnan, decided to buy together for mutual support on their journey. Upon entering the boutique pavilion, he noticed the array of boxes and inquired, "Manager Wang, what are you selling today with all these boxes?" "Ah, Hu, you have arrived just in time. Today, we are launching a new product. Due to limited production, we have not advertised it yet. Our proprietor stated that once production increases, we will notify all merchants," Wang Hongfu explained. "New products? I must see them." Hu Fei and the other merchants approached with curiosity. "Here, Manager Hu, try it for yourself. This is soap for washing. It removes oil and dirt, leaving a pleasant scent after use. When you bathe, using this soap will leave your body and hair clean and fragrant. Give it a try." Wang Hongfu instructed Hu Fei on its usage. After a moment, Hu Fei finished washing his hands, observing their newfound whiteness. He brought his hands to his nose and inhaled deeply. "This is excellent. Manager Wang, how much do you charge for this?" he asked, realizing the potential for profit. "Currently, due to production constraints, we have limited stock. Our prices are fixed at retail, with various styles and functions available," Wang Hongfu clarified. "Are there other styles and functions?" Hu Fei inquired about the soap, noting that it was an ordinary type without added fragrance, priced at 501. He explained that the scented variant cost 3 taels more, emphasizing that this particular soap was effective against lice. For those who frequently experienced itching and discomfort due to lice, this was the recommended choice, requiring application once or twice a week. He described another type of soap, intended for washing clothes and bedding, known as lice soap, which involved soaking the items for a period before washing to exterminate pests. This too was priced at 2 taels per piece. Additionally, there was a scented lice soap available for 5 taels, which several individuals remarked was rather expensive. Wang Hongfu interjected, stating that the current low production levels were the reason for the high prices, primarily catering to nobles and wealthy families, leaving common folk unable to afford it. However, he assured them that prices would eventually decrease as production increased. "Why not wait for the price drop?" one suggested. "But if you wait, others will know too," another replied. "If it's a bit pricey, so be it. I'll take 10 pieces, Hu Fei declared. "I'll have 20 of that soap," he added. Others began to make their purchases as well. Soon, word spread among merchants, leading to a rush for the product, although individual customers were scarce. By midday, the stock had been completely sold out. Li Shen learned of the news in the afternoon, but found himself unable to act, as he had already commenced production in his courtyard, yielding only a few hundred pieces daily. He felt frustrated, lamenting the scarcity of fat on pigs in this era, as most were lean. He had heard that an average pig weighed around 100 pounds, explaining the lack of fat. Thus, he contemplated whether to begin raising pigs himself or to have villagers raise them for him to purchase. Naturally, Li Shen intended to offer some of the soap to Emperor Li Shen, along with gifts for all the concubines in the imperial harem. However, it would be the favored consort Wei who would present these gifts to curry favor with the court. All 4 consorts and 9 concubines received their portions directly from Consort Wei. The remaining gifts were arranged by the female officials of the Grand Palace, each receiving 1 piece. The next day, Li Shen sent a substantial quantity to Empress Changsun, particularly as several young princesses accompanied her. He also sent many to his sister, Princess Linchuan, for her to distribute. The excess was sold daily at the boutique pavilion, with demand far exceeding supply, leading to a rush among noble wives and concubines eager to purchase. Even courtesans began to buy in bulk, alongside numerous foreign merchants. The situation of supply failing to meet demand was an understatement. Consequently, Li Shen increased production, even utilizing the courtyard adjacent to his own. A few loyal servants were tasked with the soap-making process, resulting in nearly 1,000 pieces sold daily, much to Li Shen's satisfaction. Although it still did not satisfy the market's demands, it effectively created a sense of scarcity, with daily sales reaching 2,000 to 3,000 pieces. Yielding a 70% profit margin, Li Shen understood that this was merely the beginning of a trend. As production ramped up, prices would eventually fall. Although the exact figures remained uncertain, he anticipated that annual sales would reach several 100,000 pieces without issue. Chapter 58. I want to leave the palace. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. First and foremost, I wish my readers a joyous festival, good health, and prosperity. As a gift, I present an additional chapter today. Please accept it graciously. Being a novice writer, I hope for your understanding. I sincerely hope that the esteemed readers will point out any shortcomings and provide valuable feedback, allowing me to accumulate experience. Thank you all. Li Shen's singular ambition at this moment is to find a way to exit the palace. He has already commissioned Wang Hongfu to purchase 50 mu of land adjacent to the East Market in Qininfang to construct his royal residence. He has no desire to reside in the Ten Princes Palace. It is not that Li Shen lacks the means to afford a grander abode, but rather that his retinue is limited to just a few individuals. An overly spacious residence would be impractical, wasting the strength of his guards. Conversely, a dwelling too modest would diminish his status, for he is indeed a prince. Even the estate of the Grand Duke Changsun Wuji spans over 20 mu. How could he settle for anything less than that? In the future, as the population increases, he can always acquire more land. Historically, the royal palace of Li Ji occupied a full block, approximately 600 to 700 mu. The palace of Guizi during the later Tang Dynasty claimed a quarter of a block, accommodating over 3,000 inhabitants. Li Shen estimates that he may not even recognize many of those he encounters, as Guizi had numerous concubines. Presently, Li Shen finds himself lacking a princess, a matter that must be determined by Li Shimen. As for secondary consorts, there is Wu Meinyang, while Chunxiang and Dongmei are assuredly minor concubines. For now, for wives and 50 mu should suffice. Wang Hongfu has already initiated the demolition process, employing hundreds of laborers and dozens of carts to transport the dismantled materials. In Li Shen's words, with my wealth, can I make do with old things? Regardless, he is in no rush to move in. It remains uncertain when he will be able to leave the palace. Completing the construction within 1 or 2 years would be satisfactory. Furthermore, many facilities must be tailored to his specifications, such as the boiler room, northeast heating beds, and underground drainage systems. Li Shen intends to invest in connecting his drainage system to the moat through the Yinqing Gate. However, the most pressing safety concerns require the approval of Li Shimen. Though Li Shen does not engage in political affairs, this does not imply a lack of interest in state matters. As a businessman, he must possess a keen political instinct. Thus, he remains vigilant regarding court news and any significant occurrences, such as Gao Shilian's completion of the clan chronicles, the Tibetan incursions into the Tang stronghold of Songzhou, and the establishment of Shui Yintuo as a minor Khan. While these matters may not directly pertain to Li Shen, he still keeps a watchful eye, particularly on the Tibetan assault on Songzhou, which resulted in the death of over 1,000 men at the hands of General Niu Jinda, who subsequently frightened them away. They then had the audacity to send envoys to apologize and seek a matrimonial alliance. Li Shen holds a particular disdain for Songzan Ganbu. During his secondary education, he learned of Princess Wenxing and Songzan Ganbu, who married the princess for the sake of peace. At that time, Li Shen regarded Songzan Ganbu as a noble figure. However, upon maturation and through various media, he discovered that Songzan Ganbu had already wed several princesses from different nations prior to marrying Wenxing, all in pursuit of dowries and to bolster Tibetan power. Over the course of 200 years, they repeatedly attacked the Tang Dynasty. And while the notion of unification and matrimonial alliances with Tibet may have been lauded by later generations, it is far from commendable from Li Shen's perspective as a subject of the Tang. The immense casualties suffered by the military and civilians over the next 2 centuries due to Tibetan aggression were substantial. The Tibetans, driven by their ambitions, coveted the blessings of the Tang Dynasty, seeing it as an opportunity to supplant it. Thus, Li Shen resolved to thwart any future matrimonial alliances involving Princess Wenxing. Currently, Li Shen's foremost concern remains how to exit the palace. His royal residence has already commenced construction over the past 6 months. To expedite the process, he has enlisted the assistance of the Ministry of Works. Architectural expert Yan Liben has been commissioned to design the palace, and the outer walls and landscaping are already underway. It is estimated that the construction will be completed by the end of the year, while Li Shen intends to commence the brick and cement work for the house next year. The structure will be sturdy and warm, and many of his aspirations necessitate the use of bricks and cement for realization. The expenses incurred in erecting a royal residence are exceedingly substantial, a feat only Li Shen can currently afford. Were it another prince, even the crown prince or Wei Wang, it would be quite a challenge. Historically, Li Shen should have been dispatched to his fief at the tender age of 8. However, due to Li Shen's alterations in fate, despite not having made any substantial achievements, Li Shen has been keen on observing this son. Moreover, Li Shen has always desired to retain Li Shen for the crown prince's benefit. Thus, Li Shen's reluctance to engage in governance does not alarm Li Shen. After all, Li Shen is still young, and he can accompany the crown prince when he matures. Furthermore, Li Shen is capable of generating income, which reassures Li Shen about his stay in the capital. Although Li Shen has expressed his disinterest in competing for power, Li Shen remains anxious, fearing that if Li Shen were to venture to his fief, far from the emperor, he might wield considerable wealth and potentially instigate trouble. This concern has been echoed throughout history, where princes and their fiefs have amassed power. Therefore, keeping him in Chang'an allows for closer supervision. On this day of leisure, Li Shen enjoyed a boat ride on Beihai, accompanied by a group of charming concubines, including several new talents, one of whom was Su Kai Ren, Su Hui. According to history, following the death of Empress Changsun, Su Kai Ren garnered much favor from Li Shen, even receiving a holiday estate in her honor. However, at present, Empress Changsun was still alive, and Li Shen's affections remained with her. Although he had spent nights at Su Kai Ren's abode, his fondness had not reached such an extent. Li Shen arrived at the Changshu Pavilion in Beihai, seeking to discuss his desire to leave the palace with Li Shen. This had been a topic of conversation for nearly a year, with at least one discussion each month, to the point where Li Shen was growing weary of seeing him. Nonetheless, this time, Li Shen intended to alleviate his troubles with money, for wealth can indeed be persuasive. After greeting his father and mother, Li Shen bowed to Li Shen and Empress Changsun. Guanyin maid, do you believe this boy has come to discuss his departure from the palace? Li Shen remarked, directing his attention to Empress Changsun. Shen'er wishes to leave the palace. Now the entire harem is aware of it, Empress Changsun responded. Father, my desire to leave stems from a wish to earn some money, so that in your old age, I may provide for you, Li Shen stated. I hardly require your financial support. Who knows, you might end up selling me for money instead, Li Shen retorted disdainfully. Father, I have heard that the Taiji palace is old and in disrepair, dark and damp. As a prince, I cannot bear to see you residing in such conditions. Thus I am willing to offer 50,000 coins for its renovation. I wonder if that would be acceptable? Li Shen proposed, seeking an indirect means to his goal. Well, considering your filial intentions, it would indeed be good. You might as well repair your own quarters while you're at it, Li Shen replied. Then, what of my request to leave the palace? Li Shen inquired. I had instructed you to repair the Daji Hall, did I not? Renovating the Taiji palace is permissible, but leaving the palace is not, Li Shen asserted. Father, I am providing the funds. Is that not sufficient? Would 100,000 coins suffice? Li Shen persisted, unwilling to relent. Why do you so ardently wish to leave the palace? Do you find it unbearable here? Li Shen questioned, puzzled by Li Shen's insistence. Father, I am now of age. Living in the harem is inconvenient. The other princes have already left the palace. I would not wish to be the subject of gossip. Li Shen explained. Indeed, Shen'er makes a valid point, others chimed in. Soon, Shen'er will turn 11. Living in the palace is indeed inconvenient. The newly arrived ladies and beauties, as well as the talented maidens, are all unfamiliar to her. It would be unfortunate to inadvertently offend someone. Consort Wei remarked, indeed, in a few years, Shen'er will be eligible to choose a princess. It is high time for her to leave the palace. We must avoid any taboos, lest it become problematic. The empress added her agreement. In the palace, aside from the princesses, all women belong to the emperor. Children in this era mature quickly. We must avoid any scandals that could tarnish the royal reputation. Well, both the empress and the consort make valid points. However, once you leave the palace, you will not be able to see the consort frequently. You must consider this carefully, Li Shen inquired of Li Shen. Li Shen hesitated slightly. After leaving the palace, he would not have the opportunity to visit Consort Wei as often. Unlike other princes, his perception of family remained rooted in future ideals. Consort Wei was deeply moved by Li Shen's conflicted expression. In the royal realm, familial affection is often lacking. Many princes are not close to their birth mothers. Yet, Li Shen was different. Shenheir, even if you wish to stay by my side, there are not many years left. By the age of 14 at the latest, you must leave the palace. It is merely a matter of a few years earlier now. You can always come to visit me in the palace. Consort Wei expressed her own reluctance. Everyone hopes for their descendants to be near them. Yet for the sake of Li Shen's promising future, she must endure this separation. Father, I have made up my mind. I will leave the palace and will often return to visit Mother. I also hope Father will grant permission for Mother to occasionally stay at my residence for a few days to alleviate our longing for each other. I am willing to contribute 50,000 strings of cash to the royal treasury as an allowance for my aunt's future expenses. I hope Father will treat Mother kindly. I am immensely grateful and will strive to serve the court diligently. Easing Father's burdens, Li Shen passionately declared. Very well. Once your residence is completed next year, I will permit your departure from the palace to establish your own household. However, I hope that after you turn 14, you will engage in state affairs and assist your elder brother, Li Shen agreed. Chapter 59. Brick making and kiln construction. Li Shen finally received permission to leave the palace and began preparations for his departure. His first task was to expedite the construction of his residence, for only once it was completed could he truly leave the palace. Thus, that very afternoon, he visited the little imperial village, where nearby mountains were rich in clay, essential for brick and tile production. Cement could be easily made from limestone, clay, gypsum, coal, and iron ore. By crushing, high-temperature calcination, and finely grinding the mixture, one could produce cement. This was covered in junior high chemistry, though many have forgotten. Moreover, simple cement only required limestone and clay, and with sufficient experimentation, success was attainable. Li Shen instructed Wang Hongfu to construct 2 earthen kilns according to his blueprints, one for firing bricks and the other for producing cement. Once the bricks were ready, further construction could commence. However, as winter had arrived, the foundation could not be laid properly. They could only hastily build a temporary earthen kiln on the surface, as villagers had little to do during the winter. With adequate compensation, they could accomplish anything. By the end of the New Year festival, the work would be completed. This New Year festival marked the last one Li Shen would celebrate in the palace, but aside from Consort Wei, there was little that endeared him to remain. The atmosphere was serene, the festive spirit unchanged. The only difference was that the banquet had fewer attendees. Some brothers had departed for distant lands, and several sisters had married. This year, what saddened Li Shen was the grave illness of Qin Xiong. Li Shen had watched television dramas and listened to storytelling, where it was mentioned that Qin Xiong died in the 12th year of the Jingguan era. However, he believed this to be an historical error, suspecting it should have been the 13th year instead. He had also experienced a recurrence of an old ailment and had administered penicillin a few times, which alleviated the inflammation and reduced the fever. Yet his condition remained precarious. The production of penicillin in the past 2 years had remained consistent, though the manufacturing process had become swifter. Presently, he was only producing enough for his own needs and had yet to achieve widespread availability. Qin Xiong's primary affliction stemmed from numerous injuries sustained in his youth. Excessive blood loss had gone unnoticed at the time due to his vigor, but with age, the body faltered. Coupled with the resurgence of old ailments, he would have benefited from modern blood transfusions. However, medical solutions were not yet available in this era. The body could not withstand supplementation, as any sustenance would be ineffective. Consequently, Li Shen wore a troubled expression, deeply saddened by the court physician's prognosis, which indicated that he had at most 6 months left. The physicians were exerting every effort to devise a solution, while Li Shen continuously sought methods to identify blood types and conduct transfusions from his memories. To achieve blood transfusion, the first hurdle to address was environmental pollution, specifically bacterial infection. Li Shen envisioned constructing a sericulture room, thoroughly sprayed with high-proof alcohol, utilizing bamboo tubes and chicken intestines as instruments, and having artisans create several needles, all of which was common knowledge regarding high-temperature sterilization. The only unresolved issue was the blood type compatibility. Although films often depicted consanguineous blood transfusions, A physician friend from Li Shen's previous life had once advised him that hospitals generally avoided direct relatives due to potential complications. Subsequent research confirmed that the risk of complications could reach 20%. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to consider using his son as a donor, a decision fraught with immense responsibility should the worst occur. After all, there were still 6 months to deliberate on the matter. After the Jingyuan period commenced, Li Shen arranged for the extraction of limestone and clay. Despite the frigid temperatures making extraction arduous, he did not expect a significant yield. His aim was merely to provide some income for the villagers. Each household, apart from those working in the workshop, could send one person to work, with 3 meals provided daily for 10 won. The villagers understood that Li Shen's intention was to help them earn extra money during their leisure time. Thus they worked diligently. 2 earthen kilns had already been completed, and shortly after the Jingyuan period began, Li Shen instructed the commencement of brick firing. The small kiln could produce approximately 25,000 bricks per batch, yet due to the limitations of the time, each batch required about 10 days to fire, followed by a day for cooling. The production of cement was currently limited to a mixture of limestone, a small quantity of clay, and coal slag, which could be calcined for 7 days. Once ground into powder and blended, it would yield cement. Li Shen spent a day at the imperial estate overseeing the processes of sifting soil, forming brick blanks, drying, stacking, and firing, as well as determining when to add coal. Currently, he had ample coal reserves, as mining for over a year had yielded no sales. After organizing the brick production, he proceeded to manage the cement production, crushing, calcining, grinding, and mixing until he returned to the palace just before dusk, as the city gates were about to close. Li Shen contemplated constructing a manor outside the city. To the south of Chang'an lay the He River, where he had purchased a substantial plot of land. Building a manor nestled by the mountains and rivers would be splendid, serving as a retreat. Within half a month, the first batch of finished products would be ready for unveiling from the kiln. Li Shen departed from the palace early and made his way to the royal estate. There, he engaged laborers to extract bricks from the kiln, meticulously taking 2 bricks and striking them against each other with force. Their intactness signified success. The cement had long since been prepared and was currently being mixed. To facilitate the pulverization process, Li Shen commissioned the construction of several large iron rollers, requiring the effort of 3 or 4 men to operate. Despite their weight, they proved remarkably effective. The resulting cement, upon testing, largely met Li Shen's specifications. He instructed the workers to continue producing bricks and cement while simultaneously overseeing the erection of a new kiln. This time, Li Shen opted for a large kiln capable of firing 50,000 bricks at once, alongside a substantial cement kiln. He anticipated that this would sufficiently supply the needs of his royal residence, with plans to consider selling the surplus once the palace was completed. Furthermore, Li Shen ordered the reconstruction of the road from the royal estate to Chang'an, necessitating widening. The top layer was to consist of crushed stone, beneath which lay burnt coal slag, topped with cement, enough space for 3 carts to travel side by side. Given the limited workforce available for road construction, Li Shen dispatched Wang Hongfu to nearby villages to recruit additional laborers, aiming for expedient completion. Fortunately, the distance was not great. Otherwise, the repairs could have taken an inordinate amount of time. Having organized all matters, Li Shen returned to the city, heading directly to the Ministry of Works to consult with Minister Yan Liben. He intended for Yan to draft a plan for the royal residence. The garden, artificial hills, and lake within were nearly completed, leaving only the construction of the buildings. Li Shen required Yan to create blueprints for the brick and tile houses, including the placement of the stove and chimney. Initially, he envisioned constructing a boiler room and implementing geothermal heating, as often depicted in novels. However, in reality, this was not permissible. The first challenge lay in addressing the piping issue. Copper pipes offered the best conductivity and resistance to rust. However, in this era, copper was a precious commodity. Even with Li Shen's wealth, it would be impractical to line the royal estate with copper pipes throughout the various courtyards. Moreover, the absence of circulating pumps in this time period posed another obstacle. Relying solely on thermal conduction would render the heating process agonizingly slow. Presently, even the radiators in rural areas could not be constructed. Thus, Li Shen could only utilize this heating method in a few select locations. Li Shen and Yan Liben deliberated for over 2 hours, finalizing Li Shen's requirements and proceeding with the planning. Yan expressed skepticism regarding Li Shen's assertion that cement could bind bricks and harden to stone-like solidity. However, Li Shen encouraged him to visit the royal estate the following day to witness the experiment for himself. Additionally, for the steel-reinforced cement columns, Yin needed to verify their viability before drafting the blueprints. Another reason for Li Shen's consultation with Yin was his expertise in determining the appropriate scale and decorum for a royal residence, ensuring that the construction adhered to propriety and did not transgress any ceremonial boundaries. It would be a grave injustice to have the completed structures demolished due to subsequent censure. The royal estate also included subterranean components, such as cellars for storing vegetables and grains, as well as ice cellars, all situated underground. Li Shen's request for a large treasury, fortified with brick, steel, and cement, alleviated concerns of collapse, leading to the construction of a substantial vault reminiscent of an underground air raid shelter. His primary dilemma remained the weight and bulk of copper coins, necessitating the creation of a vast treasury to accommodate them. Chapter 60. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are heavens while all endeavors progressed with fervor, aligning with Li Shen's envisioned plans. The brick and cement kilns had been successfully constructed and were now operational. While the earlier earthen kilns had been dismantled, the roadwork was also nearing completion. Wang Hongfu has commenced the arrangements for a convoy to transport bricks and cement to the Wangfu, while a batch of iron bars forged from fine steel has already been delivered to the estate, invigorating the business of several blacksmith shops in Chang'an. In his pursuit of progress, Li Shen has employed over 1,000 laborers from the villages beyond the city. Such a significant mobilization has drawn the attention of Li Shen, who has witnessed Li Shen face multiple impeachments due to this matter. However, Li Shen has remained indifferent to these allegations. During the final impeachment, Li Shen intervened on behalf of Li Shen, which effectively silenced further dissent. Li Shen boldly declared that should any more impeachments arise, he would immediately disperse the 1,000 workers and inform them of those in the court who sought to impede their earnings, revealing to them the location of his residence. This proclamation sparked discussions among the court officials and censors, who accused Li Shen of intimidating ministers and behaving like a libertine. Nonetheless, thereafter, no one dared to challenge him on this issue, fearing the repercussions of 1,000 disgruntled workers, as misfortune could befall them at any moment. The military officials greatly admired Li Shen's forthrightness towards the censors, and Li Chengqian meticulously recorded this event for future reference. Previously, whenever he sought to construct a building, he faced numerous impeachments and had no choice but to concede and halt his work. Now, with Li Shen as his exemplar, he found courage to act. It was only after hearing Li Shen's words that Li Shen chose to relay his message. Li Shen had previously confided in Li Shen that the construction of the Wangfu, encompassing all labor for production, transportation, and building, involved approximately 2,000 workers. Each individual earned a minimum of 10 won daily, while the most skilled artisans could earn up to 100 won. This workforce represented 2,000 families, each assured of at least 300 won per month. Upon completion, even the least fortunate could earn a profit of at least 2 guan, equivalent to the yield from over a year of farming, while the more fortunate could accumulate over 20 guan, sufficient funds to purchase meat for their children, procure decent clothing, and maintain some savings for medical needs. Li Shen was profoundly moved upon hearing this. Li Shen had reiterated to him on numerous occasions that the common folk merely sought sustenance. Despite his efforts to lower grain prices, many still struggled to find enough to eat. Li Shen further expounded that the construction of the Wangfu would stimulate the transportation and ironworking industries, necessitating the hiring of more workers to earn greater profits. With the financial upliftment of these 2,000 individuals, consumption would rise, purchasing rice, vegetables, meat, and cloth, thereby impacting a multitude of industries and ultimately increasing the revenue from commercial taxes for the Ministry of Revenue. Li Shen found merit in Li Shen's reasoning, which led him to support Li Shen's endeavors. At the residence of Qin Xiong, his health has deteriorated significantly, with symptoms of high fever and unconsciousness emerging. The imperial physician's diagnosis concluded that a malevolent force had infiltrated his body. Upon receiving this news, Li Shen promptly visited with the crown prince. At this moment, only Qin Huaidao, merely 14 years of age, was capable of managing affairs at the Qin residence, yet he was utterly overwhelmed. Madame Qin wept inconsolably. "How fares the esteemed Uncle Bao?" inquired Li Shen of the physician. "Your Majesty," replied the physician, "the Duke of Yi, having sustained numerous wounds from his early campaigns, is now severely weakened, his vital essence depleted. With the malevolent force now within him, I fear his time may be limited. How could this be? Lamented Li Shen. It is I who have harmed Uncle Bao. He has always led the charge, enduring injuries each time. Never did I foresee this outcome. His eyes glistened with tears of self-reproach. Is there no remedy? He implored. Your Majesty, the physician continued, we have recently taken his pulse, and it is evident that the Duke's vitality is insufficient, compounded by the presence of the malevolent force. No medicinal or surgical intervention can cure him. This pronouncement brought to Li Shen's mind the words of Empress Changsun, who had similarly expressed despair in the past. Then he recalled Li Shen and instructed Wang De to swiftly bring the Crown Prince Ji to the palace. Upon hearing this, Su Tai and others could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Years ago, when concubine Yin fell into the water, and later when Empress Changsun fell ill, they had been the ones to attend to those matters. Familiar with the scene and the taste of helplessness, they had been powerless to remedy the ailments, their medicines and treatments proving futile. Yet, it was Ji Wang who had managed to revive them. Would this time prove to be no different? Su Tai hastily sent word to Tai Ling Li Shuai. For Li Shuai had previously stated that he must be notified whenever Ji Wang saved someone. After half an hour, Li Shen arrived at the residence of the Duke of Yi, accompanied by his attendants and Wang De. Upon seeing Li Shen, before Li Shen could utter a word, Li Shen spoke first. Li Shen, come and see how the Duke of Yi is faring. The physicians have diagnosed his condition as beyond the reach of medicine. Do you have any solutions? Li Shen approached to examine the situation. Qin Xiong lay on the bed, his complexion pale as parchment, his breath weak, and he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Feeling his forehead, he noted a slight fever. Li Shen promptly took the medical kit from Shi Tu and administered an injection to Qin Xiong. Then he turned to Li Shen and said, Father, I have administered a dose to the Duke of Yi. However, this does not address the root of the problem. The fundamental issue lies in a deficiency of essence and blood. He requires replenishment. Can essence and blood truly be replenished? Li Shuai had just arrived and inquired upon hearing Li Shen's words. Li Shen gazed at Li Shen with a questioning expression. Father, I have long been aware of the Duke's condition and have been contemplating a solution. Since it is a deficiency of essence and blood, we can directly replenish it. We could use another person's essence and blood for the Duke. However, this method carries risks, and not just anyone's blood is suitable, Li Shen explained. To give him another's blood? This resembles some practices of cults that drink blood, Li Shen remarked. Your Majesty, indeed it bears some resemblance. Yet, this method is unheard of. Its efficacy remains uncertain, Li Shuai added. Father, human blood is classified into several types. Not all blood is the same, and it is not a matter of drinking. It must be directly transfused into the body. Currently, the most suitable donor would be a direct blood relative, like a father or son. However, there are inherent risks. Li Shen responded. Ji Wang, what about using my blood? I, Cheng Yaojin, am robust and surely have ample blood, Cheng Yaojin interjected. Indeed, we have plenty of blood. Both of us, Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qijing, are sworn brothers to Qin Xiong. Hence, we arrived the moment we learned of his critical condition. Uncles, not just anyone's blood will suffice. I have conducted experiments with animals. If the blood types differ, transfusion to the Duke could prove fatal. The only viable candidate now is Brother Huaidao. Moreover, the success of this endeavor relies on fortune, so whether to proceed must be deliberated by you, Father. Li Shen clarified the gravity of the situation, awaiting their decision. Huaidao, you have heard what Shun has conveyed. As the legitimate eldest son of the Duke of Yi, the decision rests with you. Li Shen addressed Qin Huaidao. Qin Huaidao was torn. Li Shen's suggestion was a gamble with life. He was uncertain if it would indeed heal. The Tai Ling had also mentioned that such a method had never been attempted before. However, the physicians had also indicated that his father had little time left, advising preparations for the end. Ultimately, after consulting with his uncles Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qijing, he said to Li Shen, Your Majesty, I have decided to proceed with the method proposed by Ji Wang. My father is in this state now. Any further decline would merely hasten the inevitable. It would be better to gamble on a chance to bring him back. Very well, you are indeed the son of Shu Bao, possessing great courage. Li Shen, you may commence. Li Shen remarked, Very well, prepare a small room with good insulation. Shi Tu, go find Wang Hongfu and retrieve the items I instructed him to prepare. Have a servant fetch a pot, along with some vinegar and water. Additionally, set up a single bed in the room. Li Shen began to issue instructions. Knowing that the success of the endeavor hinged upon Qin Xiong's own fate, Life and death are predestined, while wealth and nobility lie in the hands of heaven. Chapter 61. Qin Xiong awakens with all preparations complete. Li Shen instructed his people to spray the entire room with alcohol, then carried Qin Xiong inside. After a moment of exposure to the vinegar fumes, Li Shen barred the others from entering. Gentlemen, only Huai Dao and I shall proceed. The presence of too many individuals may inadvertently introduce unfavorable elements. Your Highness, might it be possible for this old minister to enter and observe, to learn from the process? I assure you, I shall not jeopardize your Highness's affairs, Li Shuowei implored. Very well, change into suitable attire. Li Shen donned a garment made of coarse cloth, resembling a surgical gown. These garments had been soaked in alcohol and allowed to air dry. While not entirely sterile, they were certainly improved. After entering through a small door and being subjected to the vinegar fumes once more, he finally entered the silkworm room. All instruments had been boiled and dried, and Li Shen wiped them down with alcohol. He then bound Qin Huai Dao's arm with cow tendon and commenced the blood draw using a bamboo tube. Li Shen planned to extract 600 milliliters, equivalent to a pound. Given that a loss of over 800 milliliters could pose a life-threatening risk, and considering Qin Huai Dao's martial upbringing and good health, Li Shen deemed 600 milliliters to be a manageable amount, cautioning that it might induce dizziness. A month or two of recuperation should suffice, he thought, as he prepared to infuse the sterilized bamboo tube. Inserting the other end into Qin Xiong's vein and controlling the flow with his fingers pinching the chicken intestine. To procure a clean chicken intestine, Li Shen had acquired 10 cartloads, ultimately selecting the finest, meticulously cleaning and sterilizing it, resulting in 3 usable pieces. After the blood draw, Qin Huai Dao felt slightly dizzy as he awaited the procedure's conclusion. Time passed slowly, and once the blood transfusion was complete and the needle withdrawn, Li Shen exited with the 2 men, believing this amount to be sufficient without risking Qin Huai Dao's well-being. This blood served merely as a catalyst to aid Qin Xiong's recovery. The remainder could be replenished later. Upon exiting, Li Shen inquired, "How did it go?" "Father, the blood has been successfully transfused. Whether he recovers now depends on the fate of Duke Yi," Li Shen replied, somewhat resigned. He then addressed Lady Qin, "Madam, Huai Dao has donated a substantial amount of vital blood. He must take great care in replenishing it this month, consuming eggs, beef, and pork liver soup. A month of proper nourishment should restore his vitality." "Thank you, Your Highness. Regardless of whether Shu Bao heals, my entire Qin household is profoundly grateful to you. I am aware of the considerable risks you have undertaken for Shu Bao's treatment. This favor shall not be forgotten by the Qin family." Lady Qin, the esteemed wife of a duke, understood the gravity of the situation. The risks Li Shen had taken were immense. Had Qin Xiong perished, the consequences would have been dire for a prince, recklessly administering treatment that resulted in the death of a duke. "My lady, you exaggerate. Duke Yi has fought valiantly alongside my father in numerous campaigns, contributing greatly to the expansion of our vast territory. My father has never forgotten his valor and often recounts tales of Duke Yi's bravery to us, his children. They were not merely sovereign and subject, but brothers in arms. With Duke Yi serving as my father's right-hand man, even amid risks, I shall bear the burden myself. I merely hope that Duke Yi can overcome this tribulation, transforming misfortune into fortune." Li Shen's words were exceedingly eloquent, bringing a faint smile to Li Shimen's face, who inwardly mused that this son possesses quite the gift of oratory. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Highness. Sister-in-law, there is no need for such formalities. As long as Uncle Bao can recover, I am willing to pay any price," Li Shen proclaimed, his words a means to win hearts, though his sincerity was indeed palpable. At the age of 50, Qin Xiong remained unwaveringly loyal to Li Shen and was still capable of leading troops into battle. With that, Li Shen's involvement was rendered unnecessary, and thus Li Shen escorted Li Shen back to the palace to await further developments. Along the way, Li Shen inquired about Li Shen's confidence in Qin Xiong's recovery. Li Shen, uncertain due to the multitude of factors at play, could only convey a probability of 50%, essentially a matter of life or death. Hearing this, Li Shen's expression grew somber. Qin Xiong had fought valiantly for the realm alongside him, always at the forefront whenever Li Shen commanded, even during the Xuanwu Gate incident. Yet, in recent years, whether due to health issues or other reasons, Qin Xiong had rarely participated in court affairs, choosing instead to seclude himself at home, much like Li Jing. Li Shen sensed that Qin Xiong had grown fearful, perhaps reminiscent of Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han Dynasty. In the dead of night, Qin Xiong, lying in bed, coughed weakly and called for water. The servant on night watch was immediately roused. One fetched water for Qin Xiong while another hurried to summon Qin Huaidao. Eldest brother, eldest brother. The Duke has awakened. The Duke has awakened. The servant called excitedly from outside. With a creak, the door swung open. Really? My father has awakened? Qin Huaidao asked, glancing at the servant who nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, he dashed into Qin Xiong's chamber, where he found his father propped up, drinking water. Father, father, you are awake. Qin Huaidao exclaimed, filled with emotion. It was no small matter. Qin Xiong had been blessed with a son in his old age, and at just 14. Qin Huaidao felt the weight of the family legacy resting heavily on his young shoulders should his father pass away. What has happened to me? I feel as though I have been lost in a dream, Qin Xiong inquired. Father, you have been in a coma for 2 days, Qin Huaidao replied, recounting the diagnosis from the physician who declared his father's condition dire, as well as the subsequent treatment provided by Li Shen. Indeed, we must express our gratitude to His Highness, Prince Ji. The risks involved are beyond your understanding, Qin Xiong said weakly. I understand, father. Please rest now. At dawn, I shall go to the palace to deliver the news. His Majesty instructed that you be informed immediately of any developments, Qin Huaidao responded, noticing his father's fatigue. The following morning, all the noble lords and officials in Chang'an learned of the news. Qin Xiong had been healed by Li Shen. Once again, he had been cured despite the physicians declaring his condition untreatable, which won Li Shen the admiration of many martial leaders. Qin Xiong was a prominent figure among the former retainers of the Qin Wangfu, akin to the fearless Cheng Yaojin, who feared only Qin Xiong. Having grown up alongside Qin Xiong, he regarded him as an elder brother. Likewise, Wei Qi Jingde was a formidable character, proud of his accomplishments and dismissive of others. Having once publicly assaulted Li Daozong over his seat, Li Shimin found no recourse but to eliminate him, yet when Qin Xiong intervened, he instantly transformed into an obedient ally. Having curbed his once arrogant demeanor in recent years, the officials of the aristocracy were indeed concerned that Li Shen had garnered the favor of Duke Yi, making future confrontations increasingly challenging. Upon receiving this news, Li Shen was filled with a mix of surprise and joy. He advised Qin Huaidao to replenish Qin Xiong's vitality in a manner akin to his own, suggesting a minimum of 1.5 years for recovery, unlike Qin Huaidao, whose youthful vigor allowed for a quicker restoration. Qin Huaidao expressed his gratitude, promising to thank him in person once Qin Xiong had recovered. Li Shen modestly implied that such actions were only to be expected. When Emperor Li Shimin learned of Qin Xiong's awakening, he was exceedingly pleased and rewarded him with an array of precious tonics, including century-old ginseng, FOTI, and the esteemed Korean ginseng presented as tribute. Li Shen and Li Xiuwei made a visit to the Qin residence to assess the situation firsthand. Li Xiuwei diagnosed Qin Xiong as weak but recoverable, and prescribed a regimen to restore his health. On their journey back, Li Xiuwei inquired whether the blood transfusion method could be widely adopted. Li Shen firmly stated that it was impossible to popularize at present, leaving Li Xiuwei greatly disappointed. When asked about the underlying principles, Li Shen refrained from responding, as he himself was unaware of the scientific basis. However, Li Xiuwei assumed it was a secret technique not to be easily divulged. Chapter 62. Li Shimin and Li Shen's excursion. April heralded the season of blossoming flowers and warming sunshine, a time when outings became fashionable in the Tang Dynasty. Li Shen received word from Wang De that Emperor Li Shimin intended to visit the Jiucheng Palace. Originally constructed in the 13th year of the Sui Emperor's reign and completed in the 15th year, it was initially named Rinshou Palace, serving as the emperor's retreat. In the 5th year of the Jingguan era, it underwent restoration and expansion, being renamed Jiucheng Palace, which symbolized its towering grandeur. It is located in Linyu County, Fengxiang, with a reputation for its stunning beauty, where jade walls reflect golden brilliance, illuminating the clouds and eclipsing the sun and moon. Li Shen was perplexed as to why Li Shimin had invited him on this excursion. Regardless of the reasoning, one must comply with such summons. Thus, he prepared all necessary equipment, ensuring the inclusion of a medical kit, a barbecue grill, charcoal, and other essentials befitting a spring outing. This journey included only Empress Chang's son and the 4 consorts, along with the young Princess Jinyang and Princess Xinqing. Even Li Ji was left behind to continue his studies within the palace. Li Shen also planned to bring along several attendants. as it would be unreasonable to expect the emperor's servants to cater to his needs. Hence, his 5 companions, Wu Mei, Shi Tu, Lan Yu, Chuanxiang, and Dong Mei, were to accompany him. He intended to recruit several guards, despite the fact that Li Shen was typically accompanied by at least 5,000 Yulin guards and the newly established 100 riders for protection. However, these forces were primarily there for the emperor's safety. Li Shen still required assistance with minor tasks, such as slaughtering livestock or moving items, which would be more efficiently handled by his own people. Therefore, he instructed Shi Tu to inform Shui Ringgui to bring 10 guards to wait for him at the city gate the following day. Li Shen's guards were recruited from his estate, totaling over 30, all tasked with the protection of the treasured storehouse. These were individuals from his own fief, reliable and secure, with several being retired veterans. Although some were missing limbs, Shui Ringgui had remarked that these seasoned soldiers, having seen battle and shed blood, possessed far greater combat experience than the able-bodied conscripts. Coupled with over a year of daily training and ample provisions of meat, Li Shen invested significantly in equipping each guard with a finely crafted Tang Dao, forged from high-quality steel, ensuring they were both lightweight and sharp for ease of use. He crafted for Shui Ringgui a formidable Fangtian Huaji, weighing 100 jin. Historically, it is said that Shui Ringgui had a hearty appetite, which was attributed to a long-standing ailment that left him devoid of sustenance. After a few days of consuming meat, he became no different from ordinary men. Shui Ringgui excelled in archery, and Li Shen fashioned for him a powerful bow with a draw weight of 180 kilograms, comparable to that of Yu Fei's bow. Li Shen, having seen in a television drama that Shui Ringui's bow was said to have a draw weight of 10 stone, inquired about it. In response, Shui Ringgui merely regarded him with a look of incredulity. 600 kilograms, who possesses the strength to draw 1,200 jin. Li Shen felt rather foolish for his misunderstanding. On the following day, Li Shen set forth with a grand entourage towards Jiucheng Palace. At the city gate, Li Shen met with Shui Ringgui and requested Wang to convey a message to Li Shen, inquiring whether he might bring along his guards. Such matters are typically bound by protocol. It is not customary to allow just anyone to join Li Shen's ranks. However, Li Shen was already well aware that Li Shen's guards were his personal retainers, many of whom had fought alongside him in battles. Thus, he consented, albeit for only a dozen men amidst a throng of thousands. Moreover, Li Shen was not a man devoid of strength himself. Consequently, Li Shen and his maid rode in a carriage, flanked by his guards as they journeyed to Jiucheng Palace. Their journey was punctuated by pauses, and one evening, Li Shen orchestrated a barbecue gathering, sending his guards to hunt for game. He had brought along a considerable supply of spices, leading to a feast that left Li Shen and several ladies in attendance thoroughly satisfied. Even the 2 young princesses relished the meal. Li Shen openly commended Li Shen for his ability to indulge in life's pleasures, much to the delight of Consort Wei. The assembly remarked upon Consort Wei's good fortune. After a prolonged trek of over 10 days, they finally arrived at Jiucheng Palace, situated at an elevation exceeding 1,000 meters. Li Shen stood atop, gazing at the verdant expanse before him, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. It was no wonder Li Shen chose this destination. The scenery was indeed delightful, uplifting one's spirits. The imperial chefs accompanying them were from the Deji Hall, and their culinary skills were beyond reproach. Here, Li Shen savored exquisite food and engaged in delightful pastimes, often accompanying Shui Ringgui on hunting excursions, where he primarily directed the efforts, relishing the experience. Meanwhile, Li Shen and his companions indulged in music and merriment daily, while Empress Changsun entrusted the 2 young princesses to Li Shen's care. He was more than willing to entertain them, often preparing delicious treats. He even crafted a kite for them, and they would fly it together. Li Shen regaled them with tales, from the creation myth of Nuwa mending the sky, to Pangu's separating heaven and earth, the story of the 3 little pigs, and the classic The Wolf is Coming. He diligently recounted all the stories he could recall that were suitable for children of their era. When he eventually ran out of tales, he resorted to inventing new ones, drawing inspiration from the abundance of stories that would come to exist in later times. The 2 little princesses were thoroughly enchanted. Li Shen, witnessing this joyful scene, felt a surge of contentment. The affectionate bond between the filial child and his virtuous descendants was heartwarming. Each evening, the little ones would return home, recounting the stories Li Shen had shared to Li Shen and the others. Empress Changsun praised Li Shen's talent to Li Shen, noting that these were tales she had never heard before, surely the product of Li Shen's own imagination. Talent, though present, had not yet been applied in service to the court. Li Shen remarked, "Your Majesty, Shen is still young, merely 11 years of age. There is no need to rush. We shall wait a few more years." Empress Chang's son elucidated to Li Shen, "This I am aware of, which is precisely why I have not compelled him. He yearns to return to his fief, and I surmise he fears becoming embroiled in the court's intrigues. Over the past 2 years, his strategies for the imperial examinations have yielded some success, as each year, a number of humble scholars are selected. I am cognizant that he harbors more innovative ideas, though he chooses not to voice them." Li Shen sighed in resignation, feeling that Li Shen possessed many admirable notions, yet he was too timid to express them. Li Shen, accompanied by Shui Ringgui, returned today with a cow, one that had unfortunately met its demise through a misstep. This marked the third unfortunate bovine Li Shen had brought back. He planned to prepare beef stew today and roast beef in the evening. However, upon his return, Li Shen discovered the situation. "Li Shen, what is the story behind this cow?" "This is the third one," he inquired sternly. "Cows were protected by law during the Tang Dynasty, and killing one without authorization was a criminal offense. Alas, such misfortune. This one met its end due to an unfortunate fall. To compensate for the loss to the populace, I purchased it at a high price. I shall send someone to the city to acquire a working ox." "Oh, such misfortune," Li Shen lamented, shaking his head. "Humph, misfortune indeed? We have barely arrived here, and already 3 cows have met their untimely demise. Are you implying that we are the harbingers of calamity for the people?" Li Shen retorted, nearly amused by Li Shen's attempts at justification. "Ah, one cannot articulate it thusly. Had we not come, they would have suffered losses. I compensated them generously to procure a new cow, thereby preventing further detriment. It is fate," Li Shen countered, taken aback by Li Shen's words. "Fool, do you take me for a simpleton? Are you aware of the punishment for deceiving the emperor?" Li Shen scolded, visibly agitated by Li Shen's actions. "Well, it was merely an accident during a hunting expedition," Li Shen stammered. "Do not be angry, for anger is detrimental to your health. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare a pot of beef broth for your nourishment." With that, Li Shen turned and fled. Chapter 63. An assassination attempt. Li Shen observed the retreating figure of Li Shen with a sense of helplessness. His son seemed only to relish in pleasures, adept at indulging in food and leisure. In recent days, Li Shen had taken the 2 little princesses to frolic in the woods, thoroughly enjoying themselves. That evening, Li Shen summoned everyone to Li Shen's courtyard for a barbecue soiree. He took it upon himself to prepare the meal, while Shui Ringgui and other guards assisted in managing the beef and igniting the fire. A long skewer of beef sizzled over the flames, releasing aromatic juices, while cumin and fine salt were sprinkled generously. Li Shen instructed Shui Ringgui to divide the meat among the plates, which he then served to the guests. "Father, how does it taste?" Li Shen inquired eagerly. "Humph, it carries a flavor of misfortune," Li Shen replied with a cold grunt. Li Shen displayed a look of exasperation, realizing that his father still held on to the earlier matter. The working ox is fundamental for agriculture. Losing one is no trivial matter. Why impose such strict laws? Your actions hinder the farmer's ability to cultivate. Despite your financial compensation, it does not guarantee they will purchase a replacement, Li Shen advised Li Shen. Li Shen felt it was time to discuss the relationship between meat consumption and supply and demand. "Father, do you understand why the warriors of the northern tribes possess greater combat prowess than our Central Plains soldiers?" he questioned. "They are innately wild and skilled in coordinated attacks. That is but one aspect. A crucial reason lies in their robust physiques. One of their warriors can match the strength of 2 or 3 of ours," Li Shen continued. Noticing that Li Shen remained silent, he pressed on, "Why are they so strong? It is because they have consumed meat from a young age. The nomads are not adept at farming and rely entirely on herding for sustenance. For years, we have feasted on beef and mutton, which has fortified our bodies. In contrast, our soldiers primarily subsist on rice, with scant consumption of meat, and the common folk fare no better, often enduring a gaunt existence devoid of meat. Were the people of the Tang Dynasty to enjoy a regular meat diet, their physiques would surely thrive, and the soldiers' combat prowess would inevitably soar. What then? Does this have to do with your unfortunate beef? This brings us to the concept of supply and demand. There is no sale without a buyer. Should the demand for meat increase, merchants will surely seek ways to procure it. Consider the cattle. Their scarcity is due to their high price. However, should I require a substantial number of cattle, the initial prices will undoubtedly surge due to the imbalance between supply and demand. Yet, many will endeavor to raise cattle in abundance, leading to an increase in their population. Once a sufficient quantity is achieved, prices will naturally decline. Similarly, if we desire a particular commodity to proliferate, we must first render it valuable. Only by ensuring profitability will production flourish, thus leading to a natural reduction in prices. Having articulated this, Li Shen began to indulge in meat, while Li Shimin pondered his words. Merchants are driven by profit, as are the common folk. If every citizen of the Tang were to enjoy meat, their robust physiques would rival the fierce warriors of the steppes. Yet, how can we ensure that everyone has access to meat? Your modest purchases will not suffice, Li Shimin queried. This is where the power of example comes into play. Upon leaving the palace, I intend to establish a breeding farm in the royal estate, educating the populace in livestock husbandry, after which I will purchase the produce at a premium. Initially, I can provide grain for their sustenance. Consequently, this year's grain prices will undoubtedly rise, prompting more individuals to cultivate land. Moreover, I have a statement you may find unpalatable. What purpose does the court serve by fixating on the meager taxes from the common farmers? Extracting sustenance from the mouths of the populace is the sort of task suited only for those engaged in the four trades. Do you believe, Father, that the foundation of the state's revenue lies in commerce? My aspiration is for the court to cease levying land taxes on the populace, and instead, to remunerate those who cultivate the land. Li Shen articulated the future landscape: no taxes on the common folk, and compensation for farming. How could the state possibly sustain such a system? Li Shimin expressed skepticism. But commerce taxes, Li Shen replied. The current commercial tax system is flawed. Certain high-ranking nobles and officials evade taxation. The most lucrative businesses in the eastern and western markets are monopolized by these individuals. The annual commercial tax revenue is negligible, primarily derived from agricultural taxes. These individuals incessantly call for us to emulate the commoners, proclaiming that princes should be held to the same standards as the common man. Yet they bask in their special privileges. They are akin to parasites, particularly the aristocracy. They are all meritorious subjects, Li Shimin countered. Such a notion is untenable and will invite criticism. But we have already rewarded these meritorious subjects with wealth, titles, and status. They too should contribute to the preservation of our realm. I understand the complexities of implementing such changes. It will take time. I merely feel that the common people are suffering too greatly, Li Shen lamented. Upon arriving in the Tang Dynasty, he came to understand what the so-called Golden Age of Jingguan truly represented, a prosperity meant for the literati and the elite. The abundance of poets in the Tang arose from the elevation of scholars over the four trades, leading them to indulge in wine, poetry, and merriment, contributing little to the state. Moreover, they enjoyed special privileges, and the annals of history were penned by scholars who had never set foot among the lower classes. Li Shimin believed that merely lowering the price of rice would suffice to satiate the populace. Yet such a notion was but a delusion. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, a cacophony erupted from outside, accompanied by the distant cries of battle. Before he could inquire about the commotion, a wounded guard rushed into the courtyard, hastening to his side. Lian instinctively positioned himself before Li Shimin. What transpired? Lian demanded. The commander-in-chief is in peril. Ashina Jieshuai has betrayed us, leading the He Luo Hu in revolt. He has just exploited his position to slay the guards at the palace gates, and they are now secured against us. Advancing swiftly toward this place, the guard reported. Ashina Jieshuai? Li Shimin recalled hearing of this individual, who had once surrendered to the Tang during the campaign against Eastern Turks alongside the young Khan Tuli. Rumors suggested that his ambitions were corrupt, resorting to unscrupulous means to elevate his status. Despite Li Shimin bestowing upon him the significant title of Zonglingjiang, he remained unsatisfied. In a bid to demonstrate his worth before Li Shimin, he had falsely accused his brother, Khan Tuli, of treason. Knowing the nature of the brothers, Li Shimin dismissed Ashina Jieshuai's claims and reprimanded him, denying him promotion for over a decade. Kill. Slay Li Shimin to avenge our kin. Kill him, and chaos shall ensue in the Tang. We shall restore our Eastern Turks. The cries of vengeance echoed just outside the palace chambers. Shortly after, over 20 guards, each bearing wounds, surged into the courtyard, pursued by a throng led by Ashina Jieshuai. At this moment, the rebels were thwarted from entering due to the courtyard gate. Under Lian's command, the guards moved to assist at the entrance, while Lian remained steadfast beside Li Shimin. Chapter 64. The lone defender, Ashina Jieshui. How dare you rebel against me? I have treated you with kindness, Li Shen declared, confronting him. Kindness? Huh. I have served the Tang for a decade. Yet you have never once inquired about my well-being. I have remained loyal to you, yet I am still but a Zongling Jiang. Today, I shall avenge my fallen kin. Once you are dead, we shall restore the Turkic tribes, and perhaps we may even descend southward to dismantle your Tang Empire, Ashina Jieshui proclaimed with fervor. Humph. I have long seen through your deceit. You even conspired against your own brother, Li Shen countered, recognizing the futility of further discourse. Today, the palace gates are shut, and the Yulin guards remain oblivious to our plight within. By the time they breach the gates, we shall have accomplished our objectives. I am eager to witness if you, the so-called Heavenly Khan, truly possess the favor of the heavens to escape death. Kill, slay Li Shen, and I shall reward you with 5,000 cattle and sheep. Ashina Jieshui commanded. Protect the emperor. Protect the empress. The guards strenuously endeavored to barricade the entrance against the insurgents, while Li Shen ushered Empress Chang's son and his 4 consorts into the inner palace. Li Shen and the others followed closely behind. Once inside the palace, Li Shen retrieved 2 treasured swords from the wall and tossed one to Li Shen. My son, after years of battle, I have learned a vital truth. Cowards perish swiftly. Should Ashina Jieshui breach our defenses today, we shall all meet a dishonorable end, including your mother and wives. Let us confront the enemy together, father and son. For your mother, do not fear. Li Shen uttered these words, concerned that Li Shen might falter in fear and seek to surrender. At that moment, if a prince were to be abducted by the Ashina faction, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule for the entire realm. He understood that Li Shen held a particular affection for Consort Wei, thus imparting these words to bolster Li Shen's resolve. Commander Li, it remains uncertain how many rebels we face. Li Shen unsheathed his treasured sword, now aware that it was a matter of life or death. Although in his previous life he was merely an ordinary man, he had lived for over 30 years and had engaged in brawls before. Though he had never taken a life, he was now prepared to fight for his own survival. A moment ago, I observed that there should be over 100 adversaries. At the main gate, we number only 30, yet we are fortunate the path is narrow. Otherwise, the guards might not withstand the onslaught. Lian gripped his dagger firmly in hand. Li Shen approached the door and addressed Shui Ringue, saying, Ringue, you have witnessed the situation at hand. Should you choose to depart now, I shall not hold it against you. However, if you are able to protect both me and my father today until reinforcements arrive, I, Li Shen, solemnly promise that if you fall in battle for my sake, I shall provide your families with 1,000 guan as compensation, grant you 100 acres of fertile land for your descendants, and ensure that your parents receive care, with daily meals including meat. I will see to their comfort in old age. Your children shall be sent to school, and if they excel in their studies, I will ensure their admission to the Imperial Academy, paving the way for them to serve in the court. If by chance you survive, I will reward you with 200 guan, 100 acres of land, and a house of red bricks and tiles. Your future salaries will triple, and your families will have the first choice of any workshops. For those wishing to trade, I shall provide the necessary funds. And those who wish to study will have the opportunity to attend university. Ringue, the choice is yours. Li Shen observed as Li Shen spoke these words to Shui Ringue and the 10 guards, subtly nodding in approval. By asking whether they would leave, he demonstrated his benevolence. Li Shen understood that these guards would not abandon him, as their families depended on Li Shen's fief. Should Li Shen survive, they would face dire circumstances if they chose to flee. Li Shen comprehended the deeper significance of the latter part of Li Shen's proclamation. Before each battle, he too would impart words of encouragement to his soldiers, speaking of promotions and monetary rewards. Li Shen, however, was more forthright, promising substantial rewards for survival and even greater compensation for those who perished. Under the promise of such generous rewards, valor is sure to arise. 1,000 guan would support their families for generations, not to mention the assurance of their entire family's prosperity. Rest assured, my lord, we would never cower in fear of death. It was your grace that allowed my family to thrive in Chang'an, and I, Shui Ringue, understand the importance of gratitude. Having become your protector, I shall face death before you. Indeed, we fear not death. For these past years, you have treated us well, providing ample food and warm clothing, even offering free education for our children. Even in death, you will care for them. Shui Ringue and the 10 guards expressed their unwavering commitment to protect Li Shen. Very well. Once this battle concludes, I shall honor my promises, regardless of the outcome. Go and retrieve your weapons. Their arms, as per regulations, were initially prohibited from being brought, as they were to approach Li Shen. Shortly thereafter, each of them produced their weapons, and Shui Rengui readied his bow. Rengui, quietly ascend to the rooftop. Target the one who commands and shoot. We have few arrows, so aim directly at the leaders. Li Shen designated Shui Rengui as the marksman. The distance was not far, merely 50 or 60 meters. Shui Rengui, a master archer, could shoot accurately from 100 paces. Regrettably, he possessed only a scant supply of arrows, merely a dozen with finely crafted steel tips. The arrows designated for hunting belonged to the Imperial Guard and were to be returned after use. You 10 shall remain here and join me shortly for the battle of life and death, Li Shen declared, brandishing his sword with a flourish. He lamented his past neglect of martial training. Before long, the whistling of arrows pierced the air above. Li Shen understood that Shui Rengui had commenced his assault on the enemy commanders. Initially, several arrows were loosed in quick succession, but as time passed, the intervals lengthened. It seemed the adversary had discovered the presence of an archer and had begun to take cover. When Shui Rengui expended his final arrow, the entrance had already collapsed under the onslaught. A throng of rebels surged into the courtyard, prompting Shui Rengui to descend from his perch and don his halberd. My lord, you should retreat inside with His Majesty. I shall hold the entrance and will not yield a step until death, he advised Li Shen, who clutched his sword. Very well. Be cautious. Simply defend yourselves. I suspect the Imperial Guard is currently assaulting the city gates. Li Shen felt it prudent to enter. After all, should Li Shen perish before reinforcements arrived, what would become of them? Li Shen and Li Shen stepped into the hall, leaving the doors ajar as they observed the tumult outside. There was no dramatic exchange between the two sides. The clash of battle loomed imminent. Shui Rengui stood alone on the steps, wielding his halberd with fluid grace, felling adversaries with each strike. No foe could advance against him. What a remarkable guard you have. Utterly formidable. You have certainly found a treasure, Li Shen remarked, observing closely. Why not arrange for him to become a general upon our return? Li Shen dismissed the idea. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish, he replied. Very well. Once my elder brother ascends the throne, I shall ensure he is rewarded, Li Shen conceded. Appreciating Li Shen's magnanimity and wishing not to jeopardize Shui Rengui's future. A quarter of an hour passed, during which Shui Rengui dispatched 2 or 3 dozen enemies, showing no signs of fatigue. This began to instill anxiety in the ranks of the Ashina clan. If reinforcements arrived, they would surely face defeat and annihilation. Everyone charge. Whoever vanquishes him shall be rewarded with cattle, sheep, and Han women to accompany the Khan. They cried, surging forward. Chapter 65. Returned to the capital, the rebels launched another assault. Shui Rengui, witnessing their renewed aggression, let out a fierce battle cry as he wielded his halberd with fluidity, decapitating several foes in a single sweep. The 10 seasoned guards, adept in their experience, avoided direct confrontation, opting instead to support Shui Rengui from behind. However, the sheer number of rebels began to take its toll, as Li Shen's 10 guards started to sustain injuries. The 100 riders arranged by Li Shen also suffered casualties, and the situation began to grow dire. Suddenly, the distant sounds of battle cries approached. Kill. Protect the Emperor. Charge. Slay that old scoundrel Ashina. Li Shen realized that the Imperial Guard had breached the palace gates. He stepped forward and shouted, Only the leader of the rebellion shall be punished. All others who surrender shall be spared. His 10 guards echoed his proclamation, aware of the desperate nature of the adversaries and fearing they might fight to the death. Up to this point, aside from a few wounded, none of his guards had fallen. His fortune was at stake. He could not afford to lose any more men unjustly. The rebel ranks dwindled to 50 or 60 remaining fighters. Upon hearing the cries of battle from behind and the shouts of surrender from ahead, hesitation lingered for a moment before some began to call for surrender, rushing to the side. One led, and soon many others followed suit, resulting in over half the men fleeing from the rebel ranks. Fools, come back. They are deceiving you, exclaimed Ashina Jieshui in utter dismay. All those who surrender, cast down your weapons by that wall, kneel with your hands upon your heads. I assure you, no harm shall come to you. Witnessing the multitude capitulating, Li Shen promptly promised, Rengui, apprehend Ashina Jieshui. Li Shen commanded Shui Rengui, who, without further ado, brandished his Fangtian Huaji and charged forth. The few remaining rebels were no match for Shui Rengui's prowess, and after merely 5 exchanges, Ashina Jieshui was captured, signaling the end of the insurrection. After Shui Rengui subdued Ashina Jieshui, the Yulin Guards finally arrived, executing the remaining rebels, sparing only those who surrendered. Yulin Guard officer Sun Kaiwu approached the steps, placed his weapon on the ground, and knelt on one knee, stating, "I have arrived late to your rescue, your majesty. Please punish me as you see fit." Sun Kaiwu understood that if Li Shen had perished, every officer of the Yulin Guards would face dire consequences, and not involving their families was already a mercy. "Rise," Li Shen replied. "The rebellion led by Ashina Jieshui was unexpected. You bear no fault in this matter. Assign guards to secure the palace gates and deploy 1,000 cavalry to quell the remaining rebels. The Prince of Ji has promised clemency to those who surrender. Let them await their fate," Li Shen commanded, noting the time was already past midnight. Although the others had not engaged in battle, their spirits had remained taut, and as they relaxed, fatigue began to set in. Li Shen, now 40, found his stamina waning compared to his youth. Wang Du advised him to rest, suggesting that any matters could be addressed on the morrow. The rebel leaders, including Ashina Jieshui, were taken away for rigorous interrogation to discern if there were any other conspirators involved. "Rengui, you have worked hard today, except for the injured. Keep watch at the entrance to my palace. I will send some food shortly," Li Shen expressed, still wary of potential accomplices. Li Shen regarded Li Shen with an approving glance, showing his trust and understanding of Li Shen's filial piety. With Shui Rengui stationed at the entrance, Li Shen could rest more soundly, while Li Shen returned to his quarters for repose. The following day, after a night of intense questioning, Li Shen received satisfactory revelations. The insurrection had been orchestrated solely by Ashina Jieshui, with no additional conspirators involved. He Luo, who had been coerced by Ashina Jieshui, as feelings of neglect due to a decade of stagnation had festered into a plot against Li Shen. Li Shen addressed the situation swiftly, refraining from excessive anger or widespread repercussions. He merely executed the principal offenders led by Ashina Jieshui, while He Luo, who was exiled to the Lingnan region. For the surrendering soldiers, Li Shen proposed 10 years of labor, after which they would be released, recognizing their plight as pawns of the elite. Li Shen accepted this counsel. As for rewards, those would be determined upon returning to the palace. With the incident weighing heavily on his mind, Li Shen lost interest in leisure and began to prepare for his return to the capital, hastening the journey by 2 days compared to his arrival. Fully aware that the rebellious court officials were already informed and would require his immediate attention, Li Shen visited the boutique pavilion to seek out Wang Hongfu. Although the assassination incident had been quelled, whispers of it still circulated. Wang Hongfu was well aware of the situation. Without any preamble, Li Shen addressed Wang directly. "Old Wang, there are several matters requiring your attention. First, bestow a reward of 200 guan to Shui Rengui and an additional 100 guan specifically for him. Arrange the acquisition of 100 acres of prime farmland and ensure the land deed is delivered to their household. Furthermore, construct a residence of 1 mu for them, utilizing bricks and cement. I insist that the foundation be robust. Do not hesitate to spend. My life is far more precious than any building. Employ high-quality rebar and timber. I will provide you with the architectural plan shortly. From now on, their salaries will triple, and their family members will be prioritized for positions in all workshops. Do you understand?" The guards nearby, upon hearing Li Shen's words, were filled with exhilaration. Their families would undoubtedly prosper, enjoying feasts without concern. Some even mused that dying in battle would be a noble sacrifice, ensuring their descendants would be free from worry, though such thoughts were merely fleeting. "Yes, Your Highness. I shall attend to it immediately," Wang Hongfu replied promptly, recognizing the monumental contributions made by this group, not only in saving Li Shen, but also, as the rumors suggested, the Emperor himself. Future rewards from the Emperor were anticipated. "Thank you, Your Highness," the guards expressed in unison, bowing in gratitude. "Rise, for this is your due reward." "My life holds greater value than wealth," Li Shen replied. "Rengui, our current guard force is insufficient. You must recruit more from the village and enlist retired soldiers as well. Old Wang, please inquire in the surrounding counties and villages to see if any retired soldiers are willing to join us. Upon my departure from the palace, the royal guard should number 3,000 according to protocol. However, I suspect fewer will be available in Chang'an. Nonetheless, the palace is vast, and a sparse patrol is unwise. I estimate we need at least 500 guards for the palace. Organize 3 shifts for patrol duty. Recruit as many as possible, but ensure we do not exceed 3,000. As I prepare to leave the palace, we must address security concerns. Although we are in the capital, we must remain vigilant against petty criminals. After all, the royal treasury is housed within these walls. Understood, Your Highness. I will expedite these matters, Wang Hongfu replied. Another matter. The road from the imperial farm to Chang'an has been completed. The laborers were locals from nearby villages, and they inquired about employment opportunities in our workshops. As they are indeed facing hardship, Wang Hongfu reported. Very well, we shall prioritize hiring individuals from the imperial farm for our workshops. However, communicate to the villagers that if anyone wishes to pursue their own business, we shall support them, and for those lacking funds, we can offer loans. Additionally, establish a night school to teach them literacy and arithmetic. Those who master 1,000 characters shall receive double wages, and those proficient in calculations may be promoted to positions such as accountants or managers. We will not compel those uninterested in literacy, but their wages will remain unchanged. Li Shen instructed Wang Hongfu further. Moreover, ensure that critical processes involving alcohol and soap production are not entrusted to outsiders. We have adopted an assembly line method. Inform them that access to these crucial areas is strictly prohibited. Anyone who enters, intentionally or otherwise, will be dismissed, and the villagers associated with them will face expulsion as well. Li Shen had meticulously deconstructed the processes involved. Divided into various workshops, the significant tasks were all undertaken personally, as there was scarcely any patent protection in this era. Chapter 66, A Harmonious World. After a brief recounting of events, Wu Mei, who had returned home to visit her mother, also arrived shortly thereafter, her eyes tinged with red. What is the matter? Are you all right? Inquired Li Shen with concern. I am fine, Your Highness. My mother and sister are living well. I merely thought it would be some time before we met again. Li Shen instructed Wang Hongfu to purchase a residence for Wu Mei's mother and sister, along with 2 servants, ensuring their lives would be free of worry. He allocated a monthly allowance of 12 guan, as he had minimal expenditures in the palace, only occasionally bestowing gifts upon the palace maids and eunuchs. Thus, she would send 5 guan to them each month through Shi. Upon their recent reunion, her mother had remarked that following Prince Ji might not be worse than staying in the palace. As a concubine of the Duke, she was naturally well informed. Now, accompanying Prince Ji promised wealth and nobility, devoid of the palace's treachery and intrigue, where one might perish without knowledge of it. Moreover, the emperor had permitted Prince Ji to establish a royal residence in Chang'an, ensuring his future prominence. It's all right. Once our mansion is completed, we shall reside there. You may visit whenever you wish, Li Shen reassured her. After concluding his affairs, Li Shen returned to the palace with the others. He intended to consult Yan Libin regarding his royal residence, where the foundation had already begun to be excavated. Several subterranean structures were completed, particularly the Grand Treasury, which was fortified with 1-meter square steel and concrete pillars, all cast as a single unit. Li Shen was now prepared to discuss several new ideas with Yan Libin. On the following day, Li Shen was summoned by Wang De to the Taiji Hall, where the emperor was to bestow honors. Upon his arrival, the assembly of ministers turned their gazes toward Li Shen, whom they had not seen in months, all considering him fortunate to have gained merit in safeguarding the emperor. The conferral of honors would commence towards the conclusion of the court meeting. Although he was a prince and should have stood at the forefront, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, leaning against a pillar beside the martial officials. The day's discussions centered on the rebellion led by Ashina Jieshu, which had rendered the Turks in Hunan inconvenient, necessitating their relocation to Monan. Prince Ji, called out Qing Yaojin, beckoning Li Shen. Li Shen drowsily opened his eyes. Li Shen, what are you doing? This is the court. You are sleeping. Li Shen was nearly apoplectic at the sight of Li Shen dozing during the assembly. Oh, father, I awoke too early. Li Shen replied. You rise at the sun's zenith daily. This bad habit is not good for you, Li Shen remarked, well aware of Li Shen's tendencies. Father, I am still young, growing and in need of ample sleep and nourishment, Li Shen countered playfully. All right then. Just now, the ministers proposed relocating the Turks to Monan. What are your thoughts? Li Shen wished to avoid further debate with Li Shen. Why must we relocate the Turks? Li Shen feigned ignorance. Your Highness, it is due to the rebellion led by Ashina Jieshu. The Turks are not of our kin, and their hearts are bound to differ. Currently, they are scattered across the provinces of Hunan. Should another rebellion arise, it would significantly impact both the court and the common people, Fang Xianling offered to elucidate. Oh, so a rebellion warrants the relocation of an entire tribe. Since ancient times, the people of the Central Plains have been most prone to rebellion. From the beginning of the Jingguan era until now, there have been no less than 10 uprisings, nearly every year, the majority of which were instigated by Han people. If I may inquire, esteemed lords, should we also consider relocating the Han people or even eliminating them entirely? Li Shen, unfazed, retorted, nonsense. How can you equate the Han people with mere traitors? They are citizens of our great Tang Dynasty. How can one suggest they should be killed at will? Li Shen, upon hearing Li Shen's outrageous remarks, angrily rebuked him. Ah, so the Han people are allowed to rebel simply because they are subjects of our Tang? Truly, esteemed ministers have found an excellent justification for insurrection. Li Shen cast a scornful glance at the assembly of ministers. Your Highness, the rebellions by the Han are matters internal to our Tang. The Turks, however, are an entirely different issue, countered Cui Renji. Oh, then may I ask you, Inspector Cui, what tomes have you perused since your youth? Li Shen inquired. Naturally, the writings of the sages, Cui Renji proudly declared. Have you, then, encountered the Dao Ji Xing from the Book of Rites? Li Shen pressed further. Of course, I have, Cui Renji replied. And do you comprehend its meaning? Li Shen challenged. I am well aware of it, Cui Renji asserted, feeling slighted by Li Shen's condescension. I believe you do not. Had you truly understood, you would not have uttered such divisive sentiments about those outside your kin. Li Shen turned to Kong Yingda, the grand scholar, and respectfully said, Master Kong, you must grasp my intent. The world belongs to the public. This is what we deem as great harmony. The Turks have surrendered to our Tang. They are now our subjects and a treasure to our nation. If you were to have a wealth of laborers at your feet, would you simply discard them? Tens of thousands of capable hands. You cannot just dismiss them. You boast of your scholarly pursuits, yet fail to comprehend the essence of great harmony. I question whether you have truly studied the teachings of the sages, or if you merely exploit their wisdom for your own gain. Reflect upon your motivations for studying. Is it for wealth, power, or status? It appears you merely grasp at hollow fame, a band of pretenders. Humph. The words of Prince Ji seem exaggerated, one minister interjected. Indeed, how many years of study have you had? Another chimed in. Li Shen's vehement outburst drew the collective ire of the officials. Even Kong Yingda deemed him utterly arrogant for daring to lecture the court ministers. Well then, I shall not argue with those who lack understanding. I shall return to the palace now. Matters of rewards can be discussed later. What a vexation. With that, Li Shen made to depart. Your Highness, please wait. As you have observed, esteemed ministers have yet to grasp the true significance of study. Might I inquire what you perceive that meaning to be? Fang Xianling suddenly asked as Li Shen turned to leave. Known for his shrewdness and keen insight, Fang Xianling found this young prince intriguing, despite his modest demeanor and disinterest in governance, perhaps his greatest wisdom. Hence, he was compelled to learn Li Shen's perspective. The other ministers gazed at Fang Xianling in astonishment, curious as to why this esteemed chancellor would show such interest in the words of a seemingly arrogant youth. Li Shen halted, glancing back at Fang Xianling and then at the surrounding ministers, and declared, as scholars, it is our duty to learn and achieve, to assist in the governance of the nation and the welfare of the people. You all enjoy the privileges afforded by the scholar-farmer-trader hierarchy, and thus should bear the corresponding responsibilities. For the nation, how to strengthen our Tang and expand its territories. For the people, how to ensure their peace and prosperity. The notion of family and country that you incessantly espouse prioritizes the family, which, in essence, signifies a self-centered perspective. My aspiration is for all students across the world to dedicate their studies towards the resurgence of the great Tang Dynasty. Upon hearing these words, Li Shen was profoundly moved. Historically, scholars have pursued education with the intent of gaining official positions. Even those who fail to secure such roles find themselves elevated above the common folk. After expressing his thoughts, Li Shen gradually made his way out of the hall, leaving behind 4 profound statements: to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the populace, to carry on the unbroken teachings of the sages, and to open up peace for all generations. His voice faded into the distance. In the court, a profound silence enveloped the room, with all present absorbed in the weight of Li Shen's final 4 phrases. These words encapsulated the philosophical thoughts of the esteemed Zhang Zai from the Tang Dynasty. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the populace, to carry on the unbroken teachings of the sages, and to open up peace for all generations. Excellent. Such eloquence. This reflects the true essence of scholarly thought. Duke Ji's words are comparable to those of the greats. These lines shall echo through the ages. Duke Ji, with his prodigious talent and profound knowledge, has imparted invaluable insights. Kong Yingda bowed respectfully towards Li Shen, a gesture that left the entire court astonished. Kong Yingda, a descendant of sages, found himself humbled after this incident. Duke Ji's reputation would undoubtedly soar. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Duke Ji is indeed a talent of extraordinary caliber, Long Sun Wuji quickly praised, aligning himself with Li Shen before any threat to Li Chengqian's position emerged. Over the past few years, Li Shen had generously shared substantial resources with their family, particularly with Princess Chonglo. Indeed, Your Majesty, Duke Ji's remarkable talents are a true fortune for our great Tang Dynasty, the shrewd Fong Xianling chimed in. Li Shimin maintained an impassive expression, but internally, he was elated. Who would not take joy in hearing praise for their offspring? He too was astonished by Li Shen's words. In the preceding year, Li Shen had ceased attending the Imperial Academy, asserting that he had learned all that was necessary, deeming the remainder unworthy of his time. This had infuriated Li Shimin back then. Now, however, Li Shen unleashed a remarkable revelation, garnering admiration even from the staunch conservatives, including Wei Zheng, especially from the cantankerous Kong Yingda, who had never regarded anyone with esteem in literary matters. Dear ministers, please refrain from excessive praise. It is merely the child's playful banter, Li Shimin remarked, intending to publicly reprimand Li Shen later for such insolence. The assembled officials were rendered speechless. Having accompanied Li Shimin for many years, they understood him well, and thus chose to remain silent, each contemplating how they had been outwitted this time. Li Shen, having cleverly maneuvered the situation, returned to the Hall of Great Blessings. Feeling secretly pleased, any remnants of his modest knowledge would surely be uncovered, prompting him to make a swift exit, awaiting the imperial decree for rewards. He unexpectedly encountered Li Shimin, accompanied by the Crown Prince. Greetings, Father, Li Shen said. Yes, shortly. I shall dine here with Gao Ming, Li Shimin replied. Oh, I shall inform Annie to prepare several dishes that you enjoy, Li Shen responded. Very well. I am aware you have been calling Consort Wei Mother in the Hall of Great Blessings. From now on, I grant you the privilege to address her as Mother Consort, a reward for your heroic service in rescuing me, Li Shimin said to the departing Li Shen. Thank you, Father. I shall cherish this privilege. With all due respect, Li Shen expressed his gratitude, thrilled at the prospect of finally being able to publicly acknowledge his biological mother. For others, this would be a grave taboo, a blatant disrespect towards the Empress and the established protocols. Very well, rise. Quickly prepare, for I have yet to partake in the morning meal, Li Shimin urged. Half an hour later, palace maids began to serve the dishes, and Li Shen, along with concubine Wei, took their places at the table with Li Shimin and the Crown Prince. As they dined, conversation flowed, albeit on trivial matters, including inquiries about Li Shen's imminent departure from the palace and the progress of the Wang residence. Li Shen responded to each inquiry, even requesting a guard of 500 to safeguard his household, to which Li Shimin readily granted an allocation of 1,000. My younger brother, you have no idea how brilliantly you shone in the court today, particularly those last 4 sentences that resonated profoundly. The ministers proclaimed you a prodigious talent, and even Confucius' disciple was swayed by your words, the Crown Prince remarked with admiration. Brother, I am no prodigy, I merely spoke casually. Moreover, those ministers will remain self-serving, prioritizing their families over the nation, which is the essence of their scholarly pursuits, Li Shen replied, aware that mere words could not instigate change. And how do we enact change? Li Shimin inquired. Only through long-term planning, starting from the private academies. We must educate the youth to be loyal to the nation, the royal family, and the common people. They must understand that a country provides a home. Without a nation, they could become displaced. While it may be unrealistic to expect universal loyalty, achieving even half would suffice. Ideally, the court would fund the establishment of schools, beginning with private academies for the youngest, progressing to elementary and higher education. Every county should have an elementary school, and each province should boast a university. Several neighboring villages could establish their own academies, fostering education at every level. Additionally, the curriculum should encompass not only Confucianism but also mathematics, and at the university level, Students could pursue various trades such as blacksmithing, carpentry, masonry, and medicine. Not every scholar will have the opportunity to serve in the court. Those who do not can acquire these skills, thus contributing to the empire's productivity. Li Shen's concept of elementary education was akin to what would later be termed secondary education, while private academies were similar to elementary schools. Your ideas are commendable. However, we must consider that the court may not possess the funds to construct such institutions, and the common folk may not have the means to afford education, Li Shen analyzed. What you are essentially saying is one word: money. Without agriculture, there can be no stability. Without commerce, there can be no prosperity. Trade is the foundation of national development. Do not heed the notion that all merchants are unscrupulous. Observe which officials do not engage in trade, Li Shen remarked, disliking the fade of officials. Such matters require careful deliberation. Change cannot be achieved overnight. Nonetheless, your discourse on universal harmony today was quite insightful. Since the Turks have submitted to our great Tang, they are now our subjects. Even if they cultivate the land, they can yield millions of acres and countless grains. We must ensure they do not relocate. Li Shen concurred with Li Shen's perspective. My younger brother, today, my elder brother engaged in discourse at the Chongwen Academy with numerous scholars on governance. The students expressed varied opinions, and Confucius' disciple imparted teachings on the royal way. I wonder what your thoughts are, Li Chengqian inquired, eager to hear Li Shen's insights. They understand nothing of the royal way. Brother, do not heed their misguided notions. You are the emperor. Simply embrace our father's philosophy in your future reign. They have never held the throne. What authority do they have to instruct you on rulership? They will only speak of benevolence, Li Shen replied disdainfully. Oh, then how do you interpret the royal way? Li Shen, flattered by Li Shen's sycophancy, felt quite pleased. My interpretation is that the way of kings dictates that those who disobey must be eliminated. Li Shen, while casually enjoying his meal, remarked, how absurd. Such tyrannical behavior cannot embody the way of kings. Li Shen countered, tyranny? True tyranny would entail executing those who comply. Li Shen then inquired, and what of the will of heaven? Li Chengqian interjected, before taking a life, one must shout for divine retribution. Li Shen continued, then what constitutes the path of the sage? Li Chengqian persisted, before taking a life, one must at least utter an apology. Despite acknowledging the validity of Li Shen's points, Li Shen, finding Li Shen's discourse rather crude, chose to disregard him. Chapter 0. A few words. Greetings, esteemed readers. I am but a novice in this realm. I extend my gratitude for your support and commentary. However, my follower count is rather low. I humbly request that you, dear readers, lend a hand by clicking follow. Even if my work does not appeal to you, a mere click would be appreciated. Writing this novel feels more arduous than attending school, primarily due to a lack of resources. I find myself sifting through various historical texts, including the comprehensive history and the Book of Tang, while seeking translations. Some of the material remains incomprehensible. I strive to ensure that every detail aligns with historical accuracy, including the prices of goods, the income of commoners, the salaries of officials, and the stipends of the royal family, as well as the existence of actual historical figures. For instance, I must research officials beyond the recognized meritorious ones. The time spent gathering information often exceeds that spent on writing the novel. Additionally, I need to familiarize myself with the geography of the Tang Dynasty, which comprises the initial 10 routes, 360 prefectures, and over 1,500 counties. I must ascertain details for future reference, such as population density and the authentic historical events that transpired during the 23rd year of Jingguan, including the birth and death years of relevant figures. Initially, I intended to summarize the characters' childhoods and transition directly to adulthood. However, I soon realized that numerous significant historical events serve as material, making it impossible to select only a few. Thus, I am compelled to chronicle these events year by year, which complicates matters, particularly regarding the ages of various characters. At times, it is not that the author is unaware, but rather that mistakes occur. For example, Li Shen was born in the 2nd year of Jingguan, which corresponds to 628 AD. After a lengthy hiatus, much of the earlier information has slipped my mind, especially the years, leading to potential temporal discrepancies. I kindly ask readers to offer reminders when necessary. This book contains numerous personal perspectives on characters and historical events. Naturally, interpretations of history vary from individual to individual. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Humans are inherently complex, independent thinkers. Observing the comments section on platforms like Kuaishou and Douyin reveals that for the same event, some perceive correctness, while others argue the opposite. Some merely adopt a stance for the sake of opposition. Thus, I merely wish to express my own views. This work is a simple narrative, perhaps reflecting my preference for uncomplicated themes, devoid of intricate plots and conspiracies. It may also stem from my lack of expertise in such machinations. Nevertheless, I have procured a tome on the art of manipulation to study. There is no need for monetary donations. A simple acknowledgement of my free work would suffice. To be candid, I have been an avid reader of novels for a decade, and recently, I have begun exploring the genre of time-traveling historical narratives. I continually feel that my ideal vision remains somewhat distant, prompting me to write a novel for my own enjoyment and to evaluate my writing skills. Upon completion of my writing, I felt it to be merely average. However, I cannot abandon my efforts midway. Nonetheless, I find a certain satisfaction within myself. In numerous aspects, I struggle to keep pace with the myriad forms and styles of contemporary novels. After all, as a member of the post-80s generation, I am nearing middle age and find it increasingly challenging to keep up with the times. Let this be regarded as the conclusion of my youthful endeavors. In closing, I extend my heartfelt wishes for health and success to all those who pass by. The paths we traverse and the individuals we encounter each hold their own significance and destiny. The mere fact that we can perceive one another indicates a connection. To all who have walked this journey, I offer a few words. We are all but travelers destined for the underworld. Why cling so fervently to each passing day? Though fireworks may dazzle, they ultimately turn to ash. No matter how splendid the narrative, it remains but a performance. Do not fret, retire early, for matters of a lifetime cannot be resolved in a single night. I hope each of you finds joy in your daily lives and refrains from fixating on a singular concern. There is no flame that cannot be traversed. In a few years, when we look back, it will seem but a fleeting moment. Lastly, I express my gratitude to all readers for your support. Chapter 68. Wei Fuguei. Meanwhile, Li Chengqian found himself lost in contemplation. Elder brother, do not dwell on it. Remember this. As long as the interests of the majority are bound to the chariot of the Li family, we shall not falter. The ministers of the court, the noble families, and the lords, though they may represent a small fraction of the population of over 16 million in our great Tang Dynasty, their losses are minimal, and they will resist, but not rebel. However, the common folk are different. If they are deprived of sustenance, they will rise in revolt. You have read the annals of history. Dynastic changes have always been driven by the plight of the people, who would willingly forsake a stable life for hardship. Just as with the Tubo and Turks and the Shui Yintao, their repeated incursions stem from the desperation of impoverished herders. If we can alleviate their hunger, I cannot believe they would continue to follow the Khan to their doom. Li Shen also pondered this deeply. The establishment of the Tang Dynasty was due to the support of the noble families, which is why he often conceded in various matters, fearing accusations of ingratitude. Yet today, Li Shen's words shifted his perspective. Shen, you speak wisely. The small losses incurred by these great clans could sustain numerous commoners, and for the nobility, it would be of little consequence. Upon witnessing her son's elevated status in Li Shen's eyes, concubine Wei, setting aside her noble lineage, chimed in. For her son had become her entire world. The notion of maternal pride in her child's success was deeply entrenched in this era. Brother, it suddenly seems that you are more suited to the role of crown prince than I, Li Chengqian stated for reasons unbeknownst to him. Do not jest, elder brother. Do you recall what I said in the pavilion? Each person has their own aspirations. Mine do not lie in this direction. When you ascend the throne, grant me the title of leisurely king. That would be splendid. My ambition is to live freely and joyfully. Life is short, and one must seize the moment. Li Shen promptly rejected. Concubine Wei's brow furrowed at Li Chengqian's words. It was impossible for her not to consider the implications. Enough of this talk. Gao Ming, your performance has been exemplary, and I have taken note. Do not belittle yourself. The future of our Tang Dynasty is destined to be entrusted to you. Li Shen interjected swiftly, fearing that Li Shen might inadvertently jeopardize his claim to the throne. Indeed, elder brother, among our numerous siblings, I hold the highest regard for you. No one is more suited than you. In my opinion, a man should establish himself by the age of 30, and the most capable sovereign ought to ascend to the throne only after this age. The intervening years should be dedicated to learning and personal growth. This is not merely about serving as a county magistrate. It pertains to ruling an empire. The affairs of the realm are numerous each day, and one cannot grasp the complexities of governance without thorough study. It is worth noting that I ascended to the throne at the age of 27. Li Shen consoled Li Changqian. As the autumn breeze rises and white clouds drift, the grass and trees turn yellow and the geese return south. Autumn is a season of bountiful harvests, evoking a sense of longing. Li Shen's royal residence, after the tireless efforts of thousands of artisans, was finally completed before the onset of winter. On the day of its completion, Li Shen and Yan Libin personally inspected the premises, and he instructed the craftsmen to rectify a few minor details immediately. After the inspection, Li Shen planned to air out the residence for a few days before moving in, as there was no formaldehyde present at that time. Li Shen also took the initiative to consult the Taishe Bureau and selected an auspicious date with the assistance of Li Chunfeng. This was the customary practice at the time. Otherwise, any misfortune could be attributed to his relocation. Li Shen even personally crafted invitation cards and distributed them to the ministers during the Grand Court Assembly presided over by Li Shimin, regardless of whether they showed interest or not. He even presented an invitation to Li Shimin, who was glaring at him. The previous reward had amounted to a mere 10,000 acres of fertile land. In Li Shimin's words, Li Shen was not lacking in funds. Li Shen lamented, for his royal residence had drained his resources. The wages for the thousands of laborers amounted to 7 or 800 guan monthly, totaling 7 or 8,000 guan. The construction of the palace alone consumed 500,000 guan, and he also repaired a road spanning over 10 li currently. Li Shen's monthly income was merely 200,000 guan, and he often had to offer some to Li Shimin, leaving him with little left. However, once he departed the palace, Li Shen would be free as a bird, able to pursue his desires. As the day of his relocation approached, Li Shen began to pack his belongings. Consort Wei arranged for a steward named Wei Fuguwei to assist him. Wei Fuguwei's father, Wei Hongwen, had served as the steward to Li Shen's maternal grandfather, Wei Yuancheng, and had been a long-standing servant to the Duke of Yun. After Wei Yuancheng's passing, his position was inherited by his brother, Wei Quanghua, as Wei Yuancheng had no sons. Out of respect for the late duke's wishes, Wei Hongwen took care of Consort Wei. Following Wei Hongwen's death, Wei Fuguwei accompanied Consort Wei to marry her first husband, Li Min, who, along with his son, was later murdered. Consort Wei became a widow and returned to Luoyang to live alone. Subsequently, upon entering the Qin Wang's residence, she was elevated to the status of consort. Wei Fuguwei, unable to enter the palace, remained loyal and refused to stay with the Wei family. Thus, he settled in a village outside Chang'an, where Consort Wei provided him with financial support to marry and start a family, often sending him money. Now nearing 50, Wei Fuguwei had received messages from Consort Wei years ago, instructing him to serve the young master, Li Shen, after his departure from the palace. At this time, Zhao village was bustling with the harvest season. Wei Fuguwei was working the fields with his two sons. He had initially settled in Zhao village, where his unfamiliarity made him vulnerable to bullying. Most of the villagers bore the surname Zhao, but occasionally, elegantly dressed individuals would visit Wei Fuguwei's home, revealing their identity as eunuchs from the palace. This deterred others from bullying him. The villagers were aware that someone from Wei Fuguwei's family was in the palace, yet none imagined it was a consort. They assumed it was merely a maid or eunuch. While they refrained from bullying him, they also maintained their distance. The farmland and grain fields allocated to Wei Fuguwei were located at the outskirts of the village and were of the poorest quality, yet he bore no grievances. Once, officials brought a Liu family to the local authority. It was said that they were once relatives of government officials. However, when the officials fell from grace due to misconduct, their assets were confiscated, and they were relegated to commoners. The Liu family suffered the consequences, and the villagers, fearing trouble, were reluctant to associate with them. During the Tang Dynasty, it was mandated that men must marry by the age of 18 and women by 15. Those who failed to comply faced fines and heavy taxes. Wei Fuguwei, although in his 30s, was the steward of the Wei household, and Wei Guifei had already informed the eunuchs to speak to the county magistrate on his behalf, granting him a certain level of favor. The Liu family had an 18-year-old daughter who remained unmarried. No villager dared to propose to her, and eventually, they turned to Wei Fuguwei. They had heard rumors that he had connections within the palace and would not incur any penalties, believing that aligning with him might offer some protection against retribution from their enemies, though its effectiveness was uncertain. The Liu family initially disdained Wei Fuguwei and was reluctant to marry him, but the dictates of parental authority and matchmaking left them with no choice. After their marriage, despite their lack of affection for him, she bore him 2 sons and a daughter. Occasionally, eunuchs would send money to Wei Fuguwei, ensuring their family was not in dire poverty, allowing them to occasionally assist her family with financial aid. Gradually, she came to accept Wei Fuguwei. Chapter 69. Wei Fuguwei in distress. She had inquired of Wei Fuguwei why he received money from others, but he remained silent on the matter. She speculated that perhaps someone in her family was employed in the palace, for in that era, eunuchs were regarded with disdain, unable to be buried in ancestral graves. However, a year prior, Wei Fuguwei unexpectedly returned from the city with lavish fish, meat, and fine wine, even inviting her family for a meal. During the gathering, he simply stated that they would be leaving this place soon, and she thought it mere drunken ramblings, paying it no mind. Today, Wei Fuguwei, accompanied by his 2 teenage sons, went to the fields to harvest wheat. Although the land was poor, it still yielded grain. She was aware of the villagers' prejudice against outsiders and knew that her own family had faced similar treatment. Fortunately, the size of her household prevented them from being bullied. In the years following their marriage, she witnessed the villagers' scorn towards Wei Fuguwei, particularly in recent years, as her presence had led the village chief and the townsfolk to make things difficult for him. As a lady of distinction, she was both noble and fair of face, and the initial hesitance to marry her stemmed from fears of association with the Liu family. After a few years of calm, some began to harbor ulterior motives. Notably, the village chief's youngest son, Zhao Qi, who had studied and successfully participated in the local examinations, was arrogant and debauched. In recent years, he had persistently pursued Li Shen. Today, knowing that Wei Fuguwei was in the fields and the house was unoccupied, Zhao Qi, undeterred, sought to harass Li Shen. Liu family lady. Wei Fuguwei is already in his 40s, lacking talent and good looks. He is but a mere farmer. If you were to follow me, once I succeed in the imperial examinations and become an official, you would be the official's wife. Why remain so obstinately unaware? Zhao Qi urged from his seat. Li Shen, my husband's surname is Wei, and I am now a Wei woman. Having married into the Wei family, I must remain loyal and uphold my duties as a wife. You dare to repeatedly harass a virtuous woman. Do you not fear my reporting you to the authorities? Li Shen replied, her expression icy. Report me. My father is the village chief and is well acquainted with the gentry. If I merely mention it to him, your family's taxes will double this year, Zhao Qi retorted. Zhao Qi arrogantly declared that in this era, tax collection in the village was the responsibility of the gentry, with officials merely following suit. The populace was burdened with labor and land rent. Demands for increased contributions were commonplace, although they typically refrained from excessive levies. It was all too easy for them to target an ordinary citizen. Zhao Qi, there are still laws in this land. My husband has connections in the palace. Are you not afraid? Afraid? It is merely a matter of paying taxes, is it not the law? Besides, he is just a eunuch. Can he overshadow the county magistrate? I suggest you yield to me today. Unfazed, Zhao Qi lunged towards Liu. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, revealing Wei Fuguwei, standing at the threshold. Zhao Qi, you are exceedingly tyrannical. And if I am, do not think your connections in the palace make you formidable. I could easily fabricate a charge against you and have you sent to labor. Your palace connections would be powerless to intervene. After all, he is just a eunuch. Zhao Qi, undeterred by Wei Fuguwei's return, continued, Wei Fuguwei, let me be clear. I have set my sights on Liu. Consider it your good fortune. Sign the divorce papers, and I shall have my father exchange 100 acres of prime land for you. Otherwise, I shall send your 2 sons to labor, and you will face doubled grain taxes. Let us see if they can survive this winter. You scoundrel, I shall fight you. Wei Fuguwei charged at Zhao Qi, and amidst the chaos, Liu seized the opportunity to strike Zhao Qi on the head with a wooden stick, causing him to bleed profusely. You will pay for this, Zhao Qi declared before fleeing in disgrace. Liu watched as Zhao Qi bolted from the courtyard and rushed to examine Wei Fuguwei's injuries. After all, Zhao Qi was young and strong, and Wei Fuguwei had suffered. A kick to his chest left him coughing and grimacing in pain. Are you all right, my husband? Should we call for a doctor? Liu asked with concern. I am fine. Go fetch De Wu and Xiao Wu. I have something to discuss, Wei Fuguwei replied. Enduring the pain while asking Liu to summon their 2 sons, Wei De Wu and Wei Xiao Wu. A quarter of an hour later, Liu returned with both sons. Upon seeing Wei Fuguwei clutching his chest, they rushed to his side. Father, what has happened? Mother said you fought with Zhao Qi. Was it that scoundrel who harmed you? I shall seek revenge. Wei Wu, at the fiery age of 16, felt his blood surge with rage upon witnessing his father's injury. Wu, stand down. Your father is fine. He has something to tell you. Just now, your mother struck Zhao Qi, leaving him bloodied. I suspect he will soon report us to the authorities. You two must leave at once, take the family money, and seek refuge in Chang'an. Wei Fuguei instructed his sons. No, father, we will not flee. I refuse to believe Zhao Qi would dare defy the law. This is the Emperor's domain. Wu argued, having learned some principles from Liu. Do not worry. Your mother and I will be safe. Do not forget, we have connections in the palace. I kept this quiet before due to their high status and the trouble it could cause, but now, with no other options, we must invoke their aid. Father, who is this noble? Wei Wu inquired, while Liu also expressed curiosity, as Wei Fuguei had remained silent about it for years. He is from the palace. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, and 2 or 3 constables entered, followed by Zhao Qi, his father Zhao Qingda, and numerous villagers. Captain Sunday. It was indeed Wei Fuguei who inflicted injury upon me and sought to steal my possessions. Zhao Qi, the villain, declared first. Wei Fuguei, you are accused of robbery and assaulting Zhao Qi. Accompany us back to the county magistrate for trial, Captain Sun stated with an impassive demeanor. Captain Sun, it was Zhao Qi who initially harassed a common woman. My husband acted solely to rescue me, and it was I who struck Zhao Qi first. Lu Shen hastily clarified to Captain Sunday. The specifics will be revealed at the magistrate's office. Bring him in, take him away. Captain Sun accepted Zhao Qi's bribe, allowing him to apprehend Wei Fuguei for trial at the county office. Meanwhile, Zhao Qi was indeed injured. When the time came, evidence would gather, leaving Wei Fuguei with no defense. No, you cannot arrest my father. Zhao Qi was in the wrong first, cried his 2 sons, standing protectively before Wei Fuguei. You insolent fools, dare you obstruct the officers of the law? Step aside at once. To obstruct the government is akin to rebellion. Captain Sun showed no mercy, drawing his saber. Wu, Xiao Wu, step aside quickly. Your mother and I will be fine, Wei Fuguei urged anxiously. He feared that if Captain Sun were to kill his sons for obstructing the officers, it would be disastrous. Why is there such a commotion? Are we celebrating something? A discordant voice intruded amidst the squabble. Chapter 70. The chief steward of the Jiwang mansion. The crowd turned to see a dozen individuals entering the courtyard, followed by a horse-drawn cart. The leader was a tall figure, adorned with a cap, dressed in a round-collared robe with narrow sleeves, cinched with a leather belt, and clad in black boots, a long knife hanging at his waist. The accompanying men were also clad in tight black attire, each bearing a knife. This was none other than Shui Rengui, accompanied by his guards, their attire reflecting the high-quality fabric requested by Li Shen. May I inquire who you are? And what brings you here? The village elder, Zhao Qingda, spoke. I am the village head. If you have matters to discuss, I will do my utmost to assist. Zhao Qingda immediately recognized the extraordinary presence of the guards, noting their garments, made of exquisite, durable fabric, indicating their affluent background. Oh, is this the residence of Wei Fuguei? Shui Rengui inquired, uncertain of the elder's precise relationship with Wei Fuguei. Zhao Qingda sensed an ominous shift. He knew Wei Fuguei had connections within the palace, but was unaware of the specifics. Upon hearing this, Shui Rengui realized he had indeed arrived at Wei Fuguei's abode and disregarded Zhao Qingda to enter the house directly. Inside, he observed several constables preparing to shackle Wei Fuguei. May I ask who among you is Wei Fuguei? Wei Fuguei turned to Shui Rengui, a stranger to him, unsure of the reason for his presence. Suddenly, he recalled the message from concubine Wei a year prior. I am Wei Fuguei. Might I inquire why this valiant one seeks me? Shui Rengui noted that Wei Fuguei was already in chains and asked, what crimes has Wei Fuguei committed? Robbery and assault, with irrefutable evidence. It is unnecessary for you to intervene, Captain Sun replied, recognizing the other's distinguished attire. However, as a county official, he felt compelled to maintain his authority. That is not the case. It was Zhao Qi who first harassed a woman of the people. My husband, in defense of me, was injured by Zhao Qi, prompting me to retaliate and injure Zhao Qi. Yet, Zhao Qi, the villain, has falsely accused my husband, Lu Shen quickly defended. She sensed the extraordinary nature of Shui Rengui and recalled her husband's words regarding the noble. Oh, in that case, I shall take this individual into my custody. Shui Rengui was summoned today by Li Shen to locate someone. It was imperative that he did not falter in his task. Who are you to meddle in matters of the government? Captain Sun coldly inquired of Shui Ringgui, without engaging in trivial conversation with the minor officer. Shui Ringgui promptly presented his badge. They were now the guards of the Ji Wangfu, with Shui serving as the head of the guards, a position of considerable rank. The badge was issued only after official registration with the government. Captain Sun accepted the badge and, upon examining it, saw the words Ji Wangfu inscribed on one side and Guardian Commander on the other. Ji Wangfu. Captain Sun trembled, stammering in his speech. In this feudal era, offending a prince was not something a mere captain could afford. Disobedience could result in death. What do you mean, Ji Wangfu? I am unaware of such matters. It is merely the estate of the esteemed Wang family. The Ji Wang was indeed a significant figure. Yes, the estate is currently the wealthiest in the vicinity. Many aspire to enter, yet few succeed. Countless daughters from the villages wish to marry into that family. Captain, I believe this may be a misunderstanding. Wei Fugui is a person of interest to the prince himself. If you find the evidence irrefutable, I shall return to report to the prince. Whether he will personally intervene at the county office is uncertain. Shui Ringgui held the captain in disdain, for it is said that even a 7th-rank official must bow before a prime minister. Esteemed commander, I initially sensed this might be a misunderstanding. Since it is the prince's request, there is no need for the prince to visit the county office. It was a jest. Should Li Shen visit the county office, the captain would risk losing his position, perhaps even his life. With that, he hastily ordered for the shackles to be removed. Thank you for your rescue, Commander. Wei Fugui overheard their conversation and was moved to tears upon realizing the prince sought him. After waiting so long, he finally saw his young master emerge from the palace. No need for such formality, Wei Fugui responded humbly. My surname is Wei, and I am called Fugui. You may refer to me simply as Fugui. Shui Ringgui promptly introduced himself. Wei Fugui was a household servant of the prince's mother, now responsible for all affairs at the Wangfu. And even he would have to heed Wei Fugui's authority. Wei Fugui was taken aback by Shui Ringui's courteous demeanor, puzzled by the unexpected respect. Sensing his confusion, Shui Ringui explained, I have been commanded by the Ji Wang to escort you to the Ji Wangfu. The prince has indicated that you are the former steward of the esteemed Wei Guifei and will henceforth serve as the chief steward of the Ji Wangfu. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wei Fugui wept, kneeling in the direction of the palace and bowing 3 times, his tears flowing freely. Thank you, my lady, for not forgetting this old servant, he exclaimed, referring to Wei Guifei, chief steward of the Ji Wangfu. At that moment, both Captain Sun and the village chief, along with Zhao Qi, were left in utter disbelief. No one had ever imagined that Wei Fugui possessed such extraordinary connections, being a palace servant of the esteemed concubine. Had it been anyone else, their status would be widely known, unlike Wei Fugui, who had long endured scorn and disdain. Lu Shi, witnessing Wei Fugui's heartfelt display, was also moved to tears. She finally understood her husband's connections. The concubine of the palace, now the steward of the Wangfu. No longer would they suffer indignities. Her 3 children would have a promising future. Except for their young daughter, the 2 sons had always been under her tutelage and could now pursue education at primary and university levels. At last, Wei Fugui could truly embrace prosperity. Indeed, why did he not mention this relationship earlier? Wealthy man, your eldest son has already turned 16, hasn't he? What do you think of my little flower? The villager's demeanor has taken a complete turn. Yet, Wei Fugui remains indifferent. He rose and addressed Shui Ringgui. Commander Shui, might you kindly wait a few days? I will harvest my fields and then proceed to the royal residence. Manager Wei, the prince has summoned you to prepare for the upcoming housewarming banquet, so you should familiarize yourself with the affairs of the royal manor. The prince has already arranged for your residence and all necessary furnishings at the imperial estate, with 100 acres of fertile land and a sum of 100 guan to help you settle your family. He has even allocated a small courtyard for you within the royal residence. Such generous treatment from the prince should not be taken lightly. We must not allow anything to disrupt his important matters. His Majesty will also be in attendance, and we cannot permit the royal residence to become a subject of ridicule. Li Shen's directive was clear. Manager Wei must immediately go to the royal residence to arrange the banquet. Yes, you are right. It is my fault. We must not let the prince be the subject of gossip. I shall prepare my belongings at once. Wei Fugui understood Shui Ringui's intent. Dou, go to your maternal grandfather's house and ask them to come over. Tell them we are leaving and have matters to discuss. Understood, father, Dou replied, rushing out. Chapter 0. Inquiry today. I have nothing pressing, so I shall post a chapter for some casual chat. I have read all the comments, and I have responded to nearly all of them. This is my favorite pastime, engaging with everyone and exploring ideas. I have discovered that among the readers, there are truly hidden talents, with a breadth of knowledge that astonishes me. I suspect many of you, like me, find yourselves researching information on Baidu while reading a novel. Responding to everyone's questions is quite enjoyable, especially when a few individuals engage in discussions. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the generous reader who made a donation. Yesterday, the user known as Chen Ting, who enjoys Baidu tea, contributed a token of appreciation. As I mentioned previously, there is no need to spend money. A simple click on the free donation button suffices. This is, after all, a free novel website, and the intention is to avoid incurring costs. In live broadcasts, it is often mentioned, "Thank you, Big Brother, for your attention." The number of followers is somewhat low. Regardless of whether you continue to read, please leave a token of support. Among the readers, one individual's mother is a doctor, and I wish to extend my sincere greetings to her. The life of a doctor is not as glamorous as many presume. It is indeed quite arduous and mentally taxing. I salute all healthcare professionals. I am not a medical student. I merely work in the pharmaceutical industry. Having spent many years in the field, I have gained some understanding. Therefore, please refrain from labeling me as a medical practitioner, for it would be a grave injustice to those who truly study medicine. In fact, engaging in casual conversation in the comments section is quite delightful. Here, I shall address a few questions. 1. Many have expressed opinions on the method of salting locusts, claiming that salt is expensive. However, upon researching, I found that during the Jingguan period, the price of salt was not as exorbitant as imagined. There are two accounts. One states it was 10 yuan per pound, while another records it at 20 yuan per do. Regardless of the method, salting locusts is not a loss, and it is not akin to salted vegetables. A light salting to prevent spoilage suffices. Therefore, there is no need for further concern. 2. There are doubts regarding Qin Xiong's involvement in the Xuanwu Gate incident, as historical records do not mention him among those who entered the Xuanwu Gate with Li Shen. However, I would like to argue that merely entering does not equate to participation. The struggle between Li Shen, Li Jiansheng, and Li Yuanji was relentless and unyielding. Could it be conceivable for Li Shen to overlook a formidable general like Qin Xiong as the vanguard in numerous battles? It was inevitable that Qin Xiong would play a significant role in the coup at Xuanwu Gate. The conspiracy and execution of the coup involved many participants. For instance, Zhang Liang was responsible for liaising with powerful factions. Gao Shilian was tasked with releasing prisoners. Chu Tudong was in charge of guarding Luoyang. And Chang He was assigned to protect Xuanwu Gate. All of them were involved in the events at Xuanwu Gate. If individuals of Zhang Liang's caliber could participate, one cannot underestimate a warrior of Qin Xiong's stature. According to my research, among the 10 individuals who entered Xuanwu Gate with Li Shen, the role of Yuqi Jingde was paramount, while Qin Xiong had a crucial responsibility outside the city, guarding against the formidable generals Feng Li and Shui Wanche, who were under the command of the crown prince. These two were indeed fierce warriors. Without considerable prowess, how could one hope to intimidate them? Even if Li Shen succeeded in eliminating Li Jiansheng, the attack from these two could jeopardize his own life. Thus, Li Shen's strategy of positioning both offensive and defensive forces, one inside and one outside, was astutely devised. Historical records also indicate that Qin Xiong participated in the coup at Xuanwu Gate. In the Old Book of Tang, it states that on June 4th, following the execution of Jiansheng and Yuanji, the situation stabilized, and he was appointed as the Grand General of the Left Imperial Guard, receiving an actual grant of 700 households. The Old Book of Tang also recounts that in the 9th year of Wuda, he and Qin Shubao, among others, pursued the remnants of Jiansheng's faction at Xuanwu Gate. Thus, it is evident that Qin Xiong did indeed partake in the coup. Regarding the stature of Consort Wei, many historical texts record her height as exceeding 1.90 meters. How else could Li Shen have been captivated by this widow? There was an evident desire for conquest. Some may argue that the alliance was forged to gain support from the Wei clan. However, it is essential to remember that another widow, Wei Nizi, entered the palace alongside her. Her father was the Duke of Yun, Wei Quanghua, while Consort Wei's father, Wei Yuancheng, had long since passed. Why did Consort Wei gain favor and be elevated to the position of chief among the four consorts? while Wei Nizi remained merely a zhao. They were both widows. Yet consort Wei must have possessed extraordinary qualities. Her tall stature, stunning figure, and exceptional beauty undoubtedly won Li Shen's affection, resulting in the birth of 2 children, whereas Wei Nizi had none. Nevertheless, some friends, skeptical of my assertions, have requested photographs, and others have inquired about my capacity for open-mindedness. I find myself at a loss for words. This narrative pertains to the Tang Dynasty, not the Song Dynasty, and bears no relation to Jinping Mei. Perhaps once I complete this work, I might embark on a tale titled The Unspoken Stories of Li Shen and Consort Wei. Note: some may point out that Jinping Mei was written during the Ming Dynasty. Yet its narrative backdrop is set in the era of Emperor Taizong of the Song Dynasty. In conclusion, should there be any further inquiries, I welcome everyone to engage in discussion. I will periodically dedicate a chapter to address your questions. Thank you. Chapter 71. The relocation at this moment. The villagers had all vacated the courtyard. Captain Sun clasped his fist in salute to Shui Ringwei and departed. Zhao Qi and the village chief also discreetly slipped away, fearful of retribution from Wei Fugui. Only a group of villagers remained outside, observing the spectacle. As De Wu approached the entrance, he spotted 7 or 8 individuals armed with clubs entering the courtyard. Upon seeing De Wu, an elder at the forefront exclaimed, "De Wu, where is your father? I heard that the scoundrel Zhao Qi bullied your mother. This time, we shall leave him crippled. I am just about to visit you, grandfather. The matter has been resolved. My father is looking for you." De Wu quickly stopped the impulsive individuals. As a few people entered the room, they saw Lu holding her young daughter, while Wei Fugui carried a box. Initially, they were to gather clothing and other necessities, but were persuaded by Shui Ringwei to refrain. Their residence was well equipped, all arranged by Li Shen, and Shui Ringwei suggested that new garments could simply be purchased. Especially for Wei Fugui, his old clothes were no longer suitable. He had specific attire designated for household management, lest he bring shame to the Wangfu. In the end, Wei Fugui only produced the box intended for money. "Fugui, what on earth is happening?" De Wu inquired. "Are you leaving? Is Zhao Qingde really planning to have the officials arrest you?" Lu's father, Lu Yushan, asked. Having heard that Zhao Qi had assaulted his daughter and was now concerned Zhao Qingde might seek officials to apprehend them, Wei Fugui was preparing to flee with his family. "Father-in-law, do not panic. This matter has been resolved. When I said we were leaving, I meant we are relocating to the imperial estate, hence my reason for informing you. There are also some matters I need to discuss." Wei Fugui assisted Lu Yushan in taking a seat. "Relocating to the imperial estate. I have heard that the villagers there are affluent, but do not accept outsiders. The entire village is the fief of a prince, and the villagers can work in the workshops. I have heard that even the least among them earns at least 500 coins monthly. Those who are literate receive a consistent salary, and every family is prosperous. But they do not accept outsiders. Can you truly move there?" Lu Yushan had indeed heard of the imperial estate. "Father, Fugui is to become the chief steward of the Ji Wangfu. The estate has been specifically arranged for us by the prince, along with 100 acres of fertile land," Lu proudly explained to Lu Yushan. "The chief steward of the Wangfu? And they have arranged a residence and 100 acres of fertile land for you? Is this truly the case, Fugui? You are not being deceived, are you?" Lu Yushan expressed skepticism regarding his daughter's claims. "Father-in-law, I have come to speak with you about certain matters. For years, you have inquired about my connections within the palace. Now, I can reveal to you that I was once a household steward to the esteemed concubine Wei. When the young lady entered the Qin Wangfu and became a concubine, I was unable to enter the palace and thus settled here in Zhao Village, hoping that one day the young lady would find it convenient to summon me. For the past decade, I have been sending money through a eunuch close to her. A year ago, the young lady conveyed a message to me, stating that her son, Ji Wang, would soon leave the palace. Out of compassion, she requested that I continue to serve His Highness, Ji Wang. Today, this captain of the Wangfu Guards, Captain Shui, has come to escort me to the Wangfu. Hence my departure." Wei Fugui disclosed the secret he had kept hidden from Lu Yushan. "Was that a year ago when you invited me for a feast of sumptuous dishes? You mentioned then that you were leaving, and I thought you were merely speaking in jest. I had no idea Fugui had such a background." Lu Yushan reflected, somewhat astonished. "Father-in-law, the prince has urgent matters requiring my attention, and I must depart today. Thus, I have some things to discuss with you. This residence is left to you. You may decide how to distribute it among your brothers. Additionally, the grains from my fields, please have your brothers collect them as they are also for you. Moreover, the box contains several hundred coins, which I leave for you as a token of gratitude for the years your daughter has endured hardship with me. But rest assured, from this day forth, my wife and I shall surely enjoy wealth and prosperity." Wei Fuguei began to make arrangements, insisting that he would take nothing for himself, but rather provide for his father-in-law's family. "Such wealth is not appropriate. It has been accumulated over many years," Lu Yushan declined. "Yi, please accept it. The prince has already prepared for a guai and even provided 100 taels to help with settling down. We must leave for Chang'an today. There is no time to tidy up these belongings. The fields too must not be delayed. The prince's matters are urgent," Lu Shi urged Lu Yushan. Lu Shi felt a swell of pride. Many relatives had looked down upon Wei Fuguei, but she had married him out of necessity due to her age. Who would have thought that just over a decade later, they would have risen to prominence? Soon, she would hold the status of a lady of the house, and perhaps could even afford a few servants. Ultimately, Lu Yushan consented to accept Wei Fuguei's inherited wealth. He understood that Wei Fuguei would not be lacking in resources in the future. Thus, after Wei Fuguei had entrusted all affairs, he prepared to follow Shui Ringgui back to the city and the prince's residence. The villagers, upon seeing Wei Fuguei emerge, realized he was about to depart and gazed at him with envy. "Sister Wei, it's turning chilly. The prince has arranged a carriage. You and the children should board," Shui Ringgui said, observing Lu Shi holding her young daughter. The prince's thoughtfulness moved Wei Fuguei once more. Lu Shi climbed into the carriage, and the group prepared to set off. Lu Yushan accompanied his sons to the village entrance. Wei Fuguei bowed respectfully to Lu Yushan, saying, "Father-in-law, this is far enough. The royal estate is not far from here. Should you miss your daughter, please send word, and my wife and I will return to visit you. If I remain at the prince's residence long enough, I shall see if I can persuade the prince to allow your family to move to the royal estate as well. Take care of yourselves," Lu Yushan replied, bowing back. Wei Fuguei then turned and followed the procession. Lu Yushan watched as Wei Fuguei disappeared from view. "Let us go back and manage Fuguei's fields. The fifth son can move into his house. He has many children," Lu Yushan said before heading back into the village. On the 8th day of the 10th month, a propitious day for marriage, moving, and groundbreaking, Li Shen officially entered the prince's residence. Early in the day, Li Shen arrived at the royal manor. All arrangements had been made by Wei Fuguei. Li Shen's presence was merely required for the sacrificial rites. In the kitchen, the fire was lit, and the servants ensured all stoves were ignited. The sacrificial process followed seamlessly. Although Wei Fuguei had not engaged in affairs for over a decade, everything proceeded smoothly under the management of over 100 maids and servants. After the ceremonial rites, guests began to arrive. Wei Fuguei stood at the entrance to greet them. As was customary, the initial arrivals were of lower rank. It would not do for the prince to personally welcome them. It was only when the third-rank officials arrived that Li Shen was called forth. The banquet was set in the spacious front courtyard, capable of accommodating hundreds of tables without issue. As noon approached, two groups arrived together. Disembarking were the crown Prince Li Chengqian and Prince Li Tai. Li Shen quickly approached to pay his respects, saying, "Elder brother, fourth brother, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Old Ten, you're quite the celebrity now. We naturally had to come to support you," the jovial Li Tai remarked. "Indeed, Old Ten, you are no longer ordinary. Your 4 phrases have been revered by many scholars, who now display them in their study." Li Chengqian praised Li Shen. "Please, my brothers, do not flatter me. Come inside," Li Shen invited. Li Shen courteously guided the 2 gentlemen inside. "Please have a seat for a moment. I shall go check if my father has arrived," he said with a bow before departing. He preferred not to find himself caught between the two. Shortly after reaching the entrance, a large entourage approached, led by Li Yun. Realizing that Emperor Li Shen had come, Li Shen quickly opened the main gate to allow the emperor's carriage to enter. Accompanying Li Shen were the empress, for consorts, and several other favored ladies, including many who were close to Consort Wei. Numerous princesses also arrived, including Princess Linchuan, Li Mengjiang. Li Shen's residence lacked female relatives, save for Wu Mei, who had not yet been formally wed. Thus, the responsibility of hosting the ladies fell to Consort Wei and Li Mengjiang. Li Shen instructed Wu Mei to escort the ladies to the rear courtyard, where a banquet had been specially arranged for them. Li Shen then led Li Shimin and the others on a tour of the royal residence, where many of the visitors encountered various sights for the first time and expressed their curiosity. Upon reaching the sleeping quarters, Li Shimin inquisitively inquired about a particular platform. "That is called a kong. In winter, we burn wood beneath it, and when bedding is spread on top, It becomes quite warm for sleeping, Li Shen explained. This is a furnace for burning coal. The bathing area is equipped with 2 large water tanks, one for hot water and one for cold. This device regulates the temperature of the water, and that large pool serves as a swimming area for summer recreation. Li Shen elaborated on these luxuries, all of which were designed for comfort and enjoyment. You truly live by your words, Li Shen remarked, for this palace is splendidly opulent, constructed entirely of brick, tile, and bluestone. Even the plumbing is of copper. Are you aware that our Tang Dynasty is currently in need of copper? Li Shen felt a pang of envy at the lavishness of Li Shen's estate, for he was the emperor, the sovereign of the realm. Though his palace was larger, it could not rival the magnificence of Li Shen's. Is it not our teaching to act upon our words? Besides, earning money is merely a means to spend it. One must indulge in enjoyment, Li Shen replied. What use is wealth if it is not spent? He acknowledged that only the plumbing had been installed. If underfloor heating and running water were to be laid, he suspected that it would be beyond their current means. Your Highness, the court is also in need of funds. Why not contribute to the treasury and assist the government through this difficult period? Suggested Cui Renji, who was lingering behind. Cui, the inspector, made a valid point. To which Li Shen retorted, why not simply donate the entire Cui family fortune? Your clan has existed for a millennium. Your wealth could sustain the populace of the Tang for 10 years. Li Shen did not indulge his provocateur. Prince Ji, you jest. That wealth has been accumulated by my ancestors, Cui Renji chuckled, to which Li Shen replied, without even glancing at him, and my fortune did not come from the wind. No wonder the people claim that your noble families are like leeches. What belongs to the world is considered yours, while what is yours is exclusively yours. I commend your ingenuity. Continuing to stroll with Li Shen enjoyed the sight of the emperor's amusement at his repartee with the aristocrat. It was indeed perplexing how an inspector could utter such nonsensical remarks, but upon reflecting on the modern keyboard warriors who argue for the sake of argument, he found solace in the thought. The aristocracy truly seems to decline with each generation, remarked Tang Jian, who was also related to the noble families. He had not anticipated such foolishness from Cui Renji. The latter's face alternated between shades of red and white, unsure of how to respond. Li Shen led Li Shen and the others in a complete circuit of the residence, allowing them to fully appreciate the grandeur of the palace, adorned with bluestone, red bricks, and red tiles. In every courtyard, a unique scene unfolds, and Li Shen truly knows how to savor life's pleasures. Under the guidance of Wu Mei, the women are introduced to various facilities, and the concubines express their amazement. Li Shen has even arranged a courtyard for both concubine Wei and Li Mengjiang, each adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants, inciting envy among the concubines and princesses who commend Li Shen's filial piety. Concubine Wei modestly deflects the praise, while the princesses express their admiration for Li Mengjiang. At the tender age of 15, Li Mengjiang is of marriageable age, under normal circumstances. She would likely be wed to the son of a provincial governor or a military general, much like the recently married Princess Gaoyang. It is rumored that Princess Gaoyang holds little regard for Feng Yai, forbidding him from consummating their marriage. However, Li Mengjiang's situation differs. Her brother is capable and has reportedly prepared a substantial dowry for her. The grand shop in the East Market boasts 10 spacious rooms, and the property deed has already been secured. Additionally, there lies a sum of 200,000 coins within the Deji Hall, which Li Shen has not transferred to the royal treasury, as it is said to be part of her dowry. Furthermore, Li Shen has granted Li Mengjiang a 10% stake in the soap business, yielding her several thousand coins annually, as the product is highly favored among the Hu people. Numerous young lords from noble families have their sights set on Li Mengjiang, for marrying her equates to acquiring immense wealth, surpassing that of many noble households. Today's feast is prepared by the chefs from the Flavor Pavilion, which has temporarily closed its doors to assist at the royal residence. 18 dishes, each a delight to the senses, are served alongside bottles of the 3-year-old Zhengguan wine, each valued at 100 coins, leaving the guests thoroughly satisfied and reluctant to depart. Li Shen has truly spared no expense in hosting his guests. After the meal, as the guests take their leave, Li Shen approaches Li Shen, expressing his desire for his mother and sister to stay for a couple of days. Li Shen, however, declines, and it is only after Li Shen offers 10 bottles of 4-year-old Zhengguan wine that Li Shen consents to their stay for one night, with a return planned for the following evening. That night, everyone gathers in the dining hall. Concubine Wei is in high spirits. Her son has brought her pride. Shinner, What plans do you have for the future? She inquires, as she serves him food. Mother, I intend to expand my business and increase my wealth. I believe this path is far more rewarding than holding an official position or even ruling as emperor. I can pursue my desires freely, and if you wish, you may often visit me here for delightful feasts and entertainment. I understand you desire me to enter the court, but have you considered what benefits it would bring me? As a prince, I have power, yet my income is limited to a mere stipend. I would constantly worry about being impeached. Therefore, there is no need for you to fret over my affairs. Enjoy life alongside your son. If you lack anything or desire something, simply send word, and I shall provide you with a storeroom full of treasures. Li Shen, savoring the dishes served by concubine Wei, offers this counsel. Oh, you dear child, your mother knows your nature well. You are right. You possess everything you desire. Why pursue an official career? Concubine Wei comes to understand Li Shen's perspective. Sister, do partake in the meal. Should you wish to venture out for leisure in the future, you are most welcome to stay at my residence. If anyone dares to bully you, simply inform me, and I shall deal with them. Brother, do not jest. How could one put a price on a life? Li Mengjiang gently rebukes Li Shen. Thanks to you, I am living quite well within the palace. Indeed, Shen'er, your sister is now quite the catch. Many young lords from noble families have their eyes on her. Your father has inquired about her several times. But did you not say you wanted her to choose for herself? I conveyed to your father that if your sister were to disapprove, you would undoubtedly complicate matters, which is precisely why your father refrained from bestowing the marriage. Wei Guifei chuckled as she gazed upon her daughter. Mother, please refrain from speaking, Li Mengjiang pouted. Her cheeks flushed. Chapter 73. Dealing with the profligates recently, the most vexing issue for Li Shen has been the profligate youth of Chang'an. They stir trouble wherever they go, engaging in brawls and feuding, and competing for attention in the pleasure boats. The daily reports of their misdeeds exceed the height of a person. The records of the Jingzhou Yin are overwhelming. The chaos they create has turned Chang'an into a disarray, leaving the common folk in distress. Most egregiously, it is said that Cheng Yaojin's third son, Cheng Chubi, and Wei Chai's Wei Baoqi found themselves at a pleasure boat without money, confronted by creditors over a mere 5 guan, truly a source of ridicule. Alas, these profligates are a persistent headache for me, though they have not committed any heinous crimes. Their minor transgressions are unending, disrupting the peace of Chang'an. The people regard them as a calamity. Wangda, what do you propose we do about them? Most of these individuals are unmarried and cannot yet be appointed to official posts, which poses a conundrum. Li Shen rubbed his temples in frustration. Everyone, should we enforce strict supervision from various offices, or perhaps impose house arrest for a time? Wangda pondered for a moment, recognizing it as a challenging dilemma. Punishment seems ineffective, and supervision also appears futile. These rascals have never lacked discipline. The sons of the Cheng family are often chastised, yet they remain unafraid of authority. Lian, do you have any wise suggestions? Li Shen inquired, desperate for a solution. Your Majesty, I believe these profligates must be managed by someone equally profligate. It is akin to warfare. If the enemy is fierce, one must be fiercer. If the wicked are malicious, one must be more wicked. Therefore, I suggest we find someone even more profligate than they to govern them, Lian replied. Fiercer than the enemy, more wicked than the wicked, and more profligate than the profligates? An excellent idea, but where shall we find such a scoundrel? Li Shen found merit in Lian's reasoning. Everyone, might we consider Jiwang? Wangda cautiously proposed. Are you referring to Li Shen? Indeed. He spent 50 or 60,000 on his mansion, publicly berating court officials. That is the one. Summon him to the palace. Li Shen felt a surge of envy at the thought of Li Shen's opulent residence. Meanwhile, Li Shen was at home, flying kites under the clear autumn sky, the wind perfect for the activity. Reluctantly summoned by Wangda, upon entering the palace, Li Shen discerned that interrupting Li Shen's enjoyment had dampened his spirits. I have seen your father, Li Shen greeted expressionlessly. What a pity to interrupt your leisure, your highness. Li Shen jested. Not at all. I was merely studying. Enough of that. I am well aware of your antics. There is a matter requiring your attention. Li Shen interjected, cutting through Li Shen's fabrications. Father, what is your command? Thus, Li Shen recounted his recent troubles. This matter I entrust to you. Is it the emperor's wish for me to eliminate them? Li Shen exclaimed in astonishment. You fool, if I wanted them dead, I wouldn't need you. I require you to devise a means for them to quiet down. Li Shen nearly choked on his frustration, bewildered by Li Shen's thought process. Father, this task is not simple. They are all from the same circle, I cannot betray my friends. Unless. Li Shen deliberately paused for a moment, stating, unless. Of course, you are willing to pay more. He gazed intently at Li Shen, exclaiming, you wretched scoundrel. I have entrusted you with a task. And yet you dare to demand money from me? Call in the guards. Administer 20 lashes. Li Shen bellowed, wait. I do not seek money. There is a mountain to the east of the city. I desire it. What is it about that mountain? It is devoid of any resources. Merely closer to your residence by the eastern city gate. What purpose do you have for it? Li Shen inquired. Because it is vast. Surely. It harbors numerous birds and beasts. I intend to use this mountain as my hunting ground, venturing forth to pursue game. Indeed, the mountain was substantial, appearing to be a cluster of several hills. Although not particularly lofty, its expanse was considerable. You are consumed by indulgence, Li Shen. Cannot you dedicate yourself to the court and alleviate some of my burdens? Li Shen expressed his exasperation. Isn't there an elder brother available? Besides, I am confident that fourth brother would gladly share the load with you. One mountain in exchange for the tranquility of Chang'an is a fair trade. Very well, but I shall grant you but 1 month. With a clap of his hands, Li Shen silently celebrated his success. Such a grand mountain could one day serve as a clandestine experimental base. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Li Shen began to devise a plan. What strategy could ensure their tranquility more effectively than allowing them to profit? Even the pleasure boats required credit. This group of misers truly tarnished the reputation of the debauched elite. After some contemplation, he set out from the Wang residence with his guards, heading towards Pinkangfang, the largest red light district in Chang'an. Here, not only were there numerous brothels, but it was also home to many dignitaries and noblemen, perhaps explaining the abundance of such establishments. This locale boasted the highest expenditure in all of Chang'an, with a visit to a brothel costing no less than 10 taels of silver. Li Shen's intention was to locate several prominent figures among the dissipated youth: Cheng Yaojin's son Cheng Chuliang, Wei Chijin's son Wei Baoqi, and Fang Xuanling's sons Fang Yizhi and Fang Yai. These individuals often acted as organizers and planners. After searching several of the largest brothels without success, Li Shen pondered whether the timing was simply not right. Finally, he discovered Wei Baoqi and Cheng Chuliang in a mid-tier establishment. He instructed his guards to escort them downstairs while he awaited them at a nearby tavern. Greetings, Your Highness, the Prince of Ji. The two men greeted, puzzled, as their interactions with him had been infrequent. What brings you to seek us? Dear brothers, there is no need for excessive formality. Please, take a seat. Li Shen gestured for them to sit. As they settled in, Chuanxiang served them tea. What brings you to such a place? Li Shen continued, as they were seated. Well, Cheng Chuliang chuckled. We often find ourselves at leisure and come to amuse ourselves here. What business do you have with us, Your Highness? I did not inquire about your activities here. Rather, I questioned why you frequent such an unrefined establishment. You are both scions of distinguished families, albeit lacking in real power. You still hold official titles, do you not? I observe that Pinkang has 4 renowned brothels, which would be more befitting of your stature. This lowly venue hardly suits your identities. Li Shen feigned ignorance, prompting an awkward silence between the two. The issue was that their finances were quite strained. They could hardly admit to Li Shen that they lacked funds. Yet, remaining silent left them at a loss for an explanation. Should they confess to personal inclinations? Ultimately, it was the forthright Wei Baoqi who spoke up. To be honest, Your Highness, our resources have become rather limited. The 4 renowned brothels charge a staggering 3,200 won for a single feast, with additional fees for musical performances. When all expenses are accounted for, an ordinary outing can easily amount to 10,000 won. My father allocates merely 30 guan for my monthly expenses, which is quite beyond my means. I only receive 25 guan each month. Cheng Chuliang lamented that he has numerous brothers. Cheng Yaojin is now beset with worries. With so many sons, aside from the eldest inheriting his title as duke, the others must be provided for with housing, land, and the establishment of their own households. A duke's son cannot possibly reside in a common dwelling. It must be a substantial estate of at least 5 mu, costing no less than 10 to 20,000 guan. Not to mention the land purchase. It seems my elder brother's life is fraught with hardship. No wonder we rarely see our other brothers. They are in a similar predicament, lamented Cheng Chuliang. Alas, all of you are descendants of esteemed officials, yet you find yourselves in such dire straits. It is truly a sorrowful state for our great Tang Dynasty. Li Shen feigned sympathy and sighed. My lord, let us not dwell on our own misfortunes. What brings you to summon us today? After a moment of reflection, Chang Chuyang inquired of Li Shen, I shall not conceal from you, my brothers. Initially, I had a small matter to discuss, but seeing your plight has made it seem insignificant. We must devise a solution to improve your circumstances, so that the sacrifices of our uncles and fathers in battle are not in vain. Li Shen would not utter a word about managing this group of troublesome youths. Chapter 74. The Prodigal Assembly, Part 1. Gratitude to the generous patron, Sheng Huayan, who enjoys eating dorymen. I may not fully grasp the workings of this platform, as I cannot see who made contributions yesterday, only the leaderboard. Since there were donations yesterday, I shall add an extra chapter today. I cannot let money be wasted. That is not in my nature. Upon hearing Li Shen's intention to address their living conditions, Cheng Chuyang's eyes brightened. In Chang'an, who among the sons of officials is unaware of Prince G's immense wealth? He spent 50 to 60,000 guan on building his estate, equivalent to a decade of income. If only Prince G could turn stone into gold, allowing them to earn a little, their lives could improve significantly. But how does the prince intend to resolve this? Wei Qi Baoqi inquired eagerly. Let me assure you, brothers, resolving your issues is far from a challenge. A mere 10,000 guan would suffice for your indulgences. However, we must also consider the other brothers, correct? Brotherhood demands loyalty. Cheng Chuyang and Wei Qi Baoqi were nearly in tears. They could only marvel at how casually he spoke of 10,000 guan. Li Shen continued, Today, I ask you both to gather all your close companions, including all the sons of the Duke's household, every last one. Have them come to my residence tomorrow, where I shall host a banquet. We will convene to discuss how to elevate our standard of living. All of them. That could amount to over 100 individuals. Moreover, many are from the scholarly families, and our martial families do not typically see eye to eye with them. Cheng Chuyang expressed his astonishment at Li Shen's intention to tackle such a large issue. Brothers, do you not understand the strength in numbers? Many tasks truly require the contributions of these scholars' offspring, which you are not equipped to handle. We must embody both martial and scholarly excellence. Our aspirations must be grand. Our business must extend throughout the realm. There is only so much profit to be made here in Chang'an. Li Shen regarded Cheng Chuyang with disdain and asked, In your view, what holds greater importance than wealth? For me, nothing holds significance compared to wealth, Wei Qi Baoqi declared resolutely. Then let us commence gathering individuals shortly, Cheng Chuyang resolved. He could no longer endure a life of despondency. Look at the grand demeanor of Lord Ji when he ventures out, accompanied by attendants and guards, riding in a carriage. Very well, we shall meet at the Wang residence tomorrow, Li Shen said as he prepared to leave. The group descended the stairs, and Shirtu approached the counter to settle the bill, feeling a twinge of inferiority alongside Cheng Chuyang and Wei Qi Baoqi. Shirtu reached into the pouch that Li Shen had given him, tossed a handful of copper coins onto the counter without a backward glance, and nonchalantly declared, No need to count, before departing. The two men stared in astonishment. Such extravagance. That handful must have been over 100 coins. While they had spent merely a few dozen on tea, Shita's fluid movements suggested this was not his first encounter with such opulence. As Li Shen turned to face the two while boarding the carriage, he added, There is one more thing I must mention. Two types of individuals should be avoided. First, those scions of noble families. I find no common ground with them. Second, those closely associated with my elder brother or fourth brother. That would lead to complications. Remember this. With that, he climbed into the carriage and departed. The two exchanged glances as the carriage faded from view. Cheng Chuyang remarked, Did you see that, Baoqi? Now that is the archetype of a dandy, our model to emulate. Indeed, second brother, in comparison to Lord Ji, we seem akin to beggars, Wei Qi Baoqi concurred. Let us proceed with our plans. My father claims that Lord Ji is the reincarnation of the god of wealth. This may be our opportunity. I shall gather our brethren and seek individuals. Cheng Chuyang patted Wei Qi Baoqi's shoulder, and they set their plans into motion. By evening, all officials in the capital were abuzz with the news. Lord Ji was assembling the scions of the second generation to conspire for great undertakings. As quoted directly from Cheng Chuyang, if Li Shen were to hear this, he would surely be taken aback. Conspiring for rebellion? Not all second-generation heirs were invited. Those who were summoned faced inquiries from their forebears that night. Meanwhile, those left uninvited began to feel a sense of unease. Li Shimin was also informed of the developments and recognized that Li Shen was starting to take action, although he felt curious about the notion of conspiring for great undertakings. He did not believe for a moment that Li Shen would contemplate rebellion. Your Majesty, That is all the news for now. The specifics will remain unknown until tomorrow. However, the phrase conspiring for great undertakings originated from Cheng Chuliang, not Lord Ji, reported Li Yun, who currently oversaw the cavalry. Any happenings in Chang'an were promptly relayed by spies. I am certain it is not Li Shen's doing. In his own words, he fears nothing more than expending wealth without purpose, Li Shimin remarked as he sipped his tea. Wang De, send 2 men to the Wang residence first thing tomorrow. Have them document everything said. Just inform them that I have dispatched someone to oversee the progress of his endeavors. Though Li Shen is a youth, he is quite perceptive and aware of many matters, including the presence of our spies. Yet, this boy remains indifferent. Simply instruct my subordinates to monitor Li Shen's actions without delving into certain secrets of his, such as his research. This way, Li Shen will not feel threatened, and I still hope he can contribute to the glory of the Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin retained a modicum of understanding regarding Li Shen. Yes, everyone, I shall attend to this at once. The following day, at the Wang residence, the group of dandy heirs began to arrive in pairs. Li Shen had arranged tables and chairs in the front yard, accommodating over 100 individuals. The atmosphere was chaotic, leaving many uncertain about his intentions. However, it was evident from their seating that they were divided into 2 factions, the sons of scholars and the sons of military officials. Typically, the brawls occurred between these 2 groups. When Li Shen made his entrance, everyone paid their respects, acknowledging him as a prince. He gestured for them to take their seats and stood upon the steps, where a podium he had crafted overnight was placed, along with a wooden stool. As he felt he lacked sufficient height. Brothers, he proclaimed, I hereby declare the first chaotic gentlemen's conference of Chang'an officially commenced. As he began to clap, the crowd, though bewildered, followed suit. I understand that many of you may harbor strong prejudices against the label of gentleman of leisure. However, I assure you, in my eyes, you do not even meet the criteria for such a title, as you have yet to attain the true essence of a gentleman of leisure. The crowd reacted with indignation, casting doubtful glances at Li Shen, who in Chang'an did not claim to be a gentleman of leisure. Although unflattering, it was a reality. Yet, Li Shen insisted they had not reached the standards necessary to bear the title. Prince Ji, if you say we are unworthy of being called gentlemen of leisure, then what, pray tell, constitutes such a title? Asked Feng Yiji, the son of Feng Xianling, rising to pose the question. An excellent inquiry, Li Shen replied. You consider yourselves gentlemen of leisure, yet what have you accomplished? Brawls? Disturbing the populace? Competing for favor in brothels? Parading with sycophants to bully the weak? Does that define a gentleman of leisure? You dare challenge me? Your capabilities are limited at best. Visit the various neighborhoods. You will find that the ruffians and idle scoundrels engage in the same antics. What distinguishes you from them? Li Shen regarded the crowd with disdain. And what then? My lord, do you define as a gentleman of leisure? Cheng Chuliang inquired, eager to participate. True gentlemen of leisure, Li Shen elaborated, are those who live by their own rules, spend lavishly, indulge in excess, and defy authority. To intimidate the common folk is a disgrace. Rather, it is the bullying of nobility's offspring that signifies equality of status. I have chastised all ministers in the court, leaving them speechless. The construction of this palace cost me several 100,000 coins. You have likely heard of its opulent features. I never purchased the finest items. I only acquire the most expensive. Even when encountering a beggar on the street, I toss them a coin. Who among you can claim my level of extravagance? Even my father acknowledges my extreme indulgence, Li Shen boasted proudly. Chapter 75. The Gentlemen of Leisure Conference, Part 2. The words Li Shen spoke resonated with the assembly, many of whom had heard similar tales from their fathers. In truth, they felt a twinge of envy. As they listened to Li Shen's eloquent discourse, memories of their past misdeeds resurfaced, revealing a stark similarity to the ruffians of the neighborhoods he mentioned. Have you ever heard the common folk refer to me as a gentleman of leisure? The people of my royal estate regard me as a benefactor. That is the distinction between you and me, Li Shen asserted, clearing his throat and raising his voice. Do you desire to spend money like water? Do you wish to reside in grand houses, indulging in feasts of wine and meat every day? Do you long for the moment when all the maidens of the 4 grand brothels in Pingkangfang gaze upon you with admiration? Do you wish for the common people to cheer for you, even amidst conflicts? Do you ever wish to toss a few coins after finishing your drink and proclaim loudly that the remainder is a gift for you? Li Shen's voice, like an enchanting spell, captivated those present. Little did they know that in his past life, Li Shen had undergone countless coaching courses of this nature. Do you wish to? He boomed. Speak louder." The echo of their responses resounded, excitement palpable in the air. Louder. The intensity of their voices was insufficient. Were this method employed in later generations, it would not yield such effects. Those involved in pyramid schemes undergo prolonged brainwashing to succeed. Yet, for the people of this era, it was remarkably effortless. Over 100 individuals shouted fervently, their faces flushed and eyes gleaming. Sensing the emotional crescendo had been reached, Li Shen gestured for everyone to take their seats. "Well, since you all feel this way, let us, the young rascals, embark on a grand endeavor. You may have had conflicts or grievances in the past, but from this moment forward, we are brothers. Come forth and embrace your brethren. Together, we shall build a prosperous future." Upon hearing these words, the scholarly youths hesitated, while the martial youths eagerly sought one another for embraces, shouting "brother." Li Shen regarded his success with satisfaction. The lessons learned in his previous life had proven invaluable. After the warm exchanges, he invited everyone to settle once more. "I assure you, my words are not mere deception nor fanciful dreams. Today, I intend to lead you in fulfilling this promise." As he spoke, servant girls approached each table, distributing large sheets of pristine paper along with ink and brushes. Observe the quality of this paper. The martial youths, mostly unaware, looked on, while the scholarly youths began to inscribe words upon the sheets. Moments later, Tang Jian's eldest son, Tang Songling, stood and declared, "This is fine paper, impervious to ink, as smooth as a mirror. It is of the highest quality. To be candid, the business I wish to engage you in today revolves around this very paper. I have developed it myself." Li Shen did not shy away from the truth. "Really? This is the prince's creation? Such talent. Can paper be profitable? The costs seem excessive. Listen closely. This paper is my refined product, and its production cost is not exorbitant. Currently, a sheet of paper this size costs 3 won, but my paper is far less expensive to produce. I plan to establish a large paper mill. All I require are individuals for construction, security, and promotion, no financial contributions from you. I shall cover all expenses, providing both the technology and costs, taking a 30% share of the profits. My mother shall receive 20%, and the remaining 50% will be shared equally among you. I guarantee that each of you will earn no less than 10,000 guan annually." In truth, Li Shen had calculated that the number of scholars in the entire Tang Dynasty approached nearly 1 million, accounting for less than 1/10 of the total population. However, as the cost of paper decreases, the number of scholars will undoubtedly rise. Currently, paper production is monopolized by the powerful families, who claim that their production costs are high and time-consuming. Li Shen, however, offered a remarkably low and efficient alternative, with primary materials sourced from wheat straw and other similar resources. "Does anyone have any objections?" Li Shen gazed at the murmuring crowd and posed a question. Since the princes do not have to contribute financially, there are naturally no objections. However, I fear that should I bear the costs and provide the expertise, I may end up at a disadvantage. Li Chongyi, the son of Li Shaogong, stood up and remarked, "Cousin, you worry too much. I have promised to lead everyone into a life of indulgence, and I shall not be disingenuous. Wealth is easily acquired, yet our camaraderie must remain intact. Let us not dwell on gains and losses." As Li Chongyi was the son of Li Shaogong, Li Shen addressed him as cousin. Upon hearing this, Li Shen felt a swell of emotion among the assembly. "Since there are no objections, let us formalize our interests with a written agreement. From this moment forth, you shall be the benefactors of my Tang Dynasty paper business, and I shall refer to you as shareholders. You will have a voice in our operations, sales, and promotions. Should issues arise, we can convene a shareholders meeting to vote on resolutions. Furthermore, there will be dividends, which I shall term shares. As long as more than 80% of the shareholders consent, the decisions may be enacted. Additionally, to safeguard your legitimate interests, the agreement stipulates that your shares cannot be gifted or sold to others unless they are inherited by your sons. Should you wish to part ways, you must either sell to us or obtain the consent of 80% of us before selling to anyone else. Otherwise, the agreement becomes void. This is also to ensure that you are not subjected to coercion. Do you understand?" Li Shen added a clause, determined to keep the aristocracy at bay. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that the workshop's production remains outside of management's purview. To protect the confidentiality of our techniques, the fewer individuals involved, the better. Thus, those tasked with guarding the premises will only do so from outside, while I shall appoint my own personnel to oversee the interior. All workers will be my own people. This is not out of distrust towards you, but rather a measure to protect our mutual interests. I hope for your understanding. Understood. The fewer who are involved, the better. Anyone who obstructs my path to wealth shall face my wrath. The crowd responded in agreement. Li Shen, beaming with satisfaction, declared, if there are no further issues, please inscribe your names on the agreements. I have already affixed the royal seal to each document. There are 2 copies, one for you and one for us to keep as a record, ensuring your descendants can claim their dividends. Once everyone had signed the agreements, the maidens collected them. Li Shen joyfully announced, excellent. Bring forth the feast. I wish to toast with all of you shareholders. At once, maidens began to serve the dishes. Renowned throughout Chang'an for their exquisite taste, Li Shen raised his cup to the assembly and proclaimed, let us toast to our future successes. From here on, we shall embody true decadence. Let us refrain from actions unbecoming of our stature. There is no merit in bullying the common folk. If one must exert power, let it be against the formidable. We shall disdain those who prey on the weak. We will not associate with those who cower before the strong. The future of the Tang Dynasty shall shine brightly with our presence. Here's to our future. For our future, the inaugural extravagant gathering has successfully concluded. Li Shen informed everyone that he would commence the construction of a paper workshop by the banks of the Xiang River starting tomorrow. He instructed them to procure plants, such as the roots of the mullein and other materials discarded by the common folk, along with the necessary timber. Additionally, he appointed individuals responsible for transporting building materials. At this moment, following the autumn harvest, the fields were abundant with these resources. Li Shen estimated that the workshop would be completed by early spring, at which point production could commence. Throughout the year, Li Shen had expended an indeterminate sum to perfect the art of papermaking, with the key components, the soaking and degluing agents, serving as his secret weapons, concocted solely by himself and sure to. While numerous artisans might disseminate other techniques, only the core technology remained firmly within their grasp. Chapter 76. The most merciless of imperial families after the banquet. The 2 eunuchs dispatched by Li Shen returned to the palace to report back. At this moment, within the Ganlu Hall, Li Shen listened intently to their account. Fearing any discrepancies, they had meticulously documented the entire event, capturing the nuances of speech and the atmosphere of the occasion verbatim. Had Li Shen been privy to this, he would undoubtedly have commended their professionalism. Upon concluding the report, Li Shen fell into deep contemplation. He could vividly envision Li Shen's impassioned oratory and the fervent expressions of the young nobles. His thoughts drifted back to Li Shen's remarks about papermaking. If the costs were truly as minimal as claimed, a greater number of commoners would soon engage in reading. In just a few years, a new cohort of literate individuals would arise. Though they would not occupy the upper echelons, over time, they would inevitably supplant the aristocracy. Li Shen was indeed undermining the very foundations of the noble families. This 10th son of his possessed both courage and talent, albeit not as the legitimate firstborn. Wangde conveyed the imperial decree, acknowledging Li Shen's status as a prince, yet noting the inadequacy of the royal guard. He was permitted to recruit 3,000 soldiers and submit their names to the Ministry of War for record-keeping. Li Shen's considerations for Li Shen's safety were paramount, primarily to ensure that Li Shen recognized this as a protective measure for his papermaking workshop. Li Shen harbored concerns that the noble families might sabotage the endeavor. Li Shen entered the palace, bearing an agreement regarding a 20% share of profits from the paper workshop. This share, as he had previously mentioned, was intended for concubine Wei, though it was, in truth, a gesture to endear her to Li Shen. Upon arriving at the great auspicious hall, concubine Wei was engaged in idle conversation with Li Mengjiang. Since Li Shen's departure from the palace, Li Mengjiang had returned to the great auspicious hall, a decision Li Shen had suggested, knowing Li Shen's infrequent visits. Concerned that concubine Wei might feel lonely, he sought to alleviate her solitude. "My dear son, why have you returned today? Did you not just enter the palace yesterday?" Concubine Wei inquired, puzzled. "Mother, are you beginning to find me burdensome? Sister has returned to keep you company, and yet you seem to prefer her. What a fickle world we live in." Li Shen replied with a playful grimace. "You silly child. How could your mother possibly find you bothersome?" Concubine Wei chuckled, observing her son's feigned grievance. "I have brought you something wonderful. Here is the agreement for the 2% profit share from the workshop, and I have already signed it for you. Once the workshop opens, funds will be sent to the palace punctually each month," Li Shen said, extending the document to concubine Wei. "Why would you give me this agreement?" I have no need for money within the palace. You have far more opportunities to spend it outside, she replied, aware of her son's filial piety and content with that alone, refusing to accept Li Shen's offerings. Mother, please keep it, he insisted. With this, father will visit frequently. It is estimated that there will be a dividend of over 200,000 each year. When the time comes and father brings you joy, you may offer him a token of appreciation. You little rascal, calculating your father's visits. Mother knows of your kindness towards me. Yet one cannot simply buy father's affection with money. Consort Wei playfully tapped Li Shen's forehead, remarking that it is not the first time father has been swayed. The furniture business has flourished. Now, the furnishings for the official residences have found their way into my boutique, catering to a high-end clientele. Prices have surged several-fold. Yet demand still outstrips supply. I have heard they are even being sold in Jiangnan and along the coastal regions, yielding tens of thousands annually. Furthermore, to facilitate my departure from the palace, I have invested 100,000 in restoring the Taiji Palace, and an additional 50,000 to purchase a title for my sister. Alongside provisions, what is not bought in this manner? This is how he treats his children. Moreover, to assist him in dealing with the rascals of Chang'an, I have relinquished half of the profits, amounting to at least 1 million. I do not concern myself with this money. Rather, I am troubled that my sister, at the age of 15, has yet to receive a title of princess. If I do not spend to procure one, I fear she will only be granted a title upon her marriage for the sake of royal dignity. Though we are of lesser birth, are we not his flesh and blood? Are we mere waifs picked off the streets? Others may distinguish between us by birthright, but father should not. We are his own kin, and he is unjust. Once I acquire wealth, I shall purchase the entire palace, demanding rent from him each month. Should he fail to pay, I shall cut off his water and provisions. Li Shen expressed this with fervor. He held strong opinions against Li Shen. Oh, pray tell, how much rent do you intend to charge me monthly? How much do you plan to offer for the palace? Just as Li Shen concluded, Li Shen's voice resounded from outside. Aware of Li Shen's presence, he had intended to engage in conversation with him. Upon reaching the Daji Hall, he did not bother to announce himself, but entered directly. Little did he know, upon arriving at the entrance, he overheard Consort Wei admonishing Li Shen. Upon hearing Li Shen's words regarding Li Mengjiang, Li Shen felt a twinge of guilt. He was somewhat biased, showing a fondness for the empress's children. Yet Li Shen was correct. Regardless of their birth, they were all his progeny. However, the notion of Li Shen purchasing the palace and demanding rent caused Li Shen to chuckle in disbelief. Li Shen remains the audacious Li Shen. Unafraid to voice his thoughts. Caught off guard by Li Shen's entrance, Li Shen was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to vent his frustrations, not expecting to be overheard by Li Shen. What is this? Just a moment ago you were so impassioned, and now you have fallen silent. Li Shen entered the hall, taking his seat at the head. Father must have misheard. I did not suggest purchasing the palace. I merely stated that when I am wealthy, I shall build you a palace. Li Shen strained to concoct a response. Is that so? Yet I have heard you mention collecting rent from me. And should I fail to pay, you would cut off my water and food. Li Shen sipped the tea brought by the palace maid. That is impossible. How could one charge rent from father? You must have misinterpreted. Li Shen found himself at a loss for words. Humph, such cunning at such a young age. Do you dare accuse me of accepting bribes? Father, it is not bribery, it is filial piety. Li Shen quickly interjected. Enough. I have heard all that you said. Indeed, I have not handled this matter appropriately. Mengjiang, do not harbor resentment towards father. Li Shen turned to Li Mengjiang. Father, Mengjiang has never held resentment. He is overwhelmed with daily affairs. Such trivial matters should not weigh on his mind. Li Mengjiang hurriedly replied, I have indeed been influenced by societal norms, and I have shown significantly less affection towards you, my siblings. Li Shen, filled with self-reproach, lamented, alas. Li Shen sighed. Tears dampen the silk handkerchief. Dreams remain unfulfilled. The night deepens as songs echo in the main hall. Youth fades, affection wanes. Leaning against the incense cage, I await dawn. Alas, the beauty is often doomed to a tragic fate. The royal family is the most heartless of all. Suddenly, Li Shen recalled Bai Ji's poem about the inner palace and couldn't help but murmur it aloud. The three of them looked at Li Shen in astonishment. Although this poem depicted the desolation of women, it also expressed the sorrow of all within the harem. Yet, Li Shen's expression darkened, for the poem seemed to reflect his own callousness. The entire harem existed to serve him, with many talented women now in the imperial garden. Periodically, a new group of virtuous ladies would enter the palace. Li Shen, why must you compose poetry at such a moment? Li Shen realized he might have erred. It felt as though he had insulted someone directly. He had to salvage the situation. My lord, please do not misunderstand. I merely recited a verse I came across in ancient texts. It has no bearing on me. I was just speaking whimsically. Li Shen offered a feeble explanation. Li Shen, do you think me a fool? You dare to mock me to my face, and I remain oblivious? Li Shen glared at him. No. Please allow me to explain, Li Shen implored. I shall not listen to your explanations. With that, he turned and left. Now, Li Shen felt a sense of impending doom. Would he face repercussions in the future? Wei Guifei and Li Mingjiang regarded him with peculiar expressions, as if to say, "You are truly remarkable." Chapter 77. The reaction of the aristocracy after exiting the Dajidian. Li Shen proceeded to the Lijing Hall. Seeing him storm in, Empress Changsun inquired, Erlang, what has happened? Who has angered you? Historically, Empress Changsun had often aided ministers in times of crisis, saving many from peril. Who else could it be but that ungrateful son, Li Shen? After sitting down, the maidservant presented him with tea. How dare he anger you? Isn't he outside the palace? Upon learning it was Li Shen, Empress Changsun became intrigued. Li Shen can indeed be amusing at times. He just entered the palace to visit the Guifei. I suspect he is delivering a contract to her. Li Shen recounted Li Shen's venture to engage in the papermaking business with the young scions of Chang'an. Isn't that a good thing? Haven't you always desired to see more scholars in the world? Or are you upset that he did not share the profits with you? Empress Changsun chuckled. I am well aware of his little schemes. His intentions towards the Guifei are merely to encourage me to visit her more often. He knows she will share the wealth with me, thus ensuring I remember her kindness. Li Shen took a sip of tea and remarked, this child is indeed filial. He is genuinely good to Wei Guifei and his sister. Empress Changsun envied. My sons hardly visit me since reaching adulthood. It is not that they are unfilial, but they seem overly focused on their own ambitions. What angers me is his veiled insinuation towards me. Oh, does Shen dare to insinuate against you? Empress Changsun expressed skepticism, prompting Li Shen to recount Li Shen's words, especially the final poem. Tears dampen the silk handkerchief, dreams unfulfilled, in the depths of night. The dimly lit hall echoes with sorrowful songs. The beauty, though still young, finds affection waning. Leaning against the perfumed screen, she sits until dawn. Alas, the fates of beautiful women are often cruel, especially within the heartless abode of emperors. How poignant is this poem by Shen, evoking a profound sense of melancholy. It is no wonder that she has long wished to leave the palace. The empress, with tear-filled eyes, though favored by Li Shen throughout her life, has witnessed the countless other consorts and maidens. Humanity is inherently selfish. She too yearns for Li Shen's exclusive affection. Her frequent visits to the Daji palace stem from Li Shen's life-saving grace towards her. Now, weakened in body, she finds solace in his presence, preferring it over the company of other consorts. Presently, she allies with Wei Guifei. Li Shen, observing the empress's state, refrains from further comment. Recalling Li Shen's words about her frailty and the need for her to avoid excessive emotional strain, Li Shen, in a daze, exited the palace. Today was supposed to be a day of joy. Who could have anticipated that their casual conversation would reach Li Shen's ears, prompting him to recite another poem? What misfortune! Li Shen sighed skyward, pondering whether his father would conspire against him. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Li Shen received an imperial edict, stating that the protective force of his residence was insufficient and demanding he recruit 3,000 men. Understanding Li Shen's intent, he surmised it was to bolster security for the papermaking facility. Thus, he summoned Wang Hongfu to inquire about the number of recruits he had gathered. At the Wei Wangfu, Lord Cui Renji lamented, Your Highness, Li Shen's actions today are akin to undermining our very foundation. Indeed, echoed Wei Wang, our families have long controlled the paper trade. With the Ji Wang inserting himself, what are we to do? Should we weaken, it would bode ill for you as well. Wang Weiqiu, representing the Wang family, interjected, Gentlemen, do not be hasty. We have only just received news, and its veracity remains uncertain. The intricacies of papermaking are well known to your families. How could a mere 11-year-old accomplish such a feat? Wei Ting, an official overseeing matters at the Wei Wangfu, retorted on Li Tai's behalf. Is it not said that he has already produced paper? Secretary Zhang Jingxi countered, Your Highness, I cannot believe my younger brother possesses the ability to create paper. If it were so simple, Our father would have accomplished it long ago, rather than waiting until now. Furthermore, he claims his prices are significantly lower than yours. Do you truly believe that possible? After all these years, you have not achieved a reduction in costs. Yet he, a mere child, has? But your highness, how do we explain today's events? Would Ji Wang dare deceive so many noble offspring? Cui Renji questioned. Indeed, I doubt Ji Wang would be so foolish as to antagonize so many young scions. How could he maintain his standing in Chang'an thereafter? Wang Weiqiu concurred, suggesting, perhaps it would be prudent for your highness to visit Ji Wangfu personally to ascertain the truth. However, I suspect there is substantial validity to this matter. The previously silent deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Lu Jingxi, representing the Lu family of Fanyang, added, indeed, your highness should investigate. If this proves true, we must not allow it to come to fruition, for it pertains to the prosperity of our esteemed families. If this matter comes to fruition, it is uncertain whether we will possess any voice in the court after several years or even a decade, Cui Renji remarked emphatically. Very well. I shall visit the Ji Wang residence tomorrow under the pretense of investing, Li Tai finally stated. The following dawn, as Li Shen arose, Wang Hongfu arrived. While enjoying his breakfast, Li Shen listened to Wang Hongfu's recent financial report. Li Shen's enterprises, whether they be liquor or soap, are consumables. With Li Shen's deliberate control over production, prices have remained relatively stable, and market sales have been consistent. Old Wang, how goes the recruitment of the guards I instructed you to undertake? Li Shen inquired between bites. Your Highness, we have recruited over 1,300 individuals, all robust men. However, there are few veterans. Currently, our great Tang employs a militia system, and even those who have rotated out must tend to their farms while awaiting the next rotation. We cannot privately recruit militia, Wang Hongfu responded. I am aware of this. Let us increase their stipends. A 5-year contract. In the first year, 500 coins monthly. In the second year, 1,000. In the third year, 1,500, with an annual increment of 500. Additionally, those qualified for conscription shall receive a settlement fee of 500 coins. Upon retirement after 5 years, they shall receive 2,000 coins. Soldiers who excel may opt to continue for an additional 3 years, with their salary continuing to rise by 500 coins annually. Moreover, those who perform exceptionally may be promoted to officer status, Li Shen asserted, confident that generous rewards would inspire valor. Understood, I shall attend to this immediately. Wang Hongfu readily agreed. Your Highness, the Wei Wang has arrived, Fu Gui announced as he entered. What brings the Wei Wang here? Go and welcome him, Li Shen ordered. Perplexed as to why Li Tai sought him, given their lack of interaction. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Li Tai standing there. Li Shen approached and greeted, Fourth brother. You have arrived. Please, come inside. Once in the sitting room and seated, servants brought tea, and Li Shen directly inquired, might I ask the purpose of your visit today? Fourth brother? Little brother, is it not permissible for your elder brother to come and check on you without a specific reason? You have just come out of the palace. And as your brother, it is only natural that I see if you have any needs, Li Tai replied, taking a sip of tea. Fourth brother, you are typically swamped with state affairs. My matters are trifling, Li Shen subtly implied, not entirely believing Li Tai's disingenuous words. Surely, he did not consider him so easily deceived. Li Shen could envision the true reason for his visit, but he was merely contemplating how to manage the situation. For Li Tai was indeed a prince. Li Shimin held a particular fondness for this chubby prince, also utilizing him to keep the crown prince in check. Despite Li Shimin's current satisfaction with Li Chengxian, the art of emperorship demands a delicate balance, and he must remain vigilant of Li Chengxian. Chapter 78. Li Tai's visit. Very well, I shall speak plainly. I have heard that you intend to venture into the paper-making business with those frivolous youths. Might I inquire if I could invest? Li Tai, noticing Li Shen's lack of enthusiasm, opted for a direct approach. Of course, we can collaborate. After all, business is about mutual profit. But how much are you considering investing for your share? Li Shen smiled. I understand your workshop is yet to be established, and the investment should not exceed 10,000, Li Tai boldly stated. Let us do it this way. As brothers, I shall contribute 10,000, and I desire 30% of the profits. Fourth brother, you may not be aware, but the profit-sharing structure is as follows. My investment and expertise account for 50% of the profits, of which 20% has already been allocated to my mother. This means I currently hold only 30%. Li Shen never anticipated that Li Tai would come to take such advantage. 10th brother, I will invest 10,000 guan to establish a workshop, which means none of you will need to contribute financially and yet can still enjoy the profits. Why not seize this opportunity? Li Tai urged Li Shen, fourth brother, why not build a workshop yourself and reap the profits entirely on your own? We are merely dabbling in minor ventures, just earning a little from the ping-pong workshop. Li Shen retorted, 10th brother, isn't this a matter of brotherhood? Why squander money on those idle rich? It would be far better for us to partner up and share the profits equally. Li Tai continued to persuade Li Shen to distance himself from those idle rich. Fourth brother, I have already signed a contract with them. How can I go back on my word? Li Shen rejected the notion, suggesting, what if you give me your 30% stake? You still have 20% from the favored concubine, which would allow you to earn a decent profit without spending any money. Li Tai confidently replied, so, fourth brother, you mean to invest 10,000 guan for a 30% profit? Li Shen inquired. Indeed, that 10,000 guan should suffice. You all need not invest any money. Meaning fourth brother aims to exchange 10,000 guan for at least 300,000 guan in annual dividends. Li Shen stated seriously. 300,000 guan. 10th brother. How could there possibly be 300,000 guan? Li Tai understood that Li Shen's business was profitable, but found it hard to believe it could be that lucrative. I am speaking of a minimum of 300,000 guan. As the number of scholars increases, the profits will soar. Fourth brother wishes to trade 10,000 guan for 300,000 in dividends. I find this arrangement unsuitable, Li Shen concluded, taking a sip from his cup and gazing silently at Li Tai. What do you consider appropriate? I want a threefold return, Li Tai pondered before responding. He sensed that Li Shen was not jesting. As a brother, I would offer 1,500,000 guan for you to have a threefold return. Otherwise, it would be 1,500,000 guan. Li Tai's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Li Shen was truly asking for an exorbitant sum. He could not even muster 150,000 guan, let alone 1,500,000. Old 10th, that is an outrageous demand. Who could possibly invest that much? Li Tai, with a hint of displeasure, addressed Li Shen, fourth brother, it is not that I am asking excessively. Consider that 1,500,000 guan would break even in 5 years, yielding at least 300,000 guan annually thereafter. Do you believe me? I could approach father to sell shares. He would immediately instruct the Ministry of Revenue to procure 2 million guan. Li Shen spread his hands innocently in front of Li Tai. That is far too much. Fourth brother cannot afford such an amount. Old 10th, could you lower the sum a bit and help your elder brother? Fourth brother, rules are rules. I have already violated the contract to include you in this venture. What more do you desire? Do you expect to obtain those shares without spending any money? Li Shen responded, somewhat displeased. 10th brother, we are brothers. I am currently facing difficulties, and when I achieve success, I will undoubtedly repay you, Li Tai lamented, trying to appeal to emotions. Then fourth brother, if eldest brother comes tomorrow and requests a 5-fold return, would you comply? Li Shen remained unperturbed, simply gazing at Li Tai. Of course not, Li Tai blurted out. Haha. Fourth brother, let us enjoy some tea. Today, dine at my residence. I have just developed a delightful new dish, Li Shen chuckled, while Li Tai, anxious, noted Li Shen's attempt to change the subject. Old 10, do tell fourth brother whether it can be done or not, he pressed. Fourth brother, today you and I shall not return until we are intoxicated. Fu Gui has prepared lunch. Li Shen, with an air of cheerfulness, merely smiled and remained silent. Observing Li Shen's demeanor, Li Tai discerned his disapproval and stood, declaring, no need, I have matters to attend to shortly. Old 10, I hope you can come and assist me. Fourth brother, you and elder brother are both my kin, and I hold great respect for you both. I simply wish to live as a leisurely prince. Li Shen contemplated voicing his disinclination to assist, but ultimately refrained. Noting Li Shen's refusal, Li Tai endeavored to persuade him further. Li Shen interjected, fourth brother, I understand you may have been swayed by the noble families, believing you still have a chance. Perhaps your father has sent you misleading signals, leading you to think opportunity lies ahead. Yet, I must inform you, there is no opportunity. Let it go. You are ill-suited to be emperor. With your exceptional talent, why not devote yourself to scholarship? You can equally secure your place in history. It is best to return to your fief. I wish to return, but find it impossible. I simply cannot accept why I am barred from that position. Why is it destined for elder brother alone? I believe I surpass him, Li Tai declared loudly. Those embroiled in the matter are often blind. Words are futile. Fourth brother, take care of yourself. I shall not involve myself in your affairs. In a few years, when I reach adulthood and have heirs, I shall wander the mountains and rivers. exploring the landscapes of the great Tang. Li Shen preferred to say little more. Younger brother, you are indeed carefree. I wish you success in your aspirations. Farewell. With that, Li Tai departed, while Li Shen escorted him to the gate, watching his retreating figure with a sense of melancholy. One could not help but wonder if Li Tai's fate would ultimately change. Upon returning to the palace, Li Tai convened representatives from various noble families that evening. As soon as he was seated, Cui Renji eagerly inquired, Your Highness, what news? Is it true that Prince Ji can indeed produce paper? Li Tai calmly recounted his visit to Li Shen's residence that day, then asked the assembly, What are your thoughts on this matter? I believe old Tin would not speak of a 30% share and 300,000 guan in dividends without reason. I concur, it seems plausible, Lu Qingqing remarked. However, if it is true, we are in grave peril. This threatens the very foundation of our noble families. In a decade or two, we may find ourselves scant in the court, Wang Weiqi of the Wang family declared anxiously. We must devise a strategy. Cui Renji stroked his beard in contemplation. What plan can there be? It is impossible to find a solution. Who would forsake a profit of 1,000,000 guan a year? Especially when it benefits the scholars of the Tang while offering dual rewards of fame and fortune. Most importantly, His Majesty would never permit Prince Ji to relinquish such an opportunity. Wei Ting, a strategist in Li Tai's retinue, had already grasped the inevitability of the situation. What shall we do? Are we to allow this development to unfold? Since none among us can devise a countermeasure, let us report the matter truthfully to our clans and allow the clan leader to make a determination. We are undoubtedly unable to obstruct this unless Wang Weiqi made a slashing gesture with his hand. You have lost your senses. This matter must not come to pass. If it were an ordinary individual, it could be overlooked. But this involves a royal. If we do not uncover the truth, what of the royal family's dignity? Moreover, His Majesty need not investigate. He could directly implicate our noble families. At that juncture, it would serve as an opportunity to eliminate 2 or 3 houses. We cannot gamble. It is not worth risking the lives of tens of thousands of our kin. Wei Ting stood up first in dissent. The assassination of a prince has always been a matter of great significance. Brothers killing each other is often overlooked by royal kin. But an act of covertly assassinating a prince would undoubtedly provoke retribution from the imperial family. During the early years of the Jingguan era, there were still several royal relatives who wielded considerable power and military authority. The venerable families, with their vast numbers, often consisted of individuals who were unfamiliar with one another. In that era, with numerous wives and children, generations multiplied geometrically. It is not an exaggeration to say that a prominent family could encompass tens of thousands of members. Thus, sacrificing for Li Shen would be unworthy. Chapter 79. The paper mill commences operation. The directives from various noble families were to observe the situation quietly, as they did not believe Li Shen could produce paper at a lower cost than themselves. They suspected he might be on par with them, leading to nothing more than a price war. Meanwhile, all the aristocrats of Chang'an were watching closely. Thus, Li Shen's workshop was finally completed in the spring of the 13th year of Jingguan. Work had been halted due to the winter snow, resulting in a partial construction in autumn and further completion in spring. The entire workshop occupies 10 acres, enclosed by 3-meter-high walls. Each wall has several guard posts. Fortunately, with the availability of bricks and cement, the construction was completed in a year. The interior facilities were designed by Li Shen based on his recollections. He had summoned 500 loyal workers from the imperial estate who had undergone a month of training, including loyalty training. Today, Li Shen brought over 100 young nobles to the paper mill, while a contingent of 1,500 guards, arranged by these young men, secured the perimeter. Additionally, the sales points in the city expanded. Not only was there a shop in the East Market, but Li Shen also established a sales point for the great Tang paper industry in the West Market, which the young nobles were currently renovating. The shop was purchased by Li Shen, as he placed great importance on fixed assets due to his previous life experiences. He bought any property available, regardless of its location. Inside the workshop, the workers had begun their tasks. The modern paper-making process involves pulping, mixing, and sheet formation. Li Shen employed a pulping method akin to semi-chemical pulping, incorporating special agents, thus reducing the long soaking and cooking times required by the noble families. Li Shen led over 100 individuals to observe the soaking tanks and the cooking area, finally arriving at the sheet formation station. Here, workers operated in pairs, demonstrating remarkable proficiency, quickly producing enough sheets to fill 100, which were then transported to the drying room. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, One sheet can be crafted into 8 standard-sized sheets. Currently, there are 150 groups, equating to 300 individuals, with an additional 200 engaged in other processes. I will continue to increase the workforce. As you have seen, I have constructed over a dozen large workshops. Yet we are only utilizing 3 at present. Due to the workers' inexperience, we are currently producing over 100,000 sheets daily. Each sheet can be cut into 4 of the market-sized sheets, which are sold at 3 won each. We will sell ours at 2 won per sheet. Should they price theirs at 2 won, we will offer ours at 1 won, ensuring our profit. These papers are intended for distribution across the Great Tang, reaching every province, state, and county. However, we may not have sufficient manpower, so we will sell to merchants who can distribute them. We will provide them with a favorable price, ensuring their paper remains cheaper than the market rate. Your task is to send people to gather intelligence. Whoever is wealthy, you may compile their information, and we shall refrain from selling to them in the future. Our aim is to ensure that everyone across the globe can afford paper. Our prices will perpetually decline. As for the distribution of regions, I leave that to your own deliberation. As Li Shen elucidated, he simultaneously assigned tasks to the group. My lord, with such low prices, will there truly be such substantial profits? Cheng Chuliang had already heard his mother mention that the cost of papermaking is high. Coming from a prominent family, she possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding this matter. Rest assured, we shall ascertain whether or not we are profitable within a month's time. We will distribute dividends monthly. Li Shen confidently proclaimed. By the way, how is the renovation of the shops in the 2 markets progressing? And what of the brothers tasked with spreading the news? Has the information been disseminated? We wouldn't want to open our doors to an empty crowd. Also, how is the recruitment of staff coming along? Li Shen began inquiring about their progress. Tang Jian's son, Tang Songling, stepped forward and stated, My lord, we have successfully executed the promotional tasks you assigned. We have dispatched individuals to notify even the villages surrounding Chang'an. We have organized the staff you requested and managed to recruit 3 clerks proficient in calculations. The renovations are complete, and each shop has hired a steward to maintain order during the opening. I believe no one would dare to cause trouble in our territory. We cannot afford to be careless, Wei Qi Baolin interjected. It is better to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, we shall commence our operations the day after tomorrow. Remember to dress appropriately. We are selling items for scholars, and we must present ourselves with decorum. Tomorrow, regardless of whom you encounter, wear a friendly demeanor and a smile, so that the people of Chang'an may see that we, too, possess refinement and are not brutish. Tomorrow, in the eastern and western markets, divide your forces evenly. I will oversee both sides. Should anyone dare to create a disturbance, do not resort to public violence. We are gentlemen. Find a secluded place to handle such matters, understood? Li Shen commenced his training of the group of ruffians. He, understood. We shall maintain decorum, Wei Qi Baoqi chuckled mischievously. Indeed, we are gentlemen. How could we bully others? The Lord is truly admirable. No wonder the reputation of the Lord is so esteemed outside. He is a model for our generation. This group of ruffians, accustomed to being arrogant and unyielding, found themselves in stark contrast to Li Shen, who worked diligently behind the scenes. Li Shen felt his cheeks flush from their compliments. Waving his hand, he continued, I have previously stated that we are all brothers now. Henceforth, there shall be no distinction between civil and military roles. Let us blend our efforts for expediency. When the military engages, the civil officials must not remain idle. Compile a list of 18 major offenses and submit it to the Jingzhou prefecture. I suspect that ordinary ruffians would lack the audacity to offend us, considering our numbers. On the day after tomorrow, let the civil officials employ their intellect while the military takes action. In essence, we will be the ones to benefit. No one shall take advantage of us. Upon concluding, he was met with yet another round of praise, lauding him as a paragon. Li Shen yearned to express that he differed greatly from this group of ruffians, possessing a far superior taste. However, witnessing their fervent enthusiasm, he hesitated, fearing the possibility of a backlash. Subsequently, Li Shen led the group away from the location, which was off-limits to outsiders. Even this rowdy group of ruffians required Li Shen's decree to enter. Presently, Li Shen ventured forth accompanied by 50 well-equipped guards, each mounted on war horses, Turkic steeds that he had purchased at great expense. Currently, he possessed only 100 such horses. From Li Yuan to Li Shimen, there has been a consistent encouragement for the populace to rear horses. Li Shen entrusted nobles who surrendered from the eastern Turkic tribes to procure these steeds. Furthermore, he enlisted 2 specialists from the Turkic tribes, well-versed in equine husbandry, to oversee the care of the military horses. This endeavor was situated at the foothills east of Chang'an, an area granted to Li Shen for the governance of his extravagant court, now repurposed as a military encampment. Li Shen's ambition was to establish a cavalry unit comprising 1,000 horsemen. His guard unit had already reached full capacity, with their families relocated to the imperial estate. Presently, Li Shen was preparing to construct a village adjacent to the estate, specifically for the families of these 3,000 guards, a strategic measure to bolster their loyalty, essentially a form of hostage-taking. With their families residing here, the likelihood of defection would diminish, unless one possessed a heart devoid of compassion for kin. Moreover, Li Shen compiled training methodologies observed from modern military practices depicted in films and documentaries, presenting this manuscript to Shui Ringwei for adaptation and implementation. Having undergone military training himself for a month, Li Shen was quite familiar with fundamental operations. Many of his acquaintances from his past life had served in the military, sharing insights about the rigorous training endured by new recruits over 3 months, aimed at instilling obedience and military bearing. Additionally, Li Shen introduced a cultural education course, which proved particularly effective for the simple-minded populace of this era. Chapter 80. Selling paper 2 days later, at the break of dawn. This group of young nobles split into 2 factions, heading towards the eastern and western markets. Li Shen first visited the eastern market. The entrance was already teeming with individuals, some adorned in exquisite attire, while others donned simple garments, including those dressed as servants. Following Li Shen's directives, the household servants began to organize the crowd into an orderly queue. The initially chaotic throng was transformed into 4 distinct lines. As the auspicious hour arrived, the shop opened its doors, placing 4 long tables at the entrance. With the proprietor announcing the commencement of business, the attendants began selling sheets of paper. 10 large sheets were bundled for 21. Once home, they could cut them into at least 20 sheets, while larger books could yield up to 40 sheets. The attendants uniformly communicated that each person was limited to purchasing 10 sheets daily, as prices might fluctuate, thus encouraging minimal purchases. Additionally, Li Shen instructed that no disdain should be shown towards the common folk purchasing smaller quantities. Any transgression would result in severe penalties. The atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant, with both noble youths and commoners adhering to the established rules, fully aware of the consequences of defiance. Especially with Li Shen and his entourage of Chang'an scions observing from the 2nd floor. While matters proceeded smoothly on Li Shen's end, a disturbance arose in the western market. Initially, everything was progressing well until a young noble, dressed ostentatiously, insisted on acquiring all the paper. When the attendant informed him of the purchasing limit, the noble disregarded the warning and struck the attendant. Leading the charge were Cheng Chuzi, Cheng Chuliang, and Zhang Daxiang, son of Zhang Gongjin, who descended to confront the situation. Zhang Liang, son of the official Zhang Xingqing, approached the instigator and inquired, "Might I ask who you are, to dare create such a ruckus here? Showing utter disregard for the law, do you not fear being taken to the county office for your misdeeds?" This confrontation had been prearranged, with the scholar's offspring designated for negotiation and the warrior's offspring prepared to take action. Why impose limits on my purchases if you are selling to me? Is it a case of the large shop bullying the customer? The arrogant noble retorted. In order to ensure that numerous readers can purchase paper, we have implemented purchasing limits. As our production capacity is currently restricted, we aim to make paper available for everyone. Zhang Lianka spoke leisurely, asserting that if reason fails, they would resort to force. Do these lowly individuals deserve paper? Today, I shall take all your paper. If you refuse to sell to me, you may as well not sell at all. As he called out, dozens of men gathered around, clearly thugs. Oh, in that case, let us converse nearby and ascertain just how much paper you require. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation with the troublemaker Zhang Lianka, he glanced back at Cheng Chuzi, who immediately understood and stepped forward. My good sir, let us discuss matters further in private. Cheng Chuzi gestured invitingly, his demeanor amiable and smile genuine. The young noble, perceiving Cheng Chuzi's conciliatory attitude, believed they had conceded. He followed Cheng Chuzi into a nearby alley, expecting to find the back entrance of the shop. To his surprise, upon entering, he discovered an assembly of 50 or 60 individuals. Realization dawned upon him that a conflict was imminent. My good sir, may I inquire your esteemed name? Cheng Chuzi inquired with a playful smile. What do you intend? Allow me to introduce myself. I am a scion of the Wang family's main branch. Do you dare to lay hands on me? Oh, I have heard of a third-generation heir of the Wang family named Wang Yuan, who has been quite arrogant in Chang'an. Could it be you? Zhang Gongjin's son, Zhang Daxiang, queried. Humph, it's good that you know. I am aware that you are also offspring of dukes and ministers, yet you ought not to oppose my Wang family. Our paper industry is widespread throughout the Tang Dynasty. Should you dare to target us with underpriced sales, know that I have come merely for a mild reprimand today. Wang Yuan boasted arrogantly. You have been in Chang'an for over 10 days. Have you not inquired about the nature of our group? You dare to obstruct our financial pursuits? Even your father would be powerless in this matter. Brothers, show him what we are made of. Let him know that Chang'an is not Taiyuan, and we are not to be trifled with. Attack. Upon uttering this, Chen Chuzi delivered a punch directly to Wang Yuan's face. The blow left Wang Yuan dazed and bewildered. As a scholar, he was unaccustomed to physical conflict. Relying on his subordinates to handle such matters, he was no match for this rowdy assembly. Seeing their master struck, Wang Yuan's followers surged forward. But the cadre of thugs surged in unison. The scene quickly devolved into chaos. Chen Chuzi and Cheng Chuyang, true brothers, fought valiantly together. They seized Wang Yuan and began to pummel him, berating him with accusations of arrogance and for obstructing their means of income, their visits to the brothel, and their pursuit of the renowned courtesan Lu Chanyu of Chuanxiang Tower. In mere moments, Wang Yuan's numerous attendants lay defeated upon the ground, groaning and unable to rise. Wang Yuan himself curled up, cradling his head. Cheng Chuzi and his brother, while firm, were judicious in their strikes, avoiding lethal blows. Yet Wang Yuan's face was left bruised and battered. Cease. All of you stand down. Just then, the patrolling Jinwei arrived, witnessing the tumultuous scene in the alley and hurriedly intervening. Chuzi, Chuyang, that is enough, Zhang Lianke interjected. He then approached the Jinwei officers and pointed at the individuals on the ground, stating, these ruffians have gathered to incite unrest, extorting local businesses. When their extortion failed, they resorted to robbery, and their leader even incited his servants to violence. Chang'an is a place of law and order. We merely acted against injustice. You should take them back and interrogate them thoroughly. We suspect that their intentions may be to disturb the peace of Chang'an and conspire against the state. Here are the documents pertaining to the matter, all duly signed by us. With that, he produced a sheet of paper from his pocket, adorned with their signatures. The leader of the Jingwu Guard immediately recognized these ruffians. It was impossible not to, given their propensity for brawling. However, he did not recognize the individual lying on the ground. Moreover, upon examining the paper, it was evident that it had been prepared in advance. As the ink had already dried, who would have the leisure to compose documents while embroiled in a fight? Indeed, you should take them all to the county office for thorough questioning. We suspect they are plotting rebellion, remarked Cheng Chuyang, stepping forward. It seems that the scholars have turned wicked. Is it already a charge of treason? Regardless of its veracity, the Jingwu Guard must escort them to the county office. As anticipated, the leader of the Jingwu Guard initially hesitated to intervene. However, given that this group of ruffians adamantly insisted on their treasonous intentions, he had no choice but to bring them to the county office. Otherwise, should their claims prove true, he too would face execution. Thus, a contingent of the Jingwu Guard, along with dozens of the injured, made their way to the Jingzhou prefecture. As Wang Yuan departed, he warned them to wait for him. But the others paid little heed to his threats. They were accustomed to acting with impunity. They returned to their posts, for in the afternoon, some merchants from distant lands arrived. Li Shen and Wang Hongfu selected a few who had established good rapport with them to sell a batch of paper, instructing them to take it back for local sale. They were also told that the prices must be lower than the market rate, as Li Shen had already afforded them a profit margin. To prevent collusion with the influential families, Li Shen chose a handful of merchants from each locality, with ruffians dispatched to gather intelligence, unafraid of any deceit. Today, a multitude of buyers flocked in, with nearby counties also sending their representatives, as many feared they might miss out on such affordable paper. By noon, members of the Jingwu Guard came to assist in maintaining order, as over 10,000 surged into Chang'an, presenting significant safety concerns. By evening, nearly all the paper had been sold out. As dusk approached, all the ruffians gathered at Li Shen's royal residence, where preparations for a banquet were already underway. Li Shen intended to host a celebration to commemorate the success. Chapter 81. The response of the aristocratic families. First, I extend my gratitude for everyone's generous donations. Special thanks to the book friends, Guai Kaz Shuang Feng. Hua Buchang Kai. User 31573962. And Zui Sun Zhao's Chui Gung Fu. Today, an additional chapter has been added. Also, to the book friend who inquired about the meaning behind the razor blades, let me reiterate that I cannot allow anyone to spend in vain. An extra chapter will be provided. Lastly, I hope everyone refrains from spending money on donations, as earning is not easy these days. A simple click is sufficient. Most importantly, I have limited stockpiles left, dear friends. Writing 3 chapters a day is quite exhausting, totaling around 7,000 words. Additionally, I kindly ask for your assistance in rating the novel, as it currently lacks a score. Please leave your ratings. It should at least reach a score equivalent to a 985 or 211 institution. Finally, I must mention that I hope you will follow me, as my follower count is quite low. With the banquet prepared, all were seated. Li Shen raised his cup and addressed the assembly. To everyone, let us toast to today's triumph. Cheers. The crowd echoed in unison, raising their cups. Following this, the operations resumed as usual. I intend to increase production significantly, ensuring that scholars throughout the realm have access to paper. Should any of you wish to embark on your own ventures, you may procure goods at wholesale prices to sell in various provinces and counties. Of course, the same rules apply. If you are interested, feel free to pursue this opportunity. Li Shen continued. There is another matter that I trust you are all aware of regarding today's events in the Western market. It is utterly outrageous how the scions of noble families behave as though they are above us, treating us with utter disdain. Their arrogance knows no bounds. We merely seek to earn a modest living, yet they wish to sever our means of livelihood. As the saying goes, to cut off someone's financial resources is akin to taking away their parents. Anyone who attempts to obstruct our financial pursuits shall face our resistance. Their offspring indulge in the finest luxuries, drinking the most exquisite wines and embracing the most beautiful courtesans. Why should we not enjoy the same privileges? In terms of power, my father holds the highest rank among them. Your fathers are the true aristocrats of the Tang Dynasty, while we are its most notorious rascals. Anyone who stands in our way of revelry shall find us in relentless opposition. I leave you with 2 phrases. Through countless trials, we remain steadfast. Come what may from the winds of the 4 corners of the earth. Upon finishing, Li Shen downed his drink in one gulp. The young noblemen were invigorated by Li Shen's words and followed suit, drinking heartily. They felt he was right. Why should they be confined to inexpensive brothels, sipping ordinary wine and consorting with common courtesans? The prince is correct. Whoever obstructs my pursuit of Lu Chanyu shall face my wrath. Cheng Chuzi, known for his straightforward nature, boldly declared. Indeed, I refuse to endure such hardship any longer. My father only bestows upon me 20 guan a month, one lamented. You are fortunate. Mine grants me merely 15 guan, another retorted. I am the most unfortunate of all, receiving only 5 guan monthly. I can hardly afford to eat, lamented yet another. The group of rascals began to exchange tales of their misfortunes. Brothers, those days of misery are behind us. From now on, we shall indulge in fine delicacies and luxuries. Moreover, this enterprise shall bequeath prosperity to our descendants. Even if the craft is eventually disseminated, it will at least benefit 3 generations, Li Shen joyfully proclaimed. Thus, the gathering continued until twilight, when they each returned home. At the Wang residence in Chang'an, the representatives of the noble families had gathered, including Wang Yuan, who had just returned from Jingzhou Prefecture. Wang Langjun, your actions today were indeed reckless. This is not a venture for the common folk. It is a business of a prince. How dare you disrupt it? Do you even know who you were contending with today? The 2 who struck you are sons of Duke Lu, Qing Yaojing. The one speaking is Zhang Lianke, whose father holds a position as a minister. Each of those individuals is a child of officials holding ranks above the 5th grade, predominantly from noble families. Cui Renji scolded the bruised Wang Yuan. Let us set aside Wang Yuan's affairs for now. I had my people observe the situation. This afternoon, hundreds of thousands of sheets of paper were sold. Notably, many merchants purchased paper to sell in their local markets. Not a single customer has graced our Qingyun bookstore in Chang'an today. In less than half a month, all of the Tang Dynasty will know that their paper is cheaper than ours, Wang Wei remarked, his anxiety palpable. Everyone is aware of this. Each of our families is involved in the paper trade. It constitutes a significant portion of our annual income. With the Wei Prince no longer a viable ally, our hopes of elevating him and securing our positions are dwindling, Cui Renji stated. Zheng Jingxi added, I dispatched someone to the paper mill for reconnaissance. The defenses are exceedingly strict, with over 1,000 guards stationed outside, leaving us in ignorance of the conditions within. The current course of action entails us reducing our prices. However, it remains uncertain to what extent their production costs for paper are minimized. After contemplating this, Cui Runji concurred, stating, "Indeed, as it stands, we are unable to sell our goods. It would be wiser to lower our prices, compelling them to do the same. This way, their profits will diminish, and we might also gain some advantage." Wang Langjun had been wronged and could not let the matter rest. Additionally, Ji Wang must also be held accountable to ensure he does not enjoy an easy existence. Presently, the clan leaders found themselves devoid of alternatives. So it is decided. The assembly echoed in agreement. The following day at the court assembly, a minister accused the son of Duke Lu, Cheng Chuzi, and Cheng Chuyang of committing violence in the streets, assaulting the common folk. They had relied on their father's status to conspire with the authorities to falsely accuse innocent citizens. "I beseech your majesty to impose punishment upon them," he implored. The minister further accused Cheng Chuzi and Cheng Chuyang of lawlessness, brazenly assaulting my nephew, Wang Yuan, in public. Now, Wang Yuan is severely injured. "I entreat your majesty to take action on my behalf," Wang Wei lamented, tears streaming down his face. Another official from a prominent family rose to echo the accusations. Soon, over 20 officials stood to denounce Cheng Chuzi and Cheng Chuyang. They had conspired to catch the two. Wary that too many individuals might complicate the situation, Li Shen surveyed the assembly of noble officials, well aware of the unfolding events. Having received reports from Li in the previous day, he then glanced at Cheng Yaojin, who appeared unfazed, curious about the unexpected calmness of the otherwise volatile man. Hence, he inquired, "Duke Lu, do you have anything to say?" Cheng Yaojin stood and, with a flourish, replied, "I have no words to offer. A prince is not above the law and should be dealt with accordingly." Cui Renji and the others braced themselves for an outburst from Cheng Yaojin, perhaps even a physical confrontation. Yet, Cheng Yaojin's unexpected stance left them momentarily at a loss. With the arrow drawn, it could not be retracted. Thus, Cui Renji addressed Li Shen, "Your Majesty, since Duke Lu has acknowledged the matter, I implore you to enforce the law and impose strict punishment upon the two. Your Majesty, although the censors have made compelling arguments, it may be prudent to summon Cheng Chuzi and Cheng Chuyang for a clearer understanding. We cannot simply convict them based on one-sided testimony." Long's son Wuji interjected.